From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Trenton Gill holds. Cairo Santos from 30 right hash. Snap spot. Santos' kick is up and he made it. With 10 seconds to go in the game, the Chicago Bears have a 12-10 lead.
Peyton whispering in my ear what radio call that is. I think we do know. And this is a Tolo Tuesday to start things off here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let me hear that one more time. The unbiased call of Monday night's result.
Trenton Gill holds. Cairo Santos from 30 right hash. Snap spot. Santos' kick is up and he made it. With 10 seconds to go in the game, the Chicago Bears have a 12-10 lead.
Another unwatchable primetime contest to start things off here with Sean Sharif and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. The Bears beat the Vikings 12-10.
It's a barn burner. It was pretty exciting. This is exactly, if you would have asked me, you know, what kind of game I expected between the Vikings and the Bears, this is about what I would have expected, which is just awful football, boring football. And I hate
the whole NFC North. I really do. I just hate it.
It's pretty brutal. I mean, it's NFC North, NFC South. Really, it's just the NFL this year, period. There's just a bunch of teams that suck like this. And it's pretty irritating to watch.
Why do the numbers keep going up for every game? It's like we didn't get this population influx and explosion for Thanksgiving over years past. The Cowboys game, goes up, to 41 million. The NFL numbers will keep going up. You have other streaming services taking away. Maybe they add that and factor that in. Like the quality of play, as Tom Brady called out, not as good, especially it feels like this year, but all the ratings will be all-time highs.
Yeah, I don't know. Other than just, is the NFL right that the idea of the 8-8 league is that's the draw? Everybody's into it because everybody feels like their team. Like, I have no idea why people would be watching this stuff. You would think that with the quality of play being as low as it is and the the quality of the top tier teams being as low as it is, as it's been in recent years, that it would go down. The fact that it's not, I can't figure out why people keep watching at the level they do.
Is the status of primetime television and content on apps also at an all-time low?
Writer's strike set us back.
I don't know. What else is on TV last night? What else are you binging on Netflix or Hulu or Max or any of the other apps right now? Thanksgiving time is a time to binge. I heard 2 different radio people reference Home Alone yesterday. I watched Home Alone. I just realized I had like Stars and all these movie channels for free, which I'm sure I'm getting charged for, and I didn't approve. Flex, and I'm getting ripped off and screwed by the cable company.
I have Stars.
Again, yes. But it was Home Alone for me. Home Alone, Goodfellas. That's
Sherlock.
Sherlock.
I was watching Sherlock, the Benedict Cumberbatch Sherlock that ended 6 years ago that I've already seen the whole series. We've started rewatching it because we didn't have anything to watch. So kind of says where it is. Peyton, you watching TV? You don't watch any, you've never seen anything older than like 5 years, right?
No, I since I have Apple TV, I was watching The Morning Show. Tim Collins recommended it, so I've jumped on The Morning Show. 5 episodes in.
He's like, learn from a morning show. Watch, binge, and learn. And is it as good as everyone said?
I really like it. I mean, I'm only 5 episodes in the first season, but I really like it so far.
Reese Witherspoon or Jennifer Aniston?
Jennifer.
I don't think anyone's ever chosen Reese.
I think I would pick Reese currently.
4 interceptions for Josh Dobbs last night. Peyton, I know, is asking Bobby and saying this morning, why couldn't we get that Josh Dobbs? Oh, why all of a sudden does the pasture not come back down to earth against Chicago and not against the Cowboys and all these other teams? And then Justin Fields with a game-winning drive. He hit DJ Moore basically for the game winner. Go ahead and change the channel. Game-winning field goal for Chicago, who improves to 4-8. The Vikings fall to 6-6, and some Tolos trying to take solace in this Minnesota loss, saying, "All right, that can help the Cowboys with some playoff positioning a little bit."
A very little bit. The thing that would help you more with playoff positioning is if that fraud Philly team would lose some freaking games. That would help you a little bit. Which, by the way, I would like to point out just from last night.
There we go.
Sean. Yep, here we go.
What did Philadelphia do wrong last night?
Let's talk about it. Okay, in 7 starts now, or 8, because you got to factor in last night too. Justin Fields has 12 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 64% completions, 7.4 yards per attempt. Jalen Hurts has 67% completions, 18 touchdowns, 10 interceptions, 7.5 yards per attempt. And that's in several more games. He's basically been Justin Fields statistically as a passer this year. And everybody's like, yeah, he's the clear MVP. He's the clear MVP.
I'm going to have to dive into those numbers a little bit more because, as usual, I don't trust you.
Look at them.
I know, but
right there. They're sitting right in front of your face.
You're a cherry picker, so I'll have to look into that a little bit more. But I do agree with you on this.
What am I cherry picking? Touchdowns and interceptions and yards? Those are his stats.
You keep Philadelphia 5 in your power rankings, so you get disqualified. Yesterday, you couldn't name
I'm going to drop him after that performance against Buffalo.
It took you 14 minutes to name the head coach fired yesterday when it was Frank Reich. This whole clear runaway Jalen Hurts MVP, I am confused by that.
Why is that?
We need to do a little more deep dive on the MVP because it does not feel like to me it's clearly Jalen Hurts.
I think it only comes down to people going, well, Philly clearly has the best record in football and he's their quarterback. So who else would it be? Because right now there's no blinking light. Honestly, here's the thing. I know everybody, including Jimmy in Plano or whatever the hell his name is. Everybody is
guy called you out.
Yeah, whatever he is, and then hung up like a P word. Here's the thing: is that when you look at
you ruined the morning show,
and you watch the little window sounds there, Peyton.
Way to get the insulting clean. Go back to binging the morning show.
The thing to me, it's when you look at you're crushing it this morning, Peyton. Already had the clip ready, the field goal, everything. When you look at, I don't even remember what my point was. Now I've lost it. I feel like choppy now.
By the way, Jalen Hurts is 6th in QBR. Justin Fields is 23rd.
Oh, that's what my point was, is that as much as everybody wants to, the Dak haters want to roll their eyes at it, if Dak continues to play the way he's playing and they get through this stretch and they're 4-1 or something like that, he is a more legitimate MVP candidate than what Hurts has done to this point, to me. I don't think that's bias. I think that's just flat out he will have played better football.
Let's go around the room then, and more importantly, the truckwreck.com text line on who the NFL MVP feels like right now. You have to submit your vote. You're Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. You're selling $2 Christmas books for some reason. Who is the NFL MVP? Pepe, you're a big fantasy player and loser participant. Who's your vote?
I would still lean Jalen Hurts right now. It's not a clear favorite. It's not a clear favorite whatsoever. It's Jalen Hurts 1, Dak 2.
Why is it Hurts?
Because he had 5 total touchdowns in the win over the Bills.
That's
because he gets total touchdowns.
That does that does matter, okay? You can't dismiss 5 touchdowns like you also dismissed his Super Bowl performance, which was an all-time one.
He is 12th in passer rating. He is 1 spot ahead of Justin Fields.
And the QBR discrepancy means nothing?
And the QBR, the guys ahead of him are guys like Mahomes and Dak and typical, why would those guys not be the MVP? Purdy, why wouldn't Purdy be up there?
So who's your MVP vote?
Probably Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
Honestly, because it's there's nobody that, if Dak keeps playing the way he is, then he's up there. If Purdy continues to play well, Purdy needs to be back in the discussion. Purdy, it's odd to me how quickly Purdy went from favorite the first 6-7 weeks to he's just dropped out of the conversation.
Well, he missed some games.
But I mean, he's number 1 in passer rate, or he had a couple bad games, but he's number 1 in passer rate, and he's number 1 in average yards. He's number 1 in QBR. I don't know why he's just completely fallen off the face of the earth.
Mine would be Tyreek. I've said that steady now for about a month. And I'm trying to get it to a non-MVP anyway. Truckwreck.com text line is voting for who?
682 says Christian McCaffrey, Dak, then Jalen. 817 says Duron Bland MVP if he gets 3 more pick sixes. 817 Dak MVP. We got another one. 469 here says Hurts.
Choppy hasn't texted it with Mahomes.
There's a 214 with Mahomes, but Choppy isn't 214, I don't think. 214 Purdy, so a couple different ones. Yeah, he doesn't, unless it's Sarah from his laptop during segments.
Mahomes is 4th in QBR, by the way, with a 70. 21 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. But I'm leaning Tyreek for right now.
Where would Hurts rank for you? Because he's not been as good as he was last year.
I know, but last year was an incredible season. And again, everything is watered down. I'd probably have in my top 5.
But it's mainly because it's he's the best player or he's the quarterback of the best team or whatever. It's not, if just in a vacuum, if you say who's played in an MVP level, he would not be one of the 5 to you, would he?
But
you think he's been one of the 5 best players?
But I wouldn't feel like Pat Mahomes is either. I'm just not trying to go off a name. Sam Howell leads the league in yards. It's not him. C.J. Stroud still in that discussion. Josh Allen is 3rd. Tua is 4th. Jared Goff is 5th. I got to look at McCaffrey's numbers a little bit more as he leads the league in rushing by, almost 150 yards. And then the touchdown. I would have McCaffrey probably over Jalen Hurts up there. And then you got to look at the rush numbers as well, of course. All right, we're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did we finally get an answer on Luka Doncic? Is the hand broken for tonight? And we finally got a move in Major League Baseball. Does it impact the Rangers and their staff whatsoever? It's a Tolo Tuesday. We have Mike McCarthy live at 6:30, Jerry Jones live at 8:30, and a Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway in the 7 o'clock expressway. A monster show coming your way. Glad you're waking up with us to start it off on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation. Join us for a Tuesday.
It sounds like Luka Doncic is a go for tonight against the Armpit. This is Sean and Bobby. RJ Choppy out for a few more days. Glad you're waking up with us on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Inside the Star at 6 o'clock. Little college football at 6:20. Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. We're going to have a Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway during the 7 o'clock Expressway, and Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Basically, no reason for you to go anywhere else here than 105.3 The Fan. So Luka got the green light to play, Bobby, after testing on his injured left thumb. So the audio confusion over whether the x-ray was broken, not broken, has apparently been cleared up a little bit. Jason Kidd said that the MRI showed a low-grade sprain. Easier to pick out the NBA MVP so far than the NFL MVP. Luka's averaging 38 boards and 8 assists in 16 games. He's having a monster year.
Playing efficiently, but he's still Luka Drama-itch. Is that what we're going to call him? Drama-itch? I don't know.
I like to combine Micah and him, so Micah Doncic.
Just in general as a catch-all for both of them, that's probably pretty fair because the way he talked about it, even before it was, we're trying to figure out what did the x-ray exactly say or what was he trying to say, he did make it sound like he's like, boy, not good. This is, it's pretty bad. The x-ray, I don't think it's broken, but it's pretty bad. And then, Kid comes in and goes, yeah, it's actually a low-grade sprain. It's about as low as you can get on his thumb. And so
dramatic.
Now, look, I get, when you're shooting a basketball, something wrong with your thumb, having to dribble it, that makes things difficult. I get it. I've jammed my thumb before, sprained it. It hurts. I get it. I'm not saying anything other than it hurts, so I don't want to just treat it like it's like nothing, but it does feel a little dramatic every time.
Let me say it in terms that you will be able to understand.
Oh, thank you.
Luka and Micah are the Bobby and RJ of the Metroplex when it comes to athletes playing or participating.
I agree.
Whining, dramatic, unnecessarily building things up,
MVP level play,
and then just eventually going to go ahead and show up. Not necessarily get it done. That's where the comparison ends in terms of their production, but the build up, the drama, the hypochondriac. Oh,
one of these days, and here's what I always tell people: one of these days, I will be right. Like my assumptions about dying or whatever else.
It's
will
just like
be
your
right.
Eagles take. Like you're building it up for Philadelphia to lose to eventually say that you're right, and you're building this all up for like a cancer bout with that.
Just something, just like for instance, you guys said there was nothing wrong with my back. I of course go to the great doctors at Chronic Pain Relief, and they tell me, yeah, something is wrong with your back. In fact, you have fractures. You're walking around in a state that most people would be bedridden in, but you power through it, and that's impressive. And those were their exact words. And so I think that's at least I'm not gonna have the Luka Doncic, well, it's pretty bad. It's no, you know what? I came to play. I came to show up.
Mavs Rockets tonight. Stars take on the Jets at 7 o'clock.
Is Aaron Rodgers gonna be back?
That's a good matchup. You got 12-5 versus 12-6 as the Stars are going to be in Winnipeg. We finally got a baseball move. Holy crap. When are they going to start this? NBA, National Football League, we know the moves, 3 days before the actual start of the period. Sonny Gray goes to the St. Louis Cardinals. It's a 3-year, $75 million deal. Yet another contract to kind of think of when it comes to Jordan Montgomery and some of these other pitchers and what the market is going to be. $25 a year for Sonny Gray after Aaron Nola got like 24, 25 in that range with Philadelphia.
Yeah, and that's probably roughly what you're looking at for Jordan Montgomery. And to me, I'm comfortable. My whole thing here is I'm comfortable paying that for Jordan Montgomery as long as it's not going to impede their spending. Like when we talk about, well, do you really want to pay that? Well, tell me the answer of does that change their spending habits? Do they say, well, that caps us? Or are they saying, look, we're willing to spend a lot of money here, so if that's what it takes to get them done, we'll do that, and then we'll still go spend on Ohtani or whoever. As long as they're willing to do that, I don't mind paying that for Montgomery. If it impacts the way they want to spend and how competitive they are with other players, that's where it becomes a thing where you're probably asking the Jalen Brunson question. Yeah, he was a good contributor, but do you want to go to that level? Do you want to spend that much money? That's what you end up having to ask yourself.
That's going to be one of my all-time wrong. Man, I know Jalen Brunson is saving my tweet that I sent to him for freezing cold takes, and I was like, yeah, enjoy New York and never make an all-star team.
B.
That's going to happen. I didn't say B. That
But it had that tone behind it.
Yeah, that is going to happen as Jalen Brunson would have been worth the money here in DFW. Should we have considered throwing some of this cash at Sonny Gray? I feel like I can never keep track of what Sonny Gray is. I'm like, okay, is Sonny Gray good or is he done? Is he fantastic or is he not that good? Career ERA of 3.47. Last 2 years, he's been outstanding with a 2.79 and a 3.08. When Sonny Gray's had a very, very nice career. He is 34 years old.
Yeah, and I mean, he led the AL in FIP last year, which is field and independent pitching. It basically is a metric that says this is how good you were outside of whatever your defense gives up. Everything you were in control of, here's how good you were, and he was tops in Major League Baseball. And for his career, his FIP is right there with his ERA, and so he is essentially a 3.5 ERA type of guy. That's the way he pitches. So he's been a good pitcher for several years now. Minnesota, they got a couple really good years out of him here. They had traded away one of their top prospects for him. They get 2 good years of pitching out of him. Him signing away, they're going to get a first-round pick now as a compensation pick, and so that turns out to be a big win for them in terms of what they got in return for him. But man, he was really impressive last year. I always like guys who are obviously low home run players, get enough strikeouts, show they pitch with control, and that's what Sonny Gray's been for a few years now.
Peyton Russell, who is the undisputed queen of OnlyFans, who is
Lizzo.
taking home the title.
Oh,
Not
the
Lizzo.
undisputed queen. Is it Corinna Kopef?
Gesundheit? What? No,
Corinna? You don't know Corinna?
No, but
No.
who is that?
Oh, she hangs out with David Dobrik a lot. You should look her up. Oh, you don't know David Dobrik?
He's just, I have no idea what he's talking about right now. This makes me feel really old.
Yeah.
Because I have no clue what he's saying.
Who is that?
Oh, David Dobrik?
Yeah.
Oh,
David-
he's like
you can say that, but not unprecedented. Holy crap!
Unprecedented. That sounds like
he's a big time
sneeze.
YouTuber, just a YouTuber guy, but I mean millions and millions of subscribers.
Okay. Now this is she is in the music business.
Oh, I know the answer.
She has a Z in her name.
Some would
Is
say
it
she's the
Lizzo?
realist.
It's not Lizzo.
Iggy Azalea
Oh.
is the undisputed queen of. How are these people raking in $50 million a year? $48 million for Iggy. And what stuff is she doing on there to have people subscribe? Cardi B brought in 45. You also had Amber Rose, 26 million. Chris Brown, 15 million. DJ Khaled and Fat Joe, $4 million in the past year on OnlyFans.
DJ Khaled's on OnlyFans doing what? Like, I understand that whole thing is supposed to be about, like, well, it's not just sex work, it's other things too. But I mean, I thought that's all anybody uses it for. Isn't it? Have you subbed anybody?
Oh, now he doesn't know.
Yeah, now all of a sudden
What?
he's
He's got a girlfriend, so now he has no idea.
OnlyFans. I have no
pull
idea.
it up. How much is a sub to Iggy? Because I'll just Venmo you the money and you can tell
that
us
make
what
it better?
You can just tell us what's on there.
I just want to know, like, what is Iggy? Someone will text us. What is Iggy doing on there to generate that type of income? That's crazy. $50 million in a year beats out Cardi B. I mean, that is impressive, but we'll have to educate.
Didn't Bella Thorne like get crushed for when she signed up and then she was like not posting anything other than bikini pics and everybody was like furious at her? She like broke some record for OnlyFans signups and then she didn't even like show you anything.
$25 a month.
Okay,
for
hold on.
Iggy.
I'll send it to
Don't
Peyton.
25.
I'm gonna
throw
I'm
away
gonna
money. He doesn't need to be looking at that anyway.
No, he's
You
not gonna
at it.
look at it. He's
No.
gonna sub it and then he's gonna show Chicoline and then Chicoline will tell us.
Down the hall with LeGrande. Okay, Micah Parsons on not getting calls. The Cowboys with dad advice for Dak Prescott. And we start getting you ready for the Seahawks with Mike McCarthy live in the 6 a.m. club. That's next with Inside the Star with Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike McCarthy is coming up live, a special Tuesday appearance at 6:30 here on Sean and Bobby. Chop you out for a few more days. We have a Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway for Thursday Night Football coming up in the 7 o'clock Expressway, and then Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Bobby is our Cowboys insider. Went to practice yesterday, Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. What do we need to know?
Well, the good news is it appears you're going to get J-Ron Curse back. The question, though, is are you going to get the good version of J-Ron Curse back? Because this year he's not been very good, and they need him to be better because safety play has been one of the things that's been a real detriment to the Cowboys. But Curse, who was dealing with the back issue last week, missed the game and was questionable. It was questionable what kind of participation he'd have this week. It does look like he's on track to play after Mike McCarthy yesterday told reporters that he should be back. He's got a good chance to play. As he always likes to tell everybody, he goes, he's got a good chance to potentially be available. It's very vague the way he moves it around. But J-Ron Curse should be available in this game, and that gets the Cowboys closer and closer to a healthy state that they need to be in.
Do we have a set day for the Shaq Leonard visit?
That was supposed to be today, and so we'll see if they actually get that. It was yesterday, but he's supposed to make a decision today because there's a lot of talk about Philadelphia really kind of churning things up, trying to be more active in that space. I feel good about Dallas's prospects of getting Shaq Leonard. It sounds like that he's got a really good relationship with Stephon Gilmore. He's got a good relationship with Malik Hooker. Gus Bradley, who had been the defensive coordinator in Indianapolis, had worked with Shaq Leonard, has given glowing reports to Stephon Gilmore in the past and other guys that, hey, Dan Quinn that's what it comes down to for Sean.
Oh, that sounds
He's
good.
The Johnny Manziel sign.
All these connections, but is Steven gonna pony up? Nick Eatman yesterday was saying this would have to make sense for more than just this year. I didn't love hearing that.
That was the Odell Beckham line, too. And that's the biggest thing that I want to make sure. And that's something we can ask Jerry. We can ask Mike. I guess Mike's probably not as good to ask as Jerry would be about this specific thing. But the idea of why is it different from the Odell Beckham thing? Other than just the immediate availability, why does it have to be past this year? Because that's the line they gave us about Odell. No, it'd have to make sense. It'd have to be something more than just this year. We'd have to get more out of this instead of just looking at it as, well, you need a gun for hire, essentially. The idea is that you can do something about it right now. You can do something about changing your team right now. It gives you a unique ability to do that. And so Shaq Leonard would absolutely be an impact player for you this year. How much sense does it make if you're just looking ahead to next year? Because if you're looking ahead to next year, you can more effectively kind of tweak your linebacker core, get what you want out of that group, and you're not just left at the mercy of who's available right now. That's the unique value in Shaq Leonard, is he is available right now in essentially a desert. There's nobody else out there that you can get that's going to be as good as him. When the free agency market rolls around next year, you've got plenty of opportunities to fix your linebacker core.
2 holding calls in 11 games for Micah Parsons. It's something the internet gets very upset about every single game. And yesterday, number 11 was asked about it. He said, it's frustrating. I kind of wish people saw it the way I do. I kind of tell the ref, if you just look at me the whole time, you don't even have to look anywhere else. It's right there in front of you. Arden Durr, the D-line coach, brings me to the side and says, you got to remember, you're Micah effing Parsons. This S is going to happen. You just got to keep going. F all the other stuff. That's kind of why I've been getting these late game sacks. I just keep going to keep playing. And then on trying to sell to get the right call, quote, I'm not into the flopping business. Micah, 2 holding calls in 11 games.
He's been pretty frustrated the last couple weeks after the games. He had the one game where he left the locker early. And then this past week, he talked for maybe a minute.
He was frustrated after Thanksgiving?
Yeah, he seemed like it. He talked for maybe a minute and then he took off. It may just be that we see this all the time.
He's like the new Joel Embiid. All he cares about really is getting his award versus the team. Moving on to the championship round.
We see this a lot with guys that when they first get in, Micah was the most dynamic, chattiest guy on the team his rookie year. Then slowly over time, you get a little more I'm less and less interested in talking to you guys.
It's like guys in radio, Wolchuk and Eric were all gung-ho and all excited, and now it's like, where are my commercials? Where's my cousin's barbecue?
Yeah, where's my endorsement? Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, Peyton was the same way. Peyton came into this business really excited, said some questionable things on the air, and it killed his joy after that. And so it makes sense. But Micah slowly, I think, has just gotten worn down. Like, you see him take more and more shots on Twitter at just media in general. The catch-all, well, the media does this, or, I see how the media is. Dez was like that. Dez used to love to talk. Dez slowly over time decided he wasn't a big fan of the media. We've all waited around, honestly, for when's the day going to come that Tyler Smith would be that way. Not like surly, but Tyler Smith is overly generous with his time in the locker room.
Yeah.
And we've all felt like, all right, that'll change at some point. CD started to turn a little that way. Not bad. CD's always made himself
Mike
available.
Leslie.
CD,
Thanks, Mike.
CD's always made himself available, but you can tell a little bit he's a little more guarded. He's become increasingly guarded.
And Micah was one of the 5 highest graded players on defense per PFF. Odigizua, Micah, Wanye Thomas keeps showing up in my timeline. Dorrance Armstrong and Deron Bland.
I don't know why Wanye Thomas can't consistently get on the field. It's always only in the event of an injury do they give him work, and every time he's out there, he performs, he plays well. He's been really impressive. That's one of the little tweaks I had mentioned last week that I'd like to see them make is, hey, continue to put him out there because he does well whatever you ask him to do. If you put him in the nickel, if you ask him to play safety, if you ask him to play up in the box, Wanye Thomas just makes plays, and he's been a real factor for them every time they've given him opportunity. And so I'd like to see more of him. And going back to what we said at the beginning of the segment, with Curse coming back, he's been a better player than Curse has this year. Curse is one of the emotional leaders. He's been good for them for the last couple of years. This year, he's not been as consistent. This year, he's had a couple games where I think people have felt like, hey, you need to be more locked in. You've checked out on us a little bit. And I think they need to see that return.
Cowboys reached a new season high in shifts and motions against Washington. 76% of their offensive snaps had shifts or motions. Through the first 3 weeks of the season, the Cowboys offense, one of the run heaviest in the league. Since then, they have executed 8 straight pass heavier game plans on early downs after accounting for game situations. A lot of this stuff from John Owning. He tweets out great stuff. But that is the evolution of the offense that Bobby and Choppy were calling for. Yesterday, Stephen Jones on KMC was asked, how much credit does McCarthy get for evolving?
Well, I think a tremendous amount. He's calling the plays. He's a big proponent. If you're going to call it, you got to install it. And he's evolving with this offense. And when we played the 49ers, they're a big motion team, and had a lot of success against us. And you have to look at where how other people are moving the ball, and that's just part of the NFL. It's a copycat league. You look at some things that other teams do and have success with, and you see where it might be easy to incorporate into what you're doing. And, like you mentioned, the motion, then, if that's something that as you really start to scout and see that it gives not only other teams, but even our defense challenges, then you certainly want to look at it.
Bobby, Mike McCarthy, live at 6:30.
Thanks for the reminder before I weigh in here. Here's what's interesting.
Man, the motion just came into the league, and this San Fran game.
What is that?
Holy crap. This San Fran game taught us so many lessons. Like the 49ers and other teams have not been doing this stuff. And then, man, we had this awakening in 2023 over shifts and motions. And, hey, let's maybe do what they're doing a little bit.
Yeah, it's like we come out of that San Francisco game and go, hey, they do this? You can motion, guys? It's not like we saw our own offense do it last year with the play calling. It's like I was talking about in crosstalk yesterday.
That was a fascinating discussion.
If you have a certain way that you're doing things and someone moves away from it and then they have to go back,
do you get
how
credit?
much credit do you get for like going back to what you were supposed to? I definitely get the idea of like, hey, a lack of stubbornness, a willingness to listen and change and recognize, and sure, that's all that. But I don't think that outweighs, but you wasted time in between. We knew this going into, that was one of the things we talked about at training camp. When we were on the morning show, we sit out there, we talk about what we saw at practice. One of the things we said was, I don't think we're going to see a lot of motion. When Mike McCarthy sat down with us, it sounded like we weren't going to see a lot of motion. And so that was not a surprise when we entered the first couple weeks and that occurred. It's okay. Let's go back to some of what we're doing last year. And it felt like a little bit of wasted time.
Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. Bobby, college football kegger. Is Dion losing more players? Why is Paul Feinbaum fighting with Ric Flair? And John Gruden is a sleeper candidate to return to this college job. Little college football kegger, then Coach McCarthy next on The Fan. But first, let me go ahead and get you set up with Diamonds Direct, the
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Takes the ball, fakes a handoff, back to pass. Late blitz comes, throws near side, pass is caught by Isaiah Rex. Fumbles a football, the Cowboys have recovered. Is it a fumble or is he down? It's a fumble! The Cowboys have recovered. Is that it? It is! We're going to Arlington! We're going to Arlington! We're going to Arlington! The Cowboys recover a fumble! Trey Rucker did it! We're going to Arlington!
Pokes Radio with the call. So was that the new intro?
Yeah.
All right. Let me just hear the new intro on its own for the college football kegger pay with Mike McCarthy coming up live at 6:30. Let's hear it.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
And then you get the NCAA football 2008 music on it.
Okay.
Well done, Bobby. That was well done.
It's better than whatever Carter was reading. Welcome to RJ Choppy's College Kegger, college fans.
Yeah, it's better than what we've had. Better than what we've had. Should we go back to the Troy Hughes one? I don't know.
I love incorporating the classic college football wail. I think we should, with a new open, still include the college football wail within the imaging.
What do you mean the wail?
Like his wailing, like college football.
Okay. And you just didn't want to submit an intro? Producer?
No, Bobby told me to stop, so I listen. I listen on the morning show.
Never
so
started. You didn't listen to me when I asked you to come up with one.
Well, I did, the Carter one, but
and you did the
failed. It failed.
Welcome to college football kegger.
You did two that were really bad. So
Pull yours up. Let's go ahead and grab yours.
Let's
get
the
Carter one.
Yeah. Compare it.
We'll get Carter. We'll get Troy's. Did you make one that I'm just forgetting about?
I mean, the other one was because, the thing with Troy's was he just said college football, and so the first one I did was it's college football, baby, because you like it's Dallas Stars, baby. So I thought that was short to the point, and then college. So
and the easiest to do. Do you have? So get yours, get Carter's, and then we'll line them up against Bobby's.
Get yours up. I'll get mine up. We'll compare.
We'll get it up.
Mike McCarthy live at 6:30. The Duke Blue Devils are not happy with the A&M Aggies' new coach, as Mike Elko apparently slipped out of the facility onto the plane in the middle of the night, landing at College Station after he was continuing to tell players and parents there was still a decision to be made, and the Dukies are not attending, or were not supposed to attend, the final Zoom meeting for Mike Elko to tell them that he was rolling on out to a new job. Is any of this ever avoidable, Bobby? Isn't this just like a player not being told that they're being traded or dealt before it gets leaked out and everything gets finalized?
It's just the way that it is.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is that, but I also understand, guys, if they felt like the reverse of that is you're also dealing with, at the end of the day, you are dealing with kids, essentially, who were made promises, were told certain things. They were, told. It's the same as whenever somebody makes you a promise in a relationship, I'll love you forever and everything. And then it goes sideways and then you're hurt. And that's what it is with these players. These players felt like, they bought into whatever he told them in those living rooms, whatever he told the parents in those living rooms, those pitches, they bought into it and believed in it. And every coach is going to tell you yeah, I'm going to be here for forever. So then when it doesn't go that way, yeah, you get some hurt feelings. So I also understand the player perspective. Well, I don't even want to hear what you have to say, but it is the reality of
you have to lie.
Yeah, and he's going back to A&M. That's where he was for 3 years. He made, there are players still there that he made relationships with. A&M is a better head coaching job than Duke, guys. I'm sorry. That's just the case. And so you can be upset by that, but you also have to understand it. Now, I also think there's a way to go about it. So if he misled them at all in the last 48 hours, or there are things we just don't have great.
Tell me what you would say. I'm going to be the recruit. I'm going to be the parent of the recruit. Hey, we're hearing these rumors. We're thinking about going into the portal. Are you staying or not?
I would tell him basically, I'm not going to deny that there's going to be conversations had. I don't know what I'm going to do at this point, but I mean, that's a possibility.
Yeah.
I think you can just say that. And maybe he did say that. And if he said that, then they have no right to be angry.
So there's Coach Elko, your new leader of the A&M Aggies. Odds coming in from Vegas. Bet Online sending me the latest numbers. Odds to win. And remember, the Bobby Payton bet with the CFP rankings that are coming out tonight.
Lunch. No, it wasn't money. It was lunch.
Yeah, just a $40 lunch.
This is Ohio State, Bama?
Yeah, that he thinks Bama's going to be ahead of Ohio State, which is not completely impossible. I don't think that's going to happen.
All right, who is the favorite to win the NCAA championship this year, according to Vegas?
Georgia.
Incorrect.
Michigan.
It is. Good job, Bobby.
Nailed it. Ring me
Michigan.
up.
Michigan, then Georgia, then who?
Washington.
I'll go with Oregon.
It is Oregon. Pepe.
Oregon's going to lose this week, so I don't know what's
They're like 9.5-point favorites.
They're going to lose.
Surprised me.
I don't care. Bo Nix is a fake Heisman candidate. It's silly.
Who's after Oregon to win it all?
Florida State.
I'm going to go with Washington.
Both incorrect.
Oh, I mean, this is Vegas, so what? They're going to tell us Bama or something stupid?
Bama
Oh, my God.
is 8-1, the fourth highest odds. Actually, Bama is tied with y'all's Texas Longhorns, also at 8-1. Then Washington, then Florida State at 25-1. You're holding your head like you have a migraine.
So irritated. You've seen this Alabama team. This Bama team does not belong
Florida
anywhere
State's
near
not,
the CFP.
Alabama would beat Florida State today. So get Florida State out of here. Is Alabama playing? If it was Alabama, Texas tomorrow on a neutral field, who would you pick?
Texas.
Okay.
The only reason why Alabama's still up there is because if they beat Georgia, like that's then all of a sudden they're going to become the overwhelming favorite. So it's just hedging, it's guarding against that, is the fact that they still have a chance to kind of control their own destiny.
Heisman favorite.
Bo Nix.
You are correct. Bo Nix 1-2, then Jaden Daniels, then Penix, then Carson Beck, then Marvin Harrison Jr.
This is it's the same thing as the MVP question in the NFL right now. There's not a great blinking light candidate. Bo Nix is underwhelming to me. Like as a Heisman winner.
I thought it was going to be Penix
for a while.
And then you have Jaden Daniels putting up stupid numbers. All right, you got the college football intros. Let's see what the totals have to say at 877-881-1053. Which one are we going with first?
We're going to go with my OG one, the very first one that just got a bunch of head shakes, basically.
It's college football, baby.
Gosh.
Short to the point,
Okay.
very, very Peyton-like.
Didn't even change the elements of the
Very
Troy
Peyton-like,
one.
very lazy.
Very lazy. Okay, that's Peyton. Who's next?
Then we have the Carter one that was denied not once but twice.
Did you forget to study up on Saturday's action? Well, it's time for a cram session, baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
Nope.
No.
Nope. All right, okay. You got Troy's original?
We got Troy's OG right here.
All right.
College football!
Okay.
Pretty great.
And then the brand new
Bobby's one.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, I wish it was like a tiny bit longer, but
I can put more stuff in there.
I'll go either Bobby or Troy. I'll slightly lean towards
either way. It's
Bobby.
Neither one of yours. Yours are awful. I just want to get that on the table.
877.
The payload one is pretty good.
The payload
because it's yours and you cared.
That's right.
Payload one is fantastic. Did you make that?
The payload one? Yeah.
Okay.
That was on me.
Yeah.
So I can, but you fail some, you succeed some, it happens.
All right, let us know, Tolos, which one, whether it's Bobby or Troy's. What are they saying?
970. Texas will beat Bama. Said no one ever. They literally did it 2 months ago, but okay.
That's not the text I was looking for.
That's what I got.
You just cherry.
I like Bobby's from the 903-682. I like Bobby's. 214 Bobby's with a Troy whale at the end. 903 Carter's is cringy. So those are some of the opinions we're getting on the Truck.com fan text. 214 go back to Troy's. Bobby's is worse than Pepe's.
Oh.
All right. Are we seeing finally the Tony Pollard emerge that we were looking for last year? What's up with no Micah penalties? And what is his new father advice for Dak Prescott, the head coach of America's team? Mike McCarthy, first whale of the show, next on 105.3 The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up. Have you answered the questions? Are you ready? 4 months from now, you have that new job. You have that brand new. It is now time for the Mike McCarthy Show special Tolo Tuesday appearance with Jerry Jones at 8:30 this morning. And Coach is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Sean and Bobby with RJ Choppy going on his 6th or 7th straight day of vacation. Yeah.
Must be nice.
Must be nice. Really involved on the home of the Cowboys. RJ Choppy, my co-host of 12 years, as we bring in Coach McCarthy. Coach, good morning. How are you?
Oh, doing well, man. Did you guys have a nice Thanksgiving?
We did. Did you?
Yes, absolutely. No, absolutely.
Did you think about taking a bite of that turkey leg on the sideline with Dak?
It was offered, but no, I was saving mine for the evening meal.
Okay, so you're an after the game Thanksgiving guy. You're not somebody who does like the Friday when you're working the game or like the Wednesday. You just choose to do a late Thanksgiving dinner after a game.
Actually, we did it as a family on Friday. So, but yes, I think just like anything, it's it's a great day to be part of the tradition of the Thanksgiving game. But I think the biggest part is Thanksgiving is about family, and obviously having the time together is really the focus.
Top Thanksgiving side for you is what?
Excuse me?
The top side dish at Thanksgiving is what?
The stuffing. I just think it just tastes different on Thanksgiving. It's just
that's the only time we have it the whole year.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's probably why.
Coach, do the days kind of get crossed and confused for you with like this yearly Cowboys schedule with the way this happens? Are you finding yourself be like, what day is it again? Or you got it down pat now?
No, definitely. Because today's a Friday, and that's why I'm on with you. We love people, but obviously it's a Tuesday in the real world. So yeah, it's this 2 or 3 week stretch is I won't miss it once we get off it. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge.
Coach, you mentioned there about how the Thanksgiving holiday, so much about family and everything else. Deron Bland, I know he talked about how special it was for him to be able to have his family there when he was able to break that record with the pick six. And we've heard so many stories about like just the character of Deron Bland and the good person that he is. What stood out to you when you guys got a chance to have him on the pre-draft visit, during the pre-draft process? What stood out to you about his character and his makeup?
Oh, I think the biggest thing is, when you have time with the young men on the visit is how they interact and, their people skills and just, get a feel for them personality-wise. I mean, also there's a football component to it where you spend time, in an office setting talking football to see where these guys are, but just how they fit in. He's just a very, very humble, confident young man, and he's been like that since day one.
What is it that makes him so adept at just making the jump on those things and making a jump on reading the ball? Is that something that generally cornerbacks have that gamble within them? They see the ball, they see the quarterback getting ready to deliver it, they make that jump, or is that just a unique trait of his, that ability to read the quarterback and get a jump on it?
Well, I mean, it's definitely a trait, of a defensive back, but in the game of football, without a doubt. I mean, his instincts and awareness I would definitely say is high, especially for where he is in his career. But he has exceptional ball skills to go with it, and that's a big part of it. And then, as we found out, he also has an incredible ability to get to the end zone. So, but yeah, it's just a very instinctive, talented young man.
Mike McCarthy here on 105.3 The Fan. Coach, in years past, we've talked about things changing, styles changing with December football. Do you feel like that's going to happen again for you guys this year, especially considering the great way that you guys have been playing, especially on offense? Are things going to change with the weather here over this final regular season month?
What change are you what specifically you asking? What do you mean by change?
Oh, December football, weather, colder elements. You guys have been, having more success with the passing game. Are things going to change like you've talked about in years past, just in terms of the style for the league and playoff football?
Oh, I think, big part of it is where do you play? Obviously we're indoors, but, we do have some, away games outdoors coming up. But, we've had some weather here that's, dipped down into the 40s and of late. And we're outside every single day unless we absolutely have to come in. That's our practice mode of operation. So But yes, I think it's critical to be outside handling the football because it's obviously it's different, and when you go to these different stadiums and everything's a little different. The backdrop of the stadium and the weather and so forth. But yes, it's definitely part of December football, which put that with the urgency of everybody. This thing's going to come down to the end here in the next 6 weeks. So the urgency there is obviously heightened.
You coached at a place that had this magical home field mystique with Lambeau, grew up around the Steelers and that crowd. We hear about Arrowhead, Seattle back in the day, but your home numbers in Arlington are insane. It's crazy. What is it, 40 points or half a?
Yeah, over Dak's last 25 starts at home, they've put up 40 points 13 times, so over half of them.
Coach, talk about the home field advantage and what is just making you guys so invincible playing at AT&T.
Well, I mean, your home games are so important. I mean, that's always been the formula for success as far as being a, consistent playoff team. History will reflect that, and obviously learned that in my first, opportunity with the Kansas City Chiefs and Arrowhead. So, we always felt that played a big part of our success at home, and I think we've definitely established that here in Dallas. I mean, our fans are incredible on game day, and you're seeing it more and more too. I mean, when that ball drops onto the tee for the first kick, our crowd is into it, and our players love that. So, and then you got all the other, mechanics and preparation lead ups of being at home. And I think that's all plays into it. It's important. I think it's the neurological, clocks are better, more in order, and they sleep in their own beds. I think all those things play into it too. But there's no place like playing at AT&T, and it's just our crowd's been incredible.
Coach, you mentioned in recent weeks that Terrence Steele, after he had some struggles, that, hey, look, he's coming off of an injury. This is the reality of trying to work your way back. It really feels like he's come on the last couple of weeks and had some good performances. Do you think this is just him kind of finally hitting his stride health-wise and returning back to where he was last year?
Yes, definitely. I think physically he feels better than he did earlier, and that's important. But there's a lot of football in front of us, and he knows that, and we know it. But I think just the continuity that you're seeing, with him and Zach, and is that's only going to always improve, over time. And those guys didn't have many reps here in training camp, so I think it's a combination of all those things, and just very pleased with the way the line has progressed here the last month.
And obviously with the line progressing and playing well and getting a chance to gel together a little bit, that's made things easier for Tony Pollard as well. But Tony Pollard, it looks like we've all been kind of kicking this around. It looks like he's running with almost like a more physical running style these last couple weeks and kind of doling out punishment. Have you noticed any sort of a change in Pollard's approach in the last couple weeks and the way that he's approaching the game?
I really don't. Tony's is clearly one of our most consistent, players, especially in the area of preparation. Tony's the same every day. He's in early, he's in the weight room. He's taking care of his body. With the extra work. So very consistent in the classroom. So this is, to me, is how Tony's always played. I think it's just like anything. It's a long year. Opportunities come, and the consistency and efficiency that we're playing on offense is different today than it was 6-7 weeks ago. So I find Tony is a very, very consistent player, and I know that it doesn't always show up, and may not show up in the numbers, but that's not the reality of it.
One of the things that was discussed early on in Tony's career was people talked about, well, I mean, can you count on him to be in there and blitz pickup? And it seems like something that he's really worked on over the last few years, and now he's really good at it. And just the physicality that he plays with when he's back there, doing blitz pickup and in pass pro. What do you think about the way that he's evolved in that area in pass protection?
Well, I think he's taken a big step, and I think it's like anything. It's just, when you challenge your players to do more from a mental responsibility, which also increases your, the technique and the fundamentals that you have to play with. So then, with that comes more work and more emphasis, and the whole running back room has responded, in a great way. I'm very, very pleased with it, and he's the leader in that room, and it starts with him. But I think that the blitz pickup and the third down protection part of it, we've been significantly better in the past 4 or 5 weeks, and our backs are a big part of that.
Mike McCarthy here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. So, Coach, we're all kind of saying, all right, here's the crucial stretch. Here's the gauntlet of games after you guys have blown out some of the lesser teams in the league. But not every good team blows these other teams out. So we're trying to figure out who the Cowboys are. What is your – because you know how tough it is, and Jerry's going to tell us at 8:30 how tough it is to win every single week. What is your answer to that or evaluation of your own team after handling – business in a very convincing way against some of the lesser teams before you go on this stretch here?
Well, I think it just shows you a level of consistency. We're all trying to win each and every week, and it is very difficult. And it's not cliche at all. Yeah. Because winning in this league is tremendously hard week in and week out because there's so many variables that change throughout the season, especially in the 7-day swing, and especially in the swing that we're on. So, and that's the reality of it. But I just think, we've been consistently been able to show up each week and play at a fairly high level. And I think that's lined up well for us in these past games. And we've had some big wins that have had a lot of production. But, the reality of it is, our schedule speaks for itself. And I love it because you have to play bullseye football because every one of these games, as we know, is important, but they're against excellent opponents, and this is a great stretch for us to get to where we want to get to. But more importantly, to be playing with the, with the level of football, particularly in situational football. I think these next weeks are going to really challenge us there, and I'm excited about it.
Coach, we've kind of viewed Seattle as a little bit of a surprise. I thought they were going to go through much more of a rebuild after Russell Wilson, and then Geno Smith came in and had obviously the fantastic season last year. They've slipped up a little bit as of late, losing 3 of their last 4, but they seem like a nuisance. They seem like a surprising challenge. What have you seen in Seattle?
Very good football team. It's a talented football team. They have young talent, so I definitely look at them as a team on the upswing. As far as how they're playing, I think they're definitely dangerous because of the results in their games the last month. So we're looking at this as, this is going to be a barn burner. This is going to be a hell of a football game Thursday night.
Coach, there was the big buzzword, it felt like, whenever we talked to any of the offensive players during training camp, was they were using the line communication was a big thing, specifically in the passing game. That, we need the communication between everybody on offense to be better. Dak and the receivers, communication's got to be tighter. How do you feel like that's come along? It feels like we're not seeing that as much of a talking point of, hey, this communication's been a struggle. It looks like that time on task has really paid off.
Oh, I agree. I think it's an excellent observation on your part because, it was such a huge focus, starting with the players back in April. And it's nice to see the time on task and everything, come into play here because it was definitely needed. So I think our offensive guys have taken a big jump in that area.
Coach, what is your evaluation of the player that Shaq Leonard is today?
Well, good football player. Actually excited to, meet with him and see where this goes. But no, he's, I think just like everything in this league, you got to, evaluate the medical part of it, and but just have tremendous respect for him, for what he's done. But this is part of the business part of this league, and when you have opportunities like this, you definitely have to look into it.
Are you guys meeting today?
Hey, I'm looking forward to meeting the young man.
All right. Did you have any new father advice for Dak?
Oh yeah, no, definitely. We talk about dads and daughters quite frankly. So yeah, it'll be consistent and constant advice because I'm fortunate to having 3 daughters. I can definitely help pave the way for them a little bit.
Now I'm surprised, Coach, by the amount of friends that I have that got out of changing diapers. I was a 50-50 guy. Were you a 50-50 guy, or you didn't change double-digit diapers in your young fatherhood career?
You mean 50-50 as splitting it with your wife?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, absolutely. No, actually, Dak, it's funny you brought it up. We were talking about changing diapers last night. So, yeah, it's different when it's your child, as I told him. So I think he'll definitely be a 50-50 guy.
Coach, thank you so much. As always, glad you had a great Thanksgiving. Let's have a great Thursday, and then we'll set it up for another holiday. Thank you.
All right, you bet. Take care, man.
He's the head coach of America's team, Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. And he was actually more pleasant than I thought with Bobby's presence in place of Choppy.
He was maybe a little short early, but
No.
we came around, and then I came around. I said, "Hey, great job with the communication, coach," and he went, "Excellent observation." So we're building here.
Yes.
We're building bridges.
Speaking of Cowboy coaches, man, the reviews for, and he didn't want to confirm that they're meeting when they're meeting.
They're meeting today.
They're meeting today.
You could hear
with Shaq Leonard. Man, Jason Garrett not getting. Chris Collinsworth's stock went up with Jason Garrett surprising us. By the way, why the hell is Chris Collinsworth getting a game off? Are you kidding me? These guys work.
He and Choppy are vacationing together.
They work 17 days, 18, 20 games a year if you want to count preseason, postseason playoffs, and you got to take off a Sunday night with that cake cushion job that you have.
I mean, I had to take off the Carolina pregame a couple weeks ago, so I mean. I understand it, Chris.
I think Nance and Romo get this week off because they double dutied on Thanksgiving and then Sunday.
Yo!
I know, they worked twice in 4 days.
Oh my gosh! What a gauntlet! Well, Jason Garrett filled in for Collinsworth, and the Garrett I was looking to see what adjustments Jason was going to make from last year because all the adjustments were supposed to be about Tony Romo. Is Romo going to be less giddy? Is he going to be less cheesy? Is he going to be more prepared? Was Jason Garrett going to do that weird slow-mo stare less? Was he going to have the Bobby's doing on the fan cam? Is he going to? No, it's like it really is like a Chucky doll. Is he going to do the awkward laugh less, where he laughs at everything? Well, no, is the short answer to that. Mike Tirico was trying to do this outro, looking at the LA sunset. And Jason had to step in and make it awkward and weird.
At the 21-yard line by Devin Duvernay. But a hang time, sunset time. The best time out here in Southern California.
Pretty nice.
Was he talking about the sunset, or was he talking about Sailing by Christopher Cross, the music they were playing?
You just got to keep the end of that as a drop, Pepe. Let me just hear the very end without Bobby humming along to the music.
The best time out here in Southern California.
Pretty nice.
What's so funny? Everything he does that weird Jason chuckle with, that weird laugh. Early on, like
Pretty nice.
Early on in the broadcast, Tirico's like, "Welcome to Sunday Night Football." He's like, "What a night! Oh, what a night!"
It's that little at the end.
He has Botox. He had to get Botox in his cheeks to make him smile that permanent all the time. So people were begging for the return of Collinsworth with Jason on Sunday Night Football, and then you had Tony Romo catching strays.
We talked about this the other day, yesterday, as a matter of fact. We talked about how Romo was getting some criticism for different things. Like, it was specifically I was talking about where he had said, well, field goal ties it, and it was a 4-point game, and people were really confused by that. But Romo was getting crushed for his flippancy and his annoying commentary. And this one first, Peyton, number 5. This is where Romo was talking about how the Bills offense attacks things. And he was saying that specifically the way they do things, he said, it's not very sexy. And then he gave some weird commentary about Jim Nance in the process.
It's not sexy like you, Jim, but it's the game.
What's wrong with that? That was funny.
It's a little weird. And people, they were
nothing wrong with
they
that.
were accusing him of I'm just using their words. They were accusing Romo of some horny commentary a little bit later. This is cut 6 where Jim Nance and Tony Romo were awkwardly discussing Dolly Parton's performance.
She's wearing the Cowboys cheerleading outfit. Yeah. You saw that coming, didn't you? You said, I think she's going to go with a little cheerleading outfit tonight. And I was like, wow, it's pretty good.
What do you think we're going to see?
I mean, she looks amazing, right?
You never know what's going to happen
wonderful.
here.
Who doesn't like Dolly Parton?
No, she's absolutely an American treasure. That's for sure.
There was nothing horny about that. He's just being generic. He doesn't know how to be like calm, cool, and just casual.
It wasn't like Peyton's text analysis of the Dolly performance.
I don't remember his text analysis.
Yeah, I do. It's not appropriate.
Hey, I give her props.
You look good.
Listen to that Jason Garrett jumped up an octave.
That's just picking at Romo to pick at him.
Do you think he's been better this year?
He's been less. I don't want to say annoying, but he's dialed down the giddiness. That's all I was looking for. The X's and O's. I hate that the media, RJ included, Brian Billick as well, kind of shamed him out of the predictions. I hate that.
He's missed some of that though this year. Like when I was watching the game on Sunday, he was saying like, "Oh, this will either be a smoke route or a run to the left," and then it was like a run to the right. And he did a couple of those on Sunday during the Bills-Eagles game. That was like, well, that wasn't actually correct.
And
you missed that one.
The legend of Mike McDaniel, my guy in Miami, continued to grow with another announcer, Al Michaels, talking about how Mike McDaniel got his wife on Prime.
Running back.
How he got her on, I can't even say Amazon. He didn't order her. He didn't get her on Prime. This is the Amazon Prime broadcast.
One of the running backs that he coaches is dancing with a girl. And Mike says, listen, you're not dancing with her anymore or you're not playing with his team next year. So the guy said, what can I do? So then McDaniel starts dancing with her. That's the beginning of the story. 4 years later, they're married. Katie, that's how he met her. Hey, you, get off. I'm dancing with her, right?
Unbelievable.
Courtship, he is.
That's a classic.
He is fantastic to talk to.
That's an all-time story. His owner didn't even know that.
No, I
don't think anybody's heard that story.
I told Stephen Ross before. He said, what? He said, it's the best story I ever heard.
Stole his wife from someone on his team.
He must have incredible game because he's a little funny looking and he's like 5'2".
Yeah,
and he's got that weird the way that he talks.
Very nice.
Yeah, very nice. But he must just be incredibly charming.
I love him to death. Did you hear the fan getting on him for standing near the heater on the sideline? And he turns around and he goes, "I'm cold." Like they were trying to get in his head and sit there and razz him. And he's like, "What do you want to do? I'm cold."
He's funny. He is funny. I'll give him that. And you know the thing that's interesting. I don't know that a lot of people realize when they talk about him because he does seem like he's just kind of a burnout or whatever. But he went to Yale. He was a really, really smart guy. I mean, still is a smart guy.
Your opportunity to get the picture with the World Series trophy. We want to party with you at the home of the World Series champs and your chance to win Cowboys Seahawks tickets for Thursday night just for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We'll give it to you next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars. fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play clock to 5 for Dobbs. Takes the snap against the 4-man rush. Hangs in the pocket. Throw over the middle. Tipped up in the air. Intercepted. Intercepted by T.J. Edwards. Third interception of the day, and the Bears take over.
That was the call on Bears Radio. Justin Fields with the game-winning throw to DJ Moore. I get that right? I'm getting my teams correct? Man, I fought with RJ about that DJ Moore trade, man. I bet Bryce Young and Frank Reich would love to have him as a weapon. He's now with Justin Fields. Game-winning catch, game-winning field goal in a pretty awful game. 12-10. The Bears beat the Pastronaut Josh Dobbs with those 4 picks. Minnesota Vikings fall on Monday Night Football.
This is about as this has just been a brutal stretch of primetime games again this year. I don't know what the league's got to do to be able to fix this, but they gotta figure something out.
You can't unless you start flexing everything
but why
already.
has this been such an issue the last couple years compared to years past? Like, I don't feel like this was an issue 10 years ago. All of a sudden, the last 2-3 years, is it because the increase? Is it because we've got Monday, Thursday, Sunday? Like, there are just so many areas for it to go wrong.
Yeah,
I mean
the quality of play, right?
Yeah,
and so they were waiting for a Justin Fields and markets, right? They're going to put Chicago up there. Bears fans are some of the dumbest bettors on the planet.
Shots fired at Will Chambers and Chicoline.
Yes, Justin Fields, MVP hype. Is he going to take the step? You know, Troy Aikman said Kirk Cousins was the top 5 quarterback before he ended up getting hurt. You got to balance markets. You got to balance what you think is going to happen. I mean, there's no way to fix it. And the oversaturation of primetime games. But, man, it feels like Monday, it's just awful. Monday, Thursday, it's given RJ an excuse to watch even less in primetime.
Yeah, I know. He's treating primetime games like NBA games. He's just not watching. And so this is, it's just, that was a horrible game.
He could work for the ticket. The amount of games he watches.
That was a horrible game last night, and it helps encapsulate what was a couple horrible games over the weekend. But we did miss history with this last night because the Vikings did not cover the 3-point spread, so they did not help set the record for most favorites covering.
We do have some NFL stuff that matters. Myles Garrett is banged up, hurt. Is that going to affect Micah Parsons and the Defensive Player of the Year race?
So apparently there is no structural damage to the shoulder injury that Myles Garrett suffered in the game against the Broncos. Kevin Stefanski said on Monday that he should be good. This is something, though, that shoulders tend to linger. Even if it's not structural damage, those things tend to linger on pass rushers. And so I do wonder if this will cause him to regress a little bit. There have been people trying to argue Myles Garrett should be the MVP of the league. In a barren wasteland that we've seen here, there are some people who say, hey, he should be in the discussion for MVP this year. So he has been absolutely critical to the Browns' success. And if he is at all lacking, if he is at all regressing due to injury or whatever else, that really affects how good the Browns can be.
Is this going to be the game of the year Sunday in Filthy, 3:30, 49ers at Eagles? San Fran is favored by 2.5. We all remember what happened last year with every 49er quarterback getting hurt. Hassan Reddick, man, he had a vicious play against Josh Allen that should have been called a horse collar. But Hassan Reddick on San Francisco crying about having to use all their backups. He had something to say yesterday.
You know, as this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. You know, they get to come back in the link. It was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up and prove it again.
Woo!
Ooh,
I like it.
They don't like each other. It's not quite to the Dallas, Philly type of hatred, or Michigan, Ohio State, unless you talk to Harbaugh. But it's not quite to that level right there. But there's some hate there, and it only intensified when Javon Hargrave left this offseason for San Francisco. That made things even worse. But it's a reasonable take to have for San Francisco to say that game's probably different if we have our quarterback, any of them.
And they're saying we would have won.
Yeah, and I get that they're saying like, your talk is cheap, whatever else. But also, like, what kind of a flex are you have when you're at home and they don't have a quarterback? They just have to run it every play. Like that, it does seem a little silly to just be like, huh, yeah, you guys talked a lot of mess last year and we beat you. Yeah, well, they didn't have a quarterback. So good luck this year. There's a reason why they opened as a 1-point favorite, and that line keeps moving larger and larger, and it's because people anticipate that the 49ers are better.
And now you're getting A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel stuff. Do they have a...
They share the same agent. They're buddies.
Okay.
Debo and A.J. Brown are friends. That's, I think, friendly fire a little bit more.
Because Deebo Samuel called James Bradbury trash and said, no, I don't regret any of the comments. And then A.J. Brown apparently sent out the social media message, Eagle fans, it's Troll Debo week. You have my permission, with the laugh emoji. So I would love for them to hate each other and give us like an epic rivalry in the sport.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously the Cowboys haven't been able to come through and give us the competitive game against the 49ers. And so, yeah, if you can get Eagles 49ers, that's going to be a really good game. That'll be the one that I'm glued to on Sunday.
Shaq Lawson shared his side of the story after he and some Bills players got in the face of this Eagles fan who was apparently making life-threatening remarks towards the Bills players. And Shaq Lawson apparently made contact with this fan. He said, look, I'm all about the fans. Those of you who know me, I have a lot of respect for the game I play and my opponents. But before the game started in Philadelphia, there was a fan behind our bench who was making life-threatening remarks towards us and our families. We asked Philly security to remove the fan, but he was allowed to stay for the entire game. Eventually, our emotions boiled over, and I made a mistake. For that, I apologize. There are certain lines that should not be crossed. So this fan was apparently making threats against their families. Didn't stop. They asked for security to remove. Did not happen. And then Shaq went a little overboard.
Yeah,
Although I don't care. I hold nothing against them.
Yeah,
they should have grabbed this little punk by the throat and choke slammed his ass right out of the seat onto the ground, because you could tell he was wasted, drinking, and just spewing garbage.
Well, and you could tell he also had the feeling of, I'm a fan, you're a player, you can't do anything to me. Because he was very much putting his hands up like, come on.
Top row energy.
Yeah, come
I got
do
the top
something
row
to me.
step on you.
Yeah, exactly. Come do something to me. So, look, some people deserve a nice sock in the mouth, and that's something that guy certainly looked like he deserved. But also, like Shaq Lawson says, that there's just a line that they can't cross. What needs to happen is security does need to intervene. Security needs to be on top of that instead of worrying about whether my credentials give me access 3 hours before the game or whether it's 2 hours before the game. Stadium security's got to be better. Worry about the people who are actual problems, not me on the sideline or other media or whatever else.
Deion Sanders losing more players. Did you get in trouble on the sidelines?
Just AT&T Stadium security is the absolute worst. And I mean, a couple of them are nice. A couple of them are listeners.
They didn't let you near RJ Choppy and the great Bennett
No,
Glazer?
they were like, Mr. Glazer specifically requested you not be allowed here because he doesn't like the way you interview Jerry. And I said, I don't like his liquor. So tell him I said that.
Come on.
This is another. Deion has lost 3 recruits in the last 2 days. We talked about the quarterback the other day that he lost. Now he's also lost Danny O'Neal and Jamaris Wilder. The quarterbacks, those are 2 quarterback recruits that he's lost, and the running back, Jamaris Wilder, is another that decommitted from the school on Monday. He told Hayes Fawcett of On3, I decommitted from Colorado, and my recruitment is now 100% open. Earlier this month, wide receiver Winston Watkins and offensive lineman Talon Chandler flipped their commitments from Colorado to Missouri. So this is 5 recruits they've lost in the last month. Things are seriously cooling for Deion at this point.
There's a John Gruden rumor out there that he could be in the mix for the head coach at Indiana University.
Ooh, that would be, look, I mean, he
when can he be employed again?
Yeah, I don't. Why I wanted preparation before I weighed in on this topic.
Well, just if you read my email, you'd get it.
Look, I mean, he's issued all of his apologies. As long as players are okay with it, don't ooh me. Whatever I would have said, you would have oohed.
I wouldn't have said no. It's much more of a ooh to say John Gruden should coach again than no, stay away.
I don't think that,
not the same ooh level.
Look, he's issued his apologies. As long as the players at the program are receptive to it and they feel comfortable with him, I don't see a problem just saying he can coach again.
That's Bruce Feldman saying that he's a big wild card candidate with some key IU folks. John Gruden at Indiana. Wow.
I mean, they did keep Bobby Knight there for forever, and he wasn't always the best PR move. So
clearance is there for Luka's hand. He is going to play against the Houston Rockets tonight, and your Dallas Stars are going to be taking on the Winnipeg Jets. So bullet dodged with the Luka hand injury. He'll be taking on the Armpit, who's had a very surprising season. Bassick went on like a 5-minute rant about the Rockets, and Bassick is up listening already. Texted me nonstop this morning. So Luka, good to go. Jets versus the Stars tonight.
Is Luka a bullet dodged, or is that like a BB dodged and he told us it was a bullet or something? Like I think it was probably more he dodged the BB. But look, he's played really well this year, and you don't. I mean, I can imagine that a low grade thumb sprain, it can make it difficult to dribble and shoot and do some different things, but glad it's not as bad as the tone of his post-game press conference seemed to indicate it was. Now you just got to hope that Derek Lively's back out there soon with him being questionable tonight.
On the heels of the record-setting day for the KMC Masterpiece, the Peace-a-thon event, where they blew away their past charitable donations from the Tolos, we have Jared Sandler swinging for a cause this Sunday at Globe Life Field. Jared has moved his mega event from Topgolf to Globe Life Field. It's going to be filled in the outfield with wiffle ball home run derby. We got a football quarterback challenge, a basketball shootout, all the things that Bobby fakes that he's good at.
I'd kick your ass at all of them.
A PK shootout, putt-putt, pickleball, bar games, and more. And Jared has just secured the World Series trophy for you to get your picture taken with it at the home of the champs. And we have to, of course, get the highest bid for you and 5 of your friends to join me, Chop, Bobby, and Pepe. Each show has a table for 10, but we need someone to go ahead and get this bid locked in to join us on Sunday.
Yeah, call in, give the bid to Peyton, DM him on Twitter. What are you accessible on Twitter, Facebook, everywhere, Peyton?
Everywhere, Instagram, Snapchat. Everything.
Yeah, reach out to him on Snapchat. Yeah. Lots of people have reached out to Peyton on Snapchat and tried to make money transactions on there before with him.
And, of course, you can call 877-881-1053. The bidding to join our table and get out on the field is going to end Friday. And, of course, I think we got the top bid last year. Maybe we got the second highest bid, but it's you and 5 others. Minimum bid is $1,500. Just so you know, to help out an awesome cause.
It is going to be a party. We're going to be out there hanging out, and a couple celebrities are going to be out there too. Marcus Simeon, the world champion Marcus Simeon's going to be out there.
Whoa.
Darren Woodson, the
John
greatest,
Gray,
Darren Woodson,
Drew
the greatest
Pearson.
guy in the history of professional sports. Like, if you get a chance to talk to Darren Woodson at this event, you're going to feel like that's your best friend in the world.
And it's kid friendly. I'm skipping and canceling Ollie's school party to try to bring him to this. I didn't realize he had some holiday party at school on Sunday. Amanda's supposed to set up for it. And I was like, no, this is supposed to be kid-friendly. On the field of the champs with the trophy, when are you going to get another opportunity to do that?
And he loved it. He loved the ballpark when he went, right? Dude, there's a specific magic. Like, you can't explain it. If you've never taken a kid to a baseball park, man, there's a magic that when they cross. I remember when Laura was like 5 years old and I was carrying her out to the outfield and she saw the outfield for the first time. She literally gasped. And so it's a cool event.
She's like,
it's for a
Daddy,
great
that's
cause.
what a yard looks like.
Exactly.
Can I have one?
Yeah.
Not just the 4 walls of this
Screw
apartment.
you, Sean. Not all of us can have a yard and bullets fly through the window.
Daddy, there's a lawn. Oh my gosh, Dad, please. So see Bobby's kids enjoy grass outside for the second time in their lives. Call and win the bid. Lock it up, please, Tolos. 877-881-1053.
Is it bad form if I promise, hey, if you bid on our table, we'll match each other shot for shot? Like, is it bad form to just get sloshed at this event, Sean?
So I got sloshed. It was bad. Amanda and I were in the early stages, and I almost fell out of the passenger seat when we got home. I'm trying to remember the Tolos. They'll know who it was. Last year was my boy Brian with 407 Barbecue. We've had Chris contribute, Derek Holland going to be running around, but we do have to do a show the next day. Not that you've ever cared about that before.
No.
Picture with the World Series trophy on the field, kid-friendly for Sandler's charity event on Sunday, this Sunday, with all of us at the Globe. So that is that opportunity. Now we want to get you Cowboys-Seahawks tickets to go to the game Thursday night. That's next in the Expressway, commercial-free, with Sean and Roberto after this.
kinetics.
All right, this is the Expressway. We are commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock. We've already had on Mike McCarthy.
Well.
Jerry Jones is going to join us at 8:30.
Well.
Patrick Walker, 9:20.
Well.
And a giveaway, a Cowboys ticket giveaway for Seattle. Is there any bigger smartass show you think in DFW than this one?
No. Especially when especially when I got here, it really ratcheted up being a smartass. Because you chastised me for being a smartass, like even during breaks. Like, it doesn't end when we're on the air or when we're off the air.
Just don't shut up. You never.
Yeah, it literally what Sean said during the break was, would you shut the hell up and let me finish talking? Because I was talking over him, talking to Peyton.
Everyone's been having trouble sleeping this week. I've been having trouble sleeping the past 2 days. Pepe, you said you were yawning in the commercial break already. I'm like, what's going on with you? And Bobby, you too.
Yeah, I had trouble sleeping. I always think that I'm going to oversleep, and apparently I have a tendency to sleep talk really bad.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, well,
you don't shut up in your sleep either.
No, so I actually I will sleep assault people. So what happens is I'll like be half awake and I'll wake up and my brother used to try to mess with me whenever I'd like wake up and I was half awake, and there was one time I grabbed his head and I put it between the ladder on the bunk bed and I just started like ramming his head between each step on the bunk bed. But apparently, yeah, I was talking to the wife this morning and apparently I said some really weird stuff in my sleep last night.
Like what?
I can't say what it was, but I said some really weird stuff that I was pissed apparently, and she got mad. So I'm gonna have to correct things when I get home.
She's mad.
Yeah, mad at me. So it's my fault apparently, or at least my half awake self's fault.
Now, did you get permission to talk about the other subject?
No, I didn't ask for it.
Now he doesn't want to talk.
Yeah, now
two subjects.
I didn't ask.
Now he's the whipped one.
Yeah, exactly. Now he's scared to tell stories. 877.
I'm not scared to tell stories.
You're not telling them. 877-881-1053. Ask Reddit, and our Cowboys Seahawks ticket giveaway is coming up here during the Expressway. But we steal from RJ Choppy with NFL overreactions or not. How about this one? Is this an overreaction or not? On the truckwreck.com text line, Bill Belichick is not the final coaching answer for a contender next year. Listen to Rex Ryan annihilate Belichick yesterday on ESPN after Bill wanted to be non-committal again about his quarterback starter.
Can I just say this? Bill Belichick, please stop. Just name your dang starter. It doesn't matter. They both stink. Whether it's Zappy, Pea-Shooter Jones, we don't care. They stink. Just go ahead and save the drama. Like, we care about your team. Your team stinks. This team plays like they're exhausted. And the Patriot way, that's it. It exhausts these kids. That's true. And Tom Brady was the only reason you won anyway. All right? I'm just telling you the difference. Tom Brady was the absolute difference. I said from jump, they would never win again. I said they would never win again when that guy trotted down to Tampa. All right? When it came out. All right? Because I know how draining that is to those kids. And that is what you're facing right now. You pick all the players, you do all this. Bill Belichick, greatest in the history. I will never dispute that. Okay? I had my ass kicked by him a million times. But if you think for a minute that it wasn't about Tom Brady, you're absolutely crazy.
Woo! Rex going in. I love it.
He's right and he's wrong. And it's all there. There's a lot that he said there. I don't disagree that it was largely Brady. Like I've always thought that, but I don't understand how he can say right there, like, oh, he's the greatest of all time, but yeah, it's only Brady. Like Brady, okay, well, which is it? If he's the greatest of all time, but it was because of Brady, then what you're saying is your profession doesn't matter. It's the RJ Choppy argument, because the greatest of all time isn't enough to win outside of having the quarterback. And honestly, it comes down to quarterback, but I think it is quarterback coach combo, like what they do together. And because of that, you have to tell me who the quarterback is for that specific overreaction. Like, where would he be going? Who's he pushing over the top? Is he enough to help Washington win? No. I don't think him going to Washington makes a difference for Washington.
Well, there doesn't seem to be. I'm trying to look at the candidates like a final piece contender team, and I'm not seeing any open. Well, I'll give you two. Buffalo and the Chargers.
Buffalo, oh, gosh.
Bill Belichick goes to coach the Buffalo Bills, revenge on New England, his hatred towards the Jets, all that stuff stay in the AFC East.
I don't know that he might be too much
cold, bitter environment for his cold, bitter personality.
He might be too much of an egomaniac to let somebody really run the offense, though. Like, it's when he brings in Matt Patricia and like lets him be the offensive coordinator, or he's got like his certain guys in place that he puts there. I don't know that I would trust Belichick to allow, if he went to the Chargers, allow Kellen Moore to run the offense the way Kellen Moore needs to run the offense, or to have somebody there who's really going to help foster Josh Allen. Like, I'd be worried about regression for those guys, actually. And so, I don't know.
Regression.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with Belichick at this point.
Okay, so it's...
Yeah.
You think...
So I just talked myself into the opposite.
You think him going... Yeah. So,
I don't think he wins a Super Bowl next year unless he's with Mahomes.
Okay, so him going to Buffalo does not make them the AFC East winner or more of a Super Bowl contender.
No.
Wow.
Not in my opinion.
So that is how much the shine has come off of the hoodie.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, because it's
Dallas.
Does Dallas? No, because he probably doesn't let the offense foster the way it needs to. Like, I worry about that. There's too much of a. He strikes me as a control freak to an extent where it's. McCarthy has said before that the last thing you wanted when he first came into the league, he's like, the last thing you wanted was Marty Schottenheimer sticking his nose in your Monday morning offensive meetings. Like, you wanted to make sure the offense was good because you didn't want Marty and his defensive thoughts like coming in there and trying to fix your offense. I feel like that's Belichick. Like, Belichick has tried way too often. Well, let me step in and let me have a hand in what we're doing offensively, and that's not his forte at all.
What do you think, Pepe? Bill Belichick is coaching the Chargers, the Bills, or the Cowboys next year. Do any of those teams take a major Super Bowl jump?
The only thing about the Chargers is that, I mean, you're going to a division with Patrick Mahomes. You know, you expect the Raiders and maybe even the Broncos to do something next year as they're, you know, they've won 5 in a row. I just don't know. It's Bill Belichick needs a quarterback, but I think back to, like, could he win with Brock Purdy? I mean, Kyle Shanahan's winning with Brock Purdy, so it's like, does he need an elite quarterback or he just needs a quarterback? Because Mac Jones is not the answer.
Difference is Shanahan is an offensive guru. Like, that's his system. And so he knows exactly who needs to be in it and operate and perform the way they do. Interesting you say, though, like, we were talking about him going to another team next year. Did you see Schefter yesterday said that he said there could be between 7 to 10 coaching openings this year, and he said, I would take the over. He thinks a third of the league could have new coaches next year. I mean, there may be ample opportunity for Belichick to find a new team. And I do think that if you're
there's going to be ample opportunity, but he's not going to get with a contender. He's not getting it in Miami. He's not getting it in Baltimore. He's not getting it in Pittsburgh. He's not getting it in Jacksonville. He's not getting it in Kansas City. He's not getting it in Philadelphia. I don't know what's going to happen here. He's not going to get it in Detroit. He is not going to get it in San Francisco.
You know where I think it'd be interesting?
Like I said, Buffalo, Los Angeles, and who else?
I have a low.
Washington is my pick.
I have an under the radar one that I think would at least be interesting. I would be interested to see what he'd do with Carolina, because Bryce Young has shown that he can operate well under the thumb of Nick Saban and that same sort of coaching philosophy and that same sort of coaching style. And that's a Carolina team that way underperformed. They were damn near a 500 football team last year. And that's what was so frustrating and unbelievable about what happened with Frank Reich there this year and why he got fired.
I love what
I correctly guessed yesterday.
I love what Rex Ryan was dead on too. And I noticed this Sunday watching the Panthers. He said it looked like Frank Reich aged 10 years in Carolina 1 year. He looks ancient. I mean, he may as well throw on a beard. He could take pictures with your kids for Christmas. I mean, he dumped that.
What? What about the idea that McVay keeps threatening to retire? What if McVay walked away from the Rams?
What?
I'm saying, would you think that he'd have any opportunity to push them over the top? They've not been bad this year. They're about 500.
And we need Matthew Stafford, maybe apology letters as well. No, he's not going to go over the top with them. I'm just waiting for Aaron Donald to be moved. Second overreaction or not. Brock Purdy is the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Oh, that's an overreaction. He's playing like that, but no.
Who's the second best quarterback in the NFL?
Allen.
Ooh. That is going to That is going to ignite the truckwreck.com text line.
Would you disagree? You've always been a Josh Allen guy.
I know. I'm just shocked that you would.
I've always felt like I think I thought we had all come to the agreement that Mahomes, Burrow, Allen are the top three, and you kind of, depending on where things are at, you would shift Burrow and Allen. Burrow obviously had the injuries this year that kind of complicated things, but
Buffalo's 10th in the AFC.
But man,
their head coach is about to get fired.
Like, how good was he on Sunday though?
He was awesome.
Like that's the thing. I think you see several instances of like him playing at that high level. So I mean, to me, I'd say Allen is number 2.
Peyton, who's the second best quarterback in the NFL?
Jalen Hurts. Because he wins and he gets 5 total touchdowns every single game.
There you go.
And he's going to win MVP this year.
Woo!
Good to see you're just as prepared for this segment as you are for the college football kegger.
877-881-1053. It is an overreaction. But, again, you're the one who champions Brock Purdy's numbers that we do end up forgetting about. Overreaction or not, the Denver Broncos are making the playoffs.
It's not an overreaction just when you talk about how they're definitely in contention and they're in the conversation. Because
I'll give you the AFC. Baltimore is 1, Kansas City's 2, Jacksonville's 3, Miami's 4, the Steelers are 5, Browns 6, Colts 7, Texans 8, Denver 9, Buffalo 10. The Broncos are 6-5, red hot.
Yeah, and Denver's
Cleveland's got a banged up Myles Garrett. Pittsburgh keeps winning ugly. Gosh, Pittsburgh and Cleveland are 7-4. Are the Colts going to keep this up at 6-5? Are the Broncos going to keep it up? Is CJ Stroud going to come back to earth? So many questions, 5 through 10 in the AFC.
Denver stretch coming up. They have 3 straight road games here. They have Texans, Chargers, Lions on the road. Then it's Patriots and Chargers at home, and then Raiders to close it out. It's not the most difficult schedule in the world, but the fact that you got to play those 3 road games is really difficult. When you look at the Texans schedule coming up, they've obviously got Broncos, who we just mentioned. They've got Jets, Titans, Browns, Titans, Colts, which seems like a winnable section of games. And then the Colts themselves have Titans on the road, Bengals on the road, Steelers, Falcons, Raiders, Texans. I think Colts probably have the most difficult stretch there, it looks like. But no, it's not an overreaction to say that they could. I mean, they're definitely in contention, so I don't think that's an overreaction.
Robert Saleh will be fired because Aaron Rodgers got hurt.
No chance. I say 0 chance that he gets fired.
Because he's aligned himself with Aaron?
Because, yeah, so much of it is, I mean, that defense has still been good this year. That's kind of been his MO. The whole idea was we need to get a quarterback in here. We need somebody who can help push us over the top. And that obviously got destroyed for everybody 3 plays into the season. It would have been dashed for them had they seen him play the entire season, because everybody would have seen that he's not the same player anymore and that he's not an elite quarterback anymore. But that's, he will get the opportunity again to ride it. He'll get a pass because of the injury to A-Rod.
And Aaron Rodgers saying he feels guilty that he got hurt after the Jets completely sold out. The Jets are still apparently going to try to get Devontae Adams in the offseason, so they're not bailing on this project.
Did you see one of my favorite tweets over the weekend was the video of Aaron Rodgers running out with the American flag, and it said the Stoops era at Texas A&M.
Yes. Yes. 877-881-1053 is the number to call. Man, I didn't even get the final numbers out, and the phone's lit up. It's for Jared Sandler's charity event Sunday and the Cowboys-Seahawks ticket giveaway for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Hit it. All right, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of awesome tickets in the 100 level and a parking pass to see the Cowboys take on the Seahawks Thursday night, courtesy of AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. That is Tolo number 10 at that number, and we need the AT&T 5G fast, reliable, secure keys to victory, Bobby Bell. What needs to happen fast?
We need Tony Pollard to keep playing fast like he's played the last couple weeks. It's really opened things up in the passing game. It's given them another dimension, so you need Tony Pollard to continue to play fast.
Who needs to be reliable?
Man, this secondary's got to be on top of their game because Geno Smith has shown he's not just some sort of flash in the pan. He's been able to manage consistency, and they've got receiving threats there. Tyler Lockett, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, the Rockwall product. You've got DK Metcalf, obviously, so the secondary's got to be reliable.
What must the Cowboys do to secure the win?
This is an AT&T promotion here, and we've got AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys are just a different football team, and so they need to continue to be the team they've been at home all season.
And we talked about the AT&T advantage with Mike McCarthy 1 hour ago on your home of America's team. If you're new to the station, if you're new to the show here with Sean Sharif and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. So thanks to the promo department and AT&T 5G for hooking you up. And most of all, thanks to you for turning it on, leaving it on, listening, and getting the tickets for Thursday Night Football, where we should be making an appearance. I think we threatened Amazon enough yesterday. We told him, you can come in here last second. You can record us, build up hype for the game. You're going to see Bobby Belt's chest hair on Thursday night, hopefully in the Amazon pregame show, and my Tolo sweatshirt as well, getting you ready for the game. What is the spread? Do you know what it is?
It opened at 7. I think it's up to 8.5 now.
9.
Ugh. Yeah, that's moving.
A 9-point Cowboy advantage over the Seahawks.
Which... Seattle's a decent team. Wouldn't you at this point feel like they're going to cover that just with the way they played home? They've just been so good there this year.
The Cowboys covering it?
Yeah. I mean, what is it? Every game this year they've won by 20 points at home? I mean, they have.
I know.
Yeah, it's because the smallest margin of victory was the Jets game.
Well, and Seattle's not playing well. They've lost 3 out of their last 4. They lost to the Ravens 37-3. They beat the Commanders by 3. They lost to the Rams by 1, 17-16. Then they got smoked by San Francisco 31-13. Like, things are plummeting right now for Seattle. 9, I don't know if I'd take that, though. That's a lot of points. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable taking it, but the Cowboys at home have been invincible. Costing Vegas a lot of money for the Tolos, betting on them in Arlington. All right, it's Tuesday. It's Expressway. That means it is time to Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Truckwreck.com, Fantex 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We want to hear from you guys on there. We also want to hear from you on the Twitch and on the YouTube. This is Ask Reddit. It's where we take some of the most viral questions being discussed, bantered about, kicked around over on Ask Reddit, a forum of 45 million members. And we, of course, kick them around here in the studio. First one, Sean Sharif. What do people treat like a flex that isn't actually a flex at all? The kind of thing that I would go, well, to that is not a well at all.
What do people treat like? God, these are such in-depth good questions. I always need the Reddit response.
You know,
first.
I'll give you mine first because it's the one that I get hit for all the time, and I don't mean it as a flex, but it sounds like one when I say just the like how much I can drink. Like that's not really a flex to be like, let me tell you how drunk I got the other night.
Well, this one told us. This Matches Malone is like one of the most annoying ones I haven't muted yet on Twitter. I don't know why. Yesterday during your throw-up recap, he's like, oh, it's not a flex, Bobby. Way to brag about how much of a drunk you are.
214, I only got 4 hours of sleep. Oh, yeah? Well, I got 2. Yeah, the trying to raise the bar over each other about how little sleep you're getting. That is kind of a weird one. That
I'm not flexing. I'm trying to justify. My wife doesn't respect or understand, the body clock.
Oh, this would be one that Chop would agree with. 469, not taking sick days. It's not a flex. It's not a flex to just say, well, I showed up to work while I was sick or whatever else.
Is it not a flex?
No, you hear that? So when I tell you I threw up, Sean, and my tummy hurts, that's why I couldn't come in. Peyton, what isn't a flex that people think it is?
So back in high school, people would flex I didn't study, I got a bad grade. I got a 50. It's like, that's not really a flex, dude. You're just a freaking moron.
They're actually genius.
Yeah.
Wait, they're flexing that they didn't study and got a good grade?
No, that they got a bad grade.
Oh, yeah.
That they don't care about school, and they're like, oh, I got a bad grade. See, I'm so stupid. It's like, that's not really a flex, dude. You need good grades to get through life. So that's one.
469 says credit cards, not the flex that you think it is. 682 popping bottles in the club. 940 working long hours. 469 how many girls you been with? 214 who has more crypto? So lots of different answers there. Peyton, you're about to be executed for a crime you didn't commit. What are your last words?
Didn't do it. And then boom.
That's what you're just going to go with. Didn't do it. You've already insisted you didn't do it.
Last words.
Yeah.
I mean, it would have to be someone I hate, and I just unleash all the secrets about them. I don't know. I mean, I think I would go that route or just blackmail someone right then.
That's what I'm using. If I'm going down and I didn't do it and I've already insisted on my innocence, I am just like spilling every secret I know. It's like, all right, well, karma's not coming back on me. I'm outing everything that I've protected people I don't really like.
Do you have a deep, dark secret that you've been sitting on?
Yeah, probably. But I can't spill it
Would it be about
right
a family member or someone here?
No, it'd be about like me.
A restaurant you've been to? You know?
Yeah, just to cleanse the soul. Have to drop it.
Man, who's ever thought about their last words unless you're like on your deathbed? Like, you thought about your last meal, but I've never ever thought about my last words.
214. Have fun finding the rest of them.
I'd probably be screaming out bribes. That would be my last words. Like, I'll give you. You can have
You're
my
bargaining.
Big green egg charcoal. What else can I give you? You can have my son's toys.
Wow, just give it. You already gave away Ollie's chair. Now you're trying to give away his.
Yeah, I need that
toys
back.
and
By the way,
everything.
I think.
Did he ask about it again?
No, but I don't want you to think that it's permanent in your home. I do
in the apartment. It's not a home.
I do want that chair. That's right. I do want that chair back. Final last words. Yeah, mine would probably be a bribe.
817. I do not give Netflix permission to use my story. It's not a bad one. 214. See you soon. 817, last words. Des caught it and F the Eagles.
Des caught
That's not bad. 254, we them boys. 469, freedom, a la Braveheart. That's good.
That's
you do
good.
the freedom. I am probably outing people, though. I'm just going to take care of everything that had,
Yeah, I want to write a DFW media book when I eventually get fired from this job, just to out all the secrets.
Who's the first person you're outing?
I'm not going to say.
Initials.
Initials.
I'm not going to say.
Yeah, because we'd all guess based on the initials.
Yeah. No one would read the book, though, but I would just want to write it. I'll sell it for $2 like Florio.
Hopefully he gives you as much pub for your book as we give to him. Sean and truckwreck.com fan Texas. We do Ask Reddit here every Tuesday during the Expressway. What's the most obsolete technology that you still use today?
The most obsolete technology. I mean, my technology that I live off of is computer, TV, cell phone. I'll use the Alexa for a weather update.
That's the flex that he has. It's just like my most obsolete technology would be the Alexa.
It's not
probably.
if Alexa say, and I don't want to set off everyone's device here, but what's the forecast for today? That's all I really use it for. And I'll listen to some podcasts on there as well. Is there any other obsolete technology? No one uses a CD player. No one has a VHS.
I use a VCR still.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
For what?
Because so it's a technicality, but it's a VCR DVD recorder, and you can basically, it's for home movies and stuff like that I'm transitioning stuff over. But occasionally, because it's there is like VHS tapes that the kids maybe want to watch.
Now, if you reverse this and ask what technology do you still not use or can't use, I had no idea how to use Amanda's AirPods that you gave her the other day. No clue.
The dirty ones?
Yeah, with all your earwax up in it that she had to sterilize. I can't believe they lasted through the heat blast. I don't have the Bluetooth set up in my car. Like,
you can't set can't.
I just listen to the radio.
Why?
I can't. Right now, you put a gun to my head. I would not be.
You still have an aux cord? You still put an aux cord in there?
Auxiliary?
Yeah.
No.
He's never sounded older
I
than
don't
this
have.
segment.
I don't have an aux cord. If you made me
pass the aux, bro.
If my son,
auxiliary.
One of the things I'm terrified with my son is to hook up his like future game system. No way I could hook it up and plug it into the back of a TV. Right?
It's an HDMI cable. That's it.
No way.
Are you just technologically like
idiotic?
You can't do it. Any of it?
So stupid. My brother would always have to do it. Set it up. Transition from TV to TV.
Even back when you were like younger, you couldn't set up a Nintendo or anything like that. By the way, that's one of the answers we got here. 214 says Nintendo 64 is theirs. 940 corded headphones. 817 says they still use bunny ears for the TV.
No.
You can do it if you've got the little converter box and everything else. 432 Roomba.
All right, I meant to ask McCarthy about that.
Peyton, you're a young man who probably obsolete to you is going to be very different than it is to Sean and I. So what's your most obsolete?
Mine's
technology?
really like lack of technology. It's like if I'm taking notes or something, it's not on like an iPad or like a computer. I'll go pen and paper. I'll go classic pen and paper. I don't know. I remember it better if I'm writing it down and see myself write it down.
Choppy
than
does
just typing
too.
it up.
We have an Adam Schefter update interrupting Ask Reddit. We're not going to have you guess, Bobby.
I will guess.
We don't have enough time.
Hit me with the question. I'm going to get it right this time.
No. Shaq Leonard is visiting today with the Cowboys, and in the words of a source, quote, should be visiting later this week with the Philadelphia Eagles as the Tolos are already tweeting me and texting, don't let him get out of the building. That's Mace on X with the first response.
Boy, we're getting a ton of replies here. 214 voicemail. 601 says they still use a landline.
Wait. Voicemail's obsolete?
I think
think
a voicemail like machine, like an answering machine.
Oh gosh. So I tried to call my aunt the other day to return her happy birthday to me.
Well,
busy signal. I got a busy signal twice in 3 days. I told her, Jeannie, for God's sake, you have to get rid of this. You have to get rid of this landline. But she's got like a whole cell phone. Like you can't do anything on it. But she's got the only busy signal I've heard for the last 25 years.
817 says they still use a fax machine. 214 still uses a radar detector.
A fax machine for what?
I don't know. I had to send a fax like 2 years ago.
To who?
Was it like an NDA I had to sign?
An NDA?
Yeah, and they didn't want it sent over. Email. So I had to send it back. It wasn't a huge thing. It was to get a book. It was like somebody, like we had to get a galley copy of a book. And so because it was sensitive and they didn't want it leaking, you had to like sign something that you agreed not to do it. So iPhone 6 from the 469, record player from the another 469. Record player has become kind of like hip though. And it started to make its way back. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan. Peyton, what have you invested the most time in that's now useless?
All the ex-girlfriends. All the wasted money on them, the wasted time, I think you're the one. Yeah, just down the drain.
Wow.
It's been awful.
That's so sweet.
But now we've moved on.
That's so sweet. Sean, you got anything you've invested a lot of time in that's now useless?
Yeah, the stock market.
AMC.
Yeah.
I do want you to know, I do look out for you on that front. We do try to go to AMC theaters when we go to movies. And
because the last 3 times I've asked you, you haven't said you've gone there.
No, I've taken the kids twice to AMC in the last week. Yeah, we went and saw Wish with the kids recently, one of the new animated films. And then we saw Trolls 3, the one with NSYNC in it.
How was it? I'm going to Troll's birthday party on Saturday.
It was okay. So I'm curious, you're 42 now,
yeah,
right?
Here we go.
That's old. That's very old. So you would have
Meanwhile,
been.
you're complaining about you busted a tendon in your hand holding your phone.
Well, I mean, look.
He's like, I had to do my email on my phone last night. I feel like a tendon pop.
I mean, whether my hand or carrying this show on my back, I'm just sustaining a lot of workplace injuries, Sean.
Yeah.
No, but it's you would have been 16, 17 then when NSYNC really broke out.
Yeah, sure.
Were you somebody who was comfortable enough in your own masculinity that you could have acknowledged back then as a teenager, like NSYNC makes good music?
No,
or did you have to come to that as an adult?
No, but I did for Hanging Tough.
Hanging Tough, New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, a little New Kids on the Block early on with them. But when it got to Backstreet and all that, no, it was not cool. Now, you can't not sing along to the songs. They're just, you have to. NSYNC and Backstreet Boys and all that. Spin Doctors, and then Hanging Tough. I remember that
Spin
song.
Doctors, Two Princes. 903, My
And
Marriage.
if you wanna call me, I think that's that.
That is.
Is it?
For some reason, everybody mixes up these two songs. And Hagee said his wife does this. Mixes up Spin Doctors, Two Princes, and Semi-Charmed Life. I want something.
I'm going to have to hear some Spin Doctors
People
now
mix those
before
two.
Ask Reddit ends.
903, My Marriage of 8 Years, wasted time and effort. 254, Kids' Toys. He gets tired of them after 2 to 3 uses. Yes, generally anything I've bought my kids for Christmas, they like for a month and then they stop using it.
Yeah. Well, my wife, I think, has finally come around. When someone gives like 4 to 5 gifts at a time, I say, all right, we're stashing these 2 in the garage. And she'd be like, well, we're depriving. We can't. I said, no, it's saving money. and he's not going to play with all 5 at the same time anyway. So we'll bring it out for another occasion. All we need to stop a meltdown. Bring it out. Bam, here's your new toy.
All right, last one for you here, Sean, before Two Princes. And truckrack.com fan text as well, 877-881-1053. Why do...
Hang on. Turn it up. Yep, this is it.
This sounds like a remaster or some sort. It doesn't quite sound like the original or alive.
It sounds totally like the original. Finish up.
I don't think so. Why do people believe they can, quote, fix a significant other when the success rate is so little?
Because we all have egos. We probably just think we have all the answers. It's an ego thing.
I find that the I can fix him or I can fix her is usually just simply rooted in physical attraction. Typically, because it's
What
like,
do you mean?
Because if there's a problem that needs to be fixed, it's usually you're like, well, this is a attraction level that's worth salvaging, because personally, on a personal level, this isn't working out, or this is too big of a damaged product. But I'm willing to invest the time in it because I want to see the return on it.
I always tell people, you're going about it backwards. You got to put all this effort into the screening process. You got to interview like you got Jerry Jones at 8:30 this morning. Stop with all the work after you get the new project. You got to put in all the work to scout the new project before, not after.
How quick do you bring up worldview on a date? Do you first date just say first date's just meant to be fun, and second date I'll go into like what is your
you see
view
if you
on
can
the world?
sleep with them on the second one, and then the third one you try to do the worldview stuff.
You try to figure out, all right, what do you think about this?
Yeah,
or do you want kids? Or if it like don't figure out those answers later on in life. Get it knocked out now.
Yeah, you do that on the third date. I'm
Peyton,
trying to think with Peyton.
Did you ever fix anybody or try to fix anybody?
Yeah, but it's an ego thing, like Sean said. It's just I want that kind of level of, it's a selfishness, basically. Like, I want people to go to me for advice. I want to do this. I want to do that. So it's just a selfish thing.
And the hope and satisfaction, like, I can make this the perfect package. Like, they have the looks. Can I make them cool and awesome?
Kristen's still trying to fix me because, I'm just that good.
You're an
you know what I mean?
It's like now that I'm in a relationship, well, I can come to me for dating advice now. I'm 1 month in, come to me. I know what I'm doing.
Jerry Jones live at 8:30 here on a Pac Tolo Tuesday. That was the Expressway, commercial free every day for 40 minutes. Jim Harbaugh, does he have a point? Rivalries may be a little too intense in the world of sports. We'll talk about it next. But life is unpredictable. You never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck due to somebody else's negligence. That is where Frankel and Frankel come in. Sean Shreve here.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Marvin Harrison, the wide receiver at the top of your screen. McCord looks, fires, intercepted. Rod Moore, and Michigan will win the game and head to the Big Ten championship.
Gus Johnson with the call on Fox. You know the result by now. Ohio State and Ryan Day on a hot seat, but is Jim Harbaugh trying to say that rivalries are a little too intense? Jerry Jones is coming up live at 8:30 this morning here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out for a few more days. Bobby Roberto Belt is our Cowboys insider in Chop's chair. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Jim Harbaugh thinks that things are a little too intense.
Yeah, this is and not just a little too intense, but he is trying to argue that rivalries are media creations, which is a weird take for the head coach of Michigan or Ohio State to have. Michigan and Ohio State is, what would we say? Is that's a top 5 rivalry in sports, probably?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they have historically hated each other. And Jim Harbaugh was asked about, watching the game on TV and everything else. And he started mentioning that getting a chance to watch Michigan and Ohio State on the pregame show and get to see all the hype that leads up to it, it stood out to him how off-putting it was.
He said they were talking about players' legacies and off-the-field hearsay. And there was Dwight Eisenhower's infamous speech before D-Day.
Maybe not a great comparison.
A little much.
Let's not compare it to D-Day exactly. But Harbaugh says, I'm not telling you how to do your job. You all know how to do that. But a lot of that seems very, very built up from the outside of the two programs. I'm not going to go as far as to say it's contrived, but it's hyped up. Hyped up to no end. He goes on further. He said, these are student athletes that are young kids, young adults that are playing this game. All we ask them to do is go out there and play their very best. To answer the question, I think that's very manufactured for the TV show that people want to watch and see. It's not healthy. It's not healthy for the student athletes on either side when you're trying to put that much pressure where someone is practically thinking it's life or death. This is a little interesting to me coming from somebody who came out of that program as a player in Jim Harbaugh, has coached there for several years now. I don't know, is this sour grapes because he had to take a pay cut because he couldn't beat Ohio State for several years, and so now he's trying to de-emphasize it because he doesn't want the shoe to be on the other foot? It's very interesting to me that he would downplay it like this.
So I'm going to be honest. In watching that game, and I made an appointment to watch it on Saturday, at the end, I had this same thought. When I was watching the Ohio State kids sitting there on the bench and all the Ryan Day stuff that came with it, I was like, so you're going to fire Ryan Day now just because he can't win this or hasn't won this one game? You got to remember, Michigan could not win this game. Harbaugh could not win this game.
Yeah, got a pay cut for it.
So if Jim Harbaugh would have been fired, as fans in this rivalry would have supported, Michigan's not sitting here 1 or 2 in the country. We were ready. I was talking about it on this show. Jim Harbaugh is overrated. He no longer belongs up there all time with Nick Saban and Urban Meyer. He's not winning this game. And Michigan fans, including Dave Portnoy, would have voted for him to be out and gone. And it's an RJ Choppy philosophy of, and he would apply it to Mike McCarthy in San Francisco. I'm not getting rid of you for not winning and beating the one opponent when you are fantastic versus everyone else. And I was thinking this. I was like, damn, these kids had just been taught, like, your life is basically over. You're a failure for the rest of your days because you'll never be able to walk around your state saying you lost this game and you haven't won it for 3 straight years. I'm like, it feels a little much. I love the rivalry. I'd much rather it be hyped up than watered down. But I kind of understand what Harbaugh is saying here, especially because rivalries suck these days. But this is literally the definition of all or nothing. Like, Ryan Day, it felt like it forced. After the game, he has to give the press conference statement to the whole state listening of, we know what this game means, we know what this game is, and we just know that you have to win this. Now, it's very easy for me to say this, not being in this rivalry, not being, Derek Holland or going to that school and going to a sucky sports college in American University, but I I had these feelings after the game, like, man, these people want to make these kids feel like their lives are over because they didn't beat Michigan.
Man, this is we're getting some pushback on the truckrock.com fan text.
Everyone's going to disagree with Harbaugh.
972. This is blanking soft. It's a rivalry in football. That's part of it. 561 rooting hard against Michigan now. 361 rivalry is what separates college from the NFL.
Yeah.
432 did Broadus help Jim with that? So there's some pushback here, some universal pushback against this. And if Sark was talking about Texas OU and said, like, look, you guys are hyping this up to be something more than what it is. You know, we just ask that the kids play their very best. Texas fans would lose their minds.
Yes, they would, but let me give you a counter. Texas OU doesn't have as much on the line as Michigan, Ohio State has recently.
Which should even emphasize more so to Jim Harbaugh not to talk about it like it's nothing. It very clearly is something. And to say,
he's not saying it's nothing, he's saying it's overdone.
But so Harbaugh really does feel like all you can ask of these guys is just try your very best. Look, if you go 3-9 or whatever else and you tried your very best, that's all I can ask you, buddy. No, that's how you get fired. That's not the approach to have.
Okay, so if the Longhorns coach lost one game a year, and then for three, what has been the longest losing streak at the Cotton Bowl against Oklahoma, where you were like, that coach can't get it done against the Sooners, they have to go? And do you think that's a little nearsighted?
Well, no, because in a lot of instances, that game is the only one. Like, for instance, for Michigan, that was the only one that was going to trip them up.
Right.
Was Ohio State. So you're talking about if you can't beat Ohio State, you can't win. Dallas is sort of at that point with the 49ers. If you can't beat the 49ers, you're not going to win. If you can beat them, you've got a much better chance.
If I'm telling every Tolo that for the next, you lose the San Fran this year, but in the next 3 years, I'm guaranteeing you 12-4 under McCarthy. Would you still fire him if they lose to the 49ers? I don't want you to answer. I don't care about what you think. Peyton, I'm guaranteeing you 12-4 the next 3 years, but you're going to lose again to San Fran this year. Are you replacing Mike McCarthy?
No, because he keeps succeeding, and you did.
He doesn't.
And RJ Choppy would be very proud of you, Pepe.
You can't keep Jason Garrett for 10 years and whatever crap show he did for a decade. You have to continue with Mike McCarthy.
So
he's winning 60-70% of his games every year.
You double down on a mistake then because you did it with Garrett for a decade? How does that make sense? How does it say, well, that's only fair. Fair is fair. Like, you made that mistake. No, look, if you can't beat San Francisco, that's literally the only hurdle for you right now. You can compete with anybody else. The only team you've proven you cannot compete with is San Francisco. If you're talented enough to be on that field with them 3 straight times to end the year, if you're talented enough to be on that field with them for 3 years in a row at the end of the season and you can't get over the top, that's not a talent problem. There's something else broken.
Are they talented?
Yes.
Are they as talented?
Dallas is very talented. They're talented enough to not have to lose to them 3 straight times in the playoffs. You should win one of those.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on Sean and Bobby. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Man, the reverse is happening to us. Why is everyone leaving Texas for California? California.
Very bad state.
And what is the food that you would think about killing for? One of the top seeds in Texas is in the news for the wrong reasons. Or maybe you think it's justified. The food you kill for. Why is Texas losing to California and Jerry Jones all next? But you don't have to lose in that bank account and in that 401k if you've taken my Tolo advice with Trajan Wealth.
Chevrolet and Grapevine is the one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best ones do sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
The show of Wales continues with Jerry Jones live at 8:30 this morning here on Sean and Bitter. He's Bitter Belt. Ryan, let me know when you get that up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I think he's about to put it.
Look at that. I just paid for 3 bags of Sun Chips. And it kept, I was like, all right, surely it'll spit out the 2 of them, and then I'll just give one to Sean. All right, the third, all right, I'll give one to Peyton. Or probably not Peyton. I give it to Ryan or Chris back there.
Yeah.
But the more I kept paying for it, the more it pinched as it went to like spin it out. It was pinching the bag in front, and now it just keeps going up.
I've never seen that before.
Surely if I do a 4th time, it will fall out, right? There's no way it just continues to get sucked in. There's not room for it.
Well, I feel like you have to go in there now and get it before someone comes and takes them.
Yeah. I'm
like Choppy would be ramming that thing and slamming it against the wall right now.
Yeah, it would. I would. No, during the next break, I'm going to pay for a 4th bag of chips. And hopefully they all fall out.
You better hope that you don't see anyone in the hallway now. It'd be amazing if someone from La Grande walked down there and then was walking back with 3 bags of Sun chips.
That's what we're going to see. We're going to see Chicoline standing through that window eating 4 bags of chips here in a second.
I think it's a sign to stop getting chips at 8 o'clock in the morning.
I poured 2 energy drinks on my stomach.
That's enough.
I need to have something on my stomach so it doesn't burn.
You got 90 more minutes of the show, Bobby.
Poured energy drinks on your stomach?
Yeah, like I drank 2
You're
energy
trying to burn
drinks.
off your chest hair?
I drank
no one
2
says
energy
I poured them on my stomach.
No, but I mean like I poured them down. They're just like resting on my stomach. That's a lot to put on there without any food to potentially sop it up.
What are you talking about? What do you eat in the morning? Mr. Hungry Man advice
Nothing.
over
I
here?
starve myself till 11 o'clock, then I eat a big lunch.
Oh.
Big lunch.
Okay. So we got a Sun Chip problem with the vending machine, but we're all about to get fed chips. Well, he just disqualified himself from chips. Those Sun Chips, that flavor's awesome.
The garden salsa?
Yeah.
Holy cow, it's good. Sun Chips in
Fantastic.
general are good. I might kill for them, Sean.
What a segue after we give you this update from Diana Rossini. So she has a little bit different report than Adam Schefter, who says
it's doing it again. It was falling. I was trying to straighten it out.
Microphone making noises over here. Chill out, Corey. Shaq Leonard, Diana Rossini. Shaq Leonard is visiting with the Cowboys, and I was told the Eagles do not have a visit set up yet. Schefter says the Eagles have a visit after the Cowboys. Diana says the hope in Philly is if he leaves Dallas without a deal, they can land him. There are also other teams talking to Leonard's camp about possible interest. So we'll ask Jerry Jones for the update coming up here in about 10 minutes.
Fans will lose their mind if he ends up with the Eagles.
I mean, we do have to bring up the point and keep asking the question, why is he available?
Yeah.
He's available for a reason. He got benched in Indianapolis.
Yeah.
We just put that to the side because it's a name and it's a fancy addition that you can make this late in the year. We do have to be honest about it.
Yeah, he's not the same player that he once was, and he does have injury issues. That's going to be a big question, be a big part of it. I think this one was also partially because
his PFF grade is a 60.
He was brought off the field in passing situations. He was considered a good run player, but in passing situations, he was brought off the field. He didn't like that, and that caused tension. So I think part of this was just toxic butting of the heads, and that they were like, you know what, we're not even using him in passing situations anymore.
Well, then he's
we're not putting up with
okay,
this.
Well, then why would he be fine in passing situations here?
I mean,
the Indianapolis Colts are telling you that he can't cover.
What
now, this is a runs. I still believe the Cowboys have a big run stopping need, so I'm down for it. I just want to balance it a little bit on the other side here. With he got benched and he got cut for a reason. He passed through waivers for a reason.
What's the line in the land of the blind? The one-eyed man is king. Like, I mean, it's just he's not great at, but like you don't have any good linebackers really right now here in Dallas. And so even if he's not the best in the world in coverage, he's probably better overall as a linebacker than anything you have at the moment. Because right now you have one legitimate linebacker essentially in Damone Clark, and even still, he's struggling at times. He's still coming around as a player.
Will the Dallas Cowboys finally sign a player like this? Will this deal get done, or will they lose him to filthy?
Yes, they do. I think they sign him.
Woo! All right. We'll see if that prediction comes true. 10 minutes. I think you said the same thing about Odell.
I did not.
I think you said this is serious. This is happening.
It was serious. I never said they were signing him. I think they signed him.
All right. Why are people reversing course and leaving Texas for California?
You know, it's we've seen a giant exodus from California to Texas over recent years, and I guess all the Californians are off-putting to the Texans because new data from the Census Bureau shows that state-to-state migration, California welcomed 42,279 Texans as new residents in 2022, and that is the most transfers of any state to any one state.
Wow.
So more Texans went to California this year than anybody transferred from any other state. It says one major factor when it comes to relocating is how much residents are paid. And according to Forbes, the average salary in Texas for 2023 is $57,300, which ranks 24th.
Say it slower. Give me the numbers.
The number for Texas in 2023, the average salary is $57,300.
All right.
That's 24th in the country, right middle of the road. The average Californian salary is $73,220, which is the third highest behind only New York and Massachusetts. So what's interesting here, though, is what they're not factoring into this when they talk about how much money you make is you have to make that much money to just even live in a shack in California.
Just like New York, cost of living.
Because it is ridiculously, like when we go out to California every time, it's the gas is $2 more than it is here.
Yeah.
We always hear about how much the housing is, and they just say, well, you know, you're getting the lifestyle and you're getting the 72-degree weather. And fair enough, it is pretty awesome. But still, I wouldn't think that that discrepancy would be enough to cause a total shift. I think what would be more at play here, and this is probably, you know, some social science study or something like that, is that what would be more at play is probably just all the worldview that has fled California to come to Texas. It's probably just the similar, you know, it's the opposite end of the worldview that's fleeing Texas to go to California. It's you're just finding your group of people is what it probably is more like, I think.
Oh, so you think there's you know, undiscovered hippie mentality here that people want to go find?
Oh, I think there's plenty of undiscovered hippie or, you know, that, without being too specific, political worldview that they're looking for, that they want to be around more.
What would RJ say about this?
RJ probably, these are Californians in heart anyway. Like, why would I want them here? This is, you know, 42,000. That's probably 41,000 of them from Austin. And Austin's not Texas. That's what he would say. He'd say that Austin isn't Texas, and this is all people from Austin, probably.
All people from Austin.
That's what he'd say. Austin, or he'd be like Dallas proper, and he's like, we don't need any of that.
And speaking of California and Texas, people are committing violent acts for tacos.
Yeah, and this is in West Virginia.
Is it weird this makes me want to have tacos for lunch today? I just texted my wife. I'm like, let's go find a good taco place. I need some great suggestions.
Because they're worth murdering for, apparently.
Yeah.
According to one guy in Morgantown, West Virginia, a guy was arrested after threatening to kill someone in the house, in his home, because he said he became irate due to everyone in the house eating all the tacos. So he pulled out a .22 caliber semi-automatic rifle and ran up the staircase to threaten everyone for eating all the tacos, which it made me think about what would I potentially kill for? And it's probably these garden salsa sun chips right now. And I mean, depending on who, like I would, Peyton, I'd take you out for some garden salsa sun chips right now, I think.
You couldn't do that.
Well, I couldn't.
I was surprised by what
funnier.
I was surprised by what you said yours may be.
Which one? Which one? Which one did I say?
Was yours a candy or a sweet that you had in mind? Like, was it was
No. So what I mean, I would, tacos is way up there for me. I would definitely like consider tacos, like especially Kristen's tacos. Those are really good. Chicken wings, some good chicken wings. This is something that lately we've had a lot of stuff in the news about people willing to sacrifice lives for food, because you had those EMTs that were in, I believe it was North Carolina, that got in trouble because they went through the Chick-fil-A drive-thru during the call as some woman was having a heart attack. And they were like, well, we already ordered. It was literally a couple minutes. We did it on the mobile app. So the mobile app and the drive-thru's shorter, and the mobile app drive-thru. I think that's there. We're seeing several instances of people saying food is worth something here, and so Chick-fil-A has been one.
We're not endorsing it. This is like a life hack.
Yeah, this is not anything we're saying. We're just saying that this is something that you got people shooting folks over tacos. You got people saying, well, the heart attack can wait. I got to get my Chick-fil-A. Whataburger would be up there for me probably.
Oh, I know what I was trying to wonder for you. What you said you'd kill for, and I was shocked. You said probably walking in front of the TV while I'm playing video games.
Oh, yes,
I
that
had
one.
no idea that you played video games.
Oh yeah, no, I play 2K, and the kids and Kristen know. Like her mother-in-law or her mom comes over and opens the door. Not her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law's dead. But Kristen's mom will walk in the door, and she'll see me playing video games. She'll go, "Is it okay for me to pass?" Because everybody knows if you walk in front of the screen while I'm in the middle of a play,
What?
I will lose my damn mind.
Did you know he played video games?
No idea.
Yeah,
I had
2K.
no idea.
Oh, I
you
crush
good?
it too. I'm
Who's
very
your-
good at 2K.
who's your team?
I
cheat with the Warriors?
No. I play the my player a lot. I don't play the team stuff. I
So
play
what's
my
your
player.
second favorite game?
Probably it was in the past. It was Splinter Cell, which is an old Xbox game.
Wow, Bobby Belt. Who knew? You play Tolos like on your little headset and everything?
I don't do the headset, but I've played people on there before and crushed
We'll
them.
get you on Call of Duty, Bobby.
No, the shooter games get me too anxious. I'm not good at it. The first person shooter, I just feel like it's too sensitive and I mess it up.
Yo, get his hands on here of the video replay. Jerry Jones live next on the show. Wales. Sean and Bobby continue on the Fan.
Coming up today on the KNC Masterpiece, we got our premium Dallas Cowboys ticket giveaway in the Expressway. Plus, is Dallas ready?
Now time for the Jerry Jones Show here with Sean and Bobby, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. We already had Coach McCarthy on at 6:30, and now it's time for the Hall of Fame owner and general manager before the Seahawks Thursday night on Amazon Prime. Good morning, Jerry. How you doing?
Hey, Bobby, Sean. Good morning to you.
Jerry, how do you think the Amazon thing has worked out so far?
Well, I'm excited about the. I'm real excited about for instance, the Friday prospect we had, the Black Friday prospect. Those are the kinds of things that I think when I look around the corner, that you're going to have, because I think our ability to go to so many people can ultimately be refined so that it can go directly to the product. I've seen, for instance, us have messages on television with the Cowboys, and we can measure the phones ringing at the Pizza Hut place to that basically shows you just how attentive and who's watching. So my point is that Amazon allows us a great way to look to the future on that kind of direct impact of people watching our games.
Did you get your fill of turkey and Dolly last Thursday?
Oh boy, I'm telling you, I have. It is. I hate to see it go. I started with chicken gizzards, turnip greens, with chicken and dumplings, and that was about 2:00 in the morning, Friday morning. I'd been down to Austin to watch that game, and ended up in Missouri about 2:00 in the morning, and sitting there eating that kind of menu.
Are you gonna try and get any? You mentioned going down to Austin. Are you gonna try and get to AT&T Stadium for the Big 12 title? Watch the Longhorns play there. Well,
of course, we're such a fan of college football at AT&T Stadium, and we're excited about this game. I'm going to try to get any game that we can possibly get out there, especially now that they've done some reconfiguration and have these great teams. Really, a team like Texas or A&M over in that Southeastern Conference now, we'd like to see those games, some of those more significant games, be here, because it's become even more central to where these teams are.
Jerry, let's talk about AT&T for a second. Like the Cowboy home field advantage is never really mentioned in terms of like the best home fields in the NFL, but your numbers are staggering. The wins, the point differential, the dominance. We talked to Coach McCarthy about this a short while ago. What can you say about playing at home, the advantage in Arlington, and just what you're doing at AT&T this season?
At home, we'll have certainly more Cowboy fans, to be tried to say, than on the road. But we're usually playing before anywhere from 10 to 15 more thousand people than we play on other stadiums around the league. And so you add that volume to the fact that we've got Cowboy fans, and that really makes a positive place to be playing, and it excites me to no end. It's a fruition, if you will, of what I've always dreamed of, and that's having a great fan participation at the games. As you well know, you've heard me say many times, only 7% of our fans have ever been inside an NFL stadium. So it is just a coup to be able to have the kind of fans that we've got at our stadium in this area, relative to every aspect of playing these games.
Jerry, we've heard a lot of discussion leading up to this meeting, whenever it's scheduled for, with Shaq Leonard. Coach McCarthy told us earlier today that he's excited to get to meet him. What do you guys see in him as a player, and can you tell us when you anticipate meeting with him?
It's not real hard to look and see what kind of player he's been. He's been outstanding during his career. We'll want to check his health, see where he is, see where he's current right now this year, for the rest of the year. We'll look at that, and that's what he's doing right now as we're speaking. And I'll have a little lunch with him while he's here.
when you bring a guy in and you have a player like this and you've got guys on your team who have played with him before, Malik Hooker, Stephon Gilmore, do you get their opinions on him? Do you ask them questions about, how he is in the locker room and how he is as a teammate?
Yeah, of course, a player like him, you don't have any questions. His contribution away from the football field is well known. You can look at probably any log in a newspaper and see that he's a big positive on a team, has great respect, has great experience. All of those things are given and accurate in his case. And when you played as long as he's played, at the level that he's played, then this isn't a hard scouting job at all. Now, the question is where he is in his career, as well as where he is health-wise, is what it's all about as far as evaluating anything. Now, the next thing is how do you get something worked out if, in fact, all that other fits.
Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan every single Tuesday. Jerry, there are some reports out there that Philadelphia is waiting for their Shaq Leonard visit after you guys. Does that factor in whatsoever? Because the immediate fan reaction is you can't let him get out of the building. Is that a fan reaction thing or reality?
Doesn't surprise me at all. I don't know that you need to stop there. There's probably several teams that he can make a contribution to. And this thing probably does not have a financial aspect to it as far as competition between the teams.
Can you remember your last, we're not letting him out of the building till we get this done situation? Was it Mike McCarthy?
Well, of course, that can only go so far. But, yes, I do. And we've got a pretty attractive situation for any player because of not only the way we play it, but also just the aura of the Cowboys and our fan base. And this area is a tremendously attractive area for any players. And so many of these players come from within striking distance of Dallas, whether they're coming from the team and living in the area they're playing in, or whether they live other places and play with the team and commute. Texas, Dallas, this area is one of the premier places to live anywhere.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Speaking of Philadelphia, we're watching these games with great anguish and disgust at the very end, Jerry. They always seem to be pulling out these victories as we're trying to hope they come back by a loss or two to make the rematch even bigger in Arlington. How are you taking in some of these Eagles games that they keep pulling out?
What have I done to deserve this? Why can't that ball bounce the right way? All of those things go through your mind, but it just reminds me of all of the ways that you are involved in many, many perspectives of the NFL and the impact of games. And, of course, you think that you've got to have this team, you've got to win this game if you've got the opportunity. Some of that is correct. But on the other hand, you got to remember you can play anybody out here and have the same opportunity to move up closer to the playoff advantage because anybody can beat anybody. And so I look at it, but I don't look at it as long gone, chance missed as much as you might think when they get close to a game like they had the other night. And we thought that Philadelphia was going to get a second loss. Didn't happen. Again, you got to roll back over and just think about what you're doing.
Jerry, you mentioned after the game the other day that, you don't know if you've had a day like this, and you said you'd include them all, put Super Bowls in there. What was it about the Thanksgiving game, that Thanksgiving day, that was so unique for you?
Well, the festiveness that you knew that didn't know how much, but when you're rolling in there at about 45 million people view, I think my statistics show that there were as many as at one time as many as 48 million people watching the game, or sets tuned in, or whatever measurement there is there. But all I know is it's one of the most watched games ever. When you realize that you're getting to be a part of that, and then you put together an impressive win, if you will, not obviously first for us, but then for that audience, and then have an icon like Dolly Parton sitting there with you, Will, really promoting the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders. And those kinds of things are really not only rewarding, but they're productive. The most important thing about the day that I was referring to, though, is what this did for the people that the Salvation Army serve, because this just reminded better than it's ever done. And Dolly had a lot to do with it. I think she made a contribution to the Red Kettle of $1 million. That'll feed over 2.5 million people Thanksgiving dinner. 2.5 million for what she did. And when you think that was going out to the millions of people, I dare say how much more that put in those red kettles over the next month or two that wouldn't have gone in there had they not been sitting there reminded of what it does. That's what the guys jumping in the kettle do. That's what the whole show is about there. I've never seen one that could create a situation that could create that kind of energy for a cause as like the Red Kettle, and how it feeds and puts shoes on, provides Santa Claus. I've never seen the conduit when you're energized for action by watching it on television. Then you have these millions and millions, 1.5 million volunteers with those red kettles to take the money that then goes to feed. That combination of things and then have all that exposure is mind-boggling.
Jerry, do you think that McCarthy would have approved the turkey legs if Dak didn't ask him in front of you?
Well, I know this, that Mike would be the first in line to help the Salvation Army, and I'm serious. And he's got a heart as big as he is. And so we kind of enjoyed the little dialogue there about a little before the game, and it gave us a little brevity of lightness. And but make no mistake about it, our players plotting to jump in. For instance, Bland had told his coach, his coach, he said, if I should take one back, will you be there to push me in the red kettle? And so his coach came in, Harris came in, and while we were sitting there visiting, and said, what do I do here? And coach was sitting there, and he said, well, ask Jared. I said, by all means, push him in that kettle. Go in there with him if you can. And if you look at that tape, there, Harris, the coach, is sitting up near the bench, and when Bland starts breaking, he's running like a you-know-what down the sideline, trying to get there in time to push him in the kettle.
Jerry Jones here on the Fan.
Great stuff. But again, I can't emphasize enough how unique, what a really gift it is to have that kind of attention and have people, including, but not demeaning, Dolly making it that much better to create more dollars in those red kettles all over this nation. Now, that money stays in the area it's put in that red kettle. I've never seen anything like it. And, of course, it's over the last 27 years, Salvation Army will tell you it incrementally has increased the money going in the red kettles by over $4 billion.
Wow.
That's the power of having those millions watching.
Yes, sir. Jerry, let's talk about this stretch starting Thursday night. A lot of us are viewing this as measuring stick time after you guys have dominated some of the lesser teams. Now you get Seattle, Philadelphia, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. How are you looking at this upcoming stretch for you guys?
Good question. But I think all you have to do is remember what you did when you played Arizona. And again, you get someone says, well, we get tired of reminding ourselves that anybody can beat you. Well, that's a big key. We, the team, the players, they've got to focus on who they're in front of out here Thursday. And the stretch is just that. It's important to have us all on top of thinking about what if, but the real deal is how. How do you look at it? You have to look at it over executing on Thursday. Look at it through a player's eyes. And I promise you right now, those players don't have anything on their mind about the next game. They've got it. They've studying every move they make in front of them, getting themselves ready. That's the way you have to approach. It sounds like the old mundane, just got my eye on the next game. It's real. It's real stuff. And if you let your mind wander ahead and look at a Philadelphia or look at anybody way ahead, you'll have a Arizona on your hands, which we lost that game, of course.
Jerry, you know, we obviously here in sports talk radio are always looking for storylines and discussion angles that we can have. And one of them that we've been kicking around lately is just the level of play that Dak Prescott's had. Where does this compare to other stretches that we've seen him throughout his career? Would you say this is the best you've seen Dak Prescott play these last 6 weeks in the time that he's been here?
Yes, I would. Now, he's had some outstanding consistency in his career. He's even in light of the fact that he's had injury to rehab from and had injuries to make adjustments with, that he had to alter what he was doing because of the nuances of the different injuries. That makes it that much more impressive. But there's really, I can definitively say this is the best I've seen him play. I think that I would give Mike McCarthy a lot of credit here because what they've done is really installed. Mike has done a great job of coaching coaching how important it is that they get the fundamentals down of what we're trying to do offensively, what we're trying to do, believe in it, keep working on it, it'll come. And so they've stayed consistent with the changes and what he's trying to do offensively. That's paying off. That's what's working out there is what they've been working on. And that goes for the receivers, routes. That frankly goes for technique in the offensive line. And that goes for the play calling. Mike's very quick to tell you, if you're going to call, you got to install. So Mike's doing the installing, and he's out there with it, and he's got a great feel for what he's going to do. When I, for instance, sit down with him before a game, you sit there and he'll show you his first 15 plays, first 20 plays. So he's scripted out and knows how he wants to start the game.
Jerry, would you vote for Dak or Bland for MVP right now?
Well, I would. I didn't know, since we're speculating here, I might have 5 votes. And I'd load them all up on those 2.
2 + 2 = 5, right? Jerry, did you have any new father advice for Dak?
Well, I'm so proud for him, and we all are. And no one deserves that in his life any more so than Dak. And we all know his story, and so really proud. I will tell you the best thing that's about all of this for me has been able to work beside and be involved with my children over their adult life and over the last 35 years with the Cowboys and beyond. And obviously, as in everything, it can be times when it's a little messy. But that's the way it is. But boy, let me tell you something else. That if you've got it to where you can function and that's working good, it is not only a rewarding experience for a father. It is absolutely I think a winning so whether it's on the field, off the field, business. And I'll never forget, my father-in-law would take me to conventions of his business. And I knew why he was asking me, so because he wanted me to take Jean. And so he wanted to be around her, and I knew that. But he would brag on me, and he'd say, "This is my son, Jerry. He's a Razorback and plays ball, and boy, I could feel my old bones growing. I could feel my old backs growing." I just was getting confidence. And but that was when I was in school. Well, later, things got going pretty good for me. We'd be going to the Southwest Conference games, for instance, see Arkansas A&M or Texas or whatever. And I'd be looking around for who I wanted to take with me, colleagues, business associates, friends. And invariably, the one I wanted to go with me was my mother and father-in-law.
Wow.
That came about because I was in their date book when I was a kid. That's the order of things, and that's what happened. You want them to want to take you when they're rolling and going, and adults, when you're older, take them with you when you're younger.
Great answer. And my final one, we asked Coach this. I want to see, sometimes Miss Jean is sitting next to you, so I want to see how honest you are. Were you 50-50 changing the diapers with her, more or less? Because a lot of my friends somehow have gotten out of changing the diapers, and I was 50-50.
You said be honest.
Yep.
You said really be honest. For whatever the reason, I always, baby, I got to get up at 6:30 to get to work.
I knew it.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
I had more reasons to avoid that. When she had Charlotte, well, of course, Stephen stayed back, and you had changeable diapers, but you had to wash the diapers. You didn't have to throw away disposable.
Oh, no.
You don't want to know what You don't want to know what Mount Everest looked like when she returned home. In terms of staying after him, and the one that kept him was me to some degree while she was in the hospital. But more importantly, I had an associate that was a man that she knew well and a great longtime friend. So he was helping me out at the house. You can imagine what a mess we made of that.
Jerry Jones delivering gold as you've come to expect with 12 years for us now every Tuesday on the home of America's Team, brought to you by Ford. Thank you so much, Jerry. Let's get it done Thursday night.
Thanks, guys.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's react to what he had to say about Darius Shaq Leonard and the NFL player poll. Most annoying, best trash talker, best and worst stadiums, coach you want to play for. We got the NFL player poll and Jerry on Shaq Leonard next on The Fan. But
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
To hold Trenton Gill. Kairos Santos awaits. Snap. Right hash. Angle left. Santos the kick. Santos is good from 30 yards. And the Bears crawl back in front 12-10.
12-10 is the final. Justin Fields' game-winning throw to DJ Moore on Monday Night Football. Minnesota loses. Final hour, a Stacked Tolo Tuesday edition. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. RJ's out for a few more days. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we have reaction to Jerry Jones, who just joined us on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline, saying that Shaq Leonard is visiting as we speak. Jerry's going to have some lunch with him. And then I got a little bit confused. And I'm kicking myself. Clarence Hill is making me kick myself more in the commercial break from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. What did you make of what Jerry said afterwards about the race with Philadelphia, if there's a meeting set up or not, and most importantly, the money?
Yeah, his exact quote per the transcription from Todd Archer over at ESPN was, this thing probably doesn't have the financial aspect to it as far as competition between the teams. So I think what that means.
Did Todd spell the word like that?
No,
the way you butchered it.
That was just me reading like Peyton there. My apologies. I think what this is, what he's insinuating there, I think from there is that means that this isn't like they have more money than us or we have more money than them. This isn't going to come down to any financial thing. It sounded like they were on equal footing, or they believe they're on equal footing in that realm. So that's how I took it. But yeah, probably should have hit him with the follow up, and I didn't. So,
well, I was assuming that you knew. Dumb assumption on my part.
Yeah. You should know I know nothing at this point.
We probably should have clarified that. But
apologies, Clarence.
if it's coming across the way I think, then I feel better about the Cowboys signing him. If money isn't at the top of the factors list, that's usually a good thing with the Cowboys not paying for these finishing pieces.
He says money basically is not an issue. He says it's an easy scout. It's not one that's difficult. They know what kind of a player he is. The biggest headline, it sounded like, for him right now is he healthy? It sounded like the medicals were going to be the biggest part. So if that medical comes back clean for them, I think he's a Cowboy. At least they're going to do everything they can to make it happen.
Because Philly's fit for him versus us, I mean, could they be... there any way they could be more desperate or in need of Darius Leonard's services than the Cowboys are? No, right?
No. And look, I mean, Nick Sirianni's got his own relationship or has been in proximity because Nick Sirianni was on staff in Indianapolis while Darius Leonard was over there. He was offensive coach, obviously. But he's going to have that connection. So, I mean, there may be things about Philadelphia that are more attractive. Not the least of which is they're probably going to be the number one seed in the NFC. And that's a attractive position to be in. But Dallas is playing good football right now. He would get an opportunity to play a lot here. He would, I don't know that it's much different. I mean, Philadelphia may give him the same amount of time, but he comes in here and he is immediately their best linebacker and is on the field a ton if he comes here. And so,
you know anything else about him as a leader, as a person?
Yeah, he's apparently, so this is the fight over being taken off the field on third downs, being taken off the field in passing situations turned a little ugly, but he is supposed to be a very high character, locker room leader type. And I think that's why things soured the way that you can't have somebody who's a locker room leader type then getting, soured on because of their playing time. Like that creates issues that you don't want to have in your locker room, specifically when it's related to a leader in the locker room. So I think that's why it became such a necessity for them to have a divorce, was because of how bitter things had become. But he is supposed to be one of the better leader types. The day he was released, he still went out there and did some turkey drive out there in Indianapolis within the community. He was very involved in charity efforts in Indianapolis. So high character type of guy and somebody that is generally viewed at as a leadership piece.
The Browns have been thrown in here as a possible team as well. A four-time All-Pro. This guy was just an automatic tackling machine. I hope it works out. I'm going to guess it works out, but we've been burned over and over and over again here. Although, looking back on it, not getting Odell Beckham was the right move. Von Miller, I feel like, has gone missing in Buffalo. Now, would it have put you over the top last year? It only takes one play in the postseason to justify it in fans' minds. But not getting Von Miller, I don't have a tremendous amount of remorse or regret over that right now.
You don't have remorse or regret over them, having the Randy Gregory situation go sideways and not be able to finish that. So, look, they often say that sometimes the best moves are the ones you don't make, and the Cowboys have found themselves lucky in a couple different instances where they didn't make the move and it worked out for the best. That's the
Collins worked out. I mean, the only one up for the most debate would be Amari.
Yeah, Amari's still been really good there in Cleveland, and he's shown that he's an automatic. Would I rather have Amari Cooper than what they spent on Michael Gallup? Yes, I would rather have Amari Cooper here right now with Brandon Cooks and CeeDee Lamb. That'd be much better. But it's similar to what they ran into with Dak. Like, sometimes it's better to be lucky than really good. And they lucked out that they weren't able to trade back into the first round and get Paxton Lynch. They lucked out that the Raiders took Connor Cook a pick before them, and then they just kind of shrugged their shoulders and went, okay, I guess we'll take Dak at 135. Like, they get those lucky breaks every now and then. It's not all been bad luck on the road of these 30 years without a title.
All right, so we'll talk about it with Patrick Walker, who is at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco, where Shaq Leonard is right now, according to Jerry Jones, exclusively here on Sean and RJ. I love these anonymous player polls. It should tell you what the league is really thinking about some of the biggest subjects. The Athletic compiled it. And these are NFL players talking. Best player in the game today.
Patrick Mahomes.
Patrick Mahomes got 46% of the vote. Second,
Myles Garrett.
No, he came in at fourth.
Dang. Aaron Donald.
It is Aaron Donald still at 9%. Then my MVP right now in Tyreek Hill. Biggest trash talker.
Jalen Ramsey.
He's second. It's a guy you've talked about a lot on this show. Same position.
A corner who
not the biggest name.
Wow.
But a longer name.
Eli Apple. That's not a longer name.
No, CJ Gardner-Johnson.
Oh, yeah, that dude is a loudmouth.
24% say he's the biggest trash talker. Then Jalen Ramsey. Then Brandon Graham tied with Jeffrey Simmons. So going up front. Then Marcus Peters, who I think was just cut by the Raiders. Which current coach, aside from your own, would you want to play for?
Ooh. I'm going to guess they'll say something really annoying like Sirianni.
No.
Good. Thank God. Kyle Shanahan.
Jinx, buy me a sun chip. No, it's Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin, 26%. Then Mike McDaniel, 14%. Mike McCarthy did not show up on this list.
Damn, I was just about to ask.
Yeah. Okay, most underrated player, T. Higgins. Best stadium to play in?
M&T Bank.
Why would it be M&T Bank when you're dodging bullets in Baltimore? No, really horrible guess. Arrowhead wins with 18%. Then U.S. Bank Stadium. I don't even know who U.S. Bank is.
Oh, I think U.S. Bank is Minnesota. That's what I meant.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what you meant.
Yeah, I said M&T. I meant U.S. Bank.
Then SoFi. Were you being serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Oh,
I meant U.S. Bank.
I was like, well, the home of the Ravens.
Yeah.
I wanted to see where AT&T showed up here. It was basically 8th on the list. U.S. Bank, SoFi, Lambeau, Lumen Field, Acrisure Stadium, and then Allegiant, then AT&T, 6%.
No Lambeau?
Lambeau, I already mentioned. Listen.
Oh, I missed it.
They had the 4th highest vote. All right, next category, worst stadium to play in. You travel around.
Oh, I'm guessing they'll all say FedEx.
FedEx is second.
Oh, there's something worse than FedEx.
Yeah, it's an injury-riddled place according to the league.
That'd be Arizona.
Nope.
The Link.
MetLife.
Oh, yeah.
MetLife, 18.5%. FedEx Field in D.C. So the Cowboys in this division avoiding, knock on wood.
Knock on Corian.
Avoiding major injury. Most annoying fan base, according to the players.
Cowboys.
They barely finished second.
then it's got to be Eagles.
It's Eagles. Eagles got 25% of the vote. The Cowboys got 24.7% for most annoying fan base. Here's what the players said. Philly, just loud, rude, and obnoxious. They just swear they're the biggest football gurus on earth. A player who said the Cowboys fan base was the worst. They usually think they should win the Super Bowl every year.
Okay, that just sounds like somebody who is like, that sounds like Stephen A. They asked him, like, oh, I hate the fan base because they think they're going to win it. Like, what player says that? That seems like
You don't think we're the most arrogant fan base?
No, I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of self-loathing fans.
What's the worst? What's the worst thing that both of you would say about the Cowboy fan base?
They're overly emotional based on whatever happens in the moment. So they either are like the sky is falling or it's.
I don't know how many. I've dealt with Chiefs fans, Commanders fans, and Ravens fans in those markets. I've never had more decide that the game was over after the second drive than Dallas fans.
In either direction.
Game over. Turn it off. We're losing. This is it. This is game over. Of course, I wasn't on social media as much back then. All right. Roger Goodell, thumbs up or thumbs down from the players?
Players like him, and that surprises people.
58%. I'm surprised.
Players really like him, and that's
why.
It's funny is that I had somebody in the league tell me one time, they're like, well, the only people who don't like Roger Goodell are the ones who are getting in trouble with him. Everybody else generally does. And maybe you've got friends of those players or guys on that team when somebody's getting in trouble that don't like. So a lot of Cowboys players may not have liked him when Ezekiel Elliott was getting in trouble. But for the most part, guys think that he looks out for them.
How would you rate the overall officiating in the NFL? 1 is the worst. 10 is as good as it gets.
I'm going to guess that they just say it's right in the middle of 5.
You are correct. Did you read this?
No, I did not.
All right. 22% said it's a 5. And then the next highest amount said it was a 7. So the second highest vote was saying that the officiating was really good. 10% said 1. That it's awful. So decent. Turf versus grass. Is it overblown or a real concern?
They're going to say it's a real concern.
83% say it's a real concern, and Bobby Belt goes against the players and says it's overblown.
I mean, it doesn't. You don't need to set it up like as a juxtaposition of I'm an enemy of the players.
It is a total juxtaposition in this area. You think that it's totally overblown, but the players think and say does not matter, even though they're the ones laying it on the line every week.
I'm just saying that the data shows that it is like the most common season-ending injury field. We looked at this research. I can't remember which stadium it was, but it's a grass field. And so, I mean, it's something that the statistics show it's about equal.
Would you be open to a change in the franchise tag rule for running backs, even if it impacted the salaries of other positions? 53% said yes. That they'd be okay with that tag for backs. If the NFL had a team overseas, would you want to play for it?
No.
No was 55%. I was pretty shocked that 35% got a yes.
Yeah, I would think that none of them would want to do that travel consistently.
Right?
You would have if you're going to put somebody overseas, here's what's going to have to happen in my opinion. You're going to have to make them a totally unique schedule where it's like they play 4 home games in a row and then they're on the road for 4 in a row. Like you can't just have them going every week on the road and coming back.
So there it is, the anonymous player poll from The Athletic on what the league is actually thinking. What is Patrick Walker hearing? What is he hearing about Shaq Leonard at the Star right now? And let's start getting you ready for the Seahawks next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But have you
personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or to go to truckwreck.com.
It is now time for Patrick Walker at Voice of the Star on Twitter from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Is everybody on Shaq Leonard watch right now after Jerry confirmed he was visiting as we speak?
I'd say more or less, and I think it's rightful. I'm never the individual who's always chasing the big name, and anyone who follows me and follows my work knows that I really look for the objectivity in it all. How's the player looking? What's health-wise? So forth and so on. Money, but when it comes to Shaq Leonard, I'm all in. I was in when the Colts waived him. And I didn't think that he would clear waivers, but he did. And I, wanted to see the Cowboys go full bore at this. And that's exactly what they're doing. So, this is a multi-time Pro Bowler, multi-time All-Pro. And for those that are saying, well, because of the recent back issues, he may not be what he once was, that's completely fine to me, because as long as he is healthy, and 80% Shaq Leonard in 2023 is already better than most linebackers in the league. So he's in the building right now, getting a look over physically. Like Jerry told you guys, he's going to have lunch with Mr. Jones here shortly, later this morning, which is another great sign. And all they need to do is just come to terms and try to get this thing done, hopefully today.
Yeah, hopefully not chicken gizzards, as Jerry was eating since 2 a.m. in the morning. What's the most recent tape you watched of Leonard, and what did it show you?
Well, what I did was I went back and compared his back issue film with his post-back issue film, and I wanted to see what the drop-off was, because obviously there's going to be at least a little bit when you're talking about a back issue, and he still plays at a high level even after the back issues. And, I know that he and the Colts kind of had a falling out, and that led to him being benched and so forth and so on, but that's between Shaq Leonard and the Colts. When it comes to what he brings to the Cowboys, I see a guy who's just as physical as he's ever been, equally as driven as he's ever been as far as the mental aspect of it. He's still as hungry to play football as he was when he was prime Shaq Leonard, which at that point was arguably the best linebacker in the league, which is why he was paid as such at the time on a 5-year deal with the Colts. And I'm looking at his fit for what he would be doing for the Cowboys in Dan Quinn's system. Thanks to the emergence of Marquise Bell, thanks to the year 2 jump for Damone Clark, you mix in some Rashaan Evans. You're not asking Shaq Leonard to come down to Dallas and be that number one guy. So if it turns out over the remainder of this season that he can do so over the course of the next several weeks, absolutely wonderful, fantastic. But you're not looking to put a ton of wear and tear on him. He should be fairly fresh after what happened with Indianapolis. You only need him for the remainder of the season, 6 regular season games, plus hopefully through February. And then you work it out again in the offseason. Money's not going to be necessarily an issue. Colts owe him $6.1 million, give or take. So right now it's just about fit. And looking at his most recent film versus what the Cowboys need, I think it's perfect.
If this doesn't come to fruition, Pat, do you think that the Cowboys are done investigating the linebacker market, or do you think they'd say, okay, well, just because this fell through, we still have to get more depth here. This is still a challenge for us, and we have to go find somebody.
Like who, Bobby?
For me, specifically as somebody who doesn't work with the team and would be tampering, I would say that Anthony Barr would make sense off of their practice squad. But for somebody in Pat's position, just generalized, do you think there's anybody else out there that they might investigate?
Well done, my friend. Well done. Because of that, I'll forgive you for not playing Call of Duty. But I'll say that I believe that they're always going to be on the lookout for something that might help them at the linebacker position. I don't think, I get what you're saying. You're saying Shaq Leonard is, as our friend Brian Broaddus put, a gift from the football gods. You don't expect a guy of this caliber to become free at this point in the season. So when that happens, you got to go put the pedal to the floor and try to get him in. Now, if it doesn't go your way, I don't think that they will put the pedal to the floor in this manner for anyone else. I think they just kind of keep their antenna up to see what becomes available, who might they, be interested in poaching, things like that. But this is the blinking light when you talk about Shaq Leonard. So, and then there's the added aspect of there's a very good chance that if Leonard does not sign a deal in Dallas, that he ends up having to, playing against Dallas in the near future as a member of the Philadelphia Eagles. So when you're talking about a negotiation, first and foremost, everything I said before that point, as far as his fit in the system, his health, his physicality, his football IQ, his mental drive, all of those are the reasons, money as well. All of those are the reasons that he is perfect for what Dallas needs for what could be this potential playoff run. But then you have the added aspect of, if you don't get this done, Nick Sirianni and Howie Roseman probably will. So if you need any more motivation, there it is.
Patrick Walker on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill hotline from DallasCowboys.com. Jerry also told us that Leonard probably does not have a financial aspect to this as far as competition from other teams. What did you make of that?
I think he was basically alluding to the salary situation with the Colts. Obviously, with them waiving him, they still owe him $6 million. So because that $6 million is already in his pocket, it shouldn't come down to, quote unquote, a bidding war, is what I think Jerry is saying. I think this is more so a culture versus culture situation, as far as what the Cowboys bring, what the city of Dallas brings, who would he be working with alongside, I should say, current friends and former teammates, Brandon Cooks and Stephon Gilmore, and then under Dan Quinn, which I think we can all agree is the best defensive coordinator in the entire NFL, and he's a player's coach. Guys would run through a wall for him. And then, of course, you got Mike McCarthy, who also, for his own way, he's a player's coach as well. So there's a lot to be sold here as far as it being an easy sell for the Shaq Leonard situation. But money is not necessarily going to be that. And I think that works in the Cowboys' favor, because you two and I and everyone listening, we all know Cowboys are not often going to win a bidding war because they don't want to. They don't want to set markets and things like that. So if you take the money component out of it largely, that favors the Cowboys.
Totally agree. That leads me to my little fun game here, and we can go around the room if you'd like to participate, Roberto, because we're all setting ourselves up for the same old thing. All the hype, and Steven's not going to pay the narrative. Give me your biggest free agent victory of a guy they didn't sign, and you're like, I knew that would not work. And give me your biggest loss where you're like, that would have worked, and you didn't advocate it. I think our biggest show victory is probably Jamal Adams. I'll give credit to Choppy for the safety position, but give me your biggest free agent win that you had and your biggest loss for the Cowboys.
I think the biggest win is a tie, and the funny thing is that tie comes between two former Jet safeties. So I'm going to go with, not Jet safeties, but safeties, period. I'm going to go with Earl Thomas and Jamal Adams. So that's a tie. I was completely out on both of those things happening, and thankfully those things did not happen. So good job, Cowboys, not going there. As far as the biggest loss, who should they have signed and didn't, and then they went and played well? God, I will say there are several. Who's coming to mind, though?
You got any, Bob?
I mean, just the guy that they shouldn't have gotten rid of, and they did, and he continued to play well, was Amari Cooper. That's just the one that
I go there. I think if the question is, were there free agents that the Cowboys could have signed, didn't, and then they went somewhere else and balled out, I don't know that, I mean, obviously there are some, but define ball out. I would go with Amari Cooper as well. I'm with Bobby on that one. And I know that's not the same definition as what we're talking about, but I mean,
thanks for following.
I know Bobby knows as well. I was really against moving on from Amari Cooper, like really against it. And he went up to Cleveland, and he's doing some really good things, just like he was doing here in Dallas. So I still have some, PTSD from the Cooper trade. Mm-hmm. But that being said, I do love me some Brandon Cooks. So the Archer is here, and we're having some fun with that.
Pat, what's been the difference, you think, the last few weeks in the way Tony Pollard's played?
Well, first and foremost, the offensive line is giving him opportunities. And up to, I'd say, last week, the week before, there wasn't enough continuity on the line because of injuries. So that means there wasn't enough, the timing was off on the left and right side of the line. Talk about Terrence Steele struggles on the right side of the line before these past 2 or 3 games. And then on the left, Tyron Smith, he wasn't on the field. And when he was on the field, Tyler Smith wasn't, and vice versa. And it all led to Tyler Biadasz kind of struggling a little bit because, again, no continuity. But now that the offensive line, that front five has, 3 consecutive games under their belt and multiple games this season, you're starting to see it gel. And that is, creating some better lanes, better protection for Tony to run through. And that means he's getting beat up a little bit less. He's taking less contact, so he's a little bit fresher as the game goes on and as the season starts to go on. And that's kind of what I'm seeing. I mean, it's not necessarily any added burst over what he did or did not have in the first half of the season. It's just the protection is better, giving him better opportunities, and he's playing quicker as far as being more decisive. The physical ability is still there, but I could sense a little bit of wariness as far as trying to figure out, hey, if this lane is going to open, do I hit it full speed? If you go back and watch like the film against the Commanders, he's not always waiting for the lane to open. He trusts that it will open, and he's already in gear, and then it opens. So that's O-line and running back trust that's kind of just being built over these past couple games.
Pat, we saw last week that CeeDee Lamb had popped up on the injury report with an ankle, and he obviously didn't look 100% against Carolina. He didn't have a big game against Washington on Thanksgiving. There was 1 or 2 moments where it looked like he was a little sort of good. Do you think he's 100% right now, or do you think he's just? Do you think it's just traditional wear and tear this late in the season?
I don't think anybody is 100% right now on any team in the NFL. If you're on the active roster and you're actually getting snaps, so I think he's banged up just a little bit, but nothing that I would be concerned about. And the reason I say that is because if there were really a concern, then I, sitting here as the analyst, you as the analyst, Sean as the analyst, you would be looking at the injury report and saying, okay, DNP, I'm concerned. But he's actually still getting some work in practice, and he was a full go on a short week against the Commanders, which also goes to the point of the Cowboys clearly are not too concerned about it, if at all, because they let him play another game 4 days later after kind of banging up his ankle against the Carolina Panthers. So, he's on a normal week now as far as a full 6 days of prep before the next game. I think he's completely fine. I don't think many NFL players are healthy at this point. We're going into December. Guys are banged up. It's about pain management. It's about, GPS management, and Mike McCarthy does that as well as anybody in the league.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com on the Boomer Jacks Bar and Grill Hotline. Seahawks Thursday night on this radio station with Brad and Babe. So on a day like this, behind the scenes, you guys don't leave the building? You lunch in? Are you hiding around corners? Like, what is it like there with the player in the building for you guys that cover the team and girls?
Listen, I'm going to give you a Dan Quinnism here. I don't chase the play. Okay, if you chase the play, you won't make the play. So you kind of sit back and let the play come to you. And I say that to say, we'll have Mike McCarthy's conference call at 12:30, see kind of what he says about it, and just kind of let the day play along. I'll eat lunch in the building just because I do more often than any day. So I'm not going to change my routine because the routine's working. And at some point today, I'm hoping to be able to give Cowboys Nation some fantastic news when it comes to Shaq Leonard. I'll probably see him walk past me as I'm eating a taco that I haven't killed anyone for. But outside of that, yeah, I'm hoping for some good news to be able to report later.
At Voice of the Star to follow it throughout the entire day. Patrick Walker every Tuesday and Thursday with Sean and Bobby. Thank you so much. We'll preview Seattle in a couple days. Thanks, Pat.
Yes, sir. Talk to you soon.
Fantastic stuff from Patrick Walker, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's go ahead and crosstalk. Mike Bassick was up at 6 o'clock. He was already trolling. He was already texting me. Let's see if he brings it again with the KMC Masterpiece crosstalk next. But
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced that Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is the one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. The best ones do sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
It is now time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagelin and Mikey Bassick. Man, you got to come up with a new system, bro. That looks like a beating. That looks like
I don't know how this happens, to be honest. Almost every day, all my cords get just
It's because you
up.
just throw them into your bag.
I think when I throw them in, it's better than when I wind them up.
No, you need to wind them up and
ever
throw them into the bag separately in separate pockets. That way you don't have to deal with that every day.
So that's your computer cord, and then those are your headphones?
Yeah.
Oh, man, those headphones are wiry, too.
It's the IFB? Is that what that's called?
We don't work in TV. Mike won't be soon either, but...
oh, my God.
What, the Rangers aren't going to be on television?
Valley joke.
He'll be working for Wells Fargo Sports Network or whatever,
That's
whichever
right. So-
bank owns them.
Hopefully Apple TV.
Is that entanglement just from yesterday?
Yeah.
Wow. Corey, what's coming up?
What's the worst entanglement you've ever been in?
Oh, that's a really deep question I need to think about.
I don't want to answer the question
I
you
know
asked
what
me because
it
I want
is.
to hear your answer to the Kevin's question.
Oh, I do too.
Entangle. What'd you say, Mike?
I know what it is, but I won't say it on the air.
Okay, thank you for that.
All right, so
Corey, back to you.
today there are lots of Tolos and Twolos heading to My Possibilities to pick up their items. So if you're out there driving over to MP right now, say hi to my wife. She's going to be there giving those things away. But also, Collectible Corner. There's some very interesting stuff. Are we going to be able to get to that fully, Kevin, or do we need to hold on? Okay.
No.
Actually, 11:22. The most ridiculous headlines in all of sports. 1, AI writers. 2, Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are stupid anyway. But what is the most eatable mascot in the world?
What psychedelics were y'all on
Wasn't it
planning this out?
Isn't it? Well, do you eat longhorns or do you eat cattle?
Oh, man, steak is great.
See, I was thinking advertising mascots. Now, this is interesting. I hadn't considered just
I thought we were
regular.
talking about like
You might be
college.
onto
I'm
something.
thinking
like,
college mascots.
you have
sports
you have
mascots.
a cow there
Yeah, you can't eat
in
longhorn
Austin,
meat.
but so longhorn is. I just didn't know if it like had to be like.
Because you don't want to eat like Ugga or
They
whatever.
say it's healthier for you and tasty.
Take the hat
Okay.
off first. Let me see.
So I go with that.
God,
That's a good one,
Bobby.
Mike. That's a good one. So the word is
You can eat a tree if
the
you're at
Pop-Tart
Stanford.
bowl. At the end of it, you will be able to eat the Pop-Tart mascot from the Pop-Tart bowl. So that is Jared just texted me and said Mrs. Met's pretty hot.
Come on, y'all.
You remember the
It is
Mrs. Met stuff?
9:44 in the morning. For the love of God,
Mrs. Met is she is.
Drop
Anyway.
off's over. We're good.
But yeah, so like if that's the idea is once you get done with winning the Pop-Tart bowl, and I don't know who's going to be in that yet. Carter
you
Freeman
really
probably
win.
does. Then you get
See how
to
much
eat
filling
some of the
you can break
mascots. So
off.
which
I got
mascot
it.
would you eat?
And you don't
Might
like
have to cancel
Pop-Tarts?
I don't like Pop-Tarts. I think
he doesn't like Oreos either.
Yeah. It tastes like
Why?
over processed sugar. It just tastes bad.
What do you think of Oreo Pop-Tarts?
Jared
make
also
those.
Jared also said that was not from him, so I'm gonna go back now. My apologies.
Probably from Mr. Mac, I guess.
I don't have any follow-up.
We might have to change that segment. I don't know.
I love that
I'll
segment
tell you
already.
what. I'll tell you what's coming up later on in the show, but early on in the show.
Okay.
I am in love with the new NBA basketball player.
How many cards?
Are they
have- how many
playing the
cards-
Mavericks
Please don't
tonight?
say
They are
Yes.
playing the Mavericks tonight,
Yes.
and I think you're about to see one of the next great centers in the NBA. And unfortunately, I don't know if Derek Lively's available for tonight or not.
Questionable.
But if he doesn't play, I think you could see kind of a 35-15 game tonight from Sengun. This dude is the next. Right now, he's considered like, those advanced stats where you try to put everything together. He's considered the third best center in the NBA this year behind Jokic and Embiid. So This is somebody to really watch. This 21-year-old from Turkey is really, if you're like, how are the Rockets 8-6? He's the main reason. There's other reasons. They signed veteran guys, but he's the guy they've built everything around.
How relieved are you that Luka's hand is fine, or did you believe it was fine the entire time after we tried to decipher his post-game audio?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely relieved because it seems like this team has
It seems like they have a clearer path than in years past for success. I realize rebounding and interior defense in general is still a big hurdle for that. But if Luka goes out, well, that really feels like that screws things up.
Isn't it? I talked about this yesterday on the show when we were wondering about Luka. It's tough because he is the boy who cries wolf every time something happens to him. When he falls down, you're like, did he break his hip? I don't know. He's acting like it. And then he gets the ball back a minute later and then does an unbelievable play offensively.
Micah Doncic.
And you're just like, all right, I guess he's fine, but if the ball gets, and nothing against Luka, I love him, but he does have that, I call this a Dwayne Wade characteristic. Yeah. If something wrong happens in the game, then he's going to act like he's hurt. And sometimes he is. He was really hurt at the end of the 2021 season where he had to miss 3 playoff games to start the playoffs off. So he was really hurt. But you can never tell if he's really hurt or just faking the injury for like a sympathy.
What are you saying is the downside to that?
Because as a fan, I don't believe he's ever really hurt. I was like yesterday, I was like, I don't believe he's hurt.
Right.
He fakes injuries all the time.
So fan believability, not anything like on the court.
I understand like what Mark Followell has to do on the telecast. He has to say, oh no, Lucas, because his ankle might be broken. But more than likely, we've seen now throughout his career, there's actually nothing wrong with him. He's just trying to gain sympathy with the refs, sympathy with the fans. I'm not sure. I don't have that in me, and I'm not saying it's a good or bad trait. There's certain people that love faking injuries, and that's just part of who they are. Part of who Luka is faking injuries, so it makes it tough to know when he has a real one.
Bobby, I will Venmo you $20 right now if you can name me the top 2 teams in the Eastern and the Western Conference.
Boston.
That's correct, I'm pretty sure.
It is. It's Boston's at the top. And then, I don't know.
I think Minnesota. Is
You're
that
not
correct?
even going to guess for the money?
Nope. We saw how the guessing game went.
Did I get it right
good.
or wrong?
It is.
Oh, your coaching guessing game?
Does anyone not?
I know Orlando was the 2 seed a few days ago.
It's Boston and Orlando and then Minnesota and OKC. Those are your top 2 seeds.
Mavericks have fallen to 5.
Well, they got eliminated from the in-season tournament.
Good.
It's very devastating. It's
Do they just cancel the rest of their games?
It's like the 49er loss for the Cowboys is the same thing.
Can OKC hold on with their distractions?
What a miss. What a miss this turn. I mean, I guess it's not even a miss. It's just a big fat nothing.
They're trying. I mean, I'll tell you what. Yeah. The NBA, I've said this, they do a tremendous job when they send out the memo of you do this and you say this on the broadcast and the telecast, they do it and they say it.
Like?
Well, like
hyping up
pump up this tournament like it's the greatest thing to ever happen. And so whoever it is, they have to do it. But they do a good job. That's good promotion. The Major League Baseball in a weird way does the opposite. Like, this rule is stupid. This rule is, it might be. It might end up not working out. But just send out the memo. Everybody just say it's the greatest thing ever and see if the public buys it. If the public doesn't buy it, then just be quiet about it and we'll just make it go away without anybody knowing. But the NBA, what they do is they say, promote things as it's the greatest rule change ever. We are the league that changes the things the most out of any league in all of sports. And so what they do is they do these memos to promote their league. Like, I think that's why Jeff Van Gundy's not on TV anymore. I think they're just like, does he do the best job of promoting our league and promoting the rules? And he's always taking shots at it. So let's get super promoters. And I do like Reddick. I do like Richard Jefferson. I do like them calling games. I'm not taking a shot at them. But I think you'll lose your job in the NBA if you Jeff Van Gundy it, where I don't think you will in other sports.
All right, we going to throw a couple Ask Reddick questions at you guys.
Oh.
JJ Reddick?
Deep life philosophical questions.
I'm ready.
And let's see what your answers are.
This is the most popular one today we got traction with. What's the most obsolete technology you guys still use today?
Reading the newspaper.
You read the
Every
newspaper?
day?
It gets delivered to you?
Most days. I like the puzzles in there too.
You like the feel of the paper, the smell.
I do.
Yeah.
Which paper?
Dallas Morning News.
Boo.
Oh. They don't like
Except
us.
for, who do I like? Gelkin's fine.
You like Gelkin and Calvin.
Calvin's cool.
What, is he Fort Worth Star Telegram?
No, we're talking about the Dallas Morning News. Clarence Hill, Mac Angle sucks.
Oh, no.
That's your guy.
I know, I'm just joking. Wonderful hair.
What have you invested the most time in that's now useless?
Warzone.
Warzone? That's useless now?
Yeah, I don't mean, I still play it, but I've spent a lot of time and it has not gotten me anything other than the pleasure of shooting.
Well, it gave you the enjoyment in the moment,
But it
satisfaction.
didn't build up, like it's useless now,
But that's not a video game is not like a future payoff thing. Unless you're getting a scholarship nowadays.
Yeah.
It's like that's a video game we're talking about, right?
Yes, yep, absolutely.
It's really weird because you get a scholarship if you do, and then you're considered out of your prime. Like that's the weird thing is like every study shows that at like 18 years old, it's over.
They're video game studies?
Yes.
That's a real
your
thing.
prime.
And they're saying it's over at 18?
Your prime is like 13 to 17 years old. As you get to be 18 years old, your video gaming starts going downhill.
So they recruit like when you're like middle school.
So it's really weird.
Yeah.
Like gymnasts.
It's just weird that, hey, college, we want you to do it. It's like, well, you're out of your prime. You should be recruiting 12-year-olds.
Do you yell at your children or your spouse if they walk in front of the TV while you're playing Warzone? See, they know better. See that? Sean was very surprised.
Well, actually, they know better because they
games.
play. They game.
Oh, so they know not to
don't
walk.
do it. They kind of just, but yeah, they know better.
My mother-in-law, like, very quietly will go like, is it okay to pass in front of the TV while I'm playing NBA 2K? And MLB The Show.
During football games, my father-in-law would just go door, and it was you make a better door than you do a window. But he shortened it to door, and all the kids in the house knew to get out of the way of the TV.
Dang, that's tough.
And so I use it
when my kids are playing video games. If I have to get in front of the TV, they know not to say anything to me because I could give two S's about their video game.
How many times have you unplugged it or just shut the TV off?
4.
I don't think I have.
Really? They just know to turn it off?
Well, I guess, yeah. It's never gotten to that point, at least in our household, where it's we have to get rid of the PlayStation or whatever.
I'd be terrified of Mike.
I broke a TV one time in Jacob's room.
What
because he was doing something. I don't remember what he did.
Mike McCarthy called a run play with no motion.
That's what it is. That's exactly what it was. It was a third,
no motion.
It was run, and then ask Dak to throw a 3rd and 12 Hail Mary. All right, you're about to be executed for a crime you didn't commit. What are your last words?
F you.
Not good luck finding the rest of them?
No.
That's what the 214 said they would do.
That is a terrifying answer.
I know.
But, man,
when's the last time you've ever thought of that? You think it last meal, but never last words.
Yeah, no, I thought about it because
you would rather F you to the people who did this to you than like say I love you to your loved ones?
No, I already took care of that. Like that's the thing. Whenever people like win an Academy Award, their speeches are so stupid. They're like, I want to thank my mom and dad, blah, blah, blah. Like, you should have done that after the fact or before and like have some cool story to talk about.
It's like social media, Kevin. You have to post that you love them to prove it.
Public recognition. It's just a public shout out. It's like how everybody always loves when they get public shout outs.
And
That's
wouldn't
all
your
it is.
wife love to be recognized and mentioned on national TV?
Or in your, electric chair?
She knows that's not me, though.
Well, but would you do
Just
it?
wait if you ever get famous.
Yeah, well, you're Marconi that you win.
And and accidentally forget her name and see what happens.
See, but that's the thing. If you don't name anybody, you didn't forget. You just have a conversation with her separately and be like, I could never have made it here without you.
Jared Sandler charity auction is open. World Series trophy at Globe Life Field on Sunday. DM PayPay for all your bids.
Maybe Mrs. Metal make an appearance.
So we can do the DM thing too. It doesn't have to just be a phone call.
Well, it's
college
just for Peyton.
football.
Well, Mike is a Tolo. Everyone's a Tolo. KFC.
Hey, man, you got to work.
I know.
I've been working, Mike. I know.
I mean, yawning doesn't count back there. KMC is next on 105.3 The Fake. I'm proud of you, Mike.
Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Corey continues to be an annoyance to the OCD community. And I think to Mike, that's not really what we're going to start off the show with.
That's fine.
Is who is going to be the 2023 NFL MVP? And I'm asking this for a specific reason. This is not meant to be like, oh, could it be Dak? Could it not be Dak? But like, if that's your vote, please do throw that out there. But I wanted to discuss it for an entirely different reason. And then don't forget, in the Expressway, we will be giving away those premium Dallas Cowboys tickets that includes parking passes, club suite. It's going to be fun.
I'm not pumped about my answer here, but I think it's going to be Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
So here's why.
Okay.
Last year, it looked like he was going to be the MVP, and he got hurt late in the year. So last year, he established with the voters. Did he finish second? I believe he did. So he established with the voters after being a nobody. Let's just be honest. A second-round pick who looked like a nobody, lost his job at Alabama, went to Oklahoma, and look, let's face it, under Lincoln Riley, everybody's a great quarterback. That's the tough thing about Caleb Williams and other stories. Like, I think he's going to be great, but then it worries me that he was under Lincoln Riley, and everybody's great under that system. Okay, so he establishes himself last year in the NFL as a premium quarterback, and everybody's like, is he really? Like, can he repeat? We saw Carson Wentz do this in Philadelphia, get hurt, and everything changed. So now they have the best record by far in the NFL. There's a good chance that Philadelphia finishes with the best record. And so I think right now, if I had to vote, I would vote Jalen Hurts the MVP. I don't think he's having, numbers-wise, it's not blow you out of the water numbers-wise. But I have to look at the quarterback of the best team in the NFL with the best record, a guy who almost won it last year, and there was questions coming into this year. Is he really that good?
Yeah.
Can he really repeat? Nobody's repeated in 73 decades, it feels like, in the NFC East. And they're probably going to repeat as division champs. They're going to be most likely the number one seed. To me, I think it's somewhat of an easy vote right now for me that it's Jalen Hurts today.
Okay, I'm intrigued by that as well. Corey, what say you?
My ranking at the moment is Hurts, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
Tua, and Dak has entered the top 5 of this conversation. But
Over Brock Purdy?
Yeah, and Brock Purdy's right there in that conversation too. But the thing that Dak needs to do to stay in that top 5 and to even vault himself, he's got to beat Philadelphia. This gauntlet that the Cowboys are about to run through, they come out of this thing clean. He stands a really good chance to be 2. And if he beats Philadelphia, that's now a conversation. If he does it, like if he's the one that makes big plays, because to add to what Mike's saying, not only is Jalen Hurts, like the numbers are okay. Lamar Jackson's numbers are okay, but they keep winning too, right? But to add to it, Jalen Hurts is making plays at the end of games that draw the penalties from the referees that also are winning games. He's the factor that is winning games for them late. And so that's where I say he has the edge at the moment. But Dak does this in this gauntlet they're about to run through and beats Philadelphia. He really does stand a very good chance of being in the top 2 to 3 here.
And so this is interesting, and then we'll dive into like why I think this matters a lot. From the 2 and 4, Jalen Hurts doesn't have the numbers to be MVP. Mahomes, Dak, Stroud, Tua, Justin Herbert all have better numbers. Cool. The Eagles have the best record, and they talk about their defense and everything like that. I hate the notion that the best team's QB is MVP. So I was reading an article from The Ringer talking about how the MVP almost always goes to the same person.
Yeah.
Since 2010, every MVP that has been a quarterback, now it's different for other positions. Obviously, you've seen those MVPs more sparingly as the years have gone along. Since 2010, every QB MVP was first in expected points added in the league every single year. Who is, with the exception of 2015, who won in 2015? Cam Newton. He was 6th in that category. Why did he win? Because his team was 15-1, right? And he was the quarterback. Yeah. So if you look at it this year, who do you think is number 1 in quarterbacks for EPA?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy is number one.
Because he's actually has the highest yards per pass. It's like 9.3 compared to the next highest is like 7.
That is incredible. And Dak is second. But if you go down the MVP like betting odds, who's first? Jalen Hurts, then Patrick Mahomes, then Lamar Jackson, then Tua, then Dak, and then Brock Purdy is sixth.
Okay, yeah.
And so this would be a huge breakaway from what has been the case for more than a decade.
You're saying, wait, what would be the huge case?
That Brock Purdy wouldn't win the MVP, even though he leads the way in EPA.
So you're saying it would be shocking if Brock Purdy won the MVP?
That number has been the deciding factor for so many years.
So you're saying Brock Purdy is going to win the MVP right now?
Okay.
I'm confused. What you're saying is opposite from what I'm hearing from him. That's why, as a listener right now, I'm totally confused on you and him.
Okay.
It sounds like he's saying, it sounds like you're saying, I'm just going to, Corey, I'm pointing at Corey. Corey is saying Brock Purdy is the MVP. The voters are going to vote for Brock Purdy today to be the MVP. And you're saying the voters are going to vote for Jalen Hurts because Cam Newton won the MVP doing Jalen Hurts things.
But that's the only time ever, since 2010. Every other year, it's whoever's best in EPA wins, and that's Brock Purdy. So history would tell you Brock Purdy should win the MVP, but then there's the Cam Newton outlier. And so my question is going to be, do you think, maybe it is Hurts because they have the best record, do you think he can win the MVP and this will be another Cam outlier? Or do you think we'll start to push more and more away from EPA as like your end-all be-all determiner?
I think we'll push away from it if they're the number one seed by far and they're 15-2.
Yeah.
And he almost won it last year, and you almost feel bad for him as a voter. Just put yourself in these shoes. Wouldn't you feel, don't put yourself in I hate the Eagles shoes. Wouldn't you feel kind of bad that you're like, dang, I wanted to vote for him last year first, but he just got hurt at the end of the year, and I just couldn't do it because he wasn't healthy enough at the end of the year. This year, he's playing on an injured knee. He's 10-1. He's beating every team. I can't vote. Now, they do play San Francisco this week. That's a huge MVP game. I will say that as we're having this discussion before that game happens. But he beat Dak already. They do get to play each other again. He just beat Kansas City in Patrick Mahomes. Whether a guy dropped a pass or not, you got the win over that guy. And this is a quarterback league. In card collecting, nobody gives two craps about Micah Parsons cards. If you spend a lot of money on Micah Parsons cards, I'm sorry. I tried to tell you don't do it. His cards will go way down. Yeah. Same with receivers and Justin Jefferson. Nobody gives a crap about the other positions in the NFL except for one quarterback. And I do think that when we look at this, voters' sympathy a little bit are going to look at Jalen Hurts and go, gosh, I wanted to vote for him last year, and he's having as good or better of a year. They probably are going to have a better record this year than last year. And so I do think he's going to get the votes.
And so somebody asked, well, what about players like we were just talking about, like Tyreek Hill? I'm on your side on that, but we've talked to Jerry about that. We talked with Steven about that. That's what offensive player of the year has turned into. Who's the best not quarterback, right? And I don't think that's fair.
And in a weird way, the public does not care about defensive players. The public does not care about wide receivers. The public definitely doesn't care about running backs.
So that's true. To go along with that, do you think this will be the first time since 2016 we'll get a closer vote? So since then, at least 75% of the vote have all gone to the same person. Matt Ryan only got half the vote in 2016, and 6 different players got votes. But other than that, after that, Brady, 80%, Mahomes, 82%, Lamar, 100%, Rodgers, 88%. So, it's usually a pretty big margin.
It's a fun conversation to have. We're having this conversation way too early. If you want to have the Heisman Trophy conversation, now we're down to one game, right?
Yeah.
And I'm happy we're having this conversation. This is a fun conversation. Philly plays San Francisco this week. You have Dallas playing Philadelphia in a couple weeks. Most teams have 6 or 7 more games left. I guess 5 or 6, I should say. And I just look at it and go, this is a fun conversation. But there's so much more football to be played. This is where I hate saying this. The Dak lovers, I'm glad that you love Dak. He's your quarterback, and I love that you love him. Dak's part of the conversation a lot of times around this time. Unfortunately, you have to play 17 games. It used to be 16, but you have to play after 16 games, we really can limit this down to a real conversation, but there's so many more games and injuries that could happen because all it takes is Jalen Hurts' knee bugging him next week, and he has to miss 3 weeks, and then he's out of the conversation again.
Could it also take
Brock Purdy?
You're right. Could it also take then the Cowboys running the rest of the slate? Like they win the rest of their games, and all of a sudden Dak is not only
I think that would put him in the conversation.
Yeah, and
like
also
the real voting.
Also have that home game against Philadelphia where you put up, 450 yards and 3 touchdowns.
He has to win. It doesn't. The stats to me don't matter. It matters.
Didn't we just establish that though? That
Yeah.
you have to do that, and also to add that to it would be one of those. He did it against that team. He put his stamp on against the guy that he. And in the last game, it's not like Jalen Hurts went out there and just blew the world away. The Cowboys kind of messed that up at the end of that when they could have had that. So that's where those two. That's where he could get that edge on that. Now again, you still have Mahomes pushing towards playoff contention late in the season. You have Brock Purdy fighting you the same way, and he's going to have a game against the Eagles as well. You also have Lamar Jackson, who's going to come away looking like he has a pretty good record by the end of the season, and being the MVP for his team. He's the key to that team.
Agreed.
He's dragging that team everywhere they go.
How many times in your MVP thing, I know this is probably impossible to look up right now, in the last, 10, 15 years, how many times is a team a wild card team and that's the MVP? The quarterback is the MVP of a wild card team? Because most likely, the candidates that Dak has to beat, Kansas City is going to win their division. Baltimore's probably going to win their division. Philadelphia's probably going to win their division, and San Francisco's probably going to win their division. And let's face it, Tua T's probably going to win that division. So out of kind of those 5 other quarterbacks, most likely they're going to win their division. Dak could end up going 13-4 and being the 5 seed in the playoffs. That's a great record, maybe even better than some of the division winners. But I'm just wondering how many times is a team a 5 seed.
Kevin, just looking, Mahomes wasn't the Mahomes, Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes, Brady. None of those were. Matt Ryan wasn't. But I mean, even still, a lot of these names that we see, unless it's some kind of magnificent season that you've never seen that happen before, it's face of the franchise. Not even face of the franchise, face of the NFL. Like that's what it is. That's where that has landed a lot of times. This is going to be an outlier season, I think. I think it'll be one of those Lamar Jackson type things where it's a different guy because again, we are sitting here without an Aaron Rodgers and without a Tom Brady. And so you're trying to find this other comparison, and it's going to be a Brock Purdy type guy.
I wonder if people are scared to vote for Lamar Jackson because if he loses in the first or second round, they're like, I can't believe I gave him another MVP. And I'm not a Lamar Jackson hater, but I think there's so much. I don't think Lamar Jackson can do it in the playoffs. I think they're scared to give him a regular season MVP going, do we want 2 MVPs on his resume right now without much playoff success?
To your point, I'm not saying he got jobbed in any of the other years, but as soon as Dirk won MVP and they lost in the first round, I think a lot of voters were like, can't do that anymore.
And to your point, that stat that Brock Purdy's leading, if you go look at Dirk's career, he's top 5 or top 3 almost every year of his career in that.
In EPA.
Yeah, in NBA.
The equivalent.
And it's just like it didn't matter because it was like, they're run and gun or they're ultimately not a championship contender, so we're not going to really consider Dirk.
So I think you're right, Mike, that there's still a lot at play, but
it's a fun conversation.
Brock Purdy and Dak lead the way in EPA, and those are not the top 2 candidates for MVP, which would be very unusual in the modern NFL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, previewing the Mavs and Rockets, and does Houston have the next breakout player in the league? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The Fan continues.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Tice tries to keep it alive. Westbrook had it for a moment. Irving brings it back. He's going to try to beat the buzzer. He does. Kyrie Irving now with 19.
I think I've said this before. There are a few things in sports I enjoy as much as sad opposing announcer. Like, I realized that game was not competitive either, but that brings me joy.
Since we played that highlight, I'm kind of changing the topic here to start off this topic. It's about the Mavericks instead of about Alperen Sengun, who we'll get to in a second. I'm starting to fall in love with Kyrie, and it's worrying me.
Why?
Because I think that's how he breaks your heart. I think that's how he.
What do you fall in love with? The way he plays?
Yes.
The way he treats his teammates?
Yes.
Yeah.
I just am like, crap. He's really good, and he's fitting in.
Yeah.
What an interesting way to phrase
He's
that.
right, though, Kevin.
I get it.
Because
I do.
he's crushed the souls of the Cleveland Cavs. It's like, we did it. We finally won a championship, and our hometown boy LeBron did it. He came back, and he did it. And with Kyrie, and then as soon as they won the championship, Kyrie's like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Right.
And you're like, crap, what did we do? And he's like, I don't want to be anybody's little brother. You know, it's like, oh, crap. And they fell in love with Kyrie. He hit the big shot over Steph Curry. You know, it was him who made the big shot.
That was an awesome shot.
To win the championship. And so then he goes to Boston, and I don't know how quickly they fell out of love. I don't know his whole story in Boston, but I do know how he was like, I'm going to be here forever. This is the team I want to lead. I'm going to be a Boston Celtic forever. And I think they fell in love with him. And then he started taking shots at Jason Tatum, taking shots at Jaylen Brown. They weren't getting along, and then the love story ended, and that's why there's so much hate in Boston for them, because they fell in love with him. If you don't fall in love with the player, you don't hate him as much. Does that make sense? And so I'm starting to fall in love with him, and I'm worried that he's going to break my heart like he has in multiple places.
But the alternate option is, I don't think, being true to your Mavs fandom. You love the Mavs.
Right.
But
I can not fall in love with certain players, but I'm falling in love with him because he's so freaking good. I mean, I do need him to play a little bit more, but I understand they're trying to keep him healthy for the whole season, and so they watch his minutes and games played.
I think almost like real love, Mike. I think it's inevitable. I don't think you can stop your love of Kyrie Irving from happening. You got to put yourself out there again.
When it comes to, I agree. Yeah, there's plenty of fish in the sea and whatever he was saying.
Oh no.
When it comes to intelligence in the game, that's one of the reasons you like Luka a lot, is because not only can he do all these things, but he sees the game a certain way.
Right.
And Jason Kidd was, like, we think maybe highest basketball IQ out there. Like, it exists. He has it. Where do you have Kyrie in the intelligence, the smarts, and understanding this game? Is that another?
He's high. He's way up there.
Like, his skill is so.
Well, and he's so fun to watch. Yeah. He has such great ball handling skills. He does play team basketball. You know, when you watch him night in and night out, you're like, God, he is playing team basketball. I know that was an issue in Boston, but he's playing really good team basketball. He's playing what you'd consider winning basketball. He's trying on defense. He shares the spotlight with Luka. There seems to be no situation where you look at Kyrie and Luka and go, oh, this is going to end in a Kobe Shaq situation. At least that doesn't look like the case with these two guys.
So a lot of people want you to fall. There is one notable exception from the 469. Also, Kyrie wasn't happy with that Boston fan base. Fair enough. I get you
Makes
on that,
sense.
and I definitely understand why. It's just there's a couple of other fan bases as well. And from the 817, we treated him the best out of all the teams. We'll be all right with him. And then from the 806, yep, that's how the toxic girls get me to fall, Mike. Keep your guard up. So most of the people...
It is how relationships work, man.
Most of the people are saying, no, you should go for it. You should love Kyrie. You should risk getting your heart broken. But there's that one person, and it's like, no, you watch out. And then from the 817, Mike, it's okay because he's found the one in Dallas.
I'm falling in love, but I still have not fallen in love.
What's holding you back?
Because he's going to hurt me. He's hurt everybody. Whether you agree with it or not, I know that Mark Cuban and others like, he didn't do anything wrong anywhere. Hey, wait a second. You can't go that blanket statement on Kyrie. There might have been other things in Boston that made him upset, other things in Cleveland that made him upset. But you can't go to 3 different places where they're trying to make you the focal point of their franchise or the focal point, and you say, oh, it was all Brooklyn's fault. He was the one if you read the book, and we talked to Spencer Dinwiddie when we interviewed about it, he said, yeah, that's a good book, and I'm sorry I'm forgetting it, but it's on the Brooklyn Nets. He always wanted to be a Brooklyn Net. He grew up a big Jason Kidd fan. He was at the Olympics and convinced DeAndre Jordan and Kevin Durant while they were on other teams, hey, when our contracts are up in 2 to 3 years, let's all be a Brooklyn net.
Right.
I have it all set up. And they're like, we're with you. And so he wanted Brooklyn to be his forever home. And you can say, well, Brooklyn did this or did that to him. But at the same time, it can't always be Brooklyn's fault. It can't always be Boston's fault. It can't always be Cleveland's fault, or it's LeBron's fault. Or it's like, it just scares me that I'm falling in love with a person who ultimately will divorce you. And so if I don't get married, I don't get divorced. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
Well, let me add this to it then now.
I am loving his game. I'm loving him on the Dallas Mavericks, but I don't want to fall in love with him, even though I can feel myself falling in love with him.
I'm going to start at the peak, Kevin.
Okay.
He wins you a championship and then says he wants to go somewhere else. Are you fine with that? Can you move on from that?
Yes, but I don't want to put him in the rafters.
Gotcha. He gets you to 2 to 3 Western Conference Finals. Let's say 2. And then he wants to go somewhere else. Can you say, you know what? It was time that I enjoyed, and we enjoyed the experience.
Okay, and then the Mavericks have the number 1 overall pick in 2029 because Luka's like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, nobody wanted Kyrie.
I think Mike he'll be
right?
okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it could totally, he could totally screw.
breakdown on love, though. In
But he
6
could
years, we'll have the number 1 pick.
Yeah. But that's the risk we took.
You're
He
right.
could totally. Kyrie has the power within him to totally screw over this organization. And for people that weren't alive, there is the possibility this turns into the 1990s again. There is that possibility with the lack of assets you have that if Kyrie decides, I do not want to be a Maverick, and obviously he's doing a great job as a Maverick, but there is that possibility he does to you what he did to Cleveland, what he did to Boston, what he did to Brooklyn, that it puts you in a no-win, we don't have assets, we're screwed over situation. And I hope that doesn't happen. I hope he is everything that he is today, but I'm scared of the past being the future.
At what point is there a time, is there a point where that won't be an issue, or do you think that's going to stick with you for all of Kyrie's run with the Mavericks, regardless of how long it is?
He has a 3-year contract?
Yeah.
Is after 3 years, he is just like he is today for all 3 years? I have no issue.
Okay.
Sign him back to another 3-year contract. I don't know where he'll be, where he'll be at physically and everything like that. But if he makes it through these 3 years the way he's made it through these 15 or 16 games, I think
Right.
16 games, then I can even be okay with, I'm not crazy about it. It's the NBA today, and this is the NBA he grew up in and he wants. He is missing 25% of your games. Like even today, like we haven't mentioned that at all, but he is, because the Mavericks are off to a good start. He's sat out 4 games already this year. I don't think he's hurt. I just think they're managing his games.
Sure.
Doesn't it feel better, though? It feels better to me than the KP thing did, where you're just like, you didn't know if he would miss the next 7 games every week.
Let's start losing those games and see how you feel.
Yeah, maybe
The Mavericks are playing well enough without him and have a good record and are off to the expectations was low on this team. It was low nationally. It was low locally.
Yeah.
Let's not fool ourselves.
No, nationally, we talked about this. I can't remember if it was ESPN or The Athletic. None of their experts picked the Mavericks to finish in the top 8.
Yeah.
Like they all had them in the play-in in some form or fashion, or the top 6.
Yeah.
Some form or fashion.
So far, this has been an outstanding start to a season. And Kyrie has been great in the games that he's played, and he's played the majority of them. But they're sitting him out to make sure that probably, let's be honest, they probably don't want him playing over 62 games. They probably want him sitting out about 20 games and staying healthy for those 62 games that he plays in.
Yeah, look, I think it'll be better for your enjoyment level to just rock with him while he's here. And I think you're going to be frustrated one way or another if he leaves, whether you all the way fell in love with him or not.
I guess I see it honestly from a general manager standpoint.
If you were the general manager, I would say that's a different deal.
See, that's why
that's how I see the
That's
game.
why I've always felt like Kevin is a better general manager than I would be, because I'm the
Did you
Nolan.
enjoy your Jacob DeGrom?
I'm the Nolan
30 days,
Mike, because I go with my heart and my gut, and he goes with his JD mind. That's why Chris Young was the perfect combination of both the heart and the mind. That's why we got the perfect GM right now. But yeah, I'm very bad at that. I'm very bad at just falling in love. And but you know what?
but I do think I'm not saying to you two guys, I do think at times it is silly that when you trade for Rashawn Holmes and you're saying fall in love, the ultimate fall in love fan is like, Rashawn Holmes is going to get us 15 and 10 every night and be the ultimate warrior. And you're like, I think you might want to settle down just because we got Rashawn Holmes and he was good a few years ago for a year or two.
Yeah.
And I was a fan of him back then too. But I knew that there was a reason Sacramento, who was a good competitive team last year, said, we do not want him playing.
Yeah, he maxed out.
And so I think that, like, to your point, I understand where you're coming from, Kevin and Corey, but I feel like if I do go to this, I just want to fall in love with everybody, then I won't have a standard. Does that make sense?
Oh, I
feel like I have to have a
definitely
standard.
know people like that. No,
They have no standards or low standards?
No, that they're a fan of love, and so they just want to.
They just want to fall in love.
Yeah.
No, you want something that's going to be nice to you back.
So there's my Kyrie.
Okay.
I am falling in love, but I won't fall.
We'll get.
No in-season tournament court tonight, by the way. The defect is still defective.
Thank God.
According to Tim McMahon.
Okay, well, good news for all the fans that are going out there is just real quick, because somebody texted in about this, and we'll talk about Sengun tomorrow because I got the game tonight. And everything like that.
Mike likes it. Guess what?
Okay, yeah,
I can do that then.
Is the 25 semifinalists. Now, if you talk about falling in love and getting your heart broken, Darren Woodson is now a semifinalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the 8th time. I want to say he's been a finalist twice, maybe 3 times, but obviously he still hasn't gotten into the Hall of Fame. But this is his 8th time as a semifinalist. And I know we've talked about it. I still don't get
He'll
why
need to be Veterans Committee.
Yeah,
this isn't going to happen.
Why is that though?
First of all, I mean, you talk to Broadus or you talk to people, Shireen Williams, Goose Goslin, they both have votes, is that it is a very Northeast room.
Yeah.
It's a strong Pittsburgh room. It's a strong Northeast room. And they just don't really love putting in Cowboys. They just don't. It's the weirdest thing. The greatest offensive line ever. Emmett, all he had to do was see the hole that was 3 people wide and walk through it. All right. Who made those holes? Nate Newton. Don't even want him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Who else? Mark Stebnowski. Sucked. Don't even want to put him on the ballot, right? It's like, all right, so all these guys weren't like Hall of Fame worthy, yet they created the greatest offensive line for a 5 or 6 year period. Like, put in Larry Allen. There, we put in one. We're done. Right?
It only took one person to construct the greatest.
Yeah, who wasn't even there on
ever.
92 and 93.
There's just so many things I've already said about Darren Woodson here, and so many things I want to say that it's very difficult to get it into the 15 seconds we have here. But I wish I could be one of the people that pitches the Darren Woodson, like the reason that he represents the NFL shield so well too. He's the kindest person you'll ever meet. He was a linchpin to that defense, one of the most talented, changed the game at safety because of his ability to do so many different things. And I hope it for him, because he's the kind of person that when he goes in, I might shed a tear. I might have one of those moments where like that was a deserving dude that I've gotten to know. And I have never walked around the Star and talked to a single person that doesn't think that he's the greatest person, in addition to what he did on the field. I don't know if you saw this, Kevin. I wanted to throw this out there. MLB Network has said the Rangers winning the World Series was the number 1 play of the 2023 season.
I mean, I would hope so.
It was their ranked number 1 play. It was the Josh Sborz strikeout to end it all and win the World Championship. And guess what call they posted?
It's got to be the Eric Nadel
Eric Nadel's call.
Man,
God,
that call's the best
forever.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
Well, MLB.com has an article out I want to discuss. Will the Rangers trade for starters or find their next Nate Eovaldi? Next.
Public notice.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Sewald in his 5th big league season now faces Seager. And the pitch to Corey, swung on and a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5. Globe Life Field is on its feet for Corey Seager. A 2-run homer, and Sewald has his first blown save of the postseason.
Hey, Mike, we're about to learn something real quick. Do you know who's running the board for us today?
Chris.
So
not Chris Summers.
Is this the first time he's running the board
Chris's
for us?
last name. I call him Chris Skinny.
For us,
Skinny
it
Chris.
is. Chris, we just learned an important lesson, all of us together.
All of us at the same time.
Make sure we're always listening, because the promo before you did your promo was the Corey Seager home run, at which point you might not have us queued up, but we're like, hey, don't play that audio coming back. So nice. You got to hear it twice.
I will say,
I don't mind it.
Yeah,
I don't
name
mind.
a single. Text in
We want to just play that
877-881.
highlight for 15 more minutes until this segment's over. That's fine with
We
me.
could just replay that broadcast game for the next 3 hours, and I'll be happy with that.
That's an interesting
Yeah. So just all the Tolos that like, hey, I didn't want to hear that. Let us know.
I don't
think there will be a text.
I don't think I've ever screamed more in my life than when he hit that ball. Like, I was just screaming for 30 seconds. In fact, I can remember going, oh, wait, Evan Carter had 2 strikes on him the next at bat. That was when I got done screaming. I didn't even care about Evan Carter's bat. He could have hit a home run right then and won the game. And I was screaming so much in my living room that I didn't even know. Like, I was like, I look up, I'm like, damn, he's already throwing 3 pitches to Evan Carter.
Sewald in his 5th big league season now faces Seager.
Just so we can get it one last
time. And a high drive, deep right field. This one is way back. This one is history. The game is tied 5-5.
I'm going to pass out.
Somebody said play it 10 times in a row. Play it on repeat. Yes. Everybody's okay with that. And you know what, Chris? That'll never be the last time. I don't think we'll ever. I'll die before I go. You know what? I'm tired of that.
Okay, that feels fair.
Yeah.
But I know you're also never tired of Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Baseball Nuggets brought to you by the Diamond Factory. Let's talk about Baseball Nuggets. Let's look at a couple of articles that I've kind of liked. Don't love, but I like. And I got to click back a few because I was clicking on Justin Turner. So guess what? I'm about to get to Justin Turner. These are the under the radar MLB free agents to sign.
Okay.
First one is if you need a defensive center fielder. Rangers don't. Yep. So Kevin Kiermaier, go sign somewhere else. We don't care. The next one, the DHs. Do you need a somewhat under the radar DH? And I would say the Rangers are in the market for this.
I could see that depending on if they go with some of our other grandiose plans and shift people around.
Yes,
but no,
if they do sign Shohei, I think we're out of the DH market.
Yes.
I think we're good.
And by the way, multiple people are like, oh, I went to game 1. That was the hypest moment in my life. And I'm sure that was the case for all Rangers fans. So Chris is just a genius. He's like, oh, I heard it.
Yeah.
You needed it again.
I mean, there's a reason that his Twitter handle was TX Rangers Update. So, because he's just like, he's one of us.
I was wondering this real quick. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, so that DH one makes sense.
I was thinking about Shohei this morning. I was watching some card collecting stuff, and I was thinking about Shohei because he's not going to pitch next year. He's not even going to try to pitch next year. So he has to watch how much he runs the bases. He has to watch how much he's stealing and trying to steal. He can fly, and he's 6'4", 6'5".
Watching him run down to first is amazing.
Next year, could he steal 50 bases because he doesn't have to worry about pitching? Like, could he be a 50-50 guy?
I mean,
he's never going to have to. He's not
You're assuming he's just not going to hit a home run every time. I see what you're trying to do.
But he walks a lot.
Yeah.
I've even seen him bunt against
the
Rangers to like get on base. I don't think that's. I mean, I kind of like when he bunts because then he can't hit a home run. But if I'm just wondering,
do you think Boats would do that? Do you think Boats would send him that much?
Maybe he steals feels high.
I tell you what, if he's on the Rangers, I think that's really high because look at what the year before. You can look it up. Simeon and Seager. Sorry. Simeon and Garcia each had close to 30 bags, if not 30. Because I remember they both were like 20-20 guys or 25-25 guys. And Woody was like, yeah, we're running. Let's be honest. They weren't hitting homers like they were in 2023. So he didn't believe that they could have a big inning by just standing on the bases and waiting for doubles and homers. Early on in the season, the Texas Rangers proved to Bruce Bochy, dude, we are crushing the ball. I don't need to take risks to try to get a runner in scoring position with 2 outs. We're in scoring position at first base. Let's not take the risk of stealing second base.
The pitch clock also helps kind of change the timing of when you steal, because now it's like, because the pitcher's in a weird situation if you decide to steal after he's already disengaged, right? So that
right. Well, that's why steals were up.
Yeah.
But for the Rangers, it was weird. The steals went down. But it was because the offense was so good for Boch, especially the first 2 months. He's like, I don't really need to steal. Like, why would I risk it if we're hitting doubles and homers all on our line? Like, there's not a weakness somewhat in our lineup, so I'm not going to take the risk. And you're probably right. If Shohei were a Texas Ranger, I don't think Boch is going to run him much. Like, I do think he'd get 20 bags, but I was just wondering, in the right situation, last year Acuna got 70 bags. I'm hoping this doesn't happen. But if he signs with the Atlanta Braves, can you imagine Ohtani and Acuna almost having a competitive challenge on their own team going, hey, I'm going to try to get 80 bags. And Ohtani's like, I'm not pitching this year. I'm going to try to get 80 bags too.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of teammate he is, like if that's the fun that he has with that. But yes, I would love those friendly competitions like that.
Because he doesn't have to worry about pitching. So anyways, Justin Turner's on this list. It says the DHs, JD Martinez, Jorge Solar, Justin Turner, Jock Peterson. And in the article, it does mention Mitch Garver. It says, heck, we can even throw Mitch Garver in the DH category. So I think the Rangers would like Mitch Garver back.
Okay.
I don't think that they're just writing him off. It's just a matter of cost and how much it costs.
18 to 20 million was never going to work.
From what I understand, though, I would say keep your eyes on Justin Turner. If we haven't mentioned that enough, as the winter meetings are coming up, and I don't know if Ohtani's going to sign in the next 2 weeks. There's no indication Ohtani's getting close to signing anywhere. I would say one of the Rangers' first moves could be Justin Turner signing. And when you look at Justin Turner's numbers last year, they were good. He batted .276 with 23 homers, 96 RBIs, and 800 OPS. And that is pretty consistent for the most part the last few years. Now, he's 39 years old. At some point, there's going to be a major drop-off and he can't play in this league anymore. And it's going to happen here pretty soon.
Sure.
But right now, if you look at Justin Turner, and the other thing, too, is he can be your backup third baseman. And last year, it was a weird injury. It was a line drive that caused Josh Young to miss 6 weeks. But Josh Young's minor league career, and even last year, in a weird injury where it wasn't a hamstring or a back or a knee or anything, or an arm injury, which he had in the minor leagues, he still was out 6 weeks. And so I think the Rangers look at Justin Turner as a guy who could help out at first base, who could help out at third base, and then could help out a lot at DH. So I think Justin Turner, if Ohtani's not a Texas Ranger, I think Justin Turner could be a Texas Ranger. And I will say this, if the Rangers do sign Justin Turner, let's say next week during the winter meetings, I think they could be tipping their hand that we're not really in the Ohtani race.
That makes sense to me.
What if they sign Ohtani on December 1st, though, Kevin? What does that tell you?
That would be awesome. Let's do that. Is that Friday?
Yeah, that's this Friday.
Man, goodbye Cowboys result.
True. All right, so then it goes to, you need a solid left fielder? No, we have the greatest left fielder in the history of baseball right now. His name's Evan Carter.
Oh, my God.
So this is an interesting name, and I do like him. He's not, when it says possible fits, they give like 8 fits. Former Texas Ranger, it doesn't say that on here. It's not like Cowboys where everybody's a former Cowboy. Bulk innings eater, Nick Martinez. I watched Nick Martinez pitch some last year, and I was like, wow, he's a good reliever. And you can use him in the 8th inning as a setup guy. You can use him in the 5th, 6th inning if you need like 2 innings out of him to get it to the 7th or 8th inning. He is used in so many different ways with the Padres that I was like, I don't know the interest in Nick Martinez. And they list 8 teams, and they don't even list the Rangers as one of them.
Okay.
But I wouldn't mind the Rangers looking at Nick Martinez. I don't know what his financial situation's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a 3-4 year contract, but I think he could help. Rising right-handed pitcher. Robert Stevenson. Now, this is a relief pitcher. This is somebody who I have no clue about. I'm going to be honest. I have no clue about, but guess what the possible fit is? The first name they bring up, the Texas Rangers. So when you're looking at certain things here and you're looking at the Texas Rangers, look, can I give you a great scouting report on Robert Stevenson? No, I can't give you any scouting report. Here's what I'm going to tell, is what they say here. Stevenson isn't going to come cheap. McDaniel projects a 3-year, $30 million contract, but after 38 amazing innings with the Rays, he suddenly looks like a high-leverage, dominant relief pitcher. Not bad for a guy the Rockies waived in August of 22. The difference? After the Rays acquired him from the Pirates in June, Stevenson developed a cutter and started throwing a splitter more often, going from a 4-seamer slider guy to a 4-pitch relievers. Batters just hit 101 against the cutter, which he threw 41% of the time after joining Tampa Bay, and he racked up 60 strikeouts and just 8 walks there. So, wow. Just to give you an idea, sometimes we think of Josh Hader, the ultimate weapon, the guy that's going to close all the games and be left-handed. But here is a guy, I like this article because it gives you these guys that we don't really know about. So Robert Stevenson is a guy, if you're a Ranger fan, to maybe look at and go, maybe that's a guy. Here's the deal. If we lose Mitch Garver, who's our backup catcher? I'll end it with this. There's other things in this article, but I don't think they're going to go with Sam Huff.
Because that was going to be my answer.
Bring Austin Hedges back.
I don't think they're going to go with Austin Hedges either. I love Austin Hedges. I don't think so. Maybe that is the answer. From bust to bargain, and I'll just leave it at this because there's more to it, but Gary Sanchez, the former New York Yankees catcher that was obviously going to be a franchise pillar in New York with the Yankees, ended up just busting out, as in a bad way, with the Yankees. But they're saying there's now some things to like about him. Now, I don't know if it's so much that teams are going to be like, he's our starting catcher, but I don't know. Jonah Heim's great, so maybe you're not looking to spend that much money for a backup catcher.
And Jonah Heim caught a lot of innings, especially late in the season.
Because he's a
injured.
switch hitter too, so it's tough to want to take him out. You're like, he can bat against everybody.
Yeah, so like that is a tough idea to add somebody at the same caliber. It's like two netminders in hockey that are kind of the same. You're like, whoa, this is really good for us.
And if you like that, text in. If you liked baseball nuggets, I will carry over into Mike Likes It. Okay. My baseball nuggets in the starting pitchers. Who's the Evaldi on the market this year? Who maybe could you trade for? But if you're like, I'm done with baseball.
You're not. Nobody is.
Then just tell me and I won't do baseball at 12:45.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Maybe that's the real reason they're closing the.
Oh wow. That was a different line down there.
Yeah, that could have got us in trouble.
Yeah, that could definitely be a different situation. But you know what? We'll keep an eye on what's going on in technology, Kevin, and like bus technology. Bus technology nowadays is crazier than we ever thought it would be. Right? Like there was a time when you had a TV at the front of the bus.
Is this because of our conversation with Spittle and Mike yesterday?
That was intriguing. I enjoyed it.
What were we talking about?
We're getting ready to talk to Mickey.
Do you guys ever go insane? I swear I brought in a water today, and I cannot find that water
like a
anywhere.
bottle of
like
water?
a Core, the Core brand or whatever. It was a long bottle of water, and I can't find it anywhere. After screaming over Corey Seager's home run again, I have a scratchy throat, and I need some water.
Yeah, I think I'm betting that you left it in the car. That happens a lot of times where I'll be like, dadgummit, I left it in the car.
I had to, right? Because I'm going insane right now going, gosh, I remember bringing the water, and now I can't find the water.
From the 682, just play the Corey Seager home run again, back to back, and back from break.
We need the Adolis home run, right?
That one was a dude. That's the thing about that team.
It was raining.
The amount of home runs that they hit in important situations, whenever you needed home runs, they did. Like that was the thing about that team was. This comes back to the conversation, Mike, that we were having.
And they saved them all for October because it scared me to death in September what they were doing.
So just hold on for a second.
Fair.
We don't want these pitchers to know what you guys like.
Can I ask y'all just a quick question then? Because obviously it came up with Russell Westbrook, and then we saw it with the Philly-Buffalo game where players... Like, they didn't go into the stands, but for Buffalo, there was a push with the fan, and he said, hey, they were threatening my family and potentially my life. And Russell Westbrook said, any disrespect to me or my family, I won't allow it. I know the old saying is like, words can never hurt you, but do you think in instances where somebody says something like as a shot at your family or whether a racial slur or whatever, then like, what happens next has to be an expected consequence, or do you disagree with that?
You know what, Kevin? I think that's for future conversation.
Oh, okay, because I want to have that conversation. All right, right now, it is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Take two?
Yes, now we got it. Now, I know there's a lot to talk about, but I just want to go over this one more time, even though it feels like we might have to do this next year and the year after that. Can you give any logical reason as to why Darren Woodson, who is now a semifinalist for the Hall of Fame once again, is not in the Hall of Fame?
I was thinking about that as I was driving in today, and I said, gosh, I just hope I'm not out of gas on this topic. This is like the 8th, 9th time he's made it to the top 25, and it's like, I was trying to remember. So his last full season would have been 2003, 4?
Yeah.
Well, pretty soon he's a senior guy, right?
Yeah.
And he'll go in the first year he's eligible. But it's the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen. When I see some of the guys that are right now on that list of 25, it's like, how do you not put them in? I just have mind-boggling to me that this has gone on this long for him, who to me was the heart and soul of those Super Bowl defenses.
And I think
don't get it.
I think you can tell too that it affects him too, because like Drew Pearson, we finally saw the moment, right? Whenever he was like, I think this is the year. And we saw it, and we were heartbroken for him. Kevin, we had him on the show the next morning, and he was still wonderful, but he was heartbroken.
Yeah.
But with Darren, you can tell like he's like, he thinks it's a big joke whenever we bring it up. He's like, yeah, but who'd you talk to?
It's like, how do you get excited about it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And then when it happens, I guess it's exhilaration, but it's almost just a relief.
Yeah, I can see that.
It's just not fair. And I don't get it, what those 50 people on that, selection committee are thinking, are considering. And yeah, it's almost like I was sitting there going, okay, what am I going to write this time? Because I've wrote it 8 times before.
Yeah.
And it's just, I don't know. It's exhausting. Let's put it that way.
If you really want to go on the aggressive, the headline could be "Just do it, cowards," and then I think you can
like
really.
That. Dude, I like that a lot.
I haven't gone that far.
Yeah.
I think wait a minute, let me write that down.
Yeah,
Cowards.
Just really go on the offensive
good
against the
word,
Hall of
yeah.
Fame. Now,
I dare you.
I realize altered schedule and everything. I'm curious because I know it said limited in Monday's practice or practice projections. Rico Dowdle and J-Ron Curse. What are we thinking? What are we hearing about their availability for Thursday?
Well, just taken for what Mike said yesterday, it's like he did limited work on Sunday, and they expected him to do much more yesterday. So I think there's a chance there, and somehow Rico, ends up, well, I don't know, and then he takes a 15-yard swing pass or screen pass for a touchdown or whatever, how many yards it was, right? So I think the key thing to look at is if they move somebody up off the practice squad as a running back, right? Either Malik Davis or they keep Deuce active, then maybe something's up. But other than that, I'm guessing he goes. I just think he goes. I know it's a short week. Well, it's not a short week, right?
It's a regular week.
It's a full week.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you know or not, Mickey, but the Cowboys play Thursday.
And it's Friday today,
yep.
right?
I learned this.
I can't handle
and I always
what you're
knew, I'm
saying,
pretty sure.
right?
I
at the
love
same
it.
time.
I have off tomorrow.
No, do you really?
No.
Okay,
but
all right.
If it's Saturday, I do.
Mickey, I think the most important question, I'm not sure why Kevin has bypassed this so much. Where are Jerry and Shaquille Leonard having lunch today?
Yeah, I would imagine here, right?
Just bring it in. Just
There's a
cater
lot
it
of
in.
places to have lunch here.
Mhm.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how his physical turns out. Obviously, Jerry mentioned that, and the fact that there is money involved, and the fact that as I've looked around, there's about 4 other teams that have shown interest in him, including the Eagles, Denver, Steelers, and Buffalo. So, yeah, you may want him, but now it's a matter of, where does he want to go play? And it sounds like he's looking for a team that he can get to the Super Bowl with. Money may not be an option, just because.
That's what I heard Jerry kind of hint at this morning.
The
Money
deal
was the biggest deal.
Well, since he cleared waivers, the Colts are on the books to continue paying for his guaranteed money this year. And I think I read in the Indianapolis paper that he would make $1 million a week for the next 6 weeks each.
Yeah.
Nice.
So it may not be money. And the amount of dead money that they have to absorb, $27 million, it makes you scratch your head like, okay, I know it's a new staff, and I went back and looked, and I know they reduced his snaps, like he was getting 90% of the snaps, in the majority of his career, and this year it was down to 64%. So I said, well, maybe he hasn't been productive. So I looked at Week 8. He had 11 tackles versus New Orleans in a 38-27 loss. Week 9, he had 10 versus Carolina in a, by the way, 27-13 win. And then in Week 10, he had 9 more against New England in a 10-6 win.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's pretty productive, it looks like. So I think it's a matter of, where he wants to play. And it sounded like he wanted to stay there. As a matter of fact, and I found this pretty amusing that he ended up, I don't know where he was, but he went to the game this past Sunday when they played. And they put him up on the
I
big
saw that,
board,
yeah.
right? And the whole place starts cheering, and I'm going, I wonder whose decision was that, right, after they cut him. I think that, the Eagles have a need at linebacker. They had previously lost Nakobe Dean, and then Zach Cunningham, who, whatever game I was watching previous to this one, seemed to be making every tackle for him. But he got hurt with a hamstring. So, they may have a big need at linebacker. So, again, I think you just, you bring him in, you talk to him, you see what the health is. Because last year he had 2 surgeries to try to repair a nerve issue in his back. And you hate to hear back and nerves, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a reason why the nerve's been violated. He only played 3 games last year. Now he's played 9 this year. The way I kind of look at it is if the money's not an option, meaning to him, because it will be for the Cowboys, a salary cap deal, it's like, if nothing else, to have a kind of veteran type guy as depth, even if he doesn't walk in and start the first game, because they seem to have been gotten along okay at linebacker between, Marquise Bell and Micah Parsons filling in for the loss of Van Der Esch, and Damone Clark certainly has stepped up, right? I think he's played awfully well. He's the team's leading tackler, so there's no loss there. But to just have depth in case something might happen down the stretch.
I'm sure Micah loves the idea of being freed up a little bit more here and there.
Well, I watched the first half of this past game, and there are so many plays that when he lines up at defensive end, he gets neutralized because they double team him, right? And it's like he's out of the play, or they run the other way and he's way over on the other side, and only one guy's got to bump him, and he's no factor. But when he lines up at linebacker, I think he's a factor every snap. Hard to double team the linebacker. And it gives him an ability to run to the ball if he's kind of in the middle of the field, no matter if they go left or right. And the other thing I saw was there was one play, offensive lineman for Washington piggybacked him. Like he broke through and the guy just jumped on him from behind like he was given a piggyback ride, and there was no call. And it's like, how does that happen? But I give him credit for what he said yesterday. I'm not going to be one of those guys to start flailing and, acting like I'm playing basketball and fall down and, but I guarantee you he complains to the official. It's like, hey, just watch.
Right.
And the amount of holding that's been going on of late. And again, he still, after all that, what I said, he finished with 1.5 sacks, right?
Because that's who he is.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So anyway, and I think we forget that, he came here as a linebacker. They turned him into a pass rushing defensive end. So
it's just hard to forget that since we've seen how awesome
I
he
know.
is at that.
Yeah.
But a lot of those sacks are from him blitzing in different spots, not playing a true defensive end, right? He's lining up at defensive tackle, linebacker, blitzing up the middle if they think the if the center is slow. Different ways that they've used him to create an impact. Again, if this guy is healthy and they think he's playing at a decent level, just to give him a little bit more experience in case there's another injury, and then again, if they want to use him when teams go, 2 tight ends or 3 tight ends, and they need to go heavy against a running team, then why not? If indeed you can come to a deal. And I like Jerry's answer about you don't make a move just because you're afraid the Eagles are going to sign a guy, right? You got to let them take care of their business, and you got to take care of your business, because even if you sign him, and I'm assuming, he wants more than Rashaan Evans, who they put on the practice squad, right? First, and then moved him up to 50. He wants to be on a 53. Well, if that's the case, then number one, you either got to cut a guy or you got to find another guy to put on injured reserve. And I did see where Tyrus Wheat had a concussion.
Yes.
So that might, depending on the severity, if you need to move somebody up, that could be an IR guy, so you don't lose his rights. Now, the other thing is Peyton Hendershot's also getting close to returning. I think they would like to get him back and active. So since he's already started his practice availability, that's maybe another move that they, are probably thinking about making maybe tomorrow. I think you have to do it tomorrow for Thursday. So we'll see where that one goes. But again, you just don't go sign everybody that you see a name, and then, you got to cut somebody that maybe you don't want to cut, so you got to get an injury. I did see where, and I was thinking, well, everybody's going to start asking about Marcus Peters, right? The Raiders
of course.
cornerback.
Yes.
Right?
That's tomorrow's conversation.
Right. Mm-hmm. Although it's not like they're hurting at the cornerback position. But
always take more depth.
There's three, but again, then you got to cut somebody, right? Or get somebody else hurt.
That's the Cowboys' problem to figure
out.
Not
right? Yours, right?
I just sign people. They can figure out the rest of it.
Right. Well, you just got to be careful signing names,
For sure. No, I agree with you on that. Absolutely. Thank you very much, good sir. If anything happens, let us know. Otherwise, we'll catch up with you tomorrow.
Absolutely. Sounds good.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. Coming up next, Corey, I know you're excited for this segment.
I can't wait.
Most ridiculous sports headline of the day. AI writing stories for Sports Illustrated, or eating a college football bowl mascot. 877-881-1053. These are both real stories.
Real things.
We will discuss them next right here on The Fan. PNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. A very odd combination of a segment here, and we've needed added brain power, so we have brought in Carter Freeman. Is more ridiculous headline: AI is writing stories for Sports Illustrated, or eating a college football bowl mascot. Which one would you guys like to start out with?
Well, I want to start with AI real quick because I think that the college bowl mascot is probably going to take up the majority of our time.
Okay.
But from the standpoint of trusting sources and trusting like what you're reading and stuff, what Sports Illustrated did was abhorrent. Is that the right way use of that?
I mean, if that is what you think,
I think it's awful, and I don't like that kind of thing at all. Mike, they basically said, "Hey, we are generating stories with AI," and that's fine. Like that's okay. But then they went and created faces from AI of the writers. So they created fake writers, and the stories were all AI generated.
Isn't it like a marketplace of fake faces you can buy
That
they,
is
swap
true.
some of these out of?
Now, Sports Illustrated is attempting to dispute this report because, I don't know, Hugh Mann or whatever wrote a story.
Yes, I am Hugh Mann.
And so they're disputing that, and they're like, no, we get a third-party company who writes some of these articles, and they use a lot of pseudonyms, so people specifically don't know who they are. And I was like, oh, okay, so your counter to we're not using AI-generated stories is we've hired an outside firm that uses a whole bunch of fake names to write these stories.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the best retort to that issue.
Yeah, all these fake things are still fake.
And Sports Illustrated, and this report all comes from Futurism, and you showed this to me, I believe, yesterday.
Yes.
And it was really fascinating, is, well, the Sports Illustrated Union, I have to admit, I did not know that was a thing, is they are very frustrated, and they said, we demand answers and transparency from Arena Group Management about what exactly has been published under the SI name. We demand the company commit to adhering to basic journalistic standards, including not publishing computer-written stories by fake people. Now, that part right there, that feels like a reasonable request. Oh, what would you like? You want to raise more vacation or whatever? Also, no more fake stories written by fake people.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what
reasonable.
I demand. I demand no more fake stories.
Now, my next question for this is, and this might hurt some people's feelings, how much does this undermine the credibility of Sports Illustrated? And then how long has it been since Sports Illustrated's been relevant?
The only reason I want to get a Sports Illustrated recently is I want to get the one with the cover of Corey Seager on it. I think
Okay.
it's just a commemorative one. I don't think it's the weekly. Do they still make weekly Sports Illustrateds? I don't even know if they do or not.
I don't think so.
But then I can have the Corey Seager Sports Illustrated next to the Dirk Nowitzki Championship Sports Illustrated. Now, Dirk was on the cover of like the weekly one.
Yeah.
When they won the championship. But I don't know. I haven't read Sports Illustrated. I honestly, maybe I should. I don't even go to their website.
No, their website sucks too.
Maybe I'm missing good stuff. I just forget. I always forget to go to Sports Illustrated.
I do too.
I feel like it's probably been 15, 20 years since they've really mattered.
Clicking on links on their website always send me to like, it just takes forever to load. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I don't have this much time to look through something like that. And Carter Freeman has brought in a Sports Illustrated. And there was a time, Kevin, but again, I don't want the AI version of it because I don't want.
Sure.
I do want writers to have jobs. I do want real writers out there. And that's why, Kevin, I take so much offense to this, probably way too much. But coming from the background that we come from, you and I working at the newspaper, that's where Kevin and I met, was at a newspaper. And we took pride in our work. And you know what? Our audience that was reading, they took pride in the work we did too, because if there was a comma missing, they let us know. And
it felt like you were always getting squeezed out.
Yeah.
By the man.
Am I supposed to know who Mike Pinson is?
Is it Theo's?
It's my grandpa.
Oh, okay. Because I was like,
I went down to see my grandparents for Thanksgiving this year, and my grandpa was like, "Hey, you want the most recent Sports Illustrated, which you can see on the fan cam right now?" I think that's the audience, is the people that have been getting it forever.
Like when I read the newspaper. Yeah, it's the same basic concept.
The one guy I would always go to from Sports Illustrated was Ross Dellinger. He's a huge college football insider. He doesn't work there anymore. So like all their people that most people know or have followed for a long time don't work there anymore. They're being replaced by computers, apparently.
Now, the other part of this equation is for the Pop-Tart Bowl, the edible mascot this is an actual release that was put out. The Pop-Tarts Bowl will have the first ever edible mascot. Per the bowl, when the final whistle blows, the winning team will celebrate by taking a bite of the giant pastry mascot. Now, I know you might think, is this an AI-generated statement? No, there's an actual bit of content put out by the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Wow. And so when they're done with the game, you can just you can eat the whole thing? That sounds amazing. You want to eat the whole thing?
I don't think so, because there's probably is somebody in a suit, is there? Or is there just
Are you saying they're
giant...
naked under that suit, and whenever the whole team eats the Pop-Tart, and now the naked person's just standing there?
No.
Their hands over their
I guess
privates?
I'd be concerned that you ate a person.
Oh, yeah. Don't eat the person.
So, yeah.
You don't want to eat the Oklahoma State Cowboys. That would be cannibalism.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
I'm against that.
I am looking, Kevin, at the list of bowl games, Carter. And Carter is our college football expert, by the way.
Loves bowls.
Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. I think that's an edible bowl. Like the Idaho Potato Bowl, you should be able to eat.
You have to eat. You have to cook it, though.
You know that the winning coach gets instead of a Gatorade bath, he gets a French fry bath after he wins that game.
I am in on that.
Ooh,
I am in on a French fry bath.
I think even the losing coach gets a sack of potatoes.
He just gets taken home.
Thrown on him.
Oh, my gosh.
By the fans.
Because you lost.
I do think that would make some of these bowl games more interesting if they I didn't give a crap about the mayonnaise bowl, but
loser has to eat a bowl of mayonnaise.
But I would definitely stop down when they dump the mayonnaise over the coach's head, and I wanted to see
How
that.
much would you cheat? And I mean really cheat. Lose your job cheat. If they said, if you lose this game, you have to eat a bowl of mayonnaise.
No.
Failure
is not an option.
I'd do it. I like mayonnaise.
I mean, it would be
Hellman's or
gross.
Deuce?
It would be gross. I don't think I want to eat mayonnaise by itself. I don't mind mayonnaise on a ham and cheese sandwich or stuff like that. That's solid. But just eating a spoonful of mayonnaise doesn't sound appetizing.
Well, they always find people in the stands at that bowl game that are sitting there with a bowl of mayonnaise just scooping it out.
The interesting thing is
you can go find that.
You're disgusted by this.
Yes.
So you know what mayonnaise tastes like.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of things you're disgusted by, you don't even know what they taste like. Am I wrong about that?
Because mayo's like oil and egg.
No,
That's the main thing.
I usually
we
feel
looked
like
this-
I take one bite and I'm like,
when you quit our show last Friday, we actually did a thing on Miracle Whip. And the reason they can't call it mayonnaise and they have to call it a dressing is because it doesn't have enough oil in it.
Somebody did text in the Cheez-It Bowl. That has been replaced by the Pop-Tart Bowl. So this is where I have a big problem because Cheez-Its are better than Pop-Tart.
And I want to bring this up because it's been a full year since we have seen the mascot of the Cheez-It Bowl. That is Prince Chedward, everybody.
Why is his head circular?
That's a ridiculous
like a cheese
mascot.
wheel.
Yeah,
that's
that's
like
awful.
a cheese wheel, I guess. Prince Chedward is his name. We have not
I feel like
seen
his
him.
head should be a Cheez-It.
We haven't seen him since the last
That's amazing.
Cheez-It Bowl, and I want to know where he is. We need to find him.
The Peach Bowl and the Orange Bowl, that's both fruits are good for you. All right. Like if you're going to eat something, fruit is fine unless you're on certain diet restrictions. Rose Bowl, don't do that unless I guess you can't eat a rose, right?
you can eat anything
Yeah,
if you
people
want.
eat rose petals.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to eat the stem.
The Sugar Bowl, I mean, come on, guys.
We
sugar.
down sugar all the time.
I did find a top 50 list, actually it's a top 100 list of all the most edible mascots in college football, though.
Okay.
Would y'all like me to go through all 100 or
No.
just the top 10?
That's what Bobby Belt does.
Number 10, the Colorado State Ram. Ram is delicious.
Really?
Yeah, according to...
Lamb? Are you saying lamb?
Ram it.
Is ram a lamb?
There is a delicious Ramgetti.
Just a lamb with horns?
Like ram spaghetti out there. Number 9.
Ding-dongs are good.
The Minnesota Golden Gopher. This is actually what Prince calls meatless lasagna, but you try telling Prince otherwise, right?
That's a good
I mean,
point.
Prince is
He's the
dead,
one
yeah.
witness, so, yeah.
He's from Minnesota.
Number 8, Arkansas Razorback. I've never eaten
It's a
Razorback
pig.
before.
You've eaten plenty of pigs.
I've eaten pig. Yeah. I had some ham this weekend.
Bacon, pork ribs,
Mm-hmm.
plenty of other things.
Number 7, the
Pulled
Akron
pork.
Zip. What is a zip?
Like a
You-
zipper? I'm not eating.
I'm not eating a zipper either.
No, I
Y'all
thought it
figure out
was-
what a zip
Isn't
is.
that what the Seven Dwarfs
Their physical
sang that
mascot's
song
like
about?
a-
Zippity doo dah. No,
That is a different song.
Yeah, different
from
movie.
a different movie.
My oh my, what a wonderful day.
Number 6, and it's tied the USF Bull and the Buffalo Bull. Same things. They're both bulls.
I'm not crazy about buffalo. It's too lean for me.
Okay.
I need fat.
All right. Well, it's a bull, not buffalo.
The Buffalo Bulls instead of the Buffalo Bills.
Or Buffalo Bisons. I played for the Bisons.
Number 5, the Florida Gator.
Ooh,
I've had Gator. Gator's
You
solid.
never had Gator?
Solid.
Yeah, Gator's good, man. I had some Gator sausage in New Orleans, and it was fantastic.
Oh.
Number 4, Oregon duck. I need to try duck. I've never had duck breast.
Duck's pretty good.
Okay, all right. Number 3,
Oregon
Texas
State.
Longhorn.
I didn't
I
know this.
called
That's
it.
what I
Oregon
said.
State.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never had beaver before. That was they have the tail. What do you eat? Is it the tail, or is it like is their body parts good? Texas Longhorn was number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Number 2, the Virginia Tech Hokie.
What's a Hokie?
It's like a big old turkey.
It's a
isn't it?
turkey.
It's a big old turkey. You just ate
It
some.
is?
Yeah, a Hokie is turkey.
I don't think I've ever said somebody's like, "Hey, we're gonna have Hokie for
I
Thanksgiving."
think I'm going to try a beer can turkey next year. And last but not least, Mike, Colorado Buffalo. Lean, flavorful. Buffalo is truly one of nature's most delicious animals. So there you go. Those are the most edible.
Well, Corey, you should have known
Mascots.
this was going to happen. Many people are weighing in and saying a zip is another term for an ounce of weed.
Oh, okay.
So I should have known.
You know Akron.
Is that an Akron thing?
I've been in Akron.
Did they
It's
have-
not the best town.
Do they have a lot of weed there, you think?
Probably. I think everybody has a lot of weed at this point.
Well, Corey's told me nobody.
What place
listens to
doesn't
this
have a lot of
show
weed?
Smokes weed.
Our
So-
Tolos are not weed smokers.
Yeah.
I don't know Ohio's weed legalization.
Mhm.
Man,
But-
I'm marking this entire segment right now, by the way. Come on.
From the 214, beaver meat is supposed to be delicious, and beaver tail was a survival staple for frontiersmen. You need the fat to survive.
The tail?
So, yeah, the tail.
That just seems like it almost seems like I know I'm going to get in trouble for saying this. It just seems like a big piece of wood that whacks things.
What?
The beaver tail, like it's just whacking the wood to
dear
make
God,
sure the
stop
dam
talking.
stays there, right?
I've never understood what a
It
beaver
doesn't
tail
seem like a
uses.
fatty. It doesn't seem like a soft thing.
Is it used to swim? Like it does
Build dams.
Like does it?
Yeah,
right?
Don't they use their hands? Their
It just
little
seems
beaver
like
hands.
it seems like beef jerky almost.
I don't know what to say after that.
Well, we got to go to break, Kevin. So
I'm
Yeah,
surprised
you're
South
supposed to
Carolina
tease.
wasn't on that list.
Tease me.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy in the AFC. Would you take the Chiefs or the field? We'll talk about it next right here on the fan.
Tolos, it's Bobby.
105.3 The Fan.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Later 30. It's Pacheco. He gets it off to James. The flea flicker, Mahomes. Got him. Kelsey to the 8. Oh, that was a beautiful play. Palomar brings him down. 23-yard reception. Pinpoint throw, Mahomes. First and goal, Chiefs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. He did it. And we start with, you know what? Let's start with those very same Kansas City Chiefs. I tell you, because there's a lot of competition going on for the number one seed in the AFC, but I think a lot of people just fall back to the de facto of, well, the Mahomes and the Chiefs will figure out a way to get it done. I tell you, you get the Chiefs to come out of the AFC or the field. Who are you taking?
Chiefs.
Really?
They have the it quality. Now, if they're tired and just they're not focused, that's a different story. And it kind of does look like they've had this malaise about them this year, right? They've had just kind of
use of that word.
But when Mahomes decides it's time, he's the difference. He's the factor. He gets those guys motivated. Mike's right whenever he says they have the worst receivers in the world. Aside from Travis Kelce, they don't have a mismatch when it comes to what are they taking away from me and what can I gain. So they got to find that somehow. But what's crazy about that, Kevin, is that's Andy Reid's kind of been like that his entire career.
Yeah.
Go back to the Eagles, and I know they had some guys here and there, and T.O. was a big factor. But for the most part, he always just would throw weird names at you that you're like, who is this guy? And they're grabbing footballs. But right now, these guys have to get on the same page. But I still take Patrick Mahomes out of amongst the field.
Now, I just wanted to throw this out there. Nick Sirianni used to work under Frank Reich, and now he said he hasn't had the opportunity to think about adding Reich to the Eagles staff just quite yet, because I know a lot of people thought that could be a potential pivot move after he got fired from Carolina.
Why would you do that? Like, I have no clue what Frank Reich could do for the Eagles because he lacks creativity. From what I've been watching with the last two stints with Indianapolis and now Carolina, he just lacks creativity. And the Eagles are a very creative team. They're very adaptable to a lot of things. I'm not trying to go nuts about the Eagles, but they're really good right now, and they prepare for a lot of things. Kevin, we've been talking about their attention to detail when it comes to the tush push, which everybody it's still the wrong call. But then on top of it, the Jalen Carter moment where he's trying to get an edge on little things. Yeah, man, I just don't know why I would want to add him anyway.
Okay, fair enough. All right, let's go from that to cut number 3. Let's hear cut number 3, because if you miss Monday Night Football, honestly, that's fine.
Patrick Scales is the snapper as we have a Viking running onto the field late. That's Andre Carter. That's always super comfortable. Trenton Gill holds. Cairo Santos from 30 right hash. Snap spot. Santos' kick is up and he made it. With 10 seconds to go in the game, the Chicago Bears have a 12-10 lead.
Now, this was a notable win for a variety of reasons, very little of which have to do with the actual game itself. The Bears are the first team since the merger in 1970 to win on the road, despite 2 fumbles, being penalized for 75 yards or more, and having 0 touchdowns. Which that does sound like a game you're going to lose. You're on the road, you lost 2 fumbles, you were penalized more than 75 yards, and you scored 0 touchdowns. Previous teams in that instance had been 0-46. But look at the Chicago Bears go.
Scorigami.
No, not Scorigami, unfortunately.
I'm going to tell you, Corey, before you say what you got to say, I decided how much I like football. I watched 2 minutes of this game.
Okay.
And said that's enough.
My question was, how happy were you that game was over? And Mike answered that perfectly.
Yes.
I felt the same way. I watched a few minutes and was just like, I don't know if I can do
5
this
minutes to go
myself.
till half.
It's bad football.
Watched 2 minutes and said, not doing it.
Yeah.
Don't need to.
And
don't love football that much.
As exciting as Josh Dobbs has been at times, there's a lot missing. And Justin Fields has been exciting, but there's a lot missing.
For Dobbs, they've already said, hey, who's going to be your starter after the bye? And they're like, yeah, we'll figure that out. So it might not be him anymore.
It's a bad situation he got put in, being traded from one crappy team to a team that they had a pretty decent quarterback.
That's why they don't make Dobbs jerseys. The 2 minutes I watched is the reason, Joshua, love you. That's the reason they don't make your jersey.
Yeah.
It was tough, man. It was one of those moments where I wanted the NFL to go, man, we got to demand more practice because our play is so bad.
Now, there's potential for upswing for the Vikings. Is obviously Justin Jefferson did not play last night, but it's looking likely that he'll return after their bye, so we could see him in a couple of weeks. This game was also notable because they were going for an NFL record. You know how people like to bet the favorites? Like if you go to Vegas, people like to bet the over and they like to bet the favorites. This past weekend tied for the most ever favorites covering the spread.
Yes.
At 12. Last night would have been the opportunity to push it over the edge, but the Vikings were favored. And of course, not only did they not cover the spread, they did not win the game. So the record remains this past weekend and then week 12 of 2017. That's the most favorites covering the spread in the Super Bowl era, but they did not set the record outright.
I'm going to ask you a football question during Football Nuggets.
Okay.
Do you think the 7 seed in the NFC will have a 9-win season, or do you think there's a chance that the 7 seed will be 8-9?
I think it's the second one.
That's sad, isn't it?
Yes.
That you opened up wild card because you're like, man, it's just unfair. We're just not getting all the teams in that need to be in the playoffs. And there's a good chance in the second year, this is the second year of 7 teams, maybe third.
Yeah.
Is that you're going to have a wild card team at 8 and 9?
Yeah, I mean, Minnesota needs Justin Jefferson to come back and be back on fire, and maybe they get there, but I can't rule it out as a possibility.
There might be, Mike, you might have a wild card team with a better record than the NFC South. Like again,
That's a good point.
that was last year,
That's
right?
a good
the
point.
same thing that happened last year. The AFC South was that miserable. I think the AFC stands a better chance to have more than 9 wins or 9 wins or more.
I agree.
Whereas the NFC it's kind of just a bunch of right there in the middle of things. Like you need the Seahawks to be a team, the Vikings to be a team, and then the NFC South to figure it out.
And yes, from the 224, I agree. You should have been watching Monday Night Raw instead of that crappy football game. You got to see Randy Orton and CM Punk talk for the first time since coming back. Agreed.
Dang it. Why don't you tell me?
Because you were too busy watching World Class, and I don't want to take you away from that.
I watched Andre the Giant at the Sportatorium, tag team partner, Iceman King Parsons. It was fun.
He's alive. I had trouble finding social media for him that was active.
Iceman King Parsons.
Yeah,
Andre the Giant's dead.
Andre the Giant is dead. He had multiple social media accounts, but it looked like they hadn't really been used a lot in like 3 or 4 years. So we will quest to get Iceman King Parsons on the show, especially leading into the Iron Claw.
Can I request a drop of Kevin saying he's alive? Because I just feel like that can be used in so many forms.
That's fair.
Down the road.
That is very fair. Now, I wanted to throw this out there is you go back to the Steelers and the Bengals game. This is the first time that the Steelers have outgained their opponents in a game this year. Right after they fired their offensive coordinator, they gained 421 yards. Also, the first time in some time they'd gained more than 400 yards. You got to feel pretty crappy if you're that offensive coordinator that got fired, right? And then they're like, here's lots of yards.
Well, they had yards, right? But didn't they barely score any points?
I mean, they only won 16-10.
And the yards were tight end yards too. I will say Najee Harris had almost 100 his 100-yard game there. But tight end passing yards were a big factor there. You still struggled to get the ball to Pickens and Deontay Johnson, but Deontay Johnson at this point, did y'all see the play where he just took off and it was a fumble and Cincinnati picks it up and he just was standing there. There was zero effort. Like there was zero effort on the play at all. And I understand you're frustrated and everything, but is that what you're going to do to your teammates on the field? That's where Mike Tomlin's been very good at even keeping chaotic locker rooms together. And this one, I don't know if he can.
And Jamar Chase made a catch with a mouth guard.
Wait, I think he can. Didn't he have Le'Veon Bell and Brown on the same team?
Yeah, he lost those guys, and maybe he loses Deontay Johnson here at some point. But there's too. George Pickens is a very outspoken dude. He's got a couple of different people in there that I think are Jerry Porter Jr. is outspoken, but he's a rookie, so he's not going to say anything yet.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the Way Too Late 2023 MLB Fan Survey. Who's the best? What's going right? And what is baseball still getting wrong? Let's talk about all of that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Been talking about rocking this out for a while now, but since people were so excited about baseball talk and about all the baseball audio and everything like that, we figured, why not trot it out right now? The Athletic did their fan survey about what the people really think about what's going on in the game in terms of the players, the teams, what's right, what's wrong. Who do you think the fans believe is the best position player in Major League Baseball right now?
Kuna Matata.
How much, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
To kind of help me with this. How much does position player regard defense and offense? Is it both? Is it a combination, you think? Or is it more their offense?
Don't know.
Okay.
You're saying is this fans or players? I forget.
Fans.
Fans. I don't think they're going to put Ohtani as a position player.
Acuna
is number one. Betts 2. Acuna is number 1 by a wide margin. Shohei, the hitter only, is 3rd, and then Corey Seager is 4th. So Corey
Seager was a lot better at shortstop this year than I think he was last year.
I thought he was better defensively this year, yes.
I agree. Who's the best pitcher, starting pitcher in all of the lands?
When he's healthy, it's Jacob deGrom.
Got it. Nailed it.
Check it off. Let's go to
I'm
the
sure
next
all
one.
the New Yorkers voted for that one.
It looks like
starting
there's
pitcher.
Garrett Cole.
I think Garrett Cole is over Blake Snell for me. Those are obviously the 2 Cy Young winners. I would take Garrett Cole 1.
Garrett Cole's 1. Spencer Strider is 2nd, and Blake Snell is 3rd.
Gosh, how did I run away with my fantasy league in baseball? Do you know who had all 3 of those pitchers?
You had all 3 of those?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's nice.
I almost released Blake Snell at the end of April. I'm like, screw this guy. Why can't he get back to what he was? And if you go look at his April numbers, I think he had over 6.5 ERA in the month of April.
It worked out for him.
And
just
he won.
fine.
And then he won the Cy Young.
Which team will sign Shohei Ohtani?
The money's on the Dodgers, so I bet in this fan poll it will say Dodgers, but I'm still optimistic on our team.
The Dodgers are the overwhelming favorite. After that, it's the Mariners, the Giants, the Cubs, and then the Rangers are 5th on the list.
I don't get the Cubs thing.
Tell me more.
I think the Cubs are generating publicity.
Okay.
If you're Shohei, what did the Cubs prove to you last year or the year before or the year before that? They just fired their manager too.
Yeah.
What is the proof that the Cubs are ready to dominate baseball for the next 5 years?
No, I don't have a good answer for you. Right. On a scale of 1 to 5, with 1 being the worst, 5 being the best, how would you rate the job Rob Manfred has done as MLB commissioner?
This past year was fantastic.
I think 3.5 because of this last year. I think before that, I would give him a 1.5. I think he's created a horrible relationship with the players for the most part. I think he's created a horrible relationship with the fans for the most part. But all the new rule changes, in fact, I will just say, speaking to people that are very high ups in baseball, think that Rob Manfred somewhat saved his reputation off of the rule changes this year because he was doing a poor, failing job up to that point.
Now, last year it was really tough for Rob Manfred because only 3% gave him a 4 or a 5. This year, 24% gave him a 4 or a 5. Now, it is true that the bulk of the votes are in the middle and there's more 1s and 2s than there are 4s and 5s, but that's a pretty big gap he's made up in just 1 year.
He's, in a weird way, he's not good at talking. As a commissioner, he's just not, when he poses the Oakland Athletic thing, he didn't have to say all the things he needed to say. He didn't need to destroy that city. Like, it was like, if you would have just stopped right there and said, and we feel bad that we are leaving Oakland, but it's just something that we have to do. We have loyal fans there. We know there's a lot of fans. Like, he just decided, now let's destroy the city of Oakland. It's like, you didn't have to do that, man.
Did you see they picked up an indie baseball team and they're like, hey, we did it. Wow.
Well, I guess as long as they play in an independent league stadium, they could look like it's half full.
How does your enjoyment of consuming baseball compare now to 10 years ago? 1, less enjoyable, 5, more enjoyable, and you can figure out the scale between.
You could take it back to my childhood as the most the most I've loved watching baseball.
Okay.
And I enjoyed it fine, but I wasn't seeking it the way that I did this year. Like, I needed baseball, and it was because of my team being good, for one. Like, that's a huge factor.
I wonder this.
But I watched more games this year.
For us, our team went from somewhat worst to first. I know not absolute worst or worst in the division, but it went from worst to first. So we have to be a 5 here. But if you're the Yankees, 10 years ago, you were still fighting for like championships. And I'm just wondering if this is going to be closer to a 3, because maybe like a lot of Yankee fans aren't happy with where they're at. And those are the majority of fans.
They're not the majority of fans here, because while there is 30% who said a 3, 56% gave it a 4 or a 5. And so you're looking at it is, so a good chunk enjoys it more. And at worst, 86% of your fan base is the same or better than it was 10 years ago.
I like it. I know ticket sales around the nation, around baseball, were up.
For sure. How many MLB games do you think the average baseball fan who would participate in something like this went to this year?
5.
8.
Is this on the poll or you asked?
Yes. No, this is on the poll.
I'm going to say 5 games.
So less than 5 is the lead answer with 50%, and 0 is next with 28%. Only then do you get about 10, about 20, about 30, more than 30. And if you're going to more than 30, like, that is a diehard fan. Probable.
Like, that's where they put their money is. They want to put their money into being at those
I go
games.
to about 30 or so.
Yeah, I've never been a season ticket holder before.
Yeah.
Because you know what, Mike? I think you'd go to those games anyway, because that's how hardcore of a Rangers fan you are.
Yeah,
I really think so.
I tell you what, my boys do love going to Ranger games, so it is fun taking them.
I did see that. I did. You talked about that, about your opportunity to sit down with your family and talk through a game and everything. And I tried to observe you and your sons when we would go out to games, and they do look excited to be there. And I can tell they're asking you questions about baseball, and they have a real wealth of knowledge to draw from.
They probably get tired of me coaching them while we're at the game, but that's the best way to learn it. Is look at how they're getting, like, just the simple thing. If you're a father and you don't know much about baseball, just watch. Don't watch the pitcher pitching the ball. Watch all the infielders almost in like synchronized way getting ready for the ball to be hit to them. And they do it 130 pitches, a game approximately.
From the 817, how can ticket sales be up and baseball hype is up, but the World Series was the least watched ever? That's an easy question to answer. Is, first of all, TV has become more fractionalized than ever, so you're most likely, outside of football, going to continue to see that. Secondly, that factors in all people's interest in their local teams.
Yeah.
And then once you get to the World Series, you got a dud matchup.
Yeah.
Like, we talked about that.
We loved it.
I loved it.
I'll
you
take
loved it. But in terms of a national scale, it was a dud matchup.
There's no such thing as an Arizona Diamondback fan that didn't grow up in Phoenix, Arizona.
I was excited once because the Rangers
for the Rangers too.
The Rangers kind of, once they had I felt like we were going to the World Series when they were playing the Astros. I was like, this is starting to feel like you actually are going to make it there. So I started paying attention more to Philly and Arizona and that thing. But in my situation with Fubo, I don't know why they don't have TBS. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But here I am watching the Phillies and the Diamondbacks in Spanish broadcast because I was just wanted to see more baseball. I found myself with Apple TV seeking out those Friday games just because I thought it was the way they presented it was fun. I thought the whole product was, I wanted to know more about other teams this year. That's the first time in a while.
I'd answer it this way if that person texting in, I don't know if they're a baseball fan or not, but I would say, who are the 10 most exciting players that you want to tune in and watch? And I don't think any of them are on the Rangers. That kind of changes now. But if you start going through the list, it's going to be Aaron Judge, probably number 1 going into the season. Shohei right there with him. 1, 2 is Aaron Judge and Shohei. Then you have Acuna. You have Mike Trout. I know that what Mike Trout has done, but still, you say Mike Trout, and all of a sudden, ears perk up. Mookie Betts, right? You just start going through the list. You're going to have a long time before you get to Corbin Carroll, to an average baseball fan, or even to Corey Seager. Now, Corey Seager enters a different level now that he did that with the Dodgers and now with the Rangers. And even in a weird way, he's not top 10, but Adolis Garcia will be something that people will be like, oh, the Rangers are playing. I want to see an Adolis Garcia at bat besides in the playoffs.
What's your ideal size of the Major League Baseball playoff field? How many teams would you like to see in the playoffs total?
I didn't hate this year.
Okay.
I know
12
a lot of
teams.
people lost their damn minds about the fact that the Rangers win the World Series as a wild card team, but the
84-win team was on the other side.
But acting like the Rangers weren't one of the best teams in baseball all season long is ridiculous. They were. Now, did everything fall apart late in the season? Yeah, but they still got in and then they ran the table from there. I like it.
I never want it to be more than 12. I thought that 16 was the right way just because of the NBA. But now that the NBA even has 20 teams that make that stupid play-in thing, which obviously, look, once again, the memo is out. Just say it's the greatest thing ever. Have you heard any NBA person complain and go, hey, is this right that only 10 teams don't make the playoffs and teams are just sitting? Do you think players would sit out this many games? Do you think Kyrie would sit out 4 games so far if they only took 4 teams in the Western Conference to make the playoffs?
Yeah, no, I understand.
They would be like, we got to play these 82 games, man, because this is really tough to make the playoffs. So I'm okay with it being 12. But I understand if you were old school and said, I only want it to be 4, I want it to be 2 divisions in the American League and 2 divisions in the National League and 4 teams make it. The tough thing is that makes September baseball really tough for probably 20 teams.
And that's why the poll didn't go like that. 38% like it 12 teams, 34% 10 teams, 25% 8 teams. So like the vast majority of people
Did they up it to 16?
You could give options, but up to 14 or 16 or to cut total. All of those answers only got 3%.
Yeah, I'm glad with that.
People like it in the wild card range. It just depends which version of it.
I'm cool with 12. I hope they don't expand it anymore.
If you were going to expand the league, what city would you want them to go to?
Montreal. I do think
Montreal's second on the list.
And then Nashville seems to be one that's a big-time city now.
I'm going to go with America 1 because Montreal had their chance and they screwed it all up. So I'm going to go with Nashville.
Okay, Nashville
and
is
San Antonio.
Number 1, and Montreal is second. San Antonio is not in the top 7.
I also feel like the Dakotas aren't very well represented, Kevin, when it comes to baseball.
You have to drive like 85 miles for everybody to get to that
name
stadium.
Me one company that said, let's make our headquarters in Dakota.
The Monuments.
I wonder if San Antonio would work out as an MLB team.
Mount Rushmore.
Think it would.
That's where
I know it'd work out as a football team.
There's 4 of them. They're all headquarters.
You'd get 80,000 a night, or for your 8 or 9 NFL games in San Antonio. Jerry's just never going to allow that. You think San Antonio would do better? There's more people in San Antonio than Oklahoma City, right?
Yes, I do think San Antonio would do better. And when you see what continually happens with the UTSA football team, I think they're like, yes, please just give us more sport. I know people think that just means football. I think it means sport in general.
I do think 2 teams can survive in the Oakland-San Francisco area if you had a beautiful stadium, and probably not in Oakland. You can't be in that area. That is a horrible, this is too strong of a word, but murderous area.
Oh, my goodness.
It is a horrible area where when I talk to the people at Bally's, they have to get escorts out of Oakland if they're leaving a little bit late. Like, let's say Jared Sandler were to do a post-game show there. They're like, you cannot walk out of this stadium on your own. We will have a police escort and make sure the police escort this car a mile outside of this stadium till we feel like it's safe for you to be away from here.
Wells Fargo, ladies and gentlemen, is based in South Dakota.
Neat.
It makes sense, Fargo.
That does. On a scale of 1 to 5,
where Wells is.
1 being bad for the game, 5 being great for the game, what did you think about the pitch clock?
5. I hate saying it. Former players are so mad at me for saying that, but I loved it as an analyst.
5, and I don't know if I'm going to love the new adjustments they make this year with the taking time off of it. So, but I liked it.
67% of the people said 5. 23% said 4. So that means 90% said 4 or 5. People love it, love it, love it.
I think what's going to be tough is some people will say, well, give it time and more people will get hurt. Obviously, Max Scherzer came out and said possibly his arm issue this year was due to the pitch clock. The problem is there were so many people blowing out their arm from 2000 to 2022 that it's going to be tough to be like, you see how many more people are blowing out? I don't know. It felt like every team had 3 Tommy Johns a year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will have our Cowboys premium ticket giveaway. Plus, are the Cowboys ready for their most important stretch of the season? 877-881-1053.
Segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project from the evaluation and traffic control planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. They're service-driven and safety-inspired. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
The Expressway is sponsored by QCkinetics.com.
1st and 10 at the 31 of Dallas. Snap to Prescott, fake to Pollard. Deep and going to the middle, and there's Cooks all alone in the middle of the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. 31 yards from Prescott to Cook.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in this Expressway, we're going to have our Dallas Cowboys premium ticket giveaway. It comes along with a pair of seats, parking pass, and a club pass courtesy of AT&T 5G. So we will let you know when that is going down.
You want to do it now?
No, not yet. But also I was curious, do you care that after next season, Mark Cuban is leaving Shark Tank?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And my reason is, like, I've never watched the show.
It's pretty good. I've seen it a couple times.
Oh, okay. That's good
I
for
watched
you.
it a lot, but a long time ago.
You've recommended some good shows to
The
me.
last
all
4,
right?
I can't remember watching many of the last 4 years.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what season, but I watched it a couple times. I was like, that's good.
Yeah, I get the premise of it. I've seen segments on TikTok. I've seen some things where I've been like, I'm not buying that. I get it. But yeah, for me, Kevin, it's not something that I care about watching, and I don't have to on a weekly basis. And I guess the other thing that I don't care about is Mark Cuban is what he is. And I believe instead of taking that time and devoting it to Shark Tank and taking that to devote to the Mavericks, he'll just find a new venture to go find. And because that's what he is. He's an entrepreneur that loves those styles of things. The Mavericks are, hey, it's being run. It's a business that I got set up and ready to run. So
Right.
let's let it be run.
Okay.
So I don't think it's going to change anything.
Now, for the Cowboys, they've only played 2 over 500 teams this year.
Name one.
Philadelphia.
Good job.
Almost won. Had the ball on the 6-yard line with a chance to win.
Name another.
San Francisco.
They were tied when the game started.
That's a good point. That is. After that, it didn't go well.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
But those are the only 2 over 500 teams
They were 60
played.
minutes away from a tie.
Man, in this scenario, we don't even get a win.
No.
We're just getting a tie.
Not in that game.
And I know someone is going to text and be like, technically it would be 70 minutes from a tie. So that's it. You've only played those 2 teams and you lost both games. You look at the schedule going forward: Seattle, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, Detroit. We'll leave out Washington for now. 38-18 is the overall record of those 5 teams. And all of them are at least 500. Buffalo's the only team that's only 500. All the rest of them are over 500. And so what I'm curious about is, here you are. I know we joked about Jerry Jones saying the meat of the schedule, but this feels like the actual meat of the schedule, regardless of how many games are left, because this is where you find out, like, is this team really a team that matters? Is Dak Prescott an MVP contender? Like, these are the 5 weeks that I feel like will determine the answers to both of those, or get you down the path of those answers. Yes?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you think that they are ready then? And if so, why? If not, why?
I do, and I'm going to touch on this a little more in the 1 o'clock, Kevin, but I think it's because their offensive line has looked as good as it's been. Now, granted, this is also, a stretch of the worst teams they played so far.
For sure.
But go enjoy if you can, watching Tyron Smith and Josh Allen go at it last week. That was a pleasure to get to watch Tyron Smith play at this level still again. And I don't know if it's one of those where, hey, he can have a good game, because he's done it consistently for a few games now. And again, the opponent, you got to measure the opponent in this situation. Can he do the same thing? Watching Tony Pollard as a pass blocker and his pass protection, is as good as I've seen Tony Pollard be. I think Bobby the other day was saying that he's turned into an elite pass blocker, whereas there were times before where you were like, I don't even want that dude in on those situations. So seeing at the way he's chipped, seeing the way the offensive line has grown this season, they are better than they've been all year long. So I do think, Kevin, because if you look at the approach to this team and the time, just look at the time that Jalen Hurts had to make that last play that he made the other day. The reason was he had space. He had the presence of mind to do it, but he had the space to do it. Dak Prescott gets more time, more space. He's going to be a better quarterback. So that's the thing. I already know what I'm getting from the defense. But the offensive line being better than it was earlier, that's the thing that makes me feel like they can go through this next stretch here, which is a gauntlet. It really is.
For sure.
But those teams have their things that they're dealing with too. You're going to be dealing with Buffalo coming off of a bye week. You're going to have so they'll have plenty of time to prepare for you. You have to go to Miami, and that's tough too to go play there. So there are lots of things, but if the Cowboys' offensive line is real, like I'm seeing over the last few games, then that gives me hope that this team's offense can match its defense.
They're ready. They're as healthy as can be. Yes, there is no Diggs, there is no Van Der Esch.
But they ain't coming back.
Right, they've dealt with that. They're trying to even deal with Van Der Esch a little bit more if they can sign the Shack of the Mac.
Yeah.
Because he's from that same area, right? Who's the Shack? Was that Gary Trent? Is the Shack of the Mac Gary Trent?
I don't remember. I mean, I know that reference. So
anyways, I think they're ready. They're playing great offensive football. The best they've played all year. According to Bobby Belt, it's because Dak went into Coach McCarthy and said, your offense is a load of crap. We're going back to Kellen Moore's system, and I'm calling all the plays. McCarthy said, okay. Their defense is playing solid. I think they're ready for this. I think they're going to come. I said the other day it would be 10-1 odds, so I wouldn't really want to bet on this, but I could see them realistically only losing one of these games.
Okay.
Same.
Okay. Let me ask you guys real quick then. I'm really glad that you said that because I was going to segue into the next thing I was curious about. So they go 4-1. Who do you have? I know you just said you take the whole stretch 4-1. Who would you have the one loss against? And that would have you feeling what about the Cowboys? Because then the Cowboys would then be 12-4.
Corey and I are going to pick the same team.
It's not the Eagles.
Let's see who he picks. No, we're at home.
I think the one team for me might be Miami. That's the one. That's the one I'm kind of nervous about, and that would set them up to go after Detroit really well. Like that. Okay, they lost that. Now let's go take them down,
which is a home game as well.
But an uncommon opponent on the road. That's something that Mike McCarthy seems to struggle with. Is uncommon opponents on the road. And so that would be the one that I'm really nervous about.
I was worried about Detroit till I watched them play on Thanksgiving.
Dak is going to be able to take advantage of their secondary. That's their biggest problem. That's a real thing, and you're probably going to get great opportunities based on what you saw against Green Bay on Thanksgiving to force the ball out of Jared Goff's hand with your pass rush because their pass protection looked miserable against Green Bay, and your pass rush is a lot better than theirs. So I'm not as concerned. It's just Mike McDaniels can draw up some game plans that you're like, whoa, that was a lot of fun to watch. And that's going to be a track meet if they really want to make it that way.
I can't wait to see that game too, because the Dolphins suffer through the same thing that the Cowboys do. Is they have a really good record, but not a good record against teams with a good record.
The one thing too that they're really good at is their run game. He can create yards with their run game no matter what.
I'm just looking at Mostert is averaging 5.2 yards a carry, so 785 yards on the season, 13 touchdowns. Those are the teams that scare me, and I thought that Detroit would in a way that they could bully us. But I watched Detroit on Thanksgiving. They were not bullying Green Bay at all. It was really ugly. So I'd look at the Detroit game as a much more favorable matchup for Dallas than I did a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so let's say it is Miami then, your uncommon opponent. You're 12-4, and you just beat the Seahawks, the Eagles, and the Lions. So you want to take Seahawks out. But you beat the Eagles and the Lions. You beat two of the other top three teams in the NFC, taking yourself into account as well. Then the Cowboys are 12-4. How do you feel about this team?
I feel fantastic.
Even though they're the 5, probably?
Yeah, I mean, I'm buying in on Broadus, man. I'm buying in on what Broadus is saying. Just don't lose the 5. You don't want to go. You don't want to have to go.
Who's the 6th seed that can even compete with the Cowboys? If the Cowboys win 2 more games and they get to 10-7,
yeah,
I don't know what team is going to get to 10-7 or 11-6 in the wild card.
I mean,
situation.
especially if you beat Seattle, because that's who it would be.
Yeah,
and
so
they're
I
not going to catch.
I hear what Brian's saying. I agree with Brian because at this point, getting the 1 or 2 seed is probably unlikely. What Philadelphia has just done the last 2 weeks. But I hear Brian. I just wonder, who is he scared about coming up and winning 11 or 12 games in the wild card situation?
Is it going on the road to like San Francisco is what he was saying?
Well, I mean, you're going to have to. I mean, if you're the 5 seed, you're going to get the sorry South, and then you're going to kill them by 15 to 30 points. And then you're going to have to most likely go to Philadelphia or San Francisco.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then most likely you would go to whichever team you didn't play. You're going to play them in the NFC Championship game if you make it that far.
I think I'm with you guys because at 12-4, and we're assuming a Dolphins loss, I think I would feel pretty darn good about this team because then I'm like, well, in the last month.
And you'll probably be 12-5 because you would sit out the last game.
Yeah. And even then, the Commanders might be like, ho, you just watch and see what we can do.
But we did it last year, and they killed us. That's right. Didn't they? Wasn't that a beatdown?
And that was that the first Sam Howell game?
Yeah. And wasn't that like, oh, my gosh. And it's like, I thought to Washington fans, we're not trying.
Yeah.
I mean, I get he's having a good game. I can't deny that, but the Cowboys aren't trying to win this game.
And
go ahead. From the 817, multiple people actually, the Lions are going to run it down the Cowboys' throat. The only problem with the Lions is they're going to try and run it all over you, just like Miami will. And I think that is the one thing where I say the Cowboys in that specific game, I think it's going to be a home game again. The factor is Cowboys are going to do what they can to get out in front and make you chase them. And once you start trying to chase the Cowboys, that's when they're at their best with their pass rush, and you get away from your run. I think they'll allow you to run. I think they're going to be like, no, that's fine. You can do that. But, man, once you get in these pass situations, we're sending.
I think the tough thing about this is that Lions game might not mean anything to the Cowboys, too. And so I do think they'll play that game out. I don't think they're going to sit out the last 2 games of the year. But let's just say they beat Seattle. They beat Philadelphia. They beat Buffalo. And then they lose to the Dolphins. Your fate is sealed. You're the 5 seed.
Sure.
There's nothing you can do. The Lions obviously would be playing for seeding of probably 2 and 3. I don't know. Maybe not. But I think that could be a weird game for the Cowboys, is that they're going into the week hearing us talk here on 105.3 The Fan, hearing the questions being asked in the media, in the locker room going, hey, you guys have nothing to play for. You pretty much losing that game. Let's just say it happens. You win 3 of the next 4, but that locks your fate into the 5 seed. They would be hearing all week long that these last 2 games don't mean anything.
And
then they'll fake answer the question going, they mean a lot.
Hold on. If you're 5, though, are you playing Atlanta?
Yeah.
On the road? I'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take that any day.
It'll be just like last year.
Yeah. That's what I think
You're pretty much going to get the
beat up on
same
a South
situation.
team.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want that opportunity. I would
you'd like to be the
that.
1 seed.
I mean, of course, I'd like to be the 1 seed. Got to figure out how to get the Eagles to finish.
The problem is it's like you're either going to be the 1 seed or the 5 seed.
Yes.
There's no other place you're going to be in this bracket.
And there are a lot of people who are worried about going up to Buffalo. I maintain the same opinion. If you go 4-1 and your loss is to either Buffalo or Miami, I think you're still feeling
You don't want
pretty
both of
stoked about
those.
No.
You don't want both of those being losses.
I could see them losing at Buffalo. I could see that
because
happening.
Buffalo's going to have a bye week to prepare, 2 weeks to prepare
really?
for the Cowboys, and on top of that, and I know the Cowboys get a few
Are
extra
the
days.
Eagles
'cause
getting
they're-
a bye week to prepare
Yeah, but they're
for?
playing Thursday night, by the way. I just wanted to point that out.
Yes,
I
I
think
am
the Ravens
aware.
have a bye
Thank
week
you.
this week too. But and I think the Giants as well. But if they have a chance to take a breath from all the chaos of firing their offensive coordinator, Josh Allen, a chance to sit down and say, okay, dude, this is our approach from here on, and we need you to stop playing like everything's going to end on every throw. Like, I really do think that that's going to be a big factor for Buffalo.
Now, I go into this game, and there's a couple of things that I key on again and again and again. is can you be fast, reliable, and secure? Fast. Specifically, I want the Cowboys to get out to a fast start in the second half. We've talked again and again and again about how much they've struggled in the third quarter. Reliable. You need to take care of the ball because guess what? As of late, Seattle has not. And if you can hold the advantage in the turnovers, I think you could really open this game up. And secure. That's right. Let's secure that fourth straight win. And fast, reliable, secure. Those are also the hallmarks of AT&T 5G. Fast, reliable, secure. And with all that in mind,
let's give something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win this is a good one, a pair of awesome tickets on the 100 level and a parking pass to go see the Cowboys play the Seahawks on Thursday. Caller number 10 right now, 877-881-1053. And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so I'm going to go to basketball right now. And I want to talk about tonight's matchup against the Houston Rockets. Earlier, I kind of transitioned to, we played a Kyrie Irving highlight, and I wanted to talk about how I'm falling in love with Kyrie Irving. If you didn't hear it, you can listen to it on some other thing. I don't know how to do it.
On the Odyssey app?
By the way, he has the thirstiest fans. Actually, the thirstiest fans in DFW, Mike. You know how you're falling in love with him?
Oh,
well, so are his fans.
Oh,
Evidently,
my
he gets about 3,900 thirsty comments all the time on Twitter, whereas Luka's at 3,100. So I just wanted to point that out. Paul George gets the most at 18,000 thirsty comments.
What?
Is this like wanting to do them? I don't get, is that what that means by thirsty? Like, it's women saying, I want to sleep with you?
Or men.
Or men saying, I want to sleep with you?
Yeah, people that are excited about him.
Is Kyrie Irving's not married, right?
I think, yes, he is.
Oh,
because
he
he did talk about how his wife, he and his wife would look at the temperature in other places while they were up north, and he was like, let's just go somewhere where it's not as cold. he liked the temperature in Texas. Back to you, Mike.
All right. Well, that's an interesting topic there. I mean,
I don't know if he does.
Mike, I literally got this email after you did the segment about how you were falling in love with him.
You got an email from, there's a person tracking thirsty Twitters.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think he got that information? Do you think Corey's tracking that?
Bet Kansas
No, but
has used...
somebody is. That sounds stupid. Like,
Bet Kansas...
Hey, what should I make my life goal about? How many people want to sleep with athletes?
Bet Kansas used social listening tool Linkfluence to analyze over 500,000 social media posts pointing to sports stars who received the highest number of quote-unquote thirsty comments from their fans over the last 12 months.
Are they real? Because, I mean, I probably get somebody once a day who's a fake person who wants me to go to their porn site or
the
whatever.
bots are really out lately. It's tough.
All right. So
what happens next?
Let's talk about, I don't know how many thirsty people there are for this Turkey center, but this Turkey guy, Alperen Sengun, you're going to watch him play tonight.
Like he's from Turkey?
Yes, he's from Turkey.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, he's from Turkey. So I call him the Turkey guy.
Uh-huh.
Loves Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if they get tired of that.
Probably.
But, I don't know, their country's called Turkey. I wonder if that's where turkeys came from. You ever think about that?
Where did turkeys?
I've never thought about that until right now.
Are turkeys' origins from Turkey? So Sengun. I was looking this up. I wanted to compare him to Jokic, okay, because they're calling him Baby Jokic.
Oh, that is high praise.
Now, he's not as big as Jokic. In fact, they played the other day. They played Friday night. And in fact, everything that you said about Sengun was true in that game, and everything I said about Sengun was true in that game. Against the Denver Nuggets, the Houston Rockets are 2-0. Sengun the other night had 21 points, 13 rebounds, and 8 assists against Jokic. Jokic had 38 points, 19 rebounds, and I can't remember how many assists. I don't think he had a triple-double, so I think it was under 10 assists. But he's not very good defensively. So if you have a good big man, you can take advantage of Sengun. Now, the Mavericks don't. So they do not have a Jokic on their team to take advantage of what right now Sengun's weakness is. He's only 21 years old, and he turned 21 in the summer. And when you go look at Jokic's numbers when he was 22 years old. That's his third year in the NBA.
Yeah.
So approximately, I'm just going third year. He was at 16 points and almost 11 rebounds.
Wow.
And Sengun is at 20 points, 9 rebounds, 5.6 assists on 56.7% shooting from the field. He can shoot threes. His percentage is 33%. So you don't mind him shooting threes. He can get hot on you there, but he doesn't shoot a lot of them. He has a little bit of, if I had to compare his game, I would compare him to two players. He's in between, and maybe not as good as Sabonis yet, but I'm going to put him in between these two guys. I don't think he's ever going to be as good as Jokic. Jokic should have 3 MVPs, but there was somebody who swayed the votes tremendously. Congratulations to him. He did it, man.
Yeah.
Kendrick Perkins swayed the vote into Joel Embiid last year, and he did a good job of it. I congratulate him for making that impact. Jokic has a great chance of winning his 3rd MVP this year. And I don't think Sengun's ever going to win an MVP. I could be wrong. He's just turning 21. But I think he's going to be somewhere in between Jokic and Sabonis, if that makes sense. I think he's going to be better than Sabonis, not maybe this year. But I do think overall he's going to be better than Sabonis, but not as good as Jokic, which is a hell of a player. And if you're wondering why Houston is 8-6 this year, if you're like, oh, dude, the Mavericks are taking on the Rockets, they're usually horrible, right? Ever since Fat Harden wanted to go see strippers in other cities, they became a pretty bad team. They're not bad anymore. And I'll tell you what, it is helping them that they signed 2 veteran guys, that they signed Dylan Brooks and the point guard from Toronto. Help me, I don't have their roster pulled up. He's a borderline all-star. And they gave him I almost said a crap ton of money.
Van Fleet?
Yes, thank you, Fred Van Fleet. So Sengun, though, is what they're building around. And I remember when we got Christian Wood, and I was like, wow, that's interesting. You heard from Houston, we're building this thing around Sengun. I'm like, you're not building it around the number 2 overall pick in the draft, Green? They're like, no, Green's good. We like Green a lot. This organization's about to be built around the 16th overall pick, not the number 2 overall pick, Sengun. I was like, I don't know if I believe it. Obviously, I didn't buy any Sengun rookie cards last year, so I didn't believe it that much. I didn't buy any Jalen Green rookie cards last year either, because I was like, I'll wait and see if Houston's actually going to be good at basketball like some of these people are predicting. JJ Redick said before the season started, this is his breakout star of the league. And he was saying, I'm not saying Sengun didn't play well last year in his 2nd year in the NBA, but he said, this is the guy that is going to break out in the NBA. And right now, according to all the kind of whatever they're called, I forget, the EPA stats or whatever in basketball, Jokic is the best center in the NBA. Joel Embiid is the 2nd best center in the NBA. And this guy, Sengun, is considered the 3rd best center in the NBA. So this is going to be an interesting matchup when he plays against teams that struggle at center. And let's face it, the Mavs struggle at center. I love Derek Lively, and that was a great pick, but he's still learning, and he'll keep getting better, just like Sengun is getting better from age 19 to age 21.
Yeah.
But when he went up against Golden State a couple weeks ago, who played Looney and then nobody else at center, they kind of play a small ball. And if Derek Lively is out tonight, the Mavs have to play small ball.
Yeah, I need to go see if there's an update on that.
He went for 30, 13, and 5 against Golden State. Now, that was in a loss, but I'm just kind of giving you an idea of this dude is the real deal. And he's doing this against everybody in the NBA. And he's just turned 21 years old this summer. So tonight, I haven't asked my buddy, but he's reffing tonight. I asked Greg Ostertag. I was like, hey, man, how much NBA are you watching? And he said, I watch a little bit. I said, hey, can you give me a read on this Sengun guy? Because I think he's the real deal. And JJ Redick thinks he's the real deal. And other people have talked about him, that this is what Houston's building around. They do think they have the Jokic to build around.
Yeah.
And it was interesting looking at Jokic, guys. You forget he entered the league in 2015.
And he's a 2nd round pick.
Yeah, it's just because when I started looking at his stats, I was like, gosh, these are way more years than I feel like he's been in the league.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't until like 2019 that you started seeing the impact on a basketball team where wins were happening. Well, this is Sengun's 3rd year. They've done other things like Van Fleet and Brooks in the offseason. Obviously, they have other younger guys who are getting better. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the kid's name from Auburn, who was a top 3 pick.
Is it Ivy?
Who's it? No, he's in his second year.
Jabari Smith.
Yes. He is a good player. So they've drafted well. The last few years, drafting Jalen Green, Jabari Smith. Now, those were the top picks. Those were both number 2 and number 3, I believe, overall picks. But Sengun, the 16th overall pick in 2021, is the guy that they're building around. And I'll tell you one maybe good thing, because Oklahoma City looks so good. That was Oklahoma City's pick, and they traded it. So I can't remember exactly how it all happened. But on draft night, right, Alperen Sengun, the 16th overall pick, drafted by Oklahoma City. Well, Oklahoma City moved that pick to Houston.
Yeah.
And now Houston has a big guy that they're building. They're trying to build their Denver Nuggets. So what I'm getting to here is this Houston team, they're not going to be the Denver Nuggets this year. They're probably not going to be the Denver Nuggets next year. But they've drafted so well and now signed some veteran guys around these young guys that they are a dangerous team. The Mavericks could definitely lose tonight. I don't want you to think of the Houston Rockets as a somewhat pushover team.
Yeah.
They are probably now a playoff contender. They're not a championship contender. They're not a Western Conference Finals contender. But I do think that Sengun and these younger guys with the veterans they signed are now a team that you have to watch out, and they might take one of those spots that you're hoping the Mavs get in the playoffs. I do think the Mavs will make the playoffs, but I didn't think Houston coming into this year would be a team that I was like, oh yeah, they're probably going to win 42 to 48 games. But it looks like they will.
You're telling me then that the Houston Astros, back in the day, said we have to be miserable at baseball so we can draft better players.
Yeah.
The Houston Texans were miserable at football so they could draft better players. And now you're telling me the Rockets have done the same thing and they're about to be good too?
They do look like an up-and-coming team.
That's the formula in Houston, dude.
Isn't it
stink
weird?
for 4 years and then come up.
They had 2 top 3 picks. And I'm not saying that we just mentioned those guys' names, Smith and Green. They're good players.
Yeah.
But it was the 16th pick that they're building their franchise around, and it's working. And I'll tell you what, if you just want to go watch some highlights on YouTube of him, he makes some Jokic Luka passes. I won't say Luka passes to the corner, right? That's different. But you know how Jokic in traffic makes these passes? You're like, wow, that was freaking amazing. This kid Sengun makes some really nice passes. So those 5.5 assists are not like easy just I took the ball and got double teamed and threw it out to a guy on the wing for 3. Like, he makes some really tricky, nice passes.
And the number of Sengun cards in your collection is now at what?
60.
Okay.
About, approximately.
Should everybody have 60?
Sengun cards?
Yeah.
I'm buying the super cheap ones.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm buying $1 to $3 rookie cards. I have not yet been able to purchase like a really numbered to 49 or something where I've invested. But I do think that those $1 and $2 cards sometimes are easier to move because when they become $5 and $6 cards, kind of like the Evan Carter rookie card, the Bowman paper, those are easy to move. Like, yeah, I bought them for $0.25, you know, like nobody thought anything of Evan Carter. So I heard he was good. So I bought him for $0.25 and now they're worth about $5.
He looks like he should be clumsy. But he has, it looks like short legs, in my opinion, long arms, and stout lower body. And he provides a lot of power, and he doesn't get pushed around whenever he's trying to make a move to the basket. It's fun. He's fun to watch.
Yeah, he's interesting, and he's only 21, so he's probably just like Jokic. When you look at Jokic, now he's not going to grow anymore, I assume. He's not going to grow anymore. Jokic has him by 2 inches, and Jokic probably has him by about 20 pounds. But I'm telling you, I think this guy is one of those guys that's going to be a major issue for the Mavs, and I'm glad we drafted Derek Lively because there's more and more big man issues in the Western Conference. Chet Holmgren, Wembanyama, Sengun. Obviously, you still have Sabonis. You still have Jokic. You have plenty of big guys in this Western Conference, and I'm like, the Mavs have to concentrate a lot more and 10 times more than they've been concentrating the last 5 years on adding these kind of 6'10" to 7'2" long guys who can play in the NBA.
Have you ignored the other addition they made, Bailey, the emotional support dog
to
the Dallas Mavericks?
What are you talking about?
The Dallas Mavericks have the only
Thurl
emotional,
Bailey?
not Thurl Bailey. Bailey is a Bernedoodle. And it's about 2 years old. It's the league's only trained and registered emotional support dog. Mike, if the Mavericks go on a run, how much credit will you give to the dog?
0.
100%.
I used to give credit to the dog that was at Reunion Arena, but not a real dog. He was just the dancing dog up there when they would play, you know you make me want to shout, put my hands up and shout, throw your hands up and shout.
Oh, now.
Shout.
Hey.
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 Your Dallas Mavericks and their fans. That was Kevin McCarthy, man. That was a good time at Reunion Arena. Do you remember that?
Before he became Speaker of the House.
And then they'd play the hot dogs,
Yes,
Armor hot dogs, and then they'd have the dog eating the dog, which I thought
that feels wrong, right?
But it's like, at least it's not made out of dog. It's made out of pig.
Allegedly.
I don't know. It tastes good.
Yeah, who knows? If you told me they make hot dogs out of like pieces of old shoe too, I'd be like, yeah,
Still
maybe.
delicious.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right. So
in fact, I kind of thought the Maverick logo when I was a kid, like the mascot, I thought it was that dog.
Oh.
They didn't have a horsey back then. They just had an M with a cowboy hat on it. So
the horsey came along with the shift to blue,
yeah,
right?
the horsey was made by Mark Cuban. There was no horsey.
So you thought the cowboy hat basketball was a dog?
They would have a dog dancing up there for, you know, you make me want to shout and everything. So at Reunion Arena, the pixelated thing you were watching for like Nintendo was like, that was their mascot was a dog dancing around.
Dirk is going to be on the broadcast for the whole broadcast tonight if you have Bally. Good luck.
Ooh. All right, I like that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Oh, I got some Cowboys questions for you, but also sweatpants. How are they making a comeback? Next on The Fan.
and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If Minnesota needed more reason to be jealous of Dallas, the Wild have fired their head coach. The team started out 5-10-4 and had lost 7 in a row. So they were like, you know what? I wish we were the Stars, but we're not.
At least
Fired.
their baseball team is letting all their good pitchers go.
I don't think that's a good thing, but that's a good
The
thing.
Mavericks are eventually going to surpass the Timberwolves for first place
Hey,
in the NBA.
At
Western
least they traded for Joshua Dobbs.
That game was the worst.
That's just because there's bad football out there right now.
That is true.
So the Wild fired. No quarterback in Minnesota with no
True.
future.
The Timberwolves look good.
Timberwolves are solid, but they're going to wolf it. Right?
Are they going to wolf it?
That's what they do.
Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, let's ask Mike what he means by wolf it.
Like, wolf it up.
I have never heard wolf it up as a term for throwing up.
Now you have.
Man, I'm marking so much right now. It's fantastic.
Wolf it
Thanks,
down
Mike.
like you eat something quickly. I've not heard the opposite. Interesting.
I think you can wolf it up.
Okay. Corey,
Because
it's your segment. You get to rule on this.
Wolves eat really fast, but I bet they throw up fast too.
You know what? I'm going to go to the facts on this one, Kevin. And I don't have them at the moment. So
Okay.
we'll have to wait.
So get back to us.
Yeah, we'll get
on
back
this?
to I'll have to do some more research. Much like I found out the St. Lawrence River is the widest body of water in North America.
After Trevor Lawrence.
And I didn't know a river could be that wide. Where does, Kevin, tell me where the river stops at the St. Lawrence River, though? Like, does it stop at the very, like, where
It
does
was
it
St.
stop?
Brunel River, but then they changed it.
I'm always curious.
No,
as
it
to
was not.
How do they decide where the Mississippi stops and the Gulf starts? Like, is there a specific
good
point?
question.
Yeah, the ocean.
Thanks, Mike.
It's where the river stops and the ocean starts. That's where the border is.
Sweatpants.
You're doing a heck of a job, Mike.
I have decided
I
for
like
the rest
sweatpants.
for the rest of the year I might not wear jeans again, and I might only wear sweatpants. And I know Adrian said these sweatpants that I have on are considered joggers. I don't know what that is.
Are they? What? I don't know what the difference is.
Reggie likes joggers.
Are they tied
Joggers?
on the bottom? I don't know.
I don't know. I have
Like
no
elastic
clue what
on
it
the
is.
bottom?
She was like,
a
"Oh,
specific
look at you."
material is what I always think of, so I don't know if that's accurate.
Okay, but my big question, and this material is sweatpant material, and they are a little tighter, like they have the little collar around the ankle and everything. But yeah, they're sweatpant material. But my question to everybody, 877-881-1053.
Those are sweatpants. Your wife's making up terms.
I think so too. Are sweatpants making a comeback, and has the sweatpant game been elevated? Because, Kevin, you made a decision during COVID to never wear pants again other than sweatpants.
These are athletic pants. But
really?
Is
that true?
What's
What
the
he
difference
said, is that
between
true about
pants
you?
and sweatpants
Because
and joggers?
I mean, I definitely wear the like fancier things, but just coming in here, nobody cares. Nobody cares whether or not you're wearing regular pants or sweatpants or athletic pants. It doesn't matter.
Do you wear underwear?
Yes.
Why? Nobody cares.
I care.
That's a fact.
I care. But I don't care enough to wear jeans.
Mike's the only
every day.
person that cares if you wear underwear or
You
not.
just said nobody cares.
About that, except for me.
But you don't. So you also don't care about sweatpants.
No, I care about that. I just don't care about wearing jeans. Like, who am I trying to impress up here at the office?
Boss?
Do you feel like jeans
Ratings
are
do that.
impressive?
The jeans are more of a hassle, though, than your
He's asking if you think
sweatpants.
they're impressive. Do you think those impress people?
Sometimes.
I think they make a lot of comfortable jeans.
Sure. But is there... Are
Colby,
there
our friend Colby has a pair of jeans that are
There's-
sweatpants.
Some people just wear jeans.
Ooh.
Like all the time?
Yeah. Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, if you had a job that was more necessary...
job.
That's your job is wearing
If you're a
sweats.
rancher.
Rancher?
You just named your job. Your job is sweatpant job.
That's right. Being a radio host.
Listen, Mike, there was a radio personality that once said, I wake up at 10 o'clock and I want to just wear whatever I want to work. And I was like, that is a great way to do it. That was always the dream, was to be able to wake up at 10 o'clock.
They
and
put
wear
us on
whatever you want.
TV now all the time too, and we still don't care.
But you don't. That's true. But even when you're on TV, don't you wear shorts and stuff?
Hey, don't give away the secrets.
Okay. All right. My bad.
So,
I don't know if Bouchel's ever worn pants. He has to sometimes when we stand up. But I don't know. Like, I
saw him wear baseball pants.
I love Boo too. But like, Boo loves shorts.
He loves shorts. He and I are the same. You know how much I love shorts.
Yeah.
Short season is my favorite. I'm even wearing sweatpants right now. I got my legs, I got them pulled up. There you go, Carter. Good luck. I can't stretch like that. I'm not Kevin. That being said, it feels like, because I haven't bought a pair of sweatpants in forever.
You obviously have. You're wearing
I
some.
bought two this
point.
weekend. And I feel like the sweatpant game, these are comfortable. Like, everything's comfortable about them. They don't feel stiff. Like, I don't know, maybe I was buying Walmart Fruit of the Loom sweatpants back when I was a kid. But these, they don't feel stiff. Everything feels loose and comfy. The insides of them, Mike.
What's the brand?
Target. I don't know. Whatever Target offers.
Okay.
And I just feel like
Target's
sweatpants
great.
are making a good push right now.
I like this.
You have pockets on the side too.
I do have pockets. It's like cargo sweatpants.
Cargo's pants, sweatpants.
From the 2 and 4, my son met Kevin at Buffalo Wild Wings a few weeks back, and he asked why you guys don't dress up. He thought y'all would all be wearing suits and stuff. I'm sorry. It's just
that'd be a good bit.
How many days in a row have you worn your Alaskan hoodie?
2.
Okay. But you wear it. I feel like for the show, we can go back to YouTube. I don't know if
That's
I've
true.
seen
I
you
have
without
4
the
hoodies,
Alaska hoodie on.
and I just kind of wear
you
them.
got to duke it up, man. It's Dookie time.
Okay.
It is Dookie time.
Okay, I will duke it up as well. I wish I wouldn't have said that. I think it was during the pandemic when y'all were all in your bedroom or your pantry just hanging out, and I was like, you know what?
If they don't care, I don't.
That's
either.
right. That's right.
Your two teams combined. Dookie went to A&M.
Yeah.
What?
We discussed that yesterday, Mike. Yes.
But did we discuss it for him?
His
Two favorite schools?
Kinda.
Your Dookie basketball
Oh.
went to Dookie A&M football.
And Mike, they're called All in Motion brand.
Yes.
That's what Target brand
That is a good
All right.
brand.
So that was
Agreed.
my sweatpant discussion. I just feel like the sweatpant world has taken it to the next level in comfort. And maybe I'm going to be investing in more sweatpants and /joggers.
I have on Under Armour. Do you call these wind pants?
Athletic pants, are those do they have the windbreaker material,
Yeah.
Kevin? Is he wearing windbreaker material?
But like, look
Yes.
how nice they make them now, and like kind of form fitting. Yet
Yeah.
they're still loose and comfortable and stretchy.
Yeah, I think there's more pant option than
I got
ever
room
before.
in my crotch area.
Oh my god.
Look, Kevin, I can
Look
put
at
my
his
leg
crotch.
up
Why?
here.
I don't know why
just
I
like
looked.
this.
I can't see, so I need your
Yeah.
eyes to help
Yeah,
me
Kevin,
visualize. what's
It
happening
looks
right
like
now.
there's room.
The fan cam right
The
now
fan-
is a sight.
Thank you, Chris.
It is a sight.
I don't know why I looked immediately when he goes, "Hey, look over here."
You're the
And I
eyes for
did.
Corey.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin, for giving me that information.
From the 972, I really like this text. I'm about to blow your minds, guys. Young blood can ranch in them sweatpants. The cows don't care what you look like when you feed them.
See,
I
that's
just
what I'm
wonder
saying.
if the jeans are more durable, though, for the rougher work you have to do.
And protective.
Cowboy
like
boots
snake
and
bite.
sweats.
Yeah.
That's the new look.
Yeah. From the 214.
I'm going to wear that Friday.
Wearing
to
a suit
Buffalo
right
Wild
now on my
Wings.
way to my interview. See, suit interview, dress for the job
For
you
sure.
want, not the job you have.
For sure.
We have this job right now. Do we want another job? No.
You
I
look
love
around
this
at all
job.
the people who work up here. They all kind of dress about the same.
For the
But,
job they have.
When we went to the family functions on Thanksgiving, you dress significantly nicer. Here,
I wore a flannel, button down collared shirt and jeans.
Yeah. So you put jeans on for that occasion, and look what you're wearing today. No jeans. I don't think I've ever seen you wear jeans here.
Every once in a while when I have something to go to after the show.
yeah, but not because you got something else to do, not because of here.
Exactly. All right.
I've worn like nice pants because I'm going golfing afterwards.
Again, not because you're coming here, because of what else you have to do.
I've dressed up in a tuxedo to do this show.
With us?
Yeah. at the Diamond Factory.
You
right
did
around this
wear a
time.
I
tuxedo.
do remember that.
And so did Derek. He wore his tuxedo.
I do remember that. Well done.
Nice work. All right, now for our Cowboys questions, because this is a sports show.
Yeah, they're going to win by 40 again.
Does this team need Shaq Leonard?
Yes.
I think it could help to win it all. Do they need him to make the playoffs? Not at all. Do they need him to beat the Atlanta Poop Birds? No.
Feels like that was more than just saying Falcons.
True.
When I look at this and I go back and look at Philadelphia and I make that comparison to the Spurs all the time, Kevin, the mindset, the idea of being flexible, being able to adapt to whatever your opponent is. Right now, the Cowboys have been fortunate that they've been able to do a couple of different things, but I think if healthy enough, that's gonna be the deciding factor. That makes them more adaptable. He is a playmaker that has the size that can play in the middle and take up that space where it's difficult for Bell to have that as well. Like, it's just difficult for him to be in some of these running lanes with a guy his size trying to run through him, and then 300-pound offensive linemen trying to block him at the same time. So I think it allows them to be a more flexible defense. It's something they need. It is a need right now. But Mike's right. They don't need it to beat certain teams. But if you want to be able to match up against teams in the playoffs, I think this is something that, if healthy, and then I'll get to that in just a second, is the most important part.
And I don't know if this is cheating the game or not, but in my mind, you've already locked up the number 5 seed. Like, I realize statistically that's not what's happening. And you could run into Seattle on Thursday night, and that could change a whole lot of opinions. But in my mind, they've already at least got the 5th seed. So what I'm thinking of is what do you need for the playoffs? And that's why I say yes, because in my mind, you do need him, especially when, and we were talking with Mickey earlier, is like, hey, there's other teams that want him. And supposedly the Eagles have a meeting scheduled with him later in the week. And I just think if the medical's clear and you've done the scouting,
don't let him leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm trusting Brian Broaddus. He watched him for an hour plus up here, all of just quick clips, but what he's done this year, and said he can still play in this league and he can help the Dallas Cowboys. That's all I needed.
Yeah, and by the way, you can go see Brian Broaddus at Men's Tea Clinic today, I do believe. G-Bag Nation is going to be out there doing their thing today. So, I was listening to Jerry this morning, and what I took away from it, Kevin, was when Jerry Jones said money isn't really the big deal there. It's the making sure his medicals show up for us, that we can say that it makes sense for this year, for him to play football for us for the rest of the year. And if all that works, that could be, in my mind, like adding Evan Carter at the end of the season. You had an injury, you needed to fill a spot, you had somebody just as good, if not better, to fill a spot that you needed. Because, Kevin, when we go back and look at the draft, the year that Shaq Leonard was drafted, who was drafted in front of him? Leighton Vander Esch. Shaq Leonard was drafted in the 2nd round. Shaq Leonard was the rookie of the year that year.
Yeah.
So, like, these are these little things where I'm like, man, this could be a very big benefit. Again, I think it's a need, and I think that it's if all the medicals show up, that it's something the Cowboys can do. Is this Dak that we've seen since the Niners lost the best version we've ever seen of him?
Okay, that's a really interesting question, because I know DallasCowboys.com, they got a mailbag question. Does this streak feel different?
Okay.
And I'm still going to say no, but before people get angry, with the caveat of in 5 weeks, I could feel a lot different, because
if he was doing these things against the best teams,
because he did have good stats against Philadelphia, but we talked about it, is there's still some key plays where you're like, hey, you can't let your foot go out of bounds, or hey, you can't take that sack, or things of that nature. He's put up some amazing numbers this year. A lot of them have been against poor teams, but if that makes you mad or you think I'm wrong, the next 5 weeks are plenty of chance to prove it. Starting with Seattle and then rolling through, obviously we talked about Philly, Buffalo, Detroit. There are plenty of games in there where he can put up the same numbers and be like, well, I guess this damn sure is different.
I feel like he has done this before. I'm not saying a lot, but I feel like he's been a player of the month in the NFC before.
Mm-hmm.
Am I crazy about that? I'd have to go look up his history of, I know he's been player of the week plenty of times, but I do feel like we've had these stretches where we're like, oh, MVP. And then it fades a little bit, and then nothing happens in the playoffs, and we're back to start this thing all over again. But that being said, he is playing great football. Has he played better than this? It'd be tough to say he's played better than this. Has he played as good as this? You might be able to find a month here and there where he's had a 4-week stretch where it's been like this.
I just saw that throw that he made to CeeDee Lamb at the front of the end zone for the touchdown on Thanksgiving, and it was just he threw it before CeeDee Lamb turned. He put the ball in the air. He floated it. He gave it time. There are elements to watching Dak throw that I'm like, it's coming together for him. I'm really excited for it. I agree that see him do it against the best teams, and it might be the best version we've ever seen. I want to add this last. You can call in right now, 877-881-1053 to place your bid on Jared Sandler's Swinging for a Cause table with us. Me, you, Mike, or me, Kevin, Mike, Alec, and Reggie, all at the same table, which means we have 6 open spots, not like 5 like I tweeted out. 877-881-1053, and you can place your bid. The bidding ends at 2 o'clock on Friday, 1:55, I do believe, on Friday. So go ahead and get that bid in right now.
Is this the only way to go to it at this point?
I believe that is correct. By the way, minimum opening bid is $1,500.
All right. And that sends me into Kevin. I'm going to give a tease because I have something else to throw out there. And to our next segment, Any Given Saturday, which will be joined by Carter Freeman. But as we roll into that segment, let's just hear this.
3 balls and a strike. Here's the pitch. Adoli swings, and it's a high drive to right field. Going back is Carroll. He's at the wall. He leaps. That ball is history. Adolis Garcia has walked off the Diamondbacks in the 11th.
This is why I love Chris. He's good.
That is a glorious bit of audio right there. Coming up next, Any Given Saturday, how many teams can still realistically make the playoffs? Let's chop that up next right here in The Fan.
Giants shift.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where no doubt Derek Holland was celebrating that all weekend long. It's time for Any Given Saturday, and as we always do in Any Given Saturday, we bring in Carter Freeman, making a second appearance today. So
what does the world come to?
I know. Congratulations to you. And I realize the answer is only 4 teams will make it, so please don't say that. How many teams are logically still in the mix to make the playoffs?
8, which is as many as we've ever had in the 10-year history of the playoff. Anyone from 1 through 8 in the current rankings, and they'll stay in the same. They'll stay in the same 8 teams. Will stay in the 8. They'll just switch order tonight. Any of those 8 teams still theoretically have a chance to make the playoff.
Carter, this idea has been presented multiple times in the history of the KNC Masterpiece.
Yes.
And as our college football expert, I wanted to ask your thoughts on this. We have pitched out the idea of, instead of just saying there's an allotment of teams that will get in, you wait until late in the season and then you vary it. So on announcement day, it could be 12. It could be 4. It could be 6. We don't know. But you announce in the allotment. Don't you think that would be a huge day for college football fans to be waiting to hear how many games they're going to be?
Yeah, and the administrators would love it because they'd have no idea if they're hosting the game or not. And the Bulls would love it because they don't know what teams they're going to get.
I love that.
Cheers to that. That sounds like their problem to figure out. You want to stay relevant? We just solved it.
I'm just watching, so I'm all for that because I tune into the selection. Even if OU's not a part of the Final Four, like I'll still tune in to see, especially this year with the, as many teams as are potentially going to make the playoff as they could. Like, I'm always watching, so yeah, I'd be down for that.
Now, to go along with this, is there any team that you think is already in?
Georgia?
I don't know. I wonder if Georgia is in no matter what.
That's where it gets really fun, because if Alabama beats Georgia and they're a 12-1 SEC champion, and Texas beats Oklahoma State, wins the Big 12, they're 12-1. Well, they beat Texas. So I don't understand if they put Alabama in, there's no way you could leave Texas out because they beat them.
But see, I think everything that you just said makes logical sense to me. But what I think the NCAA does is they go, well, who did you lose to as opposed to who did you beat? And they're going to be like, ooh, Texas lost to Oklahoma. They're fine. But Alabama, they lost to Texas. Texas is really good. We should put Alabama in. I know that is an insane line of logic, but it seems like the NCAA uses that line of logic sometimes.
We've seen it plenty of years before in the history of this selection process, and I think that's going to come into play tonight because Ohio State's going to drop. They were the number 2 team. Yep. They lost to Michigan, but I think the committee is going to look at them and say, well, they were on the road. They lost by 1 score. Final quarter to our number 3 team.
So you think they're still...
I think they're going to be 6. I think they're going to go from 2 to 6, and Texas and Alabama are going to stay at 7 and 8.
If I told you Friday night, Washington, Oregon is winner is in, no matter what.
Yes, I think so. Because you've already seen the committee thinks more of Oregon than they think of Texas, right? Because they've been ranked in front of them.
True.
They've been the highest ranked 1-loss team the entire polling.
And so if they beat Washington to go along with it, and safe to assume an SEC team will get in. Like, I cannot fathom a world in which even if Alabama beats Georgia, they're like, neither one of you get in.
But what if you get undefeated Washington, undefeated Michigan, undefeated Florida State, 12-1 Texas, and then 12-1 Alabama, and 12-1 Georgia?
I think they'll actually, I wonder if they would put Georgia in. Georgia's been number 1.
I think it's so hard to leave them out. Yes, because they've been great. And say they lose by 1 point. How do you leave them out?
Yeah.
Can't.
But the SEC's going to be in. There's no way in the world that Georgia and Alabama are both out.
So I think one of them is in. I think the Pac-12 winner is in. So obviously, by the way, that SEC championship game you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. Same thing with the Big Ten championship game right here on 105.3 The Fan. Because those are games that are going to be of particular interest to Texas. Now, let's cut right to the chase here. Texas needs to win. And honestly, they probably need to win emphatically as their 2-touchdown favorites.
Yeah, I think they will. And this is like my worst case scenario. These are my 2 least favorite teams playing for the Big 12 title as a Sooner fan. But hey, congratulations to both of them. Texas should win this game. I was thinking about what I think the scores will be for a lot of these games because I'm going to write a little bit for the website for just a preview.
Right.
I think Texas is going to win this by 3 scores.
And Oklahoma State almost beefed it against BYU to facilitate Oklahoma getting in there. The 2 games that I feel like are probably of most interest to Texas fans, correct me if y'all think I'm wrong, is the ACC and the Big Ten championship, because Louisville ain't making it in if they win. But the committee's dying to get rid of Florida State, but you just can't, quarterback or no, because they're undefeated. They lose, they're done, frees up a spot. And if Michigan loses to Iowa, I understand they just beat Ohio State, but then I wonder, you didn't win your conference. I wonder if the Georgia logic will still be at play there. I'm honestly not sure.
Yeah, but Michigan's not going to lose to Iowa. I'm going to tell you that right now.
If they score more than 7 points.
You know how many points Iowa averaged this year?
If they just kick an extra point, I think they win.
18 points a game.
That is honestly higher than I would have guessed.
I would have guessed 17.
And they won 10 games. I think I read that the most wins for a team that averaged 18 or less points before was like 4. So 2023 Iowa setting records, good or bad. I mean, they're setting records.
Mike, I don't know if you heard this or if I told you after the fact. Me and a bunch of people stayed at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Addison to see how that game turned out and to see if they hit the under.
I gave blood.
I saw your card.
They left saline in my arm, though. I don't think they did it right. My arm hurt for 2 days.
Oh, no.
It was like, I went to my wife. I was like, my forearm really hurts. And she's like, it's 2 times the size of that. And I'm like, I don't think they drained the saline out of it.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I don't think they did good.
You're going to get superpowers probably.
How does that happen? How does the saline
I think they
get
messed up. They asked me to do something more, and I was like, I'll do it. And then I think they took the needle out and then forgot to drain.
Well, that is.
At least they took the needle out, though.
That's college football.
I guess that's true.
Maybe people can text in that do blood.
That do blood?
Yeah, they do blood stuff. They did it wrong, right?
Now, while we get those texts, I wanted to throw this out there real quick. Let's go to cut number 17. If you were watching Pac-12 football, the Pac-12 went ahead and did a video feature that was their own obituary. Now, I've cut out only part of it because it's like 3 minutes long. Here's the beginning of the Pac-12 broadcasting their own obituary on a Pac-12 game.
This football season has been one of the finest the Pac-12 has ever produced. A level of talent and competition that would rival any in its long history. In 1915, 4 universities collaborated to form an athletic conference. Membership blossomed: the Northwest, Southern California, the Bay, the desert, and the mountains.
All right. And then...
Those were names of colleges?
Those were
where they
geographic areas, right?
With climates. They were named with climates.
Did they say USC?
It was just the name of climates, Mike.
There is a college at the Pacific.
Yeah.
And none of them changed. All the
That's where
climates
Michael
were the same.
Olowokandi went.
Yeah. But
Number one pick.
Now their conference from Pacific, yes. Now their conference is dying. Carter, will you miss the Pac-12? And this does feel like a heck of a way to go out in a seemingly winner makes the playoff championship game.
Yeah, I'm sad. I love staying up for Pac-12 after dark. And like I think we talked about this before the beginning of the season when everything was falling apart for them. Like Big 12 after dark just doesn't have the same ring to it, or like Big 10 after dark. So I was up watching the final Pac-12 after dark game. It was UCLA getting the tar beaten out of them by Cal for Cal to get bowl eligible. At the end of that game, the clock just kept running. Player runs out of bounds, supposed to stop. The clock just kept running. No, it was an accident. So even the game was like ready for the Pac-12 to just be done. They're just like, all right, we're just gonna keep running the clock.
Now, how invested are you, all of you, in the AAC championship with Tulane going against SMU? SMU obviously just gave their head coach yesterday a contract extension. Are you guys interested in this one? Knowing that it's not consequential in the bigger picture, but it's a pretty big deal.
Almost went to Tulane, but I would have never gotten accepted into SMU. I think they would have said, sorry, young man. But I'm gonna root for the local team. I am gonna root for the local team on this one. So yeah, I'm 1,000% invested, Kevin, because we want our DFW teams to win.
I took a recruiting trip to Tulane. Didn't take one to SMU. Because SMU doesn't have baseball.
Wasn't the coach upset because he was like, "You're not coming here"?
Who's at A&M now, right?
Yeah.
He's like, I would have never done all those things we did if I would have known that your girlfriend would decide where you went.
What they give you? A big bag of money and a Z.
Tulane, they offered me pretty much a full scholarship.
They give you a car?
Which is rare in baseball.
Give you a family vehicle?
No, but they were offering me, it was baseball.
By your
Even though I
parents'
have
house?
found out, even mid-majors now are giving out like $10,000 in NIL money to baseball players to try to keep kids at kind of mid-major schools and not have them just transfer to the big schools.
Well, over-under is 48.5 on that game. Should we take the over?
I say yes. My only hesitation there is SMU lost their starting quarterback, Preston Stone, in their final game this weekend.
Yep.
He had almost 300 passing yards in the first quarter of that game, but he broke his ankle, so they're going to turn to a backup. That being said, that offense is still pretty explosive, so I'm going to take the over on that one.
Is that worse, or is getting trampled by your own team worse as the OU? I knew you saw that.
Can't
as
avoid
the
that.
OU head coach did. Guys,
hold on.
what
Is
happened?
the trampling part the worst part, or just the smoke guy was too invested and he needed to back off the smoke just
It
a
was
little
a
bit?
perfect storm. I mean, Venables was fighting for his life down there. It's like, and the players just got up and just kept going. No one was trying to help him up because they were all tripping over
They
him.
couldn't
It was-
see anything.
yeah.
There was too much smoke.
I'm going to blame that for the defense giving up 45 to TCU, even though they still won by 24.
I know, because we were that was
wasn't it like 45 to nothing at halftime?
It's like 45 to 14, I think, at one
Well,
point.
we were comparing those two games because it was Oklahoma against TCU almost running parallel to Iowa and Nebraska.
Mhm.
And you're like, hey, here's the game where no one can play
That's
offense.
why, Corey, this is why I was saying football wasn't important to my grandfather when he was growing up, because Iowa, Nebraska was every NFL football game and every college football game. And they're like, this isn't that fun. If you think about it, they only scored each team scored one real point or one real run. Each team scored a touchdown in the whole game. And that's how every football game was from like 1930 to 1960 approximately. It's like, man, oh my God, what a outcome. New York Giants have scored 3 whole touchdowns. This is the new record.
Rest in
Y.A.
peace.
Tittle.
And Oklahoma State went out there and changed everything.
Rest in peace to the Big Ten West, though. We're never going to get anything quite like it ever again.
That is very true. I know you put out your projections for top 12 tonight. When it shakes out after the weekend, who do you think are going to be the 4 going to the college football playoff?
I'm going to go chalk. I'm going to go Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Florida State. Because I think that Louisville's a good team, but I still think the depth on that Florida State team will be enough to get them past them. And if they're undefeated, there's no way they're going to get left out.
But if they lose, that clears the way for Texas.
Absolutely. If everyone's been very high on Oregon going into this Pac-12 championship game this Friday, they're almost a 10-point favorite going into this game, even though they lost to Washington during the regular season. And I get it. Oregon's looked a lot better since that game than Washington, but I've been sticking with the Huskies for months now. I'm still that 3-headed monster at receiver, and Dylan Johnson, their running back, has been really, really good too. So that game's going to be electric. It's going to be the perfect send-off for that conference, but give me the Huskies.
Then I wanted to throw this out there as reports of the schedule are circulating that Alabama and Georgia will play in September, but the Texas at Texas A&M will close out the regular season against one another next season. I'm very excited
I don't
about
think you're going to be able to get into the Texas versus A&M game next year. You can be in the top last row, and I still think it's going to cost you 4 figures. I've looked into it because of my son, and it looks like
it's
a minimum. Like it's almost like it'll be more than going to the Super Bowl next year, the Texas versus A&M football game.
People are excited about the resumption of that rivalry. Thank you very much, as always, Carter.
Thank you.
Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk about the black.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is sponsored by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Trailblazer offload. A limited supply of excess new Trailblazer models will be sold direct to the public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, the best sell fast. Classic Chevrolet, find new roads.
Penalty number 7 has 2 minutes for goaltender interference, 2 minutes for roughing. Florida, number 12, has 2 minutes for roughing, and then every player on the ice has a 10-minute misconduct. Florida will have a 2-minute power play.
So
What a wild
the
call.
Florida Panthers beat the Ottawa Senators last night 5-0, but I just wanted to get that out there. Every player on the ice gets a 10-minute misconduct, to which everybody booed, and then they were like, 2-minute power play. After all of that, 2-minute power play. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya and where is ya today?
Hey, guys, we are live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, and we're doing awesome. How about you?
I'm doing good, doing well. Do you guys try to get your tea checked before the show? Do you have time? Because I know you're prepping the show. How does that work?
Well, I've had my tea checked. I'm on a pretty good routine, so I just basically pull my pants down and they shoot me with some testosterone when I come through. Just my cheek, I just reveal my cheek there a little bit. But today, I'm actually excited because they have regenerative therapies and weekend warrior injuries, old knees, ankles, stuff like that. That's giving people pain, which is me. They have the platelet-rich plasma here that the athletes have been doing to try to get the joints healed up, and they're getting some great results. So I'm getting into that and hoping to get on the basketball court here in 2024 again for the first time in a while.
I love the basketball court. It's a good place to be.
That's a good point. We talked about this earlier. What do you think is more ridiculous, eating the mascot at the Pop-Tart Bowl or potential AI writers doing stories for Sports Illustrated?
Ooh, I would definitely eat the Pop-Tart mascot, so I don't think that's ridiculous at all. I think deep down we'd all like to get a taste of that Pop-Tart mascot, so I'm going to go with the AI people.
Do you think it's ridiculous that Corey thinks Pop-Tarts are gross?
Yes, but Corey also doesn't like Oreos, and I'm a big Oreo guy, so we just don't have the same taste buds.
Frosting.
Things that he thinks. Frosting's gross too?
No, you have to have the frosting on the Pop-Tart. The Pop-Tart
Yes,
without
you have
frosting,
to.
I agree with Corey.
I do too. You
Take
got to
the
get the
two
strawberry
Pop-Tarts
Pop-Tart
and
with
put
the frosting.
ice cream in between them. Now you got something.
Ooh, that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
We just came up with a new company.
Yeah, no,
Pop-Tart
they already
ice cream
do
sandwich.
this. They already do this. I had it in California. Take 2 frosted Pop-Tarts, open them up, put vanilla ice cream in, make an ice cream sandwich out of that. It'll change your life.
That is amazing. Wonderful.
I don't know. Where do they do that in Dallas-Fort Worth?
They don't.
Broadus'
I had
house.
it at a Carl's Jr. I think in Oxnard.
Oh,
matter
Carl's
of fact,
Jr. was doing it.
Matter of fact, one of the video directors for the Cowboys told me about it. He says, "Hey, have you ever had this Pop-Tart with ice cream?" And I'm like, "No." He just goes, "Go down the street. They have them there." So I went down there. I got a couple for us. It does. It's life changing.
That's
it really
incredible.
Is. Yeah.
I'm kind of into that AI idea. They had that planet on The Mandalorian where the AI and the robots were doing everything for them. They got to live on a planet of leisure. And I don't know if we can trust the powers that be to create that for us, but I'd like to see them try. So AI written sports articles might be the beginning of a life of luxury. Would you sign up for that? If you just got a delivery of food and there was good air conditioning, no job.
See,
and just get to chill.
I see the appeal, but I think part of me would always be paranoid about who created the AI and what their agenda
intentions
is.
are.
Yeah.
Intentions are a very important thing.
When we've all seen iRobot and all these movies, it just doesn't end well for us.
It usually doesn't. No. But it's so tempting.
It's tempting, right? The laziness of our culture and the laziness of me is saying, yes, let's do this. But
great.
I'm in fear like you, Kevin. I don't think this is good for us.
Which future trope do you think is most likely to play out? We all wear the silver jumpsuits. We eat our meals with a little pill form, or that we are enslaved by artificial intelligence.
The meals. I'm going to bank the meals.
Yeah, the meals. It's got to be the meals.
I think that seems easy.
Yeah.
I'll miss the good food, but dang it, they'll probably ensure perfect nutrition.
It's true. Maybe we live longer.
Oh, yeah, that's a really
I
good
remember
point.
Dawson did that bit a while back where he was like going around and checking out all the waters to find out which one had the best alkalinity to it. And so didn't you settle on smart water?
I did.
This made me think. I watched Napoleon with my wife the other day.
Okay, was it good?
It was solid, but I thought to myself, 200 years ago, I'm
Was it a
dying.
little short on content?
I mean, obviously,
because he's little.
He's a tiny.
Yeah, he
fella.
was 5'6", little belly. He liked his
Mike,
food.
how did that play with you because you hate history? Like you're a bad history guy.
I don't hate history.
I think we've had some discussions where you're not very good at it, right? I think I've listened to some radio
That's
commentary
true.
where
That
where
is
Heggie
fair.
has had some questions about you and
I think
your
I'm right about it.
knowledge of
1942,
history.
Columbus came over here.
That is
sailed
not
the
even
ocean
the
blue.
fake way of doing that.
But I just thought to myself, it's whatever, 1791 through
Had a baseball tournament that
1815,
day.
I believe, is kind of Napoleon's reign in France / other places in Europe as he's
Should've never
attacking.
attacked Russia.
True. He just kept going.
Yeah.
And he
Don't attack Russia.
eventually- he only killed
Nobody's
3
ever
million
won a war
people.
where they fought Russia and attacked them. Nobody.
Doesn't
work
But wouldn't we just all die? I just thought to myself, I just would die in that area. They'd be like, guess what? You're going to war. You're a man.
Yep.
And then I would just get blown up by a cannon
Yeah,
or something.
sure
I
you
mean,
would.
best case scenario.
You'd be carrying the flag, Mike.
Yeah,
You'd be-
best
you're
case
the flag-
scenario, cannon
Hey,
takes out my legs, and they're like, you can't fight anymore, but you don't have legs the rest
That's
of your
your
life.
best case scenario?
I'm watching this, yeah.
Do you
best
think you're
case
trying
scenario.
to load the cannon and that's how it takes you out, or you just walking and you get hit?
What's the movie, The Patriot? Where they just march into the fire.
Mike,
what
you're-
kind of deal is that?
You are a pro athlete, dude. You would be dominating. You would be like the hero in these movies. That's like slashing multiple people.
No, man, but
You'd be
don't.
so much bigger.
But so
than
many
everybody.
people are just
Yeah.
standing out in the open as
Mel
cannons
Gibson
are being
in that
fought,
movie, yeah.
shot, and they're like, hold the line. I'm like, well, I'm just dying here, man.
I think other people would be dying.
I do think the way we used to do war is stupid. Let's
Very-
all
yeah.
Let's all
March
dress
into the fire? What are we doing?
In our matching outfits, and we got a
Yeah.
drummer and somebody playing the
Honor was
flute.
very important.
How about, oh, yeah.
And the
carrying
British-
the flag guy getting shot? You don't even have a
Playing
weapon.
the drums.
The British,
Crazy time.
They marched in
Yeah.
a box. They marched in a square. And
How about
they
a
were like,
flanking maneuver?
Yeah.
I think, who at West Point figured that one out?
Actually, I
hey,
think that
maybe
was
if
the
we attack from the
Patriots.
side, we have a chance.
Yeah, the
we won't
Americans
lose all
like-
our men.
swing them around out there.
Maybe
Let's figure this
Washington.
thing out.
Yeah. Somebody did.
Now, Corey has showed me that the meeting between
According
Shaq,
to Schultz report, according to Bleacher Report, Darius Leonard, Shaquille Leonard had a successful visit with the Cowboys
Ooh.
and is now set to meet with the Eagles next.
Oh, here we go.
A decision is
Oh, so
expected
that-
over the weekend.
That meeting was he didn't die, right? It was like a successful surgery. Every surgery is successful as long as the patient lives.
I would guess that means that he didn't check the health boxes.
There's some things we need to know about that health.
Yeah. What do you think is the most important thing we need to know, Broadus?
What about?
About
him and the health?
Yeah, is it just the future, or it's this year, right? Like whether or not
Yeah,
he can play this year.
you're going to have to weigh the risks against the rewards here on this one. So yeah, you need to figure out all. Guy's got 2 disc surgeries, slight drop foot. There's some things you're dealing with here.
Okay.
So here we go.
Sounds like the Cowboys type of guy early in the second round.
That was back in the day, though, Mike. That was back in the day.
Yeah,
That's
but we're not.
now,
I
dude.
mean, this is free agency. This isn't the draft pick here.
But we'll see. We'll see. He's they did enough to go through this. They'll.
I was dealing
figure
with
it
that
out.
where I couldn't feel my foot for a while after that back throw out that I had.
Mhm.
It really got numb in my foot and through my calf and everything. It's kind of scary.
what do you guys got coming up on
Connected.
the program today, and where are you going to be again?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. I have been informed we have 2 G-Bag Nation flags, and the first 2 Tolos to get here, Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, will possess them. We're right off 121 and just west of the toll. And John Machota's coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk Cowboys with him. Shireen Williams, a little Hall of Fame conversation at 6.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them at Men's Tea in the Colony. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Welcoming new listeners. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are live today at one of our favorite businesses in the Metroplex, Men's Tea Clinic, the Colony location, 5 DFW spots. And G-Bag Nationals, they have a special promotion running just for you. $50 tea test. Make your appointment anytime this week, and that offer is good for the rest of this month and through December. Go to mensteaclinic.com, call 972. Go Men's Tea. All right. How the hell you doing, Brian?
I'm doing great, sir. How about yourself?
We are doing outstanding. And
this is your haunt, isn't it?
Dude.
These are your people, right?
I love this location and everything they've done. You know,
Yeah.
Mike
Folks
Bassick
are
started,
super nice.
Mike Bassick started bringing us through Men's Tea Clinic about a decade ago.
Wow.
And so we know these folks. They know our Tolos well, and the Tolos trust these people to, for total men's wellness. That's really what it's evolved into over the last decade. Started with the testosterone, and that's like the main thing. But like I was talking with the doctor over the break, now they're doing the PRP plasma. That just gives you an idea of the cutting edge technology they're bringing to solve any male issue out there. Whether it's weekend warriors or hair loss, sexual wellness, all that good stuff. So get to mensteaclinic.com or give them a call, book your appointment. Okay, what do we know about Shaq Leonard? That's what the Tolos want to know after hearing that crosstalk.
Yeah. I think there's some medical things that they're going to have to walk through about this player. He's had a couple of the disc surgeries.
Like I said, disc.
Disc.
Made sure you said it right.
I said disc. Yes, I said discs. But yeah, he's had a couple of surgeries he's had to deal with. He's had to deal with some nerve damage that, and the Cowboys have dealt with some guys that have had nerve damage before. We talked about Jalen Smith and, his situations with the drop foot and stuff like that. So, there's things that they're very familiar with this player, and they wanted to make sure that they brought him in and had a chance to meet with him. They're trying to recruit him. Obviously he's now going to go on to Philadelphia, and we'll see. The one thing that Jerry was talking about this morning was that Dallas probably has a little bit more money to offer than maybe what the Eagles do. But both teams could use a player like this. It's just a matter of, which team is going to look at this as the risk reward type thing and make the deal get done.
I'm kind of surprised he's leaving, but after hearing the injury stuff, I wonder why wouldn't they have been able to come to a deal if the Cowboys wanted him? The film's the film, right? We know he's injured.
Yep.
We don't have a real linebacker. There's
he might be interested in the Philadelphia situation too. He might have said,
right?
Let's
what?
Compare. There's 2 teams I'd like to play for, Dallas and Philadelphia.
Yeah.
I'm going to go, and maybe this is something that maybe I can turn this into something long term. So I do know the way that the Cowboys work with their medical stuff, and they're very much involved with that. And Jerry and Steven and head coach, they're going to listen to whatever Jim Maurer and Britt Brown and Dr. Cooper and all the medical staff over there says. If they feel like that they could work with this player and get him through all the games, then by all means, I think they go after it. But it might be also, too, the player saying, I've had 2 opportunities here. Both teams playing at a very, very high level right now. Both teams battling. Both teams could potentially get into a Super Bowl. So you have to
I want to go see what another team would tell me my role is going
sure.
to be.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And
I want a chance to play a lot and make a lot of money next year.
Philadelphia might be in a situation, too, where Nakobe Dean is only on IR for the 4 weeks. Dallas might be able to offer him more of an opportunity to play than what Philadelphia is going to offer him.
You disappointed there's no contract, Wolchuk? Sorry,
yeah, I mean, I feel like if
I talk way too much as it begins with.
No, you're always fine, Brian. I do think that if he had to come in here and it was a clean bill of health, and Jim Maurer and Britt Brown and that medical staff who are the best in the business, and I trust them over any other NFL team's department, they said, hey, this player's ready to rock, we have no concerns, I think they probably would have gotten a deal done. Now, maybe not. Maybe they feel good enough about it, and he does think this is an agent, and this is Darius Leonard saying, look, I'd like to go and just chat with Philadelphia, and then I'll come back and I'll sign with you. But I think, to me, if things did check out and it was a clean bill of health type of thing and they were confident in it, they would have found a way to get this deal done without him leaving the building.
The thing that's going to happen with Darius Leonard is he is after he makes his decision this weekend, he's either going to be playing for you or against you in that game. Yeah. That's what one way or another, you will see Darius Leonard in the Philadelphia Eagle Dallas Cowboy game.
And Cowboy fans will lose their mind if he's playing with an Eagles team and
could
ends
be
up being a difference maker for you.
It could be a situation, too, with which medical staff. And I worked in Philadelphia, different group of doctors and stuff there, but I do remember Jeff Lurie talking about Jeremiah Trotter and his knee. And he just said, hey, if we like the player this much, let's go. But I do know that and rightfully so, that group in Dallas, the medical staff carry a big stick.
Look what they just did with Damone Clark.
Yeah.
Getting him on the field last year to play when that was something where they didn't think he'd be able to play at all. That was a very serious, possibly career-threatening type of injury. Cowboys have done this, especially at the linebacker position, trying to re-heal and rehabilitate injured linebackers. So for Shaq Leonard to come in here,
Bruce Carter,
the list goes
keep
on.
Naming all the
Leighton
linebackers.
Vander Esch.
Yeah.
Could they have had like an injury in his final game with the Colts that made the Colts feel like it's just going to get worse? This is as good as it's going to get, and you're
I
on
think
the way
talking
back
to
down
people
again.
at the Colts, they have some young players they want to play. That's where they're at. And he was talking about he was off the field. We talked about last week when he became available that they were taking him
I'm just
off the
wondering
field.
how the film could look so good, but he's
The film was
damaged
fine.
goods.
The film
you
was
know?
fine. Like I say, this whole thing is going to come down to risk reward. If you feel like that
But there's just
they're
not
not
any
going to have
money.
any other problems going forward,
The
then
thing
fine.
that's unfortunate is, because of the way the waiver system works and claims work, he's getting $6.5 million. You can't double dip. Nobody's going to pay him more than that. This is just about opportunity and maybe what you could tell him about 2024, 25.
Right.
Maybe the Eagles are willing to give him a contract into the future or guarantee something for next year. Because when it just comes down to this year, there's no difference. Teams are offering the same compensation. It's what the Colts are giving you. You're just going to play for us. And unless you want to go over that, but nobody would, because if you were willing to do that, you would have just put in the waiver claim at $6.5 million.
Right. And I think to me, I had pause as soon as he became available as well, because it's a big name. You're talking about a player that was the youngest player and maybe best player at his position, right, a couple of years ago. Colts just aren't, even if there are younger players that want to get on the field, they're not moving on from that unless now you're overpaid, you're not worth that money, and you're broken. So he's far from a perfect player, and that's why he's available.
I think there was some talk about him also going to the coaching staff and complaining about I'm not playing enough.
And it is a new staff.
And sometimes a head coach will say, okay, you know what, I'm not going to let you run over me.
And we're not part of the long-term future. We're rebuilding. We got to give your reps to younger guy, and we don't want you mad at us every week.
We drafted the guy that we're trying to put on.
They're kind of helping Shaq Leonard, but they're kind of being, and even though he was shocked by it, maybe didn't want it. For everybody involved, it's probably a better situation. Does the lack of wins against quality opponents prevent you from believing in the Cowboys as a true contender? I posted that on @GBag Nation. It went 49-41. Wow. With 9% of people is asking to see the results, but 49 people are saying yes. They are like, I think that's the right mentality. Like, I'm cautiously optimistic about what this team is capable of. Maybe some folks have been convinced of this team. I think the relevant idea here is these next 5 opponents are better than any team you've beaten so far this year. So the rubber's going to hit the road, and it's going to be really exciting to get a chance to.
I'm
to
the
watch
reckless
all this
in the
unfold.
41, by the way.
You're in the 41.
I voted in your poll, and I'm the reckless in 41. Is what. The ones that said that they're believing in what's going on.
You're in.
I'm going to lean
I
in the 49.
I voted for that. Yeah, I voted.
I told myself I can't do this again. You guys know me, right? The hopium. I'll go ahead and I'll squeeze the juice and find a way to buy in on this. And all right, the offense is fixed, but I think we do got to see this.
So you're in the you two are 49. You're a 49er.
No, do not say that.
I knew it, Walt.
Do not say that. All right, that is not me. All right, you know I'm not a Shanahan guy. That is Eric Chiafalo over there. But we do need to see this against. And the beautiful thing is, you're going to get this test over the next 5 weeks. Can you beat quality competition? I'm hopeful that they can. I think they're going to beat Seattle. I think they're going to beat Philadelphia at home. Yeah. Now, when you go on the road, we'll find out, right? They haven't been as good on the road as they have been at home. But I am cautiously optimistic, but we do need to see it to believe it.
Well, maybe maybe it does not prevent you from believing, and you can jump onto @GBag Nation right now and vote. There's still 17 hours left in this poll. You're going to want to hit the GBag Nation bio. Follow us all when you get there. It's right there and super easy for you. Okay. So
you know what? I'm surprised
that the deal didn't get done.
I'm surprised it wasn't 49-41 the other way.
Yeah, I was just wondering, and obviously polls are flawed, but I was wondering.
Well, somebody had to punch this one or this one.
Yeah.
I mean, how flawed is that? Either you agree with this statement or you agree with this statement.
We've seen this song and dance, man. Like, this team's pretty predictable. We knew right after the Eagles game, what are they going to do? They're going to win the next 3. They're going to be 8-3, and then you get Seattle coming to town. And now we'll get to see how good you really are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we've seen this song and dance where they win 12 games, they get into the playoffs, they're going to end up getting the 5 seed, they're not going to win the division, they're going to smack the Saints
You
and the
hope
Falcons.
they get the 5 seed.
They will, because the rest of the conference isn't good. Nobody's going to catch you for that. We saw what the Vikings did, or one of those teams trying to catch that for their 5 seed. The NFC's down. The Cowboys, if they don't get that 5, that's embarrassing. And then they're not going to make any noise in the playoffs regardless.
I mean, right now it'd be awesome to get to go to Atlanta. We'll pull on the Falcons.
Yeah, you whip
that would
them,
be like
and
the
then what
easiest
happens
playoff
in the
game
second
ever.
round? Now, you're going back to Philly? No, probably, because they're going to have the 1 seed. So were you going back to San Francisco?
Well, you go to Detroit. You go to Detroit or San Francisco.
Maybe if you go to Detroit, you got a shot.
You don't have a chance against Detroit either. They're too strong.
You don't think so?
No.
You will know how well, because you get Detroit here on the 30th.
Yeah.
You will know how you match up against Detroit.
And they're a physical
coming up.
team. I mean, that might not be a good
No,
matchup.
Detroit might be San Francisco of the North.
Yeah.
With the way that the way their team plays.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I expect. I just think that's pattern recognition. That's if you want to believe in your team because that's what you do, I think that's a valid approach to it. But you can't call people that are voting yes on this a hater.
No.
You're just paying attention to the pattern of what this football team has proven to be a great regular season team.
That's what it is. We've seen this. We've lived it. We've drank the hopium before, and then we end up having our absolute hearts ripped out of our soul, right? And I
just
don't want
keep
to fall into
saying,
that again.
If they were playing offense like they were the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, I would have been in the 49% with you guys.
And
saying
that
there's
is
no
reason.
way in hell.
That is reason to be optimistic.
I am optimistic that they've got something figured out with the receivers and potentially in this running game. It's not a running game that will destroy you, but if you let me have between 85 and 100 yards every game doing it, I think the quarterback can play well enough in those situations to win games.
Well, rubber's about to hit the road. Good football.
No, it
teams are on the way.
absolutely is.
No, it is. And I can sit there and sell you, too, like Steele looks better. Pollard looks better, right? I mean, we can sell
They got Cooks
the
involved.
positives, but can you sell me on why it's going to be different against the 49ers in a rematch? Why it's going to be different in the playoffs? And I don't know. They're going to have to go out there and prove it before I can tell you I'm going to go ahead and put my money where my mouth is with this football team.
I mean, to me, like the plays are different, and you got to give them credit for the bunches, for the motions, and for the route combinations. But this is the same thing to me as the first 2 weeks of the season, Giants and Jets. Then you lose to the Cardinals. The next week, you blow out the Patriots, and they hadn't making the offensive adjustments yet, but they were up against a bad team and beat it by 35 points.
Yeah.
Then you lost to the 49ers, and we said, oh, they were fool's gold. This isn't the real Cowboys. And then, they beat the Chargers and Rams, and it's like, oh, yeah, there they are. There's the real team that I love. You lose to the Eagles. And after these losses, there's about 48 hours of honesty. And then you start building up hope for the next game, and then they win it against a crappy team, and they show something different that makes you hope that, well, maybe with this adjustment, they can beat this better football team. But so much more of it is about the matchups
They were
and the talent of
broken.
the players.
I felt like they were a broken offense before the before the San Francisco. There was a come to whatever you want to call it meeting where your best players are stepping up and saying, Mike, hey, really, we can't do this crap anymore. We need to beat anybody playing this way.
Yeah, you could see the frustration and dejection from CeeDee Lamb
Yeah.
in the game. And you're absolutely right. I mean, Bill Barnwell's pointed out Dak Prescott's got an 80.7 QBR since week 6, right? Essentially since you got shellacked by San Francisco. Nobody else is over 68. He's been comfortably the best quarterback in football for half a season now. But people aren't giving Dak that credit. Why? Because of the competition he's played against.
No, they won't. No, they won't. And you know what? At the end of the day, as Bill Parcells would say, you guys might be right. The 49er people who are voting that says, hey, you got to show me, then you know what? You might be absolutely right about this. But I have hope from what I've seen on their All-22 that I feel like that offensively they figured some things out that they didn't have pre-San Francisco.
They're definitely
game.
a different
I hope you're
offense
right.
than the one that played San Francisco.
I want to be wrong about this, just like I was wrong about the Rangers so much, and hopefully that comes to fruition. I see it as when they get up against that quality of a team. Dak's looking for receivers and ducking like 2 seconds into the play, and Terrence Steele's getting ghosted every other snap.
Could very well happen again.
Tyron Smith is looking old, and Tyler Smith is holding, and Biadasz isn't strong enough. That's what I remember. And Zach Martin can't do it by himself, and him trying to do himself like.
Oh, he has bad plays too.
Yeah. Anyway, we are live at Men's T Clinic, and we're excited about this Thursday night football game. Maybe they'll prove us 49%ers wrong. That would be excellent. We're going to once again be invited to be filled with optimism about Aggies football. Are you joining Steve Elko there saying we're going to build the premier football program in the history? It's about time, Brian. Shouldn't be that hard. You have resources.
Texas A&M, though, you need to figure out a way not to be an 8-win team every year.
Yeah.
That's your fan base, your resources, everything that leads you to believing to get the best players to show up there. Maybe it was coaching with this group. They've run through some coaches now at Texas A&M. They're willing to pay, $120 million to not Jimbo Fisher and now Elko as a coach. They're willing to spend the money.
When's a change you're blowing? The opportunity is there. A TCU's
We say it every
in the
year,
title
though.
game. Washington's undefeated. I mean, teams are leveraging this new model and creating new success for them in ways. I think it's there for the taking, but maybe the competition is greater than ever. You have to leverage marketing now. I mean, there's so many. It's not just having a bag man taking stacks of $100 bills to players. You have to be sophisticated in a lot of different ways, and I think the smartest teams are going to emerge. Look at UT on the way. Michigan flips the script on Ohio State here in this new era of college football. There's more opportunity than ever, Brian.
The thing is, you could pay players. You got to pay the right players. You got to make sure when you're recruiting and all that, you got to make sure you're paying the right guys.
Yes.
Aggie fans are not going to be happy, but I did think what Mike Leslie said on WFAA, our buddy, was
you throwing him under the bus?
Pretty eye-opening. No, I agree with what he said, because you're bringing up Michigan, you're bringing up Texas, you're bringing up these programs that have been there, done that. They've got national championship pedigree, right? When's A&M done that?
Yeah.
They do have the tools, and I'd love to see A&M become a powerhouse.
They do have the
tools. But they've got 2 double-digit winning seasons since '98. Kansas has found a way to have just as many as that.
Yeah.
They're historically not one of those blue.
It's just the money and
programs.
the recruiting hotbed that makes you believe it's possible.
And it's the state of Texas.
Sports hodgepodge coming up here. G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. We are live at Men's T Clinic. Go to menstclinic.com. We're at the Colony location. Still one G-Bag Nation flag. And it's a $50 test offer. Make your appointment anytime this week, and it's good for the rest of this month and December. menstclinic.com or 972-GO-MENS-T. Where are you taking us with this hodgepodge, Wolchuk?
Well, we certainly have some college football stuff to get into. We talked a little bit of Pop-Tarts earlier, but I've also got some audio of DK Metcalf talking Cowboys defense as well, and Deron Bland. That's next.
Welcome back, Nation. We are live at Men's T Clinic in the Colony. We're closing out Men's Health Awareness Month from Men's T Clinic. It's just off 121, the Josie exit here by Topgolf. And been raising awareness for Men's Health Awareness Month all month long and bringing awareness for prostate and mental health, which is big. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 5 minutes. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. Here's Wolchuk with a little sports hodgepodge.
DK Metcalf is, of course, coming to AT&T Stadium, one of the wide receivers of the Seattle Seahawks. I did note, Aisha Morrison, who we worked with on the draft show, DallasCowboys.com there, Brian, I thought had an excellent point, and Brian will have a breakdown coming up here in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. But Seattle uses a lot of play action. They might do it more than any team in the NFL.
A lot, yeah.
And that goes back to Pete Carroll's old school approach, right? He likes to run the football, but their big plays are usually predicated off of play action. The guy to worry about for me, more so than DK, is actually Tyler Lockett.
Mm-hmm.
But DK certainly will pose a threat, obviously with his size, the speed, the rare combination he has there. But he was asked by reporters about the Cowboys' defense and Deron Bland, and he had a relatively funny response. Here's DK.
Who we playing? Dallas. My bad. I thought you were talking about the Niners. Dallas. They got speed everywhere on their defense. And, they've been in a couple shootouts, and then they've blown some teams out. So, it's hard to get a good grip of who they really are, when you watch film. But they're a fast group who can get to the ball in a hurry. So, and they have a pretty stacked group of corners on their team. Five. I know. I was thinking, he got more touchdowns than me.
What does that say? But what does that say? Not about his skill set, but about how you have to play the ball in that situation or make sure it doesn't end up.
Right. He does what the receiver should do, and that's shave angles and meet the ball. So he does an exceptional job at that. And it's rare that you see a cornerback, be able to track the ball or catch the ball like he does. And he does it effortlessly. So him and Gilmore are a tandem, and hate to see Trayvon Diggs go down. My prayers go out to him on his road to recovery. But it seems like the next one up is duplicate to him. So got to shave angles.
How amazing! 5 pick sixes, as we know, an NFL record for Deron Bland, and he's got more touchdowns this year than DK does, and DK's well aware of it.
Yeah, he's got more touchdowns than anybody on the Seahawks, I think. Heck of a year he's got going. And I love the idea of shaving angles and coming back to the ball. It's just amazing how good Deron Bland is at these. And I guess we shouldn't be surprised because he's a high school wide receiver, Brian. How much does he stand out with his ball skills as far as other guys you've compared to the greats?
When you look at when he has such an ability, you always talk about guys, especially corners, the ability to carry routes and the ability to, if you have to go across the field. The one thing that Bland, I always love when players have that vision, especially defensive players, when they see what's happening. And that's why there's been some problems with him with the double move stuff, because he sees what you're trying to do. There's a lot of times when these guys will try and stutter go on him. They'll run, chop it down, and then he'll drive thinking that they're going to come inside.
Yeah,
but that's what he's reading. That's he's not guessing. He sees you stop. And he's thinking, okay, you're about to put your foot in the ground and come inside. So he's thinking about shaving the angles that you're talking about. He's talking about, driving on the ball, reading the routes and stuff. These corners that play the game, there's some guys that just play on feel. If the guy's next to him, they kind of feel where the route's going. With him, he sees it. And that's why he's able to get down inside and make the plays that he does. When he was playing nickel, there were some interceptions he had inside where he was reading routes where guys were trying to settle down in zone, and he would drive on the ball underneath.
It's unreal.
I think the vision he has is what makes him the type of corner he is, because he sees what's happening to him, and he's able to react quick enough to make it to make a difference on the play.
It's absolutely incredible. As we wrap up the hodgepodge, just 2 more quick hits here in the NBA and in college football. The King has set another record as nobody has spent more time on an NBA court playing in a game than LeBron James. Now, it was a bittersweet night as he became the league's all-time leader in minutes played for the NBA, and the Lakers lost to the Sixers. They lose 138-94, which is the most lopsided loss in LeBron James' career. But he passes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, another fellow Laker, for most minutes in the history of the sport. And Shedeur Sanders, we found out, suffered a fractured back in Colorado's game against Washington State. And that sounds absolutely terrible for Shedeur.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has surgery, he comes back, he's healthy, and is good to go for next year for the Buffaloes.
Might want to check in here to Men's T Clinic, get some of that regenerative
Be
care.
a good place to come.
Yeah, the PRP. Time now for the G-Bag of the day. Back into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius Alexander.
Check, mic check.
We got
1,
you.
2. All right, you hear me?
Yes,
got you good, sir.
Y'all sound good? Y'all feel good? Everybody all right?
Yeah, I think things are going well. We're doing solid.
Cool.
Pretty day outside.
All right, good. Yeah, it is. It is actually. A whole lot of coaching going on today's G-Bag of the Day, this edition right here. But up first is the Italian family that showed off their Thanksgiving plates. All the food they had. This is day number 2 for these people right here. If you see anything floating out there on social media, don't be afraid to hit me up. Lucius P, Lucky Lucius P, Lucious on social media. Or you just go to G-Bag Nation, follow Saul, baby. Here's that Italian family. They just showing off.
We got the big plate already. We got fresh mozzarella, mozzarella with prosciutto. We have prosciutto, bread, of course, sausage, due insalate. We have, of course, lasagna. Take it over, Dominic. Let's go. Take it over.
Take it over, turkey. We have buffalo chicken wings. We got spare ribs. We got cornbread. We got roast beef. We have shrimp, breaded shrimps, regular shrimps, cauliflower, stuffing, beans, asparagus with bacon, macaroni and cheese, chicken cordon bleu, stuffed mushrooms.
Get the out of the way. You're too damn slow. This is Chinese rice from my sister over here. And then we got candy yams over here. We got potatoes, cauliflower. We got, I don't know what the this is. And we got the fish. The fish. We got
We don't have any mashed potatoes?
No mashed potatoes? What the hell? Who forgot the mashed potatoes?
We don't eat
The mashed potatoes.
What's up with the pretzels? Who brought this?
They forgot the mashed potatoes and they decided to bring the pretzel. Happy Thanksgiving, you motherfuckers!
Whoa, Teresa, take it easy.
Wow.
Take it easy.
I didn't think Dominic was doing that bad of a job until he got hung up on stuffing.
He couldn't identify the stuffing.
Yeah, he went downhill from there.
You're too slow.
All right, let's see. What do we got here for? I said there was a whole lot of coaching going on this edition of G-Bag Nation. You guys see Greg Popovich tell the Spurs crowd to stop booing Kawhi?
Did see this.
Yeah, I like it.
And Kawhi with 8 points tonight, 3 of 5 from the floor.
Excuse me for a second.
Pops on the mic.
Stop all the booing, let these guys play. It's got old class. It's not who we are.
Yeah.
Knock off the booing.
Yeah, that's not who we are.
Pop telling the fans to lay off Kawhi Leonard. But that's not San Antonio.
San Antonio is just like Compton, fool.
I appreciate Greg Popovich in so many ways. I'm wondering about this one, though. Like, does Kawhi got some scoop on him, you think? Everybody's got a skeleton in the closet. I think Kawhi knows Greg's. Kawhi bailed on Pop.
Yeah, he did.
Pop tried to talk him out of it like 4 times. Like, please, just play, dude. Please. Kawhi was like, no, I don't want to play here anymore. I want to be traded. This went on for 2 years. And now he's still caping for him? I'd have let the booze ring down. Maybe Greg's just a better man than I am, Lucius.
He is a fantastic human being, that Greg Popovich. Fantastic human being. He coaches the wrong team, though.
Yeah,
wrong
does.
team.
He sure does.
Facts.
He does.
He's a veteran, too. He's a
back in
veteran guy.
time.
Yep.
Let's go to another coach, Steve Kerr. He's not digging the vibes at the game. DJ needs to be quiet.
Playing with force, it's playing downhill, it's playing with great communication. You can hear everybody, talking defensively. Although in this building you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club out there. What are we doing? I'm being dead serious. Like, I couldn't hear anything out there. It's just the whole game. It's just this thumping techno club music. Can we just have a basketball game anymore? What the hell? Sorry for the rant.
What the hell?
Yes. Steve Kerr got real on you right there. I agree too. I don't like the music playing during the game.
You don't?
All stoppages, timeouts.
I don't mind it. I like it a lot. Atlanta, their DJ is crazy. He's so good. On the organs too. That dude to be on the organs during a basketball game. That is nuts.
I like the organ at the hockey game or baseball.
Shippy's doing a great job with the Stars.
Yeah.
Let's see here. How about Miss Shirley? Her brother died. She had to eulogize him. Listen to this.
Check this out. Yeah, his name was Albert Thompson. And he was a thug just like all the rest of his family. We thugs. We love everybody. So we all a motherfucker up. He had a pistol. And we wasn't no joke. And we ain't no joke. We the one left, so we gonna carry it on.
Amen. Yeah, I think she pre-gamed before the funeral.
Yes, I'd say. It's the only way to get through a funeral for a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Yeah. One more coaching situation. Peyton Manning is the head coach of Terrell Davis's Little League team. Peyton Manning has way too many plays for Little League. Way too many plays, bro.
My 12-year-old team is actually head coached by Peyton Manning. So yeah, I'm the running backs coach. We've got some star power at the coaching position.
Can you imagine being a 12-year-old on a team where Terrell Davis and Peyton Manning are your coaches?
Does Peyton let you get any input on the offensive scheme?
You know you're not touching that playbook, man. We have about 206 plays.
Bruh.
And so that wristband that his son Marshall wears as our quarterback is getting bigger and bigger by the week.
It'll be way up here.
As long as Peyton's not treating those kids like he did in that SNL skit a few years back.
That was pretty funny. Yeah. Marshall Manning can play?
I'll tell you what, I've not seen Marshall Manning play, but all these Mannings that all do play are all pretty good.
I knew nothing about Marshall Manning.
Yeah.
But that might be the best name. Eminem?
Yeah.
There's a lot that you can do for NIL with that.
Yeah, he's got a good name for marketing, that's for sure. Was that photo true of Arch Manning with the new Mississippi State coach on Twitter?
So.
That was a fake.
Arch didn't go anywhere.
All right, what do you say, Lucius? Time to vote?
Yep.
All righty. Is it our champion Italian family showing off Thanksgiving meal? Is it Greg Popovich telling them to stop booing his guy Kawhi Leonard? Steve Kerr not digging the vibes of the game? Miss Shirley eulogizing her brother? Terrell Davis on Peyton Manning being the head coach? Yeah, I'll go with the Manning situation there. How about you, Lucius?
Italian family putting that sauce on it. A little bragging. I ain't mad at you.
Wolchuk?
Give me the mozzarella for the win.
It's 2-1, Brian.
I'll tell you what, the Italian family is the best.
That's going to be a 5-timer.
They've done it again, 3-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. If you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, you can catch it with LA Live every night, 5:40. He replays the champ for you inside that segment. Okay, live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, where they have a special tea test promotion. $50 for G-Bags and Tolos right now. The offer is good for the rest of this month in December, but you got to make the appointment this week. Call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea and get your numbers checked. They'll get you optimized. Brian, where are we going next?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to tell you all about this Seattle offense. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox model will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, where you can book an appointment for a $50 tea test. They're running a special promotion for Tolos. And you got to make your appointment this week, but you can come in anytime this month or next. mensteaclinic.com. Shaq Leonard came into the Cowboys, and they had a visit, but he left, and he's going to visit with the Eagles later this week, so we'll see where that goes. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I wouldn't read into it too much. Just let's see if guy obviously wanted to go to two teams. You got the medical, you got the visit, you kind of have an idea probably where you are on the money.
Yeah.
So let's just see. Like I said, next week, he's either going to be playing for you or playing against you.
I think the only thing we found out is he's not obsessed with being a Cowboy and willing to do whatever.
Sure.
He's like, I want to see what both options are, and that's cool.
Yeah.
You just have to have the best opportunity, and I think they got a good chance to do that.
I think you painted the right picture too of what's the future. Is it not 6-7 games from here? Am I going to have to go somewhere else? Maybe the team that he ends up with is going to be a team that's going to get a longer term deal for him.
Cowboys could have a starting spot for him next year.
Cowboys, absolutely. The Cowboys are in a situation too where they can offer playing time right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all plays out. But hope for the best. Those guys over there do a great job of recruiting. It's going to come down to.
But it got into the back and the nerves.
Yeah, but that's the thing about it is there's
and that's not totally healed.
Yeah, there's things that you look at the disc. You look at the nerve stuff. I mean, there's things right now about this player that aren't clean. If it's clean, it's a slam dunk, But he obviously, I don't think it's anything against the Cowboys.
Okay.
I think it's let me take a look at these two teams and see where I want to go. That's why
Jerry talked this morning about how important it was to see the medicals.
Yeah.
We saw that last year with the Odell Beckham Jr. situation.
Yeah.
That matters a lot.
Nah, he wasn't ready to play at all.
Right.
Yeah. Well, when they saw him, they're like, "What?
We're wasting our time."
No, you ain't playing. All right, speaking of playing, the Seattle offense, what you need to know about the Seattle offense, in my opinion, it's based on their wide receivers. It really, really is. The running game and all that, we'll see. We'll see, Pete Carroll does love to run the football. Kenneth Walker is got an oblique injury. He didn't play in the game. I didn't see him against San Francisco. Saw him get hurt against the Rams. Downhill runner, physical runner. If you come up with weak arm tackles and stuff, he's going to run through that. The backup is Zach Charbonneau from UCLA. Chip Kelly used him for 2 years, gave him 500 carries.
Loved that
in 2 years. But he is another one of those guys. I don't think he has the explosiveness of what Walker has, but what he's a guy. He's a straight ahead runner. He catches the ball very, very well. Mm-hmm. That's the extent of their running game right there. That really, really is the extent. They want to run the ball, but they don't do it all the time. And the key to I think, of beating the Seattle Seahawks is you choke the running game and make the quarterback try and beat you in this game. He's dealing with a little bit of an elbow problem. He got nicked up in a game. The San Francisco 49ers last week completely. We've all seen what the 49ers can do defensively. That's what they did to Seattle in this game.
Just suffocated them.
No room.
Are they going like short, accurate passing game?
Well, are you talking about the Seahawks?
Yeah.
The Seahawks, no. What it is you're going to get a vertical shot from Metcalf. I mean, you look at if you follow metrics and you look at targets to receptions, Metcalf will drop the ball on you every once in a while too. I mean, every once in a while he'll make one of those like, whoa, that just happened kind of a plays. But, you're going to get some type of vertical play from him in the game, maybe a couple of them, maybe 2 different times they're going to take a shot down the field. Where they hurt you, what you're talking about is with Tyler Lockett and then with Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this game for the Cowboys, it's, in my opinion, on the offensive side of the ball, Dallas's defense has got to do the similar game plan to what you saw from the 49ers. You have to disrupt their routes. Don't let them have the free access in the routes. They're going to challenge you like no other team. And Dallas has played a couple of teams that have quality receivers. San Francisco, Philadelphia. Other than that, this is the next big challenge right here. But you're going to get, when you start to talk about Lockett and Smith and Jigba, it's crossing routes, it's inside routes, it's you play zone against them. They run up, they find space, they curl back inside, they come back to the ball.
And they're both great route runners.
Great route runners. Great round. I think if you ask me, the guy that I'm really, really worried about, Tyler Lockett would be the guy that I'm the most worried about in this football.
How's their offensive line? G'day.
Their offensive line is the problems on the right side. They don't have what they're trying to do at offensive tackle is they've tried to fix it a couple of different ways. They tried it with Jason Peters, and then they've tried it with a guy named Stone Forsythe, third-year guy from Florida. He's a tall, long guy. He plays really, really tall. And so what happens when you watch teams rush him, especially like the 49ers, like when with their edge rushers, the way that they're able to kind of get him to play high and then they dip underneath him, they drive him back. Jason Peters got nicked up, couldn't finish the game. Forsythe's the one that's made the most starts. He's made 7 starts in 11 games for the Seahawks. I have a feeling that he's going to play in this game. I don't think they're going to use Jason Peters in this game right now. So if you want to attack, it's going to be Tank Lawrence's side. It's that left side on there. You got a quarterback that can actually run. That's the thing about it when you look at Geno Smith. If he feels like that he's threatened, he's going to take off running. He's a big enough guy in the pocket and all that.
He's not a contact runner, right? But
no,
he will take the yards.
But guys bounce off him. I mean, you could see defenders kind of bounce off him, and then he gets out of the pocket. So if he feels like that he's in trouble, he's going to run. Cowboys got to be aware of that. But the majority of the time, the way the 49ers really handle him and the way the Rams handle him too, and the Ravens, you mess with their receivers, you smother their receivers, and then you force him to hold the ball.
So be physical up front, collapse the pocket.
Offensive line on the right side especially is not good enough to hold up there.
How's your guy Charles Cross doing on the left side?
Cross is okay. I thought Cross was going to be this guy that was going to be, when they start to talk about the 4 or 5 best tackles in the league, he's not at that point right now. When they run block, it's funny. They really don't run block. They're kind of a push-shove group. So they don't really get into you. They kind of bump you, and then wherever you want to go, they try and push you that way. So linebackers against this team have an opportunity to make some plays because they don't always get linebackers, offensive linemen up on the linebackers in order to make those tackles. So Cowboys, find a way to control the running game. Don't let the quarterback run, but somehow, some way, don't allow. You're going to get deep shots. Be ready for that, and also be ready for Smith and Jigba. And then there are other receivers that they're underneath stuff that they're gonna probably hit you with right there, because that could be absolutely a big problem for you in this game if you don't cover them up well enough.
You think they score in the 20s or something like that? Sounds like they got a lot of weapons.
They got a lot of weapons. They do have a lot of
Well,
weapons.
it's scary because you just saw a guy like Curtis Samuel was the first receiver to hit 100 yards.
Yeah.
And I think that's a similar skill set to what you're going to be playing with Tyler Lockett and a Smith and Jigba in terms of a route runner, not quite as fast as Curtis Samuel. But
Smith and Jigba make some. The things that have carried over from Ohio State to Seattle is his ability to make these incredible catches.
Yeah.
He's got really outstanding body control, balance, the way he comes back, the way he presents himself, the way he goes and gets the ball. So, yeah, they've got legitimate weapons. If the Cowboys, again, it's going to have to be, can you match up on the outside? Don't give up any plays with these receivers, because you could affect the way that they play the game with their offensive line, with the way, like with your pass rush. Just, keep the running game in check and then make sure that you get after Geno Smith in this football game, and you should be okay. From an offensive standpoint, looking at the Seahawks.
I mean, statistically looking at the Seahawks, they're not overwhelming. They're not a big, scary monster. Do you think it's possible the Cowboys go out there and shut them down like they have some of these other teams?
I think that absolutely. At home, they're playing really, really well. They turn people over, which I think is really cool. They do a really good job. The running game to me with the Cowboys, when they're bad against a team that runs the ball, it's usually self-inflicted stuff. It's usually running around blocks, not having gap integrity or control. Seahawks, though, the ball is going to come downhill. There is not a lot of flash in the Seahawk running game. It's about, can you line up And can you change the line of scrimmage? Can you set the line of scrimmage on their side of the ball? Teams have been able to do that against them.
Sounds like your former intern, the Seahawks GM, John Snyder, is an offensive line away from having a damn good offense.
Well, he's got, I think, his skill guys. That's why I think
Skill guys
Seattle,
are fantastic.
Their skill guys are some of the best that the Cowboys are going to.
And Geno's underrated. I mean, he's remade himself in his 30s to be one of the more efficient quarterbacks.
He has
in the
been
game.
but he finally found a home and a coach that will appreciate how he plays.
Yeah, help him play complimentary
Believes
football. Hey, we're at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. If you're listening and can't make it in today, all you have to do is call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea or book your appointment online today, and you can test for $50 through the end of the year. It's a great opportunity to tap into Men's Tea Clinic and all the good stuff they have going on. If there's a man issue out there, they've researched it and have a solution for you. So just go to mensteaclinic.com or give them a call. Chuck, what do you want to do next?
Some NFL news of the day. We got some Eagles-Niners trash talk, Hall of Fame news, and Mr. Steal Your Girl. That's next.
The Fan. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Good afternoon. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Cowboys and your home of the World Series champion, Texas Rangers. It is Gavin Dawson here, General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You do have Lucius Alexander back home in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. Zach Wolchuk is here at Men's T Clinic in the Colony with us. NFL News of the Day is coming up in just a second. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. Men's T Clinic is the place to be all month long. They've been raising awareness for mental health and prostate health. And, we're wrapping it up here the month of November with $50 T-test. Just go to mensteclinic.com. Book your appointment today. Here's Wolchuk.
Thank you very much. Also, we are accepting bids for the Swinging for a Cause Sandlot charity events. You can call Lucius 877-881-1053. You can also slide into either Lucius or my DMs on Instagram or on X. Whatever's easier for you, go ahead and bid to come hang out with us. It's going to be on the field at Globe Life Field. You can take pictures with the World Series trophy. There's going to be tons of current and former Rangers there as well, possibly former Cowboys. You never know who you're going to run into there. It's one of the best events we do every single year. It's benefiting a great cause, so make sure you get your bid in to hang out with us at Globe Life Field. The big news, and we've been talking about it during the entire first hour of the show, Shaq Leonard had a good visit with the Cowboys. He's left without a deal. The quote from Clarence Hill from a source, we will see where it ends up. And I'm sure that, as we've talked about, player wants to go visit the Eagles. Let's compare situations here, find out what's the best for you. Cowboys want to check off everything that they can if they feel good about it. It doesn't mean that Shaq Leonard's not going to be a Dallas Cowboy, but he's not getting a deal done today.
When the back gets so bad that you're having a hard time with the nerve pain and the sensitivity and the feeling, that's a red flag. And for me, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm like, yeah, we'd love to have you play with us right now. But if we're talking about into the future and you want guarantees, I don't know if we have any guaranteed money for a guy whose back is so jacked up, he had 2 operations, and now he's losing sensitivity. We can do a hell of an incentive deal.
Sure.
We do a per-game deal. I mean, we'd love to add a talent like you, but I don't think the Cowboys could give enough assurances to Shaq Leonard today that he would say, okay, I don't need to go to Philadelphia. Right now, I need to go to Philadelphia. I need to see what else is out there. And if I don't like either one of them, then I'll just pick one for the rest of the year and find somebody else in the offseason. But right now, I think Shaq Leonard, who's still fairly young, I mean, he came into the league with Leighton Vander Esch, he would be wise to try to exhaust all his resources to get a guaranteed bag for the future.
Smart for the player.
Yeah,
it is. And it's smart for the Cowboys, really.
Yeah.
Don't go ahead and force yourself into a deal with a player that maybe there are some certain health risks there.
Well, they know a lot more about it now than they did
Absolutely.
2-3 days ago. They know the medical situation. They know, what the contract situation is probably going to look like. And, they'll figure it out this weekend. Like I said, they'll either be playing against him or he'll be playing for him. Yeah.
Now, Deron Bland, we talked about this in the post-game show because he sets the record, right? He gets his 5th pick 6. What items were going to go to the Hall of Fame? It's the record-breaking gloves and cleats. That is what he is sending to the Pro Football Hall of Fame from the Turkey Day victory over Washington. So Deron Bland's cleats and gloves will be there in Canton that you can go and check out. We also got the Hall of Fame semifinalists. We're going to have Shereen Williams, who does an excellent job with the Hall of Fame committee, coming up at 6 o'clock.
She's a voter, yeah.
She's a voter, and she's presented a lot of the Cowboys who've been able to get in. Darren Woodson has made it again as a semifinalist. It's time. We need to get Woody into the Hall of Fame. There are also a few players that are first year of eligibility. You've got 3-time All-Pro Julius Peppers and Antonio Gates, who were chosen as semifinalists for the Pro Football Hall of Fame's class of 2024. They headline a group of 25 modern-day semifinalists that were announced earlier. You've also got Jared Allen, Dwight Freeney, Devin Hester, Andre Johnson, Patrick Willis, Willie Anderson, Torrey Holt, and Darren Woodson, who all just fell short a year ago. So an outstanding list of candidates, no question, but it's time. We got to get Darren Woodson in.
Got to get Woody in. Let me tell you, Zach, what do you remember about Julius Peppers? He had a very famous game against the Cowboys.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't as a Carolina Panther, the one that stands out. It was as a Green Bay Packer.
That's right.
And he forced a fumble on DeMarco Murray where it looked like it would have been a house call.
It was going to be a touchdown.
It is, oh my gosh, that's the Des No Catch game.
You're right.
But that was the
2014.
play. If DeMarco Murray does not get that ball punched out by Julius Peppers, he scores, and who knows, maybe he didn't need that play from Des Bryant.
Sure.
Gosh, oh, that one sticks.
Quite a list of Hall of Famers. Though.
Absolutely.
Quite a list.
But we got to hope we get Darren Woodson in finally. Now, this was
Shereen
hilarious.
Williams coming up at 6.
Yeah. Did you guys watch we talked about this yesterday, the Black Friday game. We watched a little bit of it. We didn't watch enough to be able to stay and watch afterwards as we talked to Lucius about it. But Al Michaels told a story about Mike McDaniel and how his current wife he actually stole from the dance floor of a player. And he basically just cuts in there, says, no, I'd like to take over this dance. You get the hell out of here. So he's asked about it via reporters yesterday. And Mike McDaniel just wanted to clarify for the record exactly what happened there between that player and his now current wife.
I would say the skeleton of the story is correct, but there's a couple important caveats. First of all, the perceived threat that I made to a player about was over the top a joke, considering both he and I knew that as a running back coach I had no ability to say if he was there or not. It was more in jest. And then second of all, my wife was telling me that people are talking about me stealing people's girls. The dude had met her for 45 seconds. So
But you called dibs.
I mean, I kind of did, but I mean, I feel like I was painted out to be kind of a D-bag, and it wasn't like that at all. It was all niceties. We were celebrating as a team. I think Stephen Barkley, the player that was dancing with her, was well aware when I made that joke and jest that it was more important to me than it was to him. So, and I'm pretty sure I was right. Right? I mean, I have a family now. Yeah. Good decision.
One or over decision.
Clearly. It had nothing to do with anything. It wasn't my physical disposition, I promise you that.
Very self-aware individual there. Mike McDaniel wasn't my physical disposition at all, but he was, I'm sure, very, very charming, and he's right. Stephen Ridley probably had many different options. Mike McDaniel's like, this is my shot, and now he's married with children.
Yeah, that's confidence right there. I bet that lady was quite struck by him.
She should be. And now he's doing an excellent job as a head coach of the Miami Dolphins. We've got an NFC Championship rematch coming up. Brian, what do you got?
Real quick, do you see the slacks he wears during games?
Yeah.
What are those pants
They're
called?
like capris.
Oh, because
he's got them. They're skinny at the very
always
bottom.
above.
Yeah.
It's like it's banded at the calf.
And they're probably not called
at the
capris,
ankle.
but that's what they make me think
But he
of.
pulls them up, so they're kind of like.
Yeah.
They're kind of like what kind of pants are those?
It's the young guy style.
Like joggers.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's getting more and more up there. They really tapered it on us,
Right.
and now that's not cool enough.
good.
I used
They got
to
to
wear
differentiate
cuffs.
themselves
I
from the
used to
old
have
guys
cuffs in
one
my
way or
pants.
another. So
Yeah.
they're bringing them up a little bit more to be like, see, I'm young and cool.
I need to get a pair.
Yeah,
See,
I'm not
it's
going that young
It's
and
a
cool.
cold weather game, and he's kind of got them
Yeah.
pulled way up.
And they're comfy. I think I'd go with them around the house. I would just feel silly.
Look. I think you might look good coaching in those.
Little bit of a soccer look there. Yes, the soccer pant does taper a lot, but I'll
absolutely.
take it all the way down to the ankle.
Now, the
Thank
NFC
you.
Championship game rematch we've got coming up, they've been talking trash to each other all offseason long. So Debo went on the Pivot podcast and said that basically James Bradbury was trash in the offseason. And the Bay media asked him,
He's not wrong.
You regret saying that? He said, I don't regret nothing I said. He doubled down today on Kay Adams' show as well. He said, I don't have any feelings right now. We'll just see how this game goes. But I don't regret what I said there about James Bradbury. And, Brian, you said he's not wrong. James Bradbury isn't having a good year this year at all.
I tell you what, the one thing you could do is throw the ball on the Philadelphia Eagles, and Bradbury's part of that.
But there was a lot of trash talk back and forth between both these sides, specifically the 49ers, who claimed that if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, they would have won that football game. Hassan Reddick went to our sister station WIP in Philadelphia yesterday, did a players show, and, he definitely has heard the noise coming from San Francisco's side.
You guys got the 49ers next. I know
just got done playing, but they did a lot of talking in the offseason about what happened in the NFC Championship game last year. How much of that has stayed in the back of your mind ahead of next week?
As this season been going on, not much. Talk is cheap. They get to come back in the link. It was a lot of boo-hoos last year, a lot of crying, a lot of what if, a lot of this, a lot of that. They get a chance to come back in here, line that up, and prove it again.
Now, we are getting replies that they are called joggers. So thank you very much.
Joggers.
The joggers are the look on those. I appreciate it. But
we said capri pants.
They do kind of look like capris.
That's kind of at mid-calf kind of a
They're
deal?
probably longer than the capris.
That's more. I think that's more of a capri than a jogger. I don't know though.
But
I do
not
like
a stylish
sweatpants a lot
individual at all. You guys see the way I dress. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I need a lot of help. But I'm very excited. I'm very, very excited for this matchup. I wish both teams could just lose, but as a football fan, this is going to be fun, and I'm here for the trash talk between both sides.
Yeah, and I don't know who to root for. I think you could.
You got to root for the Niners just because you need the Eagles to lose.
Okay,
to have a shot at the division.
Okay, just for who do you hate more?
I still will always hate the Eagles more.
The division ain't happening.
You feel like you could go to Philadelphia and win a game. I don't feel like you could feel like that you can win a game in San Francisco. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what you don't want San Francisco to have any sniff at being the 1 seed in this thing.
Yeah, you want to give them a shot to get knocked off.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So you're rooting for the Eagles then?
Well, no, I mean,
fly Eagles.
I'm just telling you, if you really feel like that you can, which team do you feel like you can beat?
The Eagles.
You always feel like you can beat Philadelphia.
I don't feel like I can beat San Francisco.
Yeah, but you can't beat San Francisco in San Francisco.
I don't at all.
Haven't done that since the 90s.
No,
I mean, you might not be able to pass for 100 yards against them.
I don't want to see them again. We need the Lions or somebody else to beat them in the playoffs.
And I have more faith. I think this offense will be okay against them.
I really hope that you're right. I've made that mistake before, thinking this offense would be good against San Francisco, and I was.
Let me be that guy. I'll wear it all. I'll wear it.
You wear it for me because I'm too scared. I am. I'm too nervous. And I don't want to go down that road again. Now, the Bears, that game was just gross as hell, what we watched last night between the Bears and the Vikings. There's no other way to put it. Like that, they need to flex that.
Hellman said it was so bad it was good.
I'm to the point now where we need to get rid of Monday Night Football or make sure we're flexing. Because there's no reason for the country to have to watch what crap was that we watched last night.
Yeah, everybody was into that quarterback at Minnesota, though, right?
Yeah, well, Josh Dobbs is now back to Josh Dobbs, and Kevin O'Connell is not committing to him anymore. For next week even. He might go back to Jaron Hall, my rookie guy from BYU. But the Bears pulled off a rare win against the Vikings that hadn't happened in 30 years. The Bears had lost 39 consecutive games when they didn't score a touchdown, going all the way back to October 3rd of 1993 when they beat the Falcons 6-0. Jim Harbaugh was under center that day for Chicago. Well, last night they won a damn football game and they didn't score a single touchdown. It's gross.
Yeah, it is gross, and it actually pushed the Rams and Packers into the playoff picture pretty good, which is interesting. And I know probably exciting as Matt Stafford's back with the Rams.
I'm not worried about losing the 5 seed. I mean, these are the teams that are trying to get in there as the 6 and 7.
Well,
it is bad.
You go on a 4-game losing streak, you'll think differently.
If you do, but then you don't have any business of doing anything in the postseason anyway, so
Sure.
why does it matter?
No, good
what are we
point.
talking about?
You're absolutely
it's
right.
like,
you
want to
win a playoff
anyway.
game. You want to win a playoff game. Dak needs playoff victories, to have a better career than Danny White.
Well, if
Danny
he doesn't
White
get
went
to an
to
NFC
NFC
championship game, he's not going to have a
multiple
chance
times.
to.
Yeah.
I mean, last year nobody's giving Dak any credit now for beating the Bucs because the Bucs stunk. You think that's going to change if he goes and beats the Saints or the Falcons?
Playoff win's a playoff
I think it could. Eventually. He does it 3 or 4 more times. The next thing you know, you got 5 or 6 playoff wins.
Now we're looking at it.
It would look cool.
Hey, look at those.
Yeah.
It does look cool. It looks cool.
Yeah.
Okay, we also
I'm
have
cheering for the guy.
You are. He's your guy. We know that. Greg Olson's put his name into consideration for the Panthers head coaching job. I thought maybe, are we getting ball sacked here? No, this is real. Greg Olson, ironically,
What the name
said,
of Jeff Saturday is going on here?
I'd be interested. I'd be interested in this vacant head coaching job.
A head coaching job, $8 million a year.
Yeah, if you want to go off the beaten path, we saw this with Jeff Saturday last year.
Yeah.
You guys want to bring me in? I thought it was funny because Ryan Clark then also took to Twitter and said, I'm also interested in being a head coaching candidate if any teams want to call or DM me. I'm available.
They're seeing you get $30 million if you get fired. That's what they're seeing.
Oh, yeah. It's a great opportunity.
I also did like that David Tepper confirmed what we talked about yesterday and said they did
He's
indeed
clueless.
make sure they moved up to number 1 to take Bryce Young because they believed that the Texans would have taken him if they didn't move up there.
Yeah.
And it's true. Everyone's talking C.J. Stroud, giving him his flowers, rightly so. He's been awesome. Everybody had Bryce Young as the number 1 overall quarterback last year. And hindsight's 20/20. You can say you didn't, but I know you're lying. Now, speaking of quarterbacks, Joe Burrow has undergone successful wrist surgery. He's expected to make a full recovery, be ready to go for training camp next year with the Cincinnati Bengals. So good for Joe.
That doesn't help them now.
It doesn't. Their season's over.
Yep, they're done.
But maybe it'll help them next year because they definitely seem like they were just kind of a broken team.
Well, Joe
Everybody's
could stay
getting hurt
healthy
over
if he
there.
doesn't pull a calf in training camp.
Yeah, and hopefully he doesn't pull a calf next year because if he doesn't, then they'll be a Super Bowl contender because he's that damn good. And the Dolphins, going back to them, they ended up losing Phillips, their outstanding edge rusher for the season.
Jalen Phillips, right?
Now they've got Jason Pierre-Paul, the three-fingered man on his one hand, is now going to be added off the Saints practice squad.
Poached
Jason
him, huh?
Pierre-Paul, yep, they poached him away from Dennis Allen, the Saints. He's now going to be a Miami Dolphin, and the Cowboys will get to see him in a few weeks.
Could be fireworks.
Could be fireworks. It absolutely could be. And there's your
Might
NFL.
be in for a bang.
There's your NFL news of the day.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We're live at the Men's Tea Clinic location in the Colony, right off of 121, just west of the toll.
Three-handed man.
If you're listening and can't make it in, all you have to do is call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea or book your appointment online today, and you can test for $50 through the end of the year, mensteaclinic.com. Okay, it's time for some Cowboys Twitter and why Aaron Rodgers is going viral for what he said about Dak today. That's next here in the G-Back Nation, the fan.
Take your turn it on, leave it on fan experience everywhere you go with our Odyssey app. Proudly presented.
Back, G-Bag Nation. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. Come on out. They'll be staying open late for G-Bag listeners and Tolos with $50 tea tests, giveaways, Movember Foundation givebacks, and all things men's health. There are 5 DFW locations accessible at mensteaclinic.com. This is going to be the only spot that stays open till 7. Check hours if you're going anywhere but the Colony. Time now for some Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team. Aaron Rodgers was on the Pat McAfee show, as he does every week, and he's going viral for something he said about Dak Prescott today. Here's the audio.
Tom had some comments about, Brady had some comments about some of the mediocrity in the game, and I just want to say Dak is not who he was talking about.
Okay.
For a number of reasons. But I just love that he's really playing the position. What I mean by that is I'm watching him make Ringo calls. So that's protection adjustments against these crazy looks and picking things up. I'm watching him, bring the tight end back in against zero pressure and throw an old concept we used to run for a touchdown to CeeDee Lamb in the back end zone. I'm watching him use his cadence beautifully and get into this rhythmic, here we go, into like dummy, using it as a dummy sometimes, doing it twice, into like other cadences. I mean, the last 4 or 5 weeks I've gotten to see more of their games, and I just want to say, like, he's playing a position in a really impressive way. And for whatever reason, maybe because he's the Cowboys quarterback and it's one of those premier positions in sports, like I feel like the Green Bay quarterback has been for a long time, and some other, positions in various sports, he might take a little more shit than he deserves, or
my bad,
or maybe it's deserving of the position, I guess. But I love the way he's playing, and I love the way he's playing, like really playing. I'm not talking about just like, making good throws. I'm talking about, like, it seems more rare that guys are actually really playing a position where you're making adjustments, you're handling everything line of scrimmage. Now you're doing this crazy cadence stuff. Like, I love it, and I just want to shout out Dak for, like, really impressing me multiple times.
Shout out to Dak for that.
Yeah, right on. I guess people are speculating that maybe Tom Brady meant that because Dak's the top quarterback in the NFC that the position's down, and Rodgers came in and windmill dunked all over that, didn't he, Brian?
Yeah, I think that maybe that Aaron Rodgers, having time to watch more of Dak, he's probably interested in what McCarthy's doing. He's probably looking at it and thinking, okay, maybe there's some things that Mike, I was wondering early, when it would have been interesting to see when the Jets played, it was week 2, and the Cowboys' offense was terrible. In my opinion, what we're seeing now, Gavin, you mentioned earlier in the opening with the route combinations, the way that they're kind of helping each other get open, the way the quarterback's playing the line, doing a better job. They're getting 70 to 100 yards rushing. It's a different offense. And maybe Rodgers is sitting there looking at it and going, okay, they're finally getting it. He's finally calling stuff. Or maybe he's saying, hey, this is different than what we did in Green Bay.
Yeah.
I think that Aaron Rodgers, say whatever you want about him, he does love to play the position of quarterback. He does love messing with your – I think he loves the challenge of going against Dan Quinn and other defensive coordinators in the league. I think that's okay, you're coming after me, or you're going to do something to try and stop us, and I'm not going to let you do that today. So I understand. He's probably watching the game trying to figure out what Mike's doing and how the Cowboys are having better success on offense.
It's awesome to hear him say that, because he is. I mean, he's evaluating the entire position, pre-snap, post-snap reads, everything that goes on to that, the decision-making as well. But you're right. I mean, what Dak's been doing, and you talked about it yesterday, Gavin, where you can tell, even without studying the All-22,
right,
which, Brian, you do an excellent job of giving us that feedback, but the vertical routes and the vertical passing game that Mike McCarthy's opened up, and according to Next Gen, Dak's now thrown 16 touchdowns targeting vertical routes this season. 14 of those 16 have come since Week 8, which is most in the NFL.
See, what I would be interested in is if they lose a game, and it's against the Dolphins or the Bills, and maybe that Rodgers comes back on Pat McAfee's show and says, Dak needed to do this a little bit better. And I don't think he'll be critical of that's not his style, but I would love to, like, if they do get beat come back and tell me what you saw that was different than the normal. I mean, he didn't use the cadence all that well. The blitz really bothered him. He didn't see guys all that well.
They disguised coverages.
They messed with him. I mean, he could probably look at that and say, that
I made a wrong read.
Yeah, and then he would tell you what, well, Dak's down. If I go back and look at Prescott playing some of these other games, his downfall is this. He doesn't see coverage.
He likes to do media. It'd be cool to see him get in there like Peyton Manning did or like Kobe Bryant did, where
I kind of like what Kurt Warner does.
Yes, the Kurt Warner.
I love when Kurt Warner will tell me, he'll educate me, and there's a lot of times, all my years of work in the league, if I didn't understand a coverage or something, I'd go ask the coach. I'm like, well, hey, it looked like to me this guy no, you got to think about it this way. So there's a lot of times, but I would be with him praising Dak the way he has. And hopefully Dak, for the Cowboys' sake, keeps playing at that level that Rodgers is talking about. But if there's that slip up, I'd like to know why. Why wasn't he on the screws to why did they not win that game? Is there something that he didn't manipulate the coverage or manipulate his eyes or do something in the cadence that would have helped him win that game?
All right, elsewhere on Cowboys Twitter, Jerry Jones this morning on The Fan did talk about Shaq Leonard, says he's been an outstanding player, emphasized the health, said this isn't a hard scouting job.
No.
What do you mean by that, Brian?
Well, what he's trying to tell you is his pro guys have determined that, when you watch the tape, this guy could still play. Yeah. It's not the hard scouting job. It's, it was he didn't have to be sold on the player. They probably put together Jerry might watch maybe 20 clips. They put together, hey, this is what we envision in the player. Maybe Dan Quinn put something together.
Yeah.
Hey, Jerry, this is how I envision using this particular player. And then that way, Jerry, it wasn't hard to him watching the tape that like, hey, well, this guy could definitely help us, especially with how much dime linebacker stuff they're playing. Nothing against Bell and those guys, but they're going to get in some games where the physicality of the game,
they're undersized right now,
and they're undersized, playing as much dime as they're playing.
Yeah.
And if you want to keep Shaq Leonard on the field in coverage, fine. You figure something out, fine. But him in the running game could definitely help you with a little bit more size and a little bit more length.
Okay, how about some Dak on being in the MVP conversation? It means I'm playing well, simple as that. I'm about one goal, and it's a big team goal, and I know if my name's in there, that means we're playing well, so that's great. But at the end of the day, we're just trying to build. Being 8 years into this thing, it's about building and building and making sure we're getting better and better each and every week.
Yeah, the thing about Dak is there's been several years where he has been in the MVP conversation through week 11, week 12, and he hasn't finished.
What's different this time, though, he added that dad's strength might be a turning point.
There you go.
And he's healthy right now.
Yeah. No,
the last time he was in the conversation, that calf happened.
Absolutely.
Right, and but he's healthy. He's got the dad strength on his side. He seems like they've got a really good harmony with play caller and faith and trust. Like all the things that we were critical of the first 6 weeks of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, the script's been flipped here. Now McCarthy has turned over the reins of the offense, and the quarterback's rewarding him.
I think they got to take another look at that tush-push execution now that Dak's got the dad strength.
I like that idea.
See if it works a little bit
better
now.
They're in a situation, too, though, where he is going to play opponents that are in the MVP conversation as well, other quarterbacks.
Go whoop that ass.
How do you find a way to beat those guys along the way?
Well,
that's what you got to do.
And I gave Jalen Hurts his flowers yesterday, rightly so, for being clutch and performing in the fourth quarter. People want to knock Dak for who they've played. What did he just do against the Washington Commanders? They beat him 45-10. Dak played awesome. He had 4 total touchdowns, right? Well, if you look at Jalen Hurts' games against the Commanders, they're squeaking out 3-point victories.
See, there you go.
So, I mean, yeah, you can make the narrative whatever you want, but people want to change things a lot when it comes to Dak Prescott.
Now, Wolchuk, as the only show member that is not a dad, other than Carter Freeman, if you count him, do you have any FOMO on the dad strength? I mean,
I do a little bit.
It's a pretty compelling argument, isn't it, to become a dad?
It's very compelling, and you never know, guys. Maybe that can happen.
Yeah, also the thing about it is you got to worry when your child though stands in line and needs money right then and there.
See, hearing you guys talk about the Christmas situation and all the requests for
kids are relentless.
I already don't have enough money to take care of my fiance.
Yeah,
what am I going to do with the child?
Bennett will literally stand in line, or he'll order dinner at the table.
Yeah.
And then send me the bill.
Yeah.
And then, hey, Dad, can you make sure I need money for this bill right here and there?
It's
Get ready when that
unbelievable.
happens to you.
Hey, I'll take care of Bennett on Saturday. Don't worry. I'll buy Bennett's drinks.
I should do a segment on what Abby is asking for Christmas. I'm like, you got to be kidding me if you think you're getting this stuff.
I want this.
Like
segment.
I'm trying to set her up for realistic expectations so she's not crying at Christmas.
The return of Gavin's Gadgets Christmas edition.
There is 4 items that cost $500 or more. As a kid, I would go for it if I asked for one $100 item. Inflation has not hit that hard. I'm like, how much have I spoiled you that you think this is a realistic Christmas list?
You know what, guys? The
Is
football
Remy
dad
old
strength,
enough to
it's not that
understand
much.
what's going on with Christmas and stuff? Because you could just kind of slide her finances to Abby.
Yes.
Maybe.
See, I need to get Abby out of the house and like on scholarship somewhere before Remy's spoiledness kicks in and she starts asking for this gear. Who knows what it could be 5-6 years
I tell you what,
from
it
now.
never stops. But the funny thing about it is, you take on a 6th or 7th podcast to be able to pay for it.
There you go.
I'll be there with you soon here, man.
Eagles coach Nick Sirianni on Shaq Leonard. Nick, the former OC with the Colts, has a good perspective on him. Yeah. He made a lot of plays, that's for sure. He had a knack for the football and how to get the football. What I remember is just how, as an OC, how hard he was to throw around. His length was comparable to Jim Boeheim's 2.3 at Syracuse. He's going to make a play in the passing lane. He was a great teammate. I really enjoyed being around him. I still have a relationship with him. I think he's a great person, great teammate. And like I said, the main thing was the ball and the length that came to mind with that player. That's Eagles coach Nick Sirianni, who Shaq Leonard will now go visit later on in the week. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. Come on by. If you cannot make it, all you have to do is call 972-GO-MEN's Tea. Book your appointment online. You can test for $50 through the end of the year. mensteaclinic.com. You know, they are the authority for testosterone replacement therapy, but over the last 10 years, they've expanded their offerings to meet the needs of men across DFW and Texas. And now if there's a man issue out there, Men's Tea Clinic has studied it, and they have a great solution for you. All you have to do is get in, get out, and get back to being you, Men's Tea Clinic. Okay, where exactly are we headed here, Wolchuk? What are we doing? Around the bases?
Let's talk some baseball for you. Of course, there's always rumorooskies happening. We got under-the-radar free agents, maybe some names we haven't discussed, and buyer's remorse. We'll talk about that next.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2 million downloads and counting.
Plus, listen to play-by-play of every Sunday night, Monday night, and Thursday night game from Westwood One. If you're looking for the NFL, it's all on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search for your favorite team. That's AUDACY.
KNC Friday Football Feast Friday will be live at Rockwall Buffalo Wild Wings, 951 East I-30.
It's always an awesome party, and we can't wait to see you there. 10-2 with the Fan.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find the roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're closing out Men's Health Awareness Month at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, just off of 121 by Top Golf, where we're celebrating with $50 tea test. You can book your appointment now. And here's Wolchuk with that proper round tripper.
Thank you very much as we await all the news that's happening in Major League Baseball. Currently, nothing to report. Don't have a Shohei Ohtani news to break yet, but that could happen at any moment. You never know. We do have calls being made to Toronto, as the Blue Jays are getting calls about Bo Bichette and Vlad Guerrero Jr. And, Bo Bichette's only 25 years old. He is an infielder. I don't think the Rangers would be interested there. But, if they don't end up getting a Shohei Ohtani, DH is certainly a position where the Rangers are going to look to upgrade. Now, I don't think they've closed the door on a Mitch Garver. It was just the price of $15 to $20 million was too much. So maybe you do look back at revisiting Mitch Garver for a reduced rate. But Vlad Guerrero Jr., my gosh, you talk about a DH, that's a perfect candidate right there. And I don't think Toronto and Texas can work out a trade. I don't know that the Rangers have enough assets. And that's also a team that you're competing with inside the American League. But that'd be interesting for a name to monitor. You also have the Cubs and the Reds that are very active right now in the pitching market. So we talked with Jared yesterday. He brought up Tyler Glasnow of Tampa Bay would be a name to monitor. Shane Bieber, the Guardians, is a name out there. Corbin Burns. The Cubs and the Reds are trying right now, along with the Red Sox. The Red Sox are being very active in talking with the Brewers about their ace, Corbin Burns. They're also talking with the White Sox about trying to acquire Dylan Cease. We talked about Dylan Cease at the trade deadline from the White Sox. They ended up deciding we don't want to move him. They moved Lucas Giolito instead to the Angels. The Angels ended up buying him out. But Dylan Cease is also a name that I know the Houston Astros have a link to as well. So maybe the Red Sox end up acquiring Cease. He's not able to go to Houston. But Corbin Burns is an interesting name out there as well that these pitcher-hungry teams are going to look at.
Yeah, what kind of position group do you think they should be prioritizing right now?
I think right now you definitely want to – I think you're good in the outfield, right? So some of these names like Lourdes Gurriel Jr. and some of these others that I'm seeing, I think you're looking at guys like Justin Turner, who's out there right now that could be a DH. A lot of it might just be you're waiting and seeing on Shohei Ohtani, because if you sign Shohei Ohtani, then you've got a DH. But you're looking at a bat. You're looking at a guy that maybe could come in and platoon at third base or first base for you.
I think it's bullpen. The
bullpen, certainly.
Yeah.
And Josh Hader is the biggest bullpen name out there. Now, you might not want Josh Hader because of maybe how he is personally and what he's done in his history, which I'm not going to stand with either. But in terms of who's the best bullpen arm out there and who's the name being linked to the Rangers, It is Josh Hader. But, yeah, certainly number one priority has got to be bullpen. But it seems like for whatever reason – that might be a market that's a little bit slow to materialize right now.
Yeah, because everybody's waiting on the Ohtani to drop, other than like Scott Boras and a couple of pitchers.
But I do think the DHs, J.D. Martinez, a Jorge Soler, a Justin Turner. I heard Mike talking about Justin Turner earlier. He makes a lot of sense because, yes, he's a little bit older at 39 years old. He will be 39. But, when he was previously with the Red Sox, he was almost a 300 hitter. He's a guy that can hit for power, certainly, but he's also, you look at Josh Young's history, and I thought Mike made a great point. Josh Young has struggled to stay healthy. And this past year, he even missed 6 weeks, right, with that wrist injury, and then he came back and was absolutely fantastic. But you need a guy who, if Josh Young were to go down for a little period over the course of the season, you're not just losing a bat out of your lineup completely. And all due respect to Josh Smith is not giving you any power, right? He's a good defensive player over there. Ezekiel Duran's bat went cold in the second half of the season. So Justin Turner is one of those guys you can have DH in your everyday lineup, but then if something does happen, you've got to fill an injury to Nathaniel Lowe or a Josh Young. Justin Turner's capable of sliding in there and filling that spot for you.
Had a very nice year. I think it's great that when you're talking about all these names, we're now in an era where the Rangers can legitimately sign them.
Yes.
There's a full commitment, and I feel like based on the reports, they're not slowing down. I think they're going to do it again.
And this is also interesting. According to ESPN, they put like 10 best under-the-radar free agents out there. Robert Stevenson was a name that popped up here, and he's not going to come cheap. He had 38 amazing innings with the Rays, and he suddenly now looks like a high-leverage, dominant reliever. He's a righty, and the top fit for him being linked is the Texas Rangers. Now, he's priced himself out of Tampa Bay is what they're writing, and ESPN says you have to think a contending team like the Rangers or the Cubs would view him as a key component to improving their bullpen and offer that $10 million per season type of contract. If Stevenson gains with the Rays and moves forward the way that he was, he could maybe be a better signing than a guy like Josh Hader.
Yeah, and with Hader, he's been with two teams that have moved on from him in the last.
He quit on the Padres last year.
He quit on a team. So, I think there's lots of reasons. For me, I just feel like bullpen is so unpredictable with individuals from year to year. You don't know if a guy's going to be great or be bad. You got to have multiple options there. And knowing all that, there's other talented people out there. If I don't have to go to Hader, I would rather not.
That could be an option.
That would definitely be my approach. I'm for second chances. I'm for moving on. I think what he did, though, could be so sensitive. I don't want to go to my team leaders and ask them, hey, do you mind if we bring in this guy who said some messed up stuff on social media like 7 years ago? It's cool because it was almost a decade ago, right? I don't want to go to my team leaders and have that conversation.
No.
I don't want to wonder how they're feeling about it either, So I just want to avoid the whole thing if I can help it.
I think CY, and that was kind of maybe not underappreciated part of their team, but when you went back and you listened to all of the media that team did after winning the World Series, it was all deflecting and talking about the team. What a great group of guys we have. Like the culture, the clubhouse camaraderie that they built was so important and really was instrumental. Not only, of course, to play on the field, you've got to go out there and execute, but just the vibe and playing for one another. That stuff is contagious. And certainly you don't want to go ahead and break that in any way. And if Josh Hader would, I wouldn't look at him either.
Then as a general manager, what I would do if we're asking questions about vibe and Hader and all that stuff, and do I want to break things up and all that, I would remind everybody of how many games we lost because of the bullpen. I'm gonna remind you of all the blown saves.
My front office.
I'm gonna remind you of all those times when you came in the dugout after you rallied to almost win a game and then have it be blown in the top of the ninth.
Yeah.
Because you couldn't get a save. If Hader is the best option for us not to blow 30 saves, I don't care really what your feelings are about.
There's a lot of Ranger fans that agree with you on that.
Yeah, I'm just, and I understand where players, I
want to know what my second best option are.
Here it is, maybe Robert Stevenson.
Every team draws a line on something. Like some guys don't want weed guys, some guys don't want domestic violence guys.
Right.
This is the thing I kind of draw the line on.
Well, on the quitting aspect or what he said.
His social media.
Yeah, I think to me, like I said, if it's a situation where that part, maybe you go to one or two guys and you say, hey, is this going to be a problem? Mm-hmm. And if you get the situation like you're saying, Gavin,
say yes.
where or both guys say, no, this guy's a hell of a pitcher. Let's,
if I'm one of those guys, I'm thinking, no, don't ask me. If this is okay with you, then you're saying it's okay with you by asking me. You're asking me to sign off on endorsing this or, thinking this is great. If I know Hader and I've been a teammate with him and I happen to like him, maybe I will say yes. But I don't want my players thinking that I'm okay with even considering it.
I think the fact that you ask, because some general managers will just do it and don't care.
What if it's Austin Hedges, right, who was just with him in San Diego prior to being traded to the Rangers? And if Chris Young has a good relationship with Austin Hedges and he just says, hey, you were just with this dude. Obviously he's the best reliever on the market. What can you tell me about him?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go ask people, that I think that's cool. But I think if you're asking somebody to like sign off on, hey, this guy might be racist, is it okay if we bring him into the clubhouse? He says everything's cool now, but look at the social media. Everywhere he goes, people say, hey, that's Josh Hader. Do you know what he said on social media? I think it's going to be tough to get an honest answer, and I think it might hurt your relationship. And again, there's other relievers out there.
Doesn't seem worth it to me if that's the case. Now, in this Robert Stevenson guy, for those that don't know about him, he was acquired from the Rays from the Pirates. Here's some of his numbers. He's a 4-seamer slider guy. He's a 4-pitch total reliever. But batters hit just 101 against his cutter, which he throws 41% of the time. He racked up 60 Ks to just 8 walks during the second half of the season with Tampa Bay. This is certainly a guy, if you're not interested in Josh Hader, sign me up for some Robert Stevenson action.
Wow. 39 innings. It can be fickle.
Filthy.
It
can be fickle. It can be fickle. It really, because we've seen
Did
this
he
with
pitch
relievers.
against the Rangers at all at Tampa when he was in the playoffs? Were there times where I remember him?
I think he did.
Because there was a time where none of those Tampa
card.
relievers were any good.
Yeah, I think Robert Stevenson
they
might
kicked
have
the
gotten
ball
in there for
around
an
a
inning or
bunch
two.
too. Though.
They did. The Rangers certainly knocked out a lot of their starters. The final thing here, and this is always fun. Now they've got an Eovaldi section. Who's the best bet to be this upcoming season's Nathan Eovaldi, where a team signs a pitcher, isn't a huge name right now. They get him for relatively cheap, and then he ends up having a fantastic impact on a team that makes a World Series run. James Paxton is the candidate according to ESPN. He pitched 96 innings with the Red Sox last year, which isn't many for a starting pitcher, but it was the most since he had Tommy John surgery back in 2019. He's a guy that's expected to get about 30 starts, 180 innings, and moving forward, maybe that's a name. If you're not able to acquire any more depth with the bullpen, you do what you did this past year in your run. You add more starting pitching, and then you've got some flexibility with guys like Heaney and Dunning, et cetera, moving forward.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't think James Paxton was still pitching.
He's old.
Yeah, older gentleman.
And he has been pitching a lot recently because he was coming off that Tommy John surgery.
Next, you're going to tell me James Shields is available.
James Shields might be available, actually.
Okay. All righty. It is the G-Back Nation. We are live at Men's T Clinic in the Colony, and they're running a special promotion here to end the month of November. They've been raising awareness for prostate health and mental health all month long, and they're ending it with the bang $50 T-test. You can book now. You do have to book some point this week. And then that's good for the rest of the year. 972-GO-MEN'S-T or go to mensteclinic.com. As John Machota from The Athletic is set to join us, and we'll be talking Cowboys with John next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I do want to chat a little bit more with you, though, about my friends right here at Men's T Clinic and everything they can do for you. You know, when we started coming into Men's T Clinic,
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. Take advantage of a $50 tea test. They're running a special for the end of Movember. Know your numbers. Let the Men's Tea Total Wellness Program customize and individualize a plan just for you to get back to being you ASAP. We're talking Cowboys, Seahawks, and Cowboys news of the day here with John Machota of The Athletic, a must-follow on Cowboys Twitter, and a must-read on a regular basis here with The Athletic. John, good afternoon. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
So you're welcome. Thanks for joining us. What do you know about Shaq Leonard and his visit and the likelihood the Cowboys ultimately sign him?
Yeah, it's a great question. I kind of felt like their best chance was to not have him leave. So this will be interesting to see where it goes. The thing that stood out to me about Jerry on the radio this morning was him talking about the medical side of it, and they want to check that out. And so I'm also interested to see where it ends up being in terms of, is it just for the rest of the season he's looking for a deal, or is this going to be something where he wants more than a year? And I just go back to the Odell Beckham chase last year around this time, and it was very clear that Jerry didn't want to commit to more than just the rest of this season, and I could see that being the case here as well. And so does it come down to something where maybe the Eagles or another team is willing to offer a little bit more? I will say, though, if that does happen and he does sign with the Eagles, I know that Cowboys fans will look at it as, the Eagles just beat us out of our guy and all that. And that's fine in the moment, and have your fun on Twitter and complain and whatever, but let's see what he does first with whatever team he goes to if he doesn't sign with the Cowboys, because there's obviously a reason he was let go. And so that's why, you want to bring him in and check everything out. So it's hard for me to say one way or the other if this is a bad move or a good move if they sign him or don't sign him, because I would need to see the player play in their defense before I would make that judgment.
Is it safe to say that the health is not perfect with Leonard at this point, but it's good enough to be an effective player still?
I would think so, that he could still be an effective player. I mean, especially for the rest of this season and for what they would want him to do. I would think more on the, focus on the first and second downs and things like that. But anytime, you got a football player that has back issues, they're generally not going to get better as the longer you play. And I think linebacker is as dangerous, if not the most dangerous position in sports, just from all the collisions that they're involved in and how high impact those are. And so, as we've seen with several Cowboys linebackers over the years, generally those things don't go away. And so I don't know how much they would really want to commit to him long term, but for the rest of this season and what he could bring and the level that he's played at in the past, I think he could certainly bring something to this team. And let's be honest, I mean, linebacker is a spot where at the very least you need to add some depth there.
No, it certainly is, and we got very nervous when Marquise Bell went down last week. It certainly is a position that they need depth. Now, you know as well as we do, John, people are talking about the Cowboys haven't beaten anybody. They're sitting at 8-3. They're about to go through a tough gauntlet here over the next 5 weeks. What are you hoping to see from this football team and through the Detroit Lions game?
Yeah, I'm kind of where the fans are in this. I want to see them do this against some better opponents, just because we had seen them start the season with some blowouts, and then, they lay the egg in Arizona and then just look awful against San Francisco. So I'm interested, really, the main game for me. Like, I'm confident that they'll show up and they'll play very well against Philadelphia. Both teams know each other. I expect that game to be similar to the game up in Philadelphia. But for me, really, it's that Buffalo-Miami game. Those two games right there back-to-back. Just seeing how they play on the road, play in the outdoor elements and whatever those might be in Buffalo. Buffalo's obviously not having the season that we thought they were going to. I am an idiot and picked them to win the Super Bowl this year, so what do I know? But those are
still circle the wagons, John.
Yeah, that's true. That's
nobody circles the wagons like the Bills.
They don't, and I think they got sucked into the whole. I love the whole fan base jumping in the tables, things like that. And I felt like going in this year that this was going to be their year. Apparently, it is not. But those two games are the ones that will tell me a lot, because Seattle, Philly, Detroit at home, man, the way the Cowboys have played at home this year. If you're a Cowboys fan, you have to feel great about those games. But those road games right there, those could be the difference of you potentially catching Philly or you finishing second in the division. And of course, with how well they played at home. Man, it's night and day difference, and if they got to host a playoff game against Philadelphia or San Francisco as opposed to having to go play at their places.
John, what are you seeing from this offensive line that's improved the last several weeks?
I would say the biggest thing for me is the same thing that I feel like we've said for the last 3 or 4 years. Can you get this same 5 out there together? Because I feel like if you can do that, the continuity would be there and guys would start to click, you know. And I think that's what we're seeing now. Of course, they're not playing the better teams. Let's see how this carries out over, you know, when they play Philadelphia and they play some of these better fronts. But from right now, I mean, that's the big thing for me. I've always felt that if you could get that 5 out there together, then you're in great shape. The problem there is that there's such a significant drop-off if even one of those guys goes out, and how can you keep them healthy for this stretch run? And so one of the things that they've been able to do, obviously, is not have Tyron Smith practice very much. Now, I'm saying very much. That's not to say he doesn't practice at all, but he doesn't practice very much, and that's led to him being out on the field on Sundays, or lately Thursdays. And so that's been the most important thing. I think that you stick with that and keep rolling with that plan right there and try and keep this group together and getting as many reps as they can get. Because I think the longer that happens, yes, is Terrence Steele, you know, all the way back from that knee injury? Probably not. But I think that the continuity of that 5 right there, I think everything takes care of itself the more games they play together.
It's John Machota from The Athletic here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. How could the average margin of victory here in these dubs be 30? But it seemed like a country mile from here to the 49ers. What's your explanation on that?
It's crazy to think that they played as poorly as they did with the build-up leading up to that game. And for them to kind of flush that and play as well as they have since then, and a lot of that credit obviously goes to Dak. I think the defense is pretty on a level now where you kind of know what they're going to get. They didn't play well against San Francisco, but I thought it was more on Dak and the offense for the reason that they got blown out in San Francisco. And they've just completely flipped the switch since then that I really didn't expect them to do. Now, playing some lesser teams has helped build some confidence, and that's a good thing. But also, I got to give credit to Mike McCarthy, too, for kind of being able to weather that storm and get them back on track and really to even build this home field advantage that they have at a stadium that, I don't think it's just this daunting venue. How do you go in there and win? So I mean, it's a good home environment, but it's not one that it's not Seattle. So for him to be able to establish that, and then the biggest thing is like how he's had over these last 3 years his teams trend up towards the end of the season. Now, of course, they've lost in January, but playing those December games and things like that, he's obviously got a formula, and I think a lot of it has to do with the way they prepare during the week and things like that. So I do think if you are to see potentially the 49ers again, they're going to play the Eagles again, I do think they'll fare better. And I think one of the other reasons, and that why he deserves credit, is I think the rest of this offense is kind of now they're in a better spot offensively than they were going into that Niners game.
John Machota with us here in the G-Bag Nation, and talking about the Seahawks game that we've got coming up on Thursday. Seattle's not mentioned with a Philly or even with a Dallas and a San Francisco when it comes to contending. How tough of a challenge do you think this will be on Thursday for the Cowboys?
I thought about it a lot yesterday when we were talking to Dak, because how he brought up how sometimes you forget with the Cowboys, they really do get, for the most part, every team's best shot. Now, I'm not going to say that the Cowboys can't throw some haymakers early and take a team that's pretty bad out of the game, and then it lead to a blowout. But I do think that generally teams come in and give the Cowboys their best shot. In a Thursday night game like this, a Pete Carroll coach team, I look at that Seattle roster. It's not like it doesn't have talent. And so if they were to get some momentum early, I could see this being a dogfight, and that wouldn't surprise me if that happens. I look at this game differently than I do, let's say, going into playing those home games against Washington and the Giants and things like that. Like, I don't think that they should sleep on this Seattle team. Now, I see Vegas is with how this line keeps moving up and up, but I think that they will give the Cowboys a game here. And then the other part that I factor in with this, I know the Cowboys played last Thursday and so did Seattle, but there's just been so many bad Thursday night football games, and I'm kind of like, do they make this game ugly and kind of stay in it that way? So I don't think it's going to be the blowout that these last few have been.
Will 3 quality receivers from Seattle kind of be the kryptonite for the Cowboys defense, or is that a challenge they must prove they can handle? How do you look at that?
Oh, yeah, for sure, especially if the quarterback plays well. That's the key, though, is the quarterback going to play well and get those receivers the ball. But because if he is, then, yeah, those weapons, that's as good as you're going to see. But I just feel like I've felt that way with Seattle all season. And, you just look at the numbers on – I want to say DK Metcalf has something like 80 targets, but on those 80 targets, he has like 43 catches or something. I mean, that just doesn't make sense for a top tier, just stud receiver like that, other than you just look at the quarterback position.
John, when we've all talked about with DaRon Bland and what he's been able to do, did you get the sense that the Commanders went after him a little bit last week in that game?
Yeah, and it kind of surprises me that teams do that, but I guess, okay, so what are you going to – I felt that way, yeah, for sure. And then obviously he makes the pick six, and that's the thing that you remember. But, yeah, it did seem that way a little bit. And I guess it's good for DaRon Bland because it's going to help his stats, but there is a part of me that wonders how many times you're going to keep trying this guy when he's setting an NFL record. His ball skills are clearly elite, just the way he breaks in the ball – It's like he baits these guys a little bit to be like, go ahead, try and throw that right now. Let's just see what happens. Go ahead, throw that. And so you're just sitting back kind of waiting. Like, you see all these great corners in the league with the name and the reputation. You're just like, why are they testing this guy? Like, he has shown you that he can burn you. I don't get it. Maybe it'll stop, but maybe it won't.
It's exciting about, the future with Diggs and Bland together. Beyond that, what do you think? Is Gilmore playing well enough that you'd want to bring him back next year? Because, the idea of adding another quality corner to this group obviously excited the Cowboys coming into this year. That's why they got Gilmore and damn near put wide receiver cores on lock. But what's the long-term look like there beyond those two, John?
I would be interested in Gilmore, and I think they would be too, but I think the price would have to be right for another year. My thing, though, with that other cornerback spot is it's getting to the point where you start looking down the road and you're paying Micah Parsons and Dak, and you just paid Trayvon Diggs. You're going to have to pay DaRon Bland. You're going to have to hit on some more. You're going to find some more DaRon Blands in the fourth, fifth, sixth round because you're just not going to be able to pay everybody like that. They're going to have to find it at other positions too, but that's the one spot where I'm like, man, they're going to have to find another guy probably because my thing is I don't see how you can move DaRon Bland back inside now. I think you have to keep him on the outside and look for another guy to play on the inside, maybe somewhere middle rounds of the draft. I think that's where you go. But if Gilmore wants to come back, he's healthy, and the price is right, I wouldn't be against that at all. I do think that he brings a lot to his team leadership-wise and things like that behind the scenes.
So how was the Florida experience for you?
Amazing. And as being someone that is a diehard Florida State fan, and obviously I don't like the University of Florida, like I'll just tie this back in with the Cowboys. Like, yes, AT&T Stadium's great, and when it's rocking, it's rocking. It ain't like the Swamp at night. I'll tell you that right now. It ain't like Baton Rouge at night. You go to an Alabama LSU game in Baton Rouge at night, or you go to a Florida State game in the Swamp at night. There's nothing in the NFL that's touching that. So I always think it's funny when players are asked about this crowd environment, whatever, in the NFL game. It's like if you talk to an SEC guy like Dak's talked about this before, it's like no, I played in the SEC. We'll be ready.
John, I was going to ask you what's the path for Florida State, and I hope the voters don't look at your quarterback situation. Maybe that gave them a little bit of pause after the way that you guys were able to win that game in a very tough environment. But what's the path for Florida State?
No, I just think if they win on Saturday, I think they're in. I don't think that the committee would keep out an undefeated 13-0 conference champ. I just don't. There is a part of me that I think it's funny because especially without their quarterback, without having a Heisman Trophy type contending quarterback in Jordan Travis, when that ankle injury happens, it's much like when Dak's ankle injury happened. You just think, okay, well, the season goals change here, and so at that point, I was like, they probably don't have the talent to win it all. But it would be interesting to see them beat Louisville on Saturday, get left out of the playoff, and win their bowl game. And it's like you finish 14-0. Like I'm pretty sure you can claim that as a national title. Like I don't know. 14 teams were played in front of you, and when the game was over, you had more points than all of them. I think that's what you're supposed to do.
So what's your plan of action when you go to these games? You're going into hostile territory there in Gainesville in the Swamp. Are you decked out in full Florida State FSU gear?
Yeah, he wears gear.
You're like, hey, bring it on.
It's funny you say that because I told my brother before I was leaving to go, I go, I've just been hearing all this stuff about how it's not going to be good and these fans are going to hate you and everything like that. And I'm like, but I got to say, this might be the only time I ever go to the Swamp. So there's no way I'm not wearing Florida State stuff in there. And to be honest with you, what helped me is they're just not a very good team. So it's like, I got some hate, but not nearly on the level if, let's say, Florida had to win that game to keep an undefeated season. So it was loud, it was rowdy, but I don't think it was like I didn't get spit on or anything like that. You just have the common like talking trash stuff. But I mean, I've been to I think 7 or 8 Cowboys Eagles games in Philadelphia. And obviously I'm not wearing anything. I'm wearing what I would wear in the press box. But just seeing some of the stuff that you see in the stands there, it always makes you kind of a little nervous when you go to some of these like hostile road environments. But they were actually great. So hats off to the Gators there. They were very hospitable.
Love it, John. Anything else before we let you go?
No, I'm all good. I appreciate you guys having me on.
Salute to you, sir. Take care. The great John Machota of The Athletic, a man not afraid to go into hostile territory.
He had on full gear. He had everything on but the face paint.
What a beast.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Okay, thanks to John again. Woolly Bullies Top 10 coming up next. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. The number 972 Go Men's Tea. We'll be here at this spot all the way till 7 o'clock if you want to swing by, get your numbers checked, say hi to us, do a little fellowshipping. But we're back with Woolly Bullies Top 10 here on 105.3 The Fan. Make holiday magic this year with something beautiful and timeless from Diamonds Direct. Lots of amazing gift ideas, a stunning eternity band, maybe a pair of classic diamond stud earrings, something new and eye-catching from a world-class designer. Or maybe you're looking for that perfect engagement ring or a fabulous Swiss timepiece. At Diamonds Direct, they have the perfect gifts for the season starting at around 3. Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, and we're celebrating the end of Movember, where Men's Tea Clinic has been raising awareness for mental health and prostate health all month long. Go to mensteaclinic.com, and you can book, along with this promotion, a tea test for just $50. You got to book it this week, but it's good for the rest of the year. That'll help you get your edge back. That's step one to getting that edge back here at Men's Tea Clinic, and they have solutions for all kinds of stuff: energy levels, weekend warrior injuries, hair loss, whatever you need, guys. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation. It's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And here he is with his top 10, Zach with an H, the Woolly Bully.
Thank you very much. It is National French Toast Day. It's a big day in the Dawson household. I know that you are a French toast wizard. So I gave my top 10 favorite breakfast foods a while back. So now I've got America's top 10 best breakfast foods. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. If you want to put another reminder out there, you can either DM Lucius or myself, or you can call 877-881-1053 to bid to come hang out with us for the Swingin' for a Cause Sandlot charity event. We have 6 available spots at our table. It'll be myself, Dawson, Brian, Eric, and the minimum bid will be $1,500. But if anyone bids at least $4,000, you're going to get VIP status. Now, what does this include? You get entry to the VIP meet and greet at 4 o'clock, which will be including a Darren Woodson meet and greet, possible Hall of Famer, hopefully Hall of Famer Darren Woodson. You get access to the designated VIP open bar and a chance to throw some pitches in the visiting bullpen with a radar gun. Again, this is this Sunday. It is at Globe Life Field, the home of your World Series champion Texas Rangers, and the World Series trophies.
It makes you feel any better. I'll sit in section 133 and boo you while you're throwing pitches in the visiting bullpen.
It's an unforgettable experience. It's benefiting a great cause, so make sure you get your bids in. Come hang out with us. And we want to get the biggest bid among all the shows.
Yeah, get Lucius out there too, man, doing some stuff. He's the one guy who plays baseball in the group, right? Lucius, don't you play baseball? You're a baseball guy, right?
Baseball guy.
Yeah, don't believe that. No.
I mean, you're
a
the
lying
baseball
right
guy.
No, you're lying on the mic. I cannot play baseball. I can't catch the ball. I lose it all the time.
But your son can.
Yeah, I can run the bases. That's all they wanted me to do is run the bases.
Just run the bases.
Yep.
Now, it is a Toxic Tuesday, and Lucius going to have LA Live.
And my son is real good, though. My son, he can
That's
play.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's got to be some. There's got to be in the bloodline some baseball.
Definitely.
You know, you're playing it off. I see what you're doing here.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Just being humble. That's what you're doing.
Yeah.
I did want to get into this toxic story because it's kind of taken the sports world by storm.
Ooh.
But Corey Perry, former Dallas Star, was on the Stars Cup final bubble team. He's been waived today by the Chicago Blackhawks, and here I am. I'm, going to be
not playing well enough.
This is all alleged. All right, this is all allegedly here.
You're being a chatty patty.
I'm
yeah,
stirring
what are you
up the
doing
pot.
right now?
I'm stirring up the pot on a
We
Toxic
might get this
Tuesday.
player back.
And I'd be fine with it. All right, just hide your mothers.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
maybe Luka would have to hide his mom.
Corey Perry has been waived, apparently, for unacceptable conduct by the Chicago Blackhawks. All right. Now, the crazy rumor that is out there is that Corey Perry apparently might have hooked up with Connor Bedard, their outstanding young phenom's mother. And this is why
They're probably the same age. I don't see what the problem is.
They probably are about the same age. I think the issue is that this is your teammate, and your best player is this dude's mom. So I mean, I guess
it's love.
It's frowned upon.
What's wrong? What's wrong with this?
Bro, you can't. Come on, man. You gonna come to the man in the locker room like, "Hey, man, your mom said you need to be making your bed before you leave."
It's a little bit awkward, you know.
Mom said you didn't call her.
It could get unprofessional, but I don't have that confirmed to me yet.
No, and it's also not confirmed that he did do this. This is allegedly. But
you're doing good radio right now.
Yeah, there's some people out there on Toxic Tuesday in the NHL that are saying, yeah, Corey Perry got with Connor Bedard's mom, and that's why the Blackhawks said,
Is there a Mr.
This
Bedard
happens with young moms? You know, you're cruising around, your son's getting old, and you're still hot. It happens.
If there's a Mr. Bernard,
there might be a Mrs. Perry.
Oof.
There could be a lot going on here, Brian.
Yeah, okay.
Could be a lot going on here on the Toxic Tuesday.
There you go.
Now, if we're introducing infidelity with teammates, that might be crossing
Now,
the
the
line
hockey
for
hawk Gavin
HR
Spittle
department.
is doing tremendous work in saying that rumor has been verified as not true, according to the Hawks GM.
Ooh, you got
So the,
ball
Hawks,
sack.
the Hawks GM is putting the kibosh on.
Did the mom say that? The mom was like, I promise. I swear.
Again,
Believe me.
I'm with you, Lucius. The Hawks GM can save face and say it's not true. I got to wait and can we hear from both parties?
Yeah, I don't know if we're ever going to get the verified truth.
I want the
on
verified
this.
truth.
I think we have people working angles.
Yeah, well, I'm working that angle, and I think it's a hell of a story.
I wish I had a hockey connection. I'd figure this one out.
I know you would, but hey, our hockey connection is the hockey hawk Gavin.
No, that's
Spittle.
true.
Yeah.
I think if I was Bedard, I might encourage it. Mom's probably still young to crank out another baby. Let's have a Hart plus Bedard super baby
Shout
at
out
the
to Corey
NHL in
Perry.
20 years, Mom.
The Zach Wilson of the National Hockey League. Maybe he does come back to the Dallas Stars. The Patty
Zach
Kane
Wilson of the NHL.
the Patty Kane rumors are not happening. He's going to the Detroit.
We got to check with some of these young players that are just up. Miro's mom.
Yeah.
How old is she?
Wyatt Johnston.
Wyatt Johnston.
Wyatt,
yeah.
we need to keep
Yeah.
you out of
Dawson
here, man.
already got a list, bro. Watch out for Dawson, fam.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he does.
You got to shake hands when you meet my
Dawson,
people.
be a real
bro.
toxic.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Give my people a dap when you meet them, dog.
team.
Don't, I don't want to see no hugging around you. No. Back
This
up.
is the game where all the moms show up.
2-1-4.
And here they are in the crowd.
Yeah, Zach and Brian
Dawson
Parent
appreciation.
Dawson. Yeah.
I can't tell you how they played, but the moms sure look good.
Unbelievable. Yeah, it's all right. I mean, heck, we had the Mom Bowl with Highland Park and South Lake Carroll the other day too. They got to play in the playoffs on Friday. And South Lake Carroll won, but that was definitely a milk bowl. All right, let's get into the top 10 here on a Toxic Tuesday, and it is National French Toast Day. Where's French toast in the hierarchy of your favorite breakfast foods?
It's number one. I mean, if you're doing it right, you're taking a great piece of bread, you're hooking it up with sugar and spices and an egg, and then frying it up. No disrespect to the pancake or the waffle, but I mean the French toast packs in so much more, and it's more fortifying. It's more nutritious.
Outside the top 10, Dawson's on. I mean, Dawson's so wrong about this right
It's
now.
the egg. It's because there's egg involved in this.
No,
and
no,
he can't
egg is
stand
part of the
eggs.
wash that
Yeah.
you get. But Dawson's making the French toast like it's a glamour position.
I do think it's a glamour position. I
number
love French toast.
He-
Stuffed French toast.
It's the only thing he really knows how to make. That's why he's doing
I'm
this,
pretty
right?
good at the omelet, even though I have my own technique, which we've talked about.
You don't
have
actually
the.
flip?
I've reinvented the wheel on how I don't do the flip.
Okay.
I do more of a turn with the spatula, and it's going to take me a little bit more
Technique-
time.
hey,
to
He,
techniques are
he calls it a scrambled omelet.
that does
Sure,
happen.
Use your imagination, Abby.
Abby goes for the
Sorry
line.
about
She
that
sees
one, Abby.
scrambled eggs, and she goes, "I'll have an omelet, please." Everybody
That's
looks
what
at her
omelets
like,
are.
"Where'd you grow up?"
Screw
No,
you,
honey,
Brian.
this is a scramble. But thank you very much.
Doing this damn omelet for 6 years.
Oh, jeez.
He goes to that scrambled bake there at Denny's, and she thinks she's had an omelet.
I'll tell you what,
It's a
Gavin,
casserole.
it is. I'm with you though. If I got my choice,
with
of the
me or him?
No,
Thank
I'm
you.
with Gavin.
Oh,
if I had
man.
my choice of the waffle, the pancake, or the French toast, I'm probably getting the challah French toast.
Yes.
Oh, but see, you had to
Challah.
tag it.
I did.
You had to
Brioche.
tag
But
it.
most French toast is made with challah. It
Do you
should
go Texas toast on, or you just go regular bread?
We kind of settled on that Pepperidge Farms brioche as our
okay.
go-to.
That's
Hey, I'm not gonna. It's
Yeah.
at least
that
it's a
part of
good old
the
thick,
that part of it you got right.
thick piece of bread. Lucius, where are you at with the French toast?
Oh,
Is this
it's
on your
top
Mount
5
Rushmore?
dead or alive for sure. It's top
geez,
5
you
dead or
guys
alive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With you, Brian?
You have got some crusty food takes. Normally, I'm with you on your food takes. This one is not a good one.
No, this is French toast is way overrated.
All right. Well, here's America's top
Pons
10
Francais,
best
way overrated.
breakfast foods. All right, number 10, sausage. Hey, is sausage overrated? Or
No,
is
it needs to be in the
underrated
top 5 because
Okay.
it's a versatile thing that you could do a lot of different dishes with.
here? Now I'm a link guy. Are you a patty guy?
I'll go link.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I like you going to link with me. Number 9 is hash browns.
See, there's another thing you can add. You can really doll it up and make it a lot better than it is.
I'm big into the hash browns.
Yeah.
And you got to get them extra crispy, like well done.
Burnt,
Yes.
I
Yeah,
like
they
them.
can't be like
Soggy.
short of
Flimsy,
crispy.
soggy hash
Yeah.
brown.
Yeah.
Number 8, and it's outside the top 5, and I'm very upset. On its own national day, it comes in at number 8 is French toast.
Yeah.
What the hell are we doing, America?
Should have been off the damn list.
You got to bump this up.
Yeah. People who voted knew exactly what they were doing on this one.
Number
8.
7. 7 is biscuits and gravy.
That should be a top 1 or 2.
Now, I've done the Texas's best breakfast foods, and biscuits and gravy was the 1 seed.
Yeah.
But it comes in America, it's at number 7.
America needs to wake up.
That's a little low for me.
Yeah,
I'll
That's
put
low,
it top
too.
4.
I think
That's a
biscuits and
great
gravy's a Mount Rushmore
cold. It's a
breakfast
great
item.
cold outside day
Give me the
meal.
French toast. Give me the biscuits and gravy, some hash browns and eggs, and I'm happy.
French toast can't fill you up like biscuits and gravy can.
I'll take you up on that bet, Brian.
I think it could. There's a lot of similarities there. We're talking
Would
about
have to eat 4 pieces of it?
Well, I mean, what are you doing? Just having one piece of French toast?
I mean, you're having like 3 biscuits. Going to clog you up.
I could have 2 biscuits with
the
the gravy. If the
Two
gravy's done
biscuits?
right with the 2 biscuits, I
You
could
got to
do it
have
right.
sausage gravy then.
Right.
Liquid
Okay.
fat.
I know what
and
you're
3
doing.
biscuits.
Wait,
I
look
know
at
you're
me,
dunking on
liquid
French
fat.
toast.
You think that bothers me? No,
not
at all.
He's like, give me more liquid fat
Inject it into me.
in my veins. Number 6 is donuts.
What is donuts? Is number what?
6. Donuts is the 6th best breakfast
And
food.
Wooly, sometimes the list.
That's a lazy list, man.
Sometimes
Number
it's
5
lazy.
is cereal, which I do believe people love their cereal. I prefer a nice dinner bowl of cereal, maybe a post-dinner bowl. Number 4 is the waffles. Now, I will say, if you get a good waffle, a waffle done right, I'm in on the waffles.
A waffle can really make it happen, but I think Eggo actually has the best waffle product out there right now. Yeah.
I do.
Well,
love
have you
Eggo.
tried the premium ones, Lucius? The extra big ones?
What do you mean premium?
Oh,
ones?
no.
Yeah.
I think I've left, when I get one of those. When I get one of those Eggo waffles, I think I've left the cardboard on it. You know, I'm like, oh, whoa, did I not take the cardboard off the back?
They've got good French toast waffles.
Yeah, that's fine. No, they
Dawson
what are they
scrambling.
called
I
here?
love it.
Dawson's
They're called
11.
here. The thick and fluffy.
The thick and fluffy.
Thick and fluffy
Those
Eggo
are the premiums.
is the best waffle going. That box right there.
I was thinking
The
of
thick and
Belgium
fluffy. Thick and
homemade
fluffy.
myself.
Right.
That's what I
Yes.
was thinking.
They are-
I think
they do look
Lucius is
thick.
probably the same way.
They add
Thick
sugar
bitch.
to them,
Yeah.
and no disrespect to the Belgian waffle that you get at like a fine Christmas Eve buffet, you know, a little celebration or something
That's
like
what
that.
I'm talking about.
They just don't pack in the flavor like the Eggos do.
And I'm telling you, I love a good hotel waffle. I just need somebody to make it for me.
I'll take care of you.
'Cause I'm
next time.
scared.
When we're in
I'm not
Vegas,
gonna
I'll
do
take
it.
care of you on the road. Don't worry about it.
Please, I hope you do. And
Yeah.
we're going to make sure we hit all those breakfast buffets,
Yeah.
all the French toast, all the waffles, all the pancakes, load it up. Number 3 is eggs, which really should be 1. To me, there's no breakfast without eggs.
As long as it's not fried.
Number 2 is bacon. But number 1, the most popular breakfast food in the United States of America,
Breakfast burritos.
it's pancakes.
Pancakes.
But I'm with you on breakfast burritos.
But you could take the
Lucius.
pancake and wrap number 2, 4, and 8 all in it. And
What
make
if we
it
made
even
a pancake breakfast burrito?
Okay, speaking of pancakes, dude on the text says make pancakes, put extra baking powder in there to make them cool a little firmer, I think, and then make French toast out of that.
Oh, now we're talking.
Yeah,
Says
shout
it's
out to
divine.
diabetes.
Yes, sir. And shout out to Men's Tea Clinic and
For
their
helping our
5
diabetes.
DFW
Soda, I love you. I'm not
locations.
eating any of these things.
If you want to get your edge back, you want to get into a Men's Tea Clinic location near you, there's 5 of them now. Call 972-GO-MEN'S Tea. Go to mensteaclinic.com. They're going to be staying open late for the G-Bags and Tolos that can make it through this Colony location. We're right next to the Top Golf. And take advantage of that $50 tea test while we celebrate the end of Movember right here at Men's Tea Clinic with the G-Bag Nation. Okay, coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll have the Micah Parsons audio from his podcast, why he agrees with Tom Brady, some of his thoughts on Cowboys Commanders and so on and so forth. How realistic is it that these guys actually do make it to the playoffs? We'll discuss the scenario that needs to happen for UT to get in there, and we're back with that discussion here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. I got to chat with you about Twin Peaks, though. This is the Ultimate Sports Lodge. They have the menu to match. I'm always bragging about them. And, if you get in there on a game day, they're giving away some pretty awesome boys' jerseys. That's right. At Twin Peaks, we now have 11 locations in the Metroplex. Now that they opened the Plano location there, it's off Central and Parker. That brings our total to 11. There's the new store up in North Lake by the Speedway.
announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait! In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Buy a new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Hey, call 972-GO-MEN'S-T. Go to mensteclinic.com. If you've always heard about testosterone replacement therapy and thought, man, that sounds good, maybe I need that to get my edge back, start feeling like myself, now's the opportunity. You know, especially heading into the holidays, everybody could use some extra energy in these long, cold winter months. $50 T-test right here, and if you book your appointment this week, that'll be good for the rest of the year. Go to mensteclinic.com. How realistic is it for you guys that Texas could get into the playoff, and what would it mean if they do? They got to win, from my understanding. Louisville needs to beat Florida State, and Washington has to beat Oregon for the second time. Is that how we do it? Is that how we get the Longhorns in there, Wolchuk? Are you tracking this hardcore? We need three things to happen. Now, just by coin flips, that mathematically would be 12.5%. Not high.
Yeah.
But what do you think about, you know, those games falling in that way?
I'm not. I don't know that that's going to work out. I mean, I think if Texas takes care of business against Oklahoma State, and they've got, you know, their one loss certainly was to OU, and that one doesn't look as good because OU ended up dropping multiple games, but it was in a last-second neutral site rivalry game. They've got maybe the best win out of the teams that they're going to be log-jammed against with a double-digit road victory at Alabama.
So you think it's legit with one loss they get in?
I think Texas should
without
get
help
in with one loss. Yeah, personally, yes. I don't know how the committee can really leave them out.
Man, that's going to be a tough one because I think Texas needs Alabama to win. So now you're competing against a one-loss team right there. Is what you're doing. But
if they lose to Georgia, I don't know if that's going to be bad for Bama. I don't think that hurts Texas.
How much extra love do you think Texas will get here because of the brand, because of the money?
See, that's a good point, and I do think
we've complained about it benefiting other schools. Maybe now it's time for Texas to get that love that Ohio State's gotten.
I think it would benefit them.
Yeah, I mean, to me that there's I wonder if these committee members are having some bias against teams like the Pac-12 teams because they've put them in playoff situations before.
Yeah.
And they failed miserably. You know, you wonder about the Washingtons and the Oregons and people like that. But I mean, I just wish Texas would have beat Oklahoma. Because I think
wouldn't worry about it.
You don't have to worry about it. I think Texas is going to get worked. I really do.
By whoever they end up playing in the playoff?
Yeah. Well, no. I don't think they're getting in. I don't think Texas is getting in. I just don't.
I mean, there's other strong programs, and I think overall you're playing better teams week in and week out. If you're not in the Big 12, I think that is a legitimate, reason to leave somebody out as conference strength.
We've talked about the top 20 wins, and remind me of Texas's top 20 wins. But as I talked about Alabama's, beating LSU, beating Tennessee, beating Ole Miss.
Well, Alabama is theirs.
Yeah.
Right? And they would get one this Saturday against Oklahoma State, certainly.
Kansas at the time.
I think Kansas was ranked. Kansas State, I don't know if they were ranked when Texas beat them.
See, that's when
they've had time in the top 25, but I don't know when Texas got that win if they were there. They're holding on to the win against Bama, and then they'd be holding on to a conference championship. And supposedly the committee does weigh being a conference champion. So you'd put, if Georgia wins, Georgia's in, right? The issue is, and I know you said maybe you need Bama to win, that's going to cause a problem because then what is the committee going to do? Are they going to put a number one ranked Georgia team that's been undefeated and leave them out just because it's to Bama in the SEC championship game and Bama's in now? Do you lose Georgia in the playoff?
I think if you're Texas, you want Alabama to win, and you want the committee to make a decision between Texas and Alabama. That's what you really want. That's why you need Alabama, I think, to win.
Yeah, haven't we seen it before in the past, though, where the SEC title game goes one way and both teams end up with one loss and they both get in?
And they both get in.
Yeah.
Especially
And I think-
Georgia on this undefeated run. I don't know how you can hold them out.
I think Texas gets screwed in that situation because now Bama's got the best win. You could argue maybe Texas does with that win over Bama on the road, which some
I think Texas. I think Alabama was in the top 3, weren't they? Top 4 when
absolutely.
when Texas won that game.
And I get it. Bama struggled against Auburn. Well, Washington just struggled to win their last game. Like all these teams that we're talking about getting in, they've had a game you can point to and say they struggled
Especially
against
on
a
a
lesser
rivalry
opponent.
week.
100%. That's
Yeah.
going to happen. It doesn't belittle the Texas win on the road against Bama in Tuscaloosa by double digits. But I think they're screwed if Bama does beat Georgia. I think they're going to put Bama and Georgia in over Texas.
It is the G-Back Nation here on the Fan. We're live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. Mavs have dropped 3 of 4. The games in L.A. were rough offensively. Not many guys were hitting shots at all. Luka had 30 in both. Kyrie was good in both. He had like 54 combined points, and they did not look good. They will host the Rockets tonight, who do look good. Not only have they beaten the Nuggets twice, they have beaten the Kings twice. And they have they brought in some veterans there with Van Vliet and Brooks. And the center, Şengün, the Turkish dude, second-year player, averaging 20 and 9.
What a name.
And he's nothing to be scared of. When you watch him tonight, you're like, okay, this is the guy. But he's just that classic old center who's big, well-positioned, and has a full skill set and a good basketball IQ. And that, along with more talent, is making Houston a very interesting team. Look, are they going to be a playoff team? I don't know. But they've had good draft picks for a number of years, and now they have a good mix of young and old and perimeter and inside. And hopefully the Mavs get a win tonight. The other part of me is just kind of thinking, well, what if they don't win for a little bit? Maybe we need a little goosing for a trade. You know, old Mark Cuban is giving up on Shark Tank. He's retiring. Maybe he's going to get a little bit more focused on this basketball team, and maybe a couple of more losses could get us that trade. Either way, I'm in wait-and-see mode with these Mavs. I'm not panicking. I'm not freaking out. You're not going to hear any Mavs rants until they make a personnel move. Star's going to be in Winnipeg tonight. Calgary Thursday, home to host Tampa on Saturday. That is your schedule here this week. But we're looking good. It's a great sports night here in DFW.
And you guys got me thinking about this Texas thing.
I know it's going to be tough. The committee has their hands full right now.
I don't know how they get in. I mean, I think the only clean thing is Louisville over Florida State and Washington beats Oregon. And now you're starting to eliminate a number of those teams out of those 8, and it should fall your way, assuming I think Georgia needs to beat Bama.
Yeah, I think it needs to be Bama too.
Okay, yeah, they're saying if you're this is coming from the Austin American Statesman, by the way.
Okay.
So this is the Texas newspaper. They're saying that Texas needs to beat Texas Tech, which they did. They must win the Big 12 championship, which is a possibility there. Georgia needs to win the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
And then a Big 10 champion needs to be undefeated.
So that would be Michigan.
That'd be Michigan. That's a big possibility. And Florida State no longer undefeated.
Yeah,
so
they
that
need
means they
Louisville
would
to
lose
win.
to Louisville.
Yeah.
Right there.
And I think, that gets them in.
Washington needs to win the Apple Cup, which they did.
Yeah,
And the
barely.
the Pac-12 championship.
They need to beat Oregon.
Yep. There you go, right there.
It is so tough. That's a brutal job that they're trying to get their hands on with the committee out there in Irving, right? I mean, this is
Grapevine.
Grapevine.
Yeah.
That's why they're extending it next year.
Yes, and now I really think the NIL money in the transfer window has birthed opportunity for more teams to be good, and you're starting to see the results of it. I'm actually more excited for the future of college football. I know there have been some growing pains, and there continue to be with the portal and the NIL, but I love the idea that you're making programs and coaches and institutions raise their game and be better. Find marketing opportunities for the kids. Be cool to the kids. Actually help them get through school and coach them in a positive way instead of bullying them with the threat of a scholarship. I do think it's making college football better, and it's a better opportunity for the kids. Micah Parsons cuts and why he agrees with Tom Brady. It's the G-Bag Nation live from Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony. Go to mensteaclinic.com or call 972-GO-MENS-T for that $50 tea test. And we're back with those Micah cuts right here, the G-Bag Nation on 105.3.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We go. It's hour 4, G-Bag Nation live men's tea clinic in the Colony. 972-GO men's tea. I was just talking with some folks on the text there that wanted that phone number to take advantage of the $50 tea test. Know your numbers. Let the Men's Total Wellness pros customize an individual plan for you to get back to being you and to feel great and to get more fulfillment out of life, especially as we're going into the holidays. It's waiting for you. mensteaclinic.com. And they're celebrating Movember. We're wrapping up that Movember campaign here with this special promotion just for the Tolos. And here's Zach Wolchuk with some Micah Parsons audio.
Yeah, so Mike did his podcast with Bleacher Report, and he did have the Shaq Leonard jersey in the background yesterday. But, you know, he talks about a variety of things, the MVP award and some of the guys that he thinks are the favorite for that. Talked about Dak's play as well, Deron Bland. We've got a couple of the cuts here to get to, but we'll start off with Micah just recapping the game against Washington and delicious Turkey Day victory.
Fans, the energy running to the stadium again, that's what we love to see. I think that's what's different about Cowboys Nation, how thrilled they are. Look how excited they are to be into the stadium, how excited they are to be with us because they know it's going to be an amazing day. And it was. We did make history that day in a lot of ways, and we're going to get into that in a little bit. Look at this Thanksgiving sign. I mean, there's nobody like Cowboys Nation. That's point blank, period. Dak and Cheese, Pollard and Greens, Parsons Pie, and CeeDee Lamb. That's a 10 out of 10 sign right there, and that needs to be plastered all over walls for every Thanksgiving, and that's as simple as that. People want to talk about halftime shows. I was not able to watch any halftime shows, sadly. With Dolly Parton and Jack Harlow, I was not able to watch any of those halftime show. But, you know, I heard a lot of comments about it. And, you know, my mother always told me, if there's not nothing to say, something nice to say, don't say it at all. So that's just kind of how I feel about it. And we got some cool stats and records at home that you guys should obviously know. Cowboys have not trailed a single second at home. It just goes to show you how good we are at home. And guess who's that? Because that's because of Cowboys Nation. I understand we travel and y'all make some games for like home games and the energy is amazing, but there's just nothing like playing at home in front of you guys because you guys take it to another level. At this point, we need to win out and do everything in our possible so we could be at home with you guys multiple times this postseason because it's going to be very fun. Something cool about me that, you know, they felt like we should share to the world. I joined Dwight Freeney and Reggie White as the only players with 11-plus sacks in each of their first 3 seasons. So it's kind of something I feel proud of, something I take a lot of work into, going into how great I want to be. I just got to be continuous, though. I never want to stop. I want to keep being great, daring to be great, and keep chasing these guys because you're talking about 2 of the best to ever do it. You know, Dwight Freeney and obviously Reggie White was a man amongst men, and he was one of the greatest ever, if not the greatest ever.
Man, we got to talk a little bit about that, Brian, with him and in reaching, you know, that stat along with Reggie White. Yeah. When we were talking about in Dwight Freeney, Hall of Famer, you know, Reggie White, maybe the best pass rusher to ever do it. And I know you got to be around him, but it is crazy the run the Cowboys are on at AT&T Stadium. And we talked a little bit about that with John Machota earlier. And being at these games, like there are times where AT&T Stadium gets rocking. But I don't know, can we put our finger on like what really it is? Like what is this home field advantage they've got right now? Because you don't think of AT&T Stadium like Arrowhead or like what they were rocking with in Seattle during their years going to a Super Bowl run. And there's times where even, you know, it takes a little bit for the building to really get going. Those noon games, it's a little bit late arriving. You know, people are getting out of church. They get there a little bit late. Maybe they need a play to get them going. Certainly the big games, like the playoff games or the Eagles that we're going to get in a couple of weeks. I think Thursday night, that place is going to be ready to go. But it's just – it's a little inconsistent sometimes with how the crowd can be, yet they're on a 13-game run now, which is absolutely historic with how dominant they've been inside that building.
I don't think the fans have anything to do with the home field advantage. I mean, it's a nice environment. It's cool. You know, the fans are loud enough. It's good enough to be raucous, but I don't think it's putting the fear in anybody. I think a little bit of his small sample size, a little bit of it is how the schedule has fallen as far as quality opponents being on the road. so far more than being home. But, I think I'd love to get Brian's thoughts on this because remember how they used to go so conservative on the road? And I just wonder if there's a culture of conservativeness on the road with this offense still that's kind of hanging over from the Kellen years.
That's a really good point that it might be. I'll say this. I think the fans do have something to do with it because I think they're getting better. And I'm from Dallas, so I can say this. There are times when we really don't. We don't carry the
Show
energy.
for the playoffs.
There's games. There's games where you're sitting there and you don't feel it.
Even at the Rangers World Series
it was
run.
20-10 in that game the other day.
Yeah.
And it was kind of like the fans were like, "Whoa, what's going on here?" They weren't. It's third down, and it's
well, it's always a little bit embarrassing when they're going for it on fourth down on offense, and the fans are standing up and cheering now, and we've got to put on the board like be quiet when the offense is at work.
It's a little
more
strange.
intelligent than that.
I think the opponents do have something to do with it. I think the fact that their defensive coordinator and their play caller on offense kind of found a little rhythm at home. It might be the turf, might be the conditions where there's no wind, there's no weather. Your offense is kind of they turn you over at home. We see what they're able to do.
Turnovers at home, certainly.
You get some huge chunk plays at home.
You do.
You get big chunk plays at home. You'd love for that to carry over to the road. The conservative part of it is, I know during the Jason Garrett administration, it was very conservative in the way that they played games.
Yeah.
I think there was a time that they were fearful of Dak turning the ball over, or anybody turning the ball over for that matter.
Yeah.
And so the way that they
were trying to keep it close in the fourth quarter and make a play.
That was Garrett's whole
that was
thing.
Just horrible.
Yeah.
Garrett just tried, keep it close. We'll find a way to win it at the end. But you know what? There was a time where they were 8-0 on the road under the Garrett administration.
2014 season.
Yeah. They were there. There have been some 7-1s and 6-2s. But I feel like, man, it just seems like that they make more explosive plays.
They do
at home than they do on the road.
And some of the texture, it's based on the competition. And maybe they have played against some poor teams at home, and that will certainly help that out. But you're going on 13 games now. Not all of those teams are just completely stunk.
Yeah. Well, the Jets game might have been different if Aaron Rodgers was playing. That might have been a little bit different story with competition and all that. But you've gotten some guys, some quarterbacks that are, let's be honest, are awful.
Yes.
Been some awful quarterbacks that have played at AT&T this year.
I do want to salute that fan with the sign, though, the Pollard greens and the Dak and cheese.
That was good.
That was very clever.
It really was good.
When you leave the house, you high-five Dad, you're like, I'll see you on TV, broski.
Well, here's Micah.
Hold on. Oh, yeah. Just want to get something real clear.
Oh, please.
Real clear. So the fans running towards the stadium, those are like standing room only people's trying to get a good spot, right? Am I tripping?
Those are the party passes.
Okay, I was just making sure.
Yeah, those are the party passes.
It is a good look on social.
Oh, it looks
when they open
fantastic.
those doors
Yeah.
and all those maniacs.
I will say this. If you would take those party pass people and put them in the stands in the normal seats,
no,
it would be you're talking
real
about
fans
a
are priced
totally because I know
They
Tim
are.
and all was coming up through we come up through the stands when we're going from the outside
From that Miller Lite West Plaza.
Yeah, you could feel like you're coming through that party pass area. You do feel energy in that.
That 400, yeah.
But if you took those people,
they're
they're all stacked in there. But if you put them on each side of the field, I think you'd have a totally different sound to your game.
Yeah. No, some of the hardcore fans are certainly priced out, and people are texting that in, and you're not wrong. I mean, that's 100% true. Micah made, his comments in regards to what Tom Brady said. I believe we have the audio included in this clip of what Tom Brady said with the NFL being a little bit more mediocre. Mike actually tends to agree.
Tom Brady saying there's a lot of mediocrity in today's NFL.
The rules have allowed a lot of bad habits to get into the actual performance of the game. I look at a lot of players like Ray Lewis and Rodney Harrison and Ronnie Lott, and every hit they would have made would have been a penalty. Offensive players need to protect themselves. It's not up to the defensive player to protect the offensive player.
Without a doubt, 100% agree. The league has went more into the offensive league, and I just don't think it's the same love and protection towards defensive players at that. There's players and there's teams that takes advantage of these rules. Quarterback can run at you full speed one play and give himself up, and then the next time act like he's sliding, or you may think he's about about to slide and he could juke out, and you go with the same energy and you hit him because you don't know if he's fake sliding or he is sliding, and you might get a penalty and you might get a letter in the mail because you late hit this quarterback. I just think it's outright ridiculous. Like, you either can hit the guy or you can't. You're playing football at full speed. You're not playing football at 50%. I 100% agree on what Tom Brady's saying.
That part does make sense.
He absolutely does. That is, and you get these quarterbacks that are really smart at doing it, and especially the ones that run up the sidelines.
Yeah.
They act like they're going to step out, and then they run for another 8 yards because they know that they're not going to get hit along the sidelines.
I just don't know if either Tom or Micah or whoever has the right word when they say it's mediocre. I think it's different. I think it's unfair to defenders. But I think quarterbacks are playing great, and it's difficult to make a defender think I'm going to run and then slide, and think I'm going to slide and then run. That makes it more difficult for the defender. It might be a little easier for the offensive players. It's more so there's a net zero impact on the difficulty level. It's become more difficult on defenders, less difficult on offensive players. I don't know if calling the game mediocre is the right descriptive word I would use.
I feel bad for defenders for this reason. For when the ball goes to the middle of the field on a reception and they can't go and attack the ball or attack the receiver.
Yeah.
What are we doing? And people lead with their head and all, but there's, you can't make a play in the middle of the field.
Yeah.
A safety like he was talking about, a Ronnie Lott or those guys, or Darren Woodson. Their calling card was not allowing you.
You're sending a message.
Yeah, they were not allowing you to catch a ball in the middle of the field.
Right.
It's third down and 12, and you run a 15-yard in.
Right.
They call it a hammer route. They run that thing inside, and the next thing you know, defenders hit a receiver trying to jar the ball loose, but it's now flagged as hitting a defenseless receiver or unnecessary roughness. Well, wait a minute. Their job is to not let that guy catch the ball. That's what Brady's talking about. If you're a receiver, you can try and protect yourself, or you can go get the football like those guys used to do in the 70s and the 80s, but you knew you were going to get hit going to get it.
Now, in fairness, some of the rule changes are because of Tom Brady's teams, right? They changed that rule defensively with illegal contact and that stuff to help out receivers because of the way New England shut down the greatest show on turf in that Super Bowl against the Rams.
Well, they did it also in a playoff game against Marvin Harrison and the Colts.
Yeah, and Peyton Manning's teams.
They mugged Peyton Manning's teams for the.
But a lot
plays.
of those rule changes were kind of done with the way that they played defense a little bit. But I'm with you 100%. I mean, certain things have been a little bit of an we're overcorrecting.
Your job is to knock the ball loose, or
that's football.
It's football.
It's a physical sport.
Yeah,
no question. All right,
game's not sustainable with those rules, though. That's what they found is the rules were flawed because people were getting too hurt. Concussions became too big of a deal.
The CTE, like now the NFL, certainly they don't want that part in their
So you could actually trace it back to the reason all this is happening is the NFL is afraid of being sued.
That's exactly right.
That is
exactly
the big,
right.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then
that's why they won't
then
change
of the billions of dollars that you get every year, put hundreds of millions aside,
Amen.
and just pay everybody off.
Yeah.
You know, at the end of the day, we're all just going to cut a check to all the people that have that play the NFL.
If you want to play this game, you know what you're signing up for, and you might not.
You're 58 years old. You just got a check because you played this game. That's what they need to do.
What they're finding though is the ratings haven't been hurt from taking out that component. And that's interesting. At what point would the fans say this isn't football enough for me to still
scoring
love
went
it?
up.
Yeah.
And fans want that.
Yeah.
Fans want to see the scoring in the offense. So that also benefited with the rule changes.
Yeah, but you also with scoring and all that. You got to play defense.
And that's what Mike. I mean, they've made it so damn hard to play defense.
Yeah, the thing that bothers me the most is like a team is driving the ball on you at the end of the game, and then you get an unnecessary roughness call.
Yeah,
because you're trying to dislodge the ball.
Or you're Buffalo, and you've got a running quarterback in Josh Allen, and he doesn't get the benefit of some of those calls like a Tom Brady would, for instance, where he's getting horse-collared and thrown down to the ground. And you bet your ass if that's Peyton Manning or Tom Brady, there's about 4 different flags on the field for something like that. Final thing here from Micah Parsons. He's talking MVP candidates, and here's what Micah had to say with that.
And you kind of could put Jalen Hurts in the MVP conversation just because their strength of schedule, who they've played, and how he's been able to win games in clutch moments. He should be in the MVP. He wouldn't be my leader, but he will be, obviously, I think he's a top 4, top 3 candidate for MVP across the league. And if I'm naming, two, I think my 2 quarterbacks, it would be Dak and Jalen. I think they're playing some of the best football right now. And then outside of them, I think it would be Tyreek Hill. We're talking about non-football. Tyreek Hill, it would be a Myles Garrett, and it would be a Deron Bland, of course. I think them 5 should be in this MVP conversation, point blank period. I don't even think we should even put some QBs in there because they're not playing at the same level as other players around the league. Tyreek Hill over 1,300 yards already, first ever. Like, this is abnormal stuff. I think this has been an abnormal season, so much greatness. I think Tyreek Hill is going to break Megatron's record. That's the type of season he's having, and I think he's going to do it.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of weird. I would just give it to the guy who I'm sure is the best player in the game. So I'm giving it to Patrick Mahomes for keeping the Chiefs in the conversation without having good skill players around him. Like what Patrick Mahomes is doing to have the stats that he does have, even though he might set his career high for picks, is incredible. I don't know how many other quarterbacks there are in the NFL that could have this team anywhere close to a wild card spot. So that's the way I'd go with it. If I can't do that, because we got to give it to the quarterback on the team with a lot of wins, I think it's Hurts over Dak. I would take Dak long term. I think he's the better prospect to have a great career as a quarterback because he's proven he can do more with his arm than Hurts. But the way Hurts is running it now, 11 touchdowns, all these first downs, like you get like 40 first downs from Jalen Hurts a year, and you get 10-plus rushing touchdowns every year. I don't know how you could pass well enough, to, if you're Dak, to really make up for that. And Jalen Hurts is so young and strong. What's amazing about Jalen Hurts this year as compared to last year, they wanted to take the collisions out, and they have. And he's still getting nearly 60% on his rushing play success rate. He's getting all the yards and all the touchdowns still. They've just told him stop running through contact so much. So he's actually only broken 1 tackle all year, and he still has essentially the same rushing stats. Jalen Hurts is definitely a cheat code right now in this game.
Amazing.
Okay, what's this with Mark Cuban selling a substantial piece of the Mavericks? What? Have you guys seen this story?
No.
It's percolating on Mavs Twitter right now. We will get to the bottom of it. Take a look at all the stories breaking in the world of sports as part of the Expressway. We are live at Men's Tea Clinic in the Colony, closing out Men's Health Awareness Month. And you can book a $50 tea test for the rest of this week, and that'll be good for the rest of the year. mensteaclinic.com, and we're back with the Expressway here in the nation.